The academically gifted Li Sen traverses from Earth to the Blue Star, enduring 3 years as an underachiever, until he finally awaits the singular opportunity for fairness in his life, the awakening of his profession. However, upon awakening, he becomes the target of mockery. Aha! Li Sen, your mundane profession is merely that of a chosen laborer. Come, Li Sen, I have a job for you, cleaning the restroom, with a monthly pay of 600. Ahaha, why not work as a caretaker of my family's pig farm? Little do his classmates know that he has awakened to 3 professions, and he is a 9-turn mage with a profession enhancement of 9. 3 professions are deemed useless? No. My innate talent grants me a 10-fold proficiency. My strength is beyond your comprehension. Just when everyone presumed Li Sen to be a failure, he had already evolved into an invincible force. Chapter 1. The Underachiever's Transmigration and the Awakening of Professions. Another person has jumped. Quick, see if there's still hope. A cacophony of voices permeates the not-so-quiet Class 9 of a city high school. A group of just-turned-18 youths turns pale at the news. This is a world where everyone awakens to a profession, featuring noble sorcerers, valiant knights, robust warriors, gallant swordsmen, gallant heroes, and ethereal Taoists. Additionally, there are life professions such as blacksmiths, tailors, and chefs, among others. Moreover, there are ordinary individuals who fail their awakenings. Once an awakening fails, one is doomed to a lifetime as the societal underclass, or worse, as cannon fodder on the battlefield, with their lives hanging by a thread. The individual who jumped outside is the 18th today, isn't it? Young, does your awakening manual actually work? Can it truly enhance the success rate of awakening? It's definitely effective. I spent 1,000 dragon coins on this master manual. It's infallible. But does this involve drinking the urine of a boy? Isn't that a bit absurd? If you find it absurd, then don't use it. I, for one, have already tried it. Listening to the hushed whispers of his 2 classmates behind him, Li Sen pretends to be calm as he flips through his book, yet the sweat on his palms has already dampened the pages. He silently notes the manual his classmates mentioned, preparing to seize an opportunity to try it later. At that moment, Chang Kai in front of Li Sen turns around, disdainfully sneering. Li Sen, stop reading. You're just a bottom feeder. No matter how hard you try, you'll remain a bottom feeder. Well, I don't expect to successfully awaken a profession anymore. I'll just focus on studying hard to achieve a good score in the literary exam and secure a decent job in the future. Li Sen turns a page, glancing at the muscular Chang Kai before lowering his gaze once more. He is a transmigrated devoid of any special abilities. After 3 years of transmigration, despite his diligent studies, the vast disparity in knowledge between the 2 worlds has led to his grades deteriorating. He is merely an ordinary person with a somewhat handsome appearance, lacking in achievements, family background, or connections, and has grown accustomed to the disdain of his classmates. Nonetheless, the awakening of professions represents an opportunity for an ordinary individual to rise against the odds, and he has long yearned for this day to arrive. Li Sen, my family's restroom is rather spacious, and we're in need of a cleaner. How about you come work at my home for a monthly salary of 600 dragon coins? Haha, Chung, that's too generous. I would offer 300. Li Sen is utterly useless aside from his looks. He wouldn't even be able to clean a restroom. Cheng Kai's deskmate and lackey chimes in to support him. Cheng Kai, are you bullying Li Sen again? How boring. Picking on this pathetic bottom feeder is no fun. Why don't we spar? Yang Wei, Li Sen's deskmate, who had been pretending to sleep, stands up, prompting Li Sen to swiftly retreat with his book in hand. Just moments ago, he had seen this pretender use the manual mentioned by Yang, the one who had been pretending to sleep. Aha, Yang Wei, you're trying to play the big sister again. Only brutes resort to fighting. I'm destined to awaken as a mage, so I won't stoop to your level. Cheng Kai glances at Yang Wei, who stands at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches and is more robust than himself, and decides to turn away to confer with other lackeys about awakening manuals. Li Sen, you simply lack the fortitude. If you toughened up, Cheng Kai would surely back off. Here, take this. It's a compilation of awakening manuals I've gathered, all proven effective. Yang Wei tosses a handwritten booklet to Li Sen and strides out of the classroom, presumably to collect more awakening manuals. Li Sen purses his lips. This individual is somewhat arrogant, but possesses decent character. Urine of a boy. Success rate 80. Toad skin cicada exoskeleton 5-step snake skin. Success rate 70. Gecko tail, sunflower seeds. Li Sen peruses this manual, his lips twitching involuntarily, and his stomach churns violently. The fact that he hasn't vomited yet is a testament to his remarkable willpower. He realizes he had misjudged. Yang Wei intends to drag others down with her, wanting him to enjoy the same suffering she endured. He glances around at the other classmates in the room, who are mostly whispering about various methods to enhance their awakening success rates, with many displaying peculiar items on their desks. Although everyone can participate in the awakening ceremony at the age of 18, 66 of individuals will ultimately fail their awakening. Only 22 can awaken life professions, while a mere 11 can awaken combat professions. Only those who awaken combat professions can truly rise above others. Life professionals merely achieve a slightly better existence. Those who fail their awakening become the lowest tier of society, forced to undertake arduous labor while remaining at risk of becoming cannon fodder amidst sudden waves of beasts or monsters. The awakening of a profession is the only fair chance in the life of an ordinary person, a singular opportunity to rise and overturn their fate, prompting individuals to resort to even the most revolting methods in pursuit of success. Li Sen was tempted to give it a try, but after perusing the secret manual provided by Yang Wei, he promptly dismissed the idea as utterly repugnant and highly unreliable. Before long, it was almost noon, and the students of Class 9 were finally escorted to the school playground to queue for their awakening. Chungkai, he has successfully awakened. He has actually become a 5th-tier magician. Heavens, this is the first 5th-tier profession in our school this year. Chungkai has truly soared to new heights. As the 7th student to awaken, Chungkai unleashed a surprising turn of events. Amidst the students' exclamations, the school principal burst through the door and flew over, with other school officials hastily abandoning their tasks to rush over. In the limelight, Chungkai cast a disdainful glance at his classmates before soaring off with the principal, his expression seemingly conveying that all present were beneath him. Silence, the awakening ceremony shall continue. As you can see, although our Class 9 is the least esteemed high school in Anqing, we too can awaken to advanced professions. Each of you has a chance. The director in charge of the awakening ceremony offered reassurance and encouragement before resuming the proceedings. Yang, awakening failed. Yang, seated behind Li Sen, had employed numerous secret techniques, yet still faced failure. Buyu, 1st-tier blacksmith. However, his deskmate successfully awakened, albeit as a mere 1st-tier vocational worker. The subsequent awakening instances unfolded as expected, with a multitude of students failing to awaken or only achieving 1st-tier professions. Until Yang Wei, 4th-tier priest, another advanced combat profession. Our Class 8, the lowest ranked in the school, has managed to produce 2 prodigies. Not long after, Yang Wei was also swept away amidst a throng of admirers. Li Sen gazed enviously at Yang Wei being carried off, hastening forward as it was now his turn to awaken. Stepping onto the awakening stone platform and coming to a halt, the director directed magical energy towards the stone, immediately enveloping Li Sen in a radiant white light. He felt as though he had been transported to a chaotic gray expanse, surrounded by numerous orbs of varying sizes. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Sen's vision brightened, and he regained consciousness. Li Sen, awakening as a dual 1st-tier farmer and 1st-tier chef. Just as he was collecting his thoughts, he heard the director's voice beside him, tinged with a hint of regret. Dual lifestyle professions? That's hardly better than not awakening at all. Still, it's a dual lifestyle profession, hailed as the chosen worker. How many years do you think Li Sen will toil? Another century-long worker. While Li Sen remained momentarily dazed, the whispers of his classmates reached his ears. Initially taken aback, he soon suppressed his excitement and briskly returned to his class, fully aware that his status as a time traveler had bestowed upon him an extraordinary advantage. Chapter 2. The Triple Profession and the 9-Turn Mage. Upon returning to class, Li Sen opened the book titled A Brief History of Professions, absorbing the knowledge within while suppressing the excitement bubbling within him. The opening statement declared, professions are merely categorized into combat and lifestyle roles, devoid of distinctions in nobility or worth. This assertion was nothing short of a jest. Everyone recognized that combat professions were the true professions, embodying the essence of nobility. Upon awakening, each individual's physical attributes would experience a significant enhancement. At level 0, even those frail and sickly would witness an elevation in their capabilities through the transformation dictated by the laws of the heavens. Achieving muscle strength and pulling force of 100 kilograms, grip and upward lift force of 50 kilograms, and striking impact of 300 kilograms. This rendered them slightly stronger than the average person, equating to a mere 1 point of combat power. Progressing through levels, individuals would gain varying strengths contingent upon their chosen professions. For instance, a farmer's first transition grants a mere 0.1 increment, resulting in only a 10-point boost to physical attributes with each level gained, while a warrior's first transition offers a 1.0 increment, bestowing a substantial 100-point base enhancement with each upgrade. Conversely, some formidable special or hidden professions could yield up to a 9.0 profession bonus. Each advancement would significantly amplify their strength compared to ordinary professionals. Additionally, another criterion for measuring the might of a profession was the turns attained. After the second transition, profession bonuses would double, continuously compounding. The greater the number of turns, the loftier the heights one could aspire to reach, and the stronger one would become. The minimum was 1 turn, while the maximum was rumored to be 9, though this remained a mere myth. Until today, the most esteemed turner in the Dragon Nation was the unparalleled blacksmith, Ouyang Chong, a formidable 8-turn craftsman. However, the strongest combatant in the Dragon Nation was the seven-turn swordsman, Lord Qing Fengyun, the sword immortal of turmoil. Lifestyle professionals inherently possessed lower base bonuses, rendering it impossible for them to surpass combat professionals, regardless of the number of turns achieved. Hence, the phrase "no distinctions in professions" is indeed the grandest of jokes. It had previously been stated that those with a score of 66 would fail their awakening, while those with a score of 22 could awaken lifestyle professions. And only those with a score of 11 could awaken combat professions. The final score of 1 would awaken a dual profession individual, a rare breed acknowledged as unworthy of cultivation. This was because multi-profession individuals faced a 100-fold increase in experience requirements for leveling up, with skill proficiency demands skyrocketing similarly. Furthermore, the power gained post-upgrade could only adhere to the lowest profession bonus, unless one awakened dual combat professions or one combat and one lifestyle profession. The combat professions bonus would always take precedence. This exemplifies the most flagrant contradiction to the notion of no distinctions in professions. Dual profession individuals possessing a combat profession were occasionally nurtured by certain factions, while dual lifestyle professionals were disregarded even by the authorities, receiving only a meager awakening bonus of 10,000 dragon coins, with no further support or aid. Li Sen, appearing to be a dual lifestyle professional, was destined for a life of menial labor. However, unbeknownst to others, he was, in fact, a triple professional. Name: Li Sen LV 110,000. Age: 18. Profession: First Transition Farmer, 01. First Transition Chef, 02. 9-turn Mage, 9. Strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 2. Agility, 1. Health, 100. Stamina, 100. Mana, 200. Combat Power, 1. Talent, Unawakened. Skills: Digging, Epic, LV1. Big Pot Rice, Common, LV1. Array Drawing, Legendary, LV1. Explosive Array, Perfect, LV1. The Mage is a combat profession, boasting the highest profession bonus of 9. This implies that with each upgrade, his physical attributes could potentially enhance 9-fold. Although the experience required for leveling up was also 100-fold, his growth potential was immense. Should he undergo several transitions, the enhancements would be even greater. Upon completing the Mage's 9 transitions, each upgrade would yield an astonishing base enhancement of 81 times. Moreover, the quality of his 3 skills was exceptionally high. As he gazed at the book in his hands, now dampened with tears, he quickly wiped away the moisture from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, Li Sen, how pitiful you are, drooling over a mere chef's profession. Li Sen's sound of swallowing saliva caught the attention of Chung Kai, who had just returned from receiving his rewards, erupting into laughter at his expense. Look at that pathetic expression. It seems this will be your life. Li Sen, my pig farm is looking for a caretaker. Your skills are just right for it. My electronics factory is also hiring chefs. How about 600 dragon coins a month? The other classmates who had successfully awakened joined Chung Kai in derision, with even a few who had failed their awakenings chiming in to support Chung Kai's mockery. Observing Chung Kai's uncontrollable laughter, Li Sen calmly inquired, "Have you received your rewards and benefits? What did you get?" He. The school awarded me 5 million dragon coins and a first transition mage certification. Once I reach level 1, I can immediately transition. Chung Kai paused dramatically, retrieving a dark, ancient-looking magic staff from behind him. Behold, a blue, exceptional grade novice staff. A novice artifact. He waved it about, clearly reveling in his triumph. Congratulations, Li Sen replied with a mere nod, displaying neither surprise nor envy, thereby thwarting Chung Kai's desire to flaunt his achievements. His gaze shifted towards Yang Wei, who had just entered, an inquiring look in his eyes. Yang Wei frowned slightly and said, 1 million dragon coins, a first transition priest certification, and a green, fine-quality staff. That's quite good, far superior to what I received. Li Sen's attitude towards Yang Wei softened, offering a reassuring smile. Ungrateful. Chung Kai scoffed, disdainfully turning away to boast to other classmates while intermittently pointing at Li Sen and laughing heartily. In an attempt to alleviate Li Sen's awkwardness, Yang Wei proactively remarked, Li Sen, the college entrance examination is in 10 days. Which school do you plan to apply to? I intend to apply to Jinghua University. Entrance exams? I can only say I will do my best, Li Sen replied with a resigned smile. Regarding the entrance exams, he felt a sense of helplessness. The exams were divided into literary and martial sections, with the martial exam accounting for 70, primarily assessing the awakened professions of the students. The actual combat evaluation was minimal. In the literary section, he had never scored above 300 points out of 750. With his current dual profession status, it seemed virtually impossible for him to gain admission to university. How about coming to work as a chef at my family's factory? It's only a small operation with about 30 employees, quite relaxed. Let us discuss it later. Li Sen responded, lacking interest as he had already formed a general plan. However, he needed to devise a method to level up and obtain a transition certification. He then asked Yang Wei, for the upcoming novice trials, who do you plan to team up with? Could you include me? Well, I might. Yang Wei's eyes averted from Li Sen's gaze, her fingers fidgeting nervously, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt. That's all right. Understanding her hesitation, Li Sen recognized that while he and Yang Wei were relatively good desk mates, their relationship remained superficial. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Wan Lun, entered the room, clapping his hands to silence the chatter. Students who have not awakened a profession may leave now. You will have a 10-day break before returning to school for the entrance examination. With that, the students who had already packed their bags, having failed their awakenings, trudged out of the classroom, heads bowed in a display of dejection. From this day forth, they would inhabit separate worlds from their classmates. Once these students departed, only 14 remained in the classroom. The theoretical success rate for awakening a profession stood at 34, but in reality, the figures were far less favorable. Next, you are required to form teams to participate in the novice trial, which presents you with a singular opportunity to level up under the protection of others, so choose wisely. At this juncture, Li Sen could sense the class teacher's gaze lingering on him with a hint of pity. Chapter 3. Without teammates, I can solo. Each team can comprise a maximum of 9 members and a minimum of 1. You are free to form your own teams, which will also serve as a test of your organizational skills. By the way, Cheng Kai and Yang Wei, it would be best for you two to separate and team up with other classmates. The class teacher's intentions were well-meaning, and those who had awakened their life professions were filled with excitement. Having combat professionals to assist in leveling up would undoubtedly be far more convenient than doing so alone. The emphasis here is on safety. After the arrival of the Heavenly Path, this world has adopted certain characteristics of online games, yet it remains a reality. Professionals, despite possessing attribute panels, are still susceptible to injuries and death. This world does offer resurrection items, but such treasures are only available to unparalleled strong individuals. Novices like them, lacking in practical experience, are easily prone to demise. Teams were quickly formed, yet both Cheng Kai and Yang Wei chose not to include Li Sen, leaving him abandoned. This did not surprise his classmates, nor did it astonish the class teacher, Wan Lun. With a calm demeanor, he produced a palm-sized scroll and a stack of currency. Handing them to Li Sen, Li Sen, it seems you might have to team up alone. The teacher has applied for a low-level novice dungeon pass for you, along with a subsidy of 10,000 dragon coins. Thank you, Teacher Wan. Although Li Sen felt a twinge of sadness, he calmly accepted the money and scroll, for he was indeed in dire need of funds. Subsequently, the classmates who formed teams began to get acquainted with one another, while Li Sen shouldered his backpack and returned home alone. Xiao Sun, have you successfully awakened? Upon returning home, Li Sen was immediately seized by his grandfather, who anxiously inquired. He smiled and took his grandfather's hand, joyfully proclaiming, "Grandpa, I have awakened. I am now a first-tier chef, and this profession offers ample job opportunities." "How wonderful that you have a life profession. Life professions are safe," exclaimed Grandpa Li, tears streaming down his face. "If only your parents were like this." Li Sen quickly comforted his grandfather, wiping away his tears. "Grandpa, my parents fought for the Dragon Kingdom, for humanity. They are heroes who passed away honorably. Without combat professionals like them shouldering the burden, ordinary people like us, both young and old, would not be able to live safely." Li Sen's parents had perished the year he traversed to this world, sacrificing themselves against the beast tide, leaving behind Li Sen, his grandfather, and a half-sister. Let us not dwell on those unpleasant memories. I have prepared your favorite braised pork, made from the meat of a level 11 monster pig, very nutritious. Slurp. Uncertain if it was due to awakening his chef profession, Li Sen found himself particularly ravenous that day. Thus, the grandfather and grandson duo feasted on a small pot of braised pork, each devouring 3 large bowls of rice. As for his sister, Li Qiong, she would be having lunch at school and wouldn't return until evening. Speaking of which, his sister was also a third-year student at the best high school in Anqing. She would presumably awaken tomorrow. He wondered if this academically gifted sister would succeed in her awakening. "Grandpa, our school will be organizing a novice trial in the coming days, so I won't be returning," Li Sen informed him. "When you sleep at night, please remember to lock the door. Are you really going to school?" Upon seeing Li Sen nod, Grandpa Li hurriedly ran to the kitchen to retrieve a large backpack. "This is the food I've prepared for you. Enough to last a normal adult for 10 days. Do not eat anything from inside the dungeon." He then produced the only novice weapon left behind by Li Sen's parents. Oh, and Grandpa Li dashed back to the kitchen again, bringing out the family's only frying pan. "You are a chef. Make good use of your skills and foster good relationships with your classmates to assist you in leveling up." Tears welled up in Li Sen's eyes as he nodded repeatedly, listening to his grandfather's rambling advice. Having been an orphan in his previous life, he felt the warmth of familial love and silently vowed to ensure his grandfather would live a good life, to repay him with filial piety in his old age. Thus, the first step was to level up quickly and change professions. He strapped on the food and weapons his grandfather had prepared, along with some cooking tools, totaling a hefty 30 kilograms. After purchasing some items with the 10,000 dragon coins, he boarded the bus to the central square of Anqing. "Little fellow, are you certain you want to solo the novice dungeon?" "Absolutely. You might die?" "Still certain." "Well, you're quite stubborn. I wish you good luck then." The city guards responsible for the novice dungeon examined Li Sen's pass and the items he carried, offering a few reminders before allowing him to step onto the teleportation stone platform. 9 city guards infused magic into the stone from various corners. In a flash of silvery light, Li Sen vanished from sight. When his vision returned, the environment had drastically changed. He promptly set down his backpack, gripping the novice long knife tightly, and surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. Fortunately, there were no monsters in the immediate vicinity. The nearest creature was over 100 meters away. Thank goodness, my luck seems to be holding. The novice dungeon in Anqing was named Chicken Farm, and the only monsters present were chickens. However, the chickens ranged from level 1 to 11, including normal, elite, and commander types, with a very slim chance of encountering the boss-level Chicken King. No need for high-level monsters. Just 2 level 1 ordinary chicks could easily defeat Li Sen, as he was still a level 0 novice, with a mere combat power of 1. He couldn't even be considered a match for the weakest opponents. Even the level 1 chicks matched his combat prowess. After assessing his surroundings, he retrieved a small wine jar and a brush from his backpack. The jar did not contain wine. Rather, it held the ice slime saliva he had purchased for 10,000 coins, only 10 pounds, yet it was his secret weapon for daring to enter the dungeon alone. He did not venture far, taking 3 steps forward to dip the brush into the ice slime saliva, and began inscribing a formation based on the diagram of the skill, draw formation, in his mind. For his first attempt at using the skill, his mana drained rapidly. Despite having never drawn a formation before, he managed to replicate a complex formation thanks to the guidance in his mind. However, as he continued to apply the ice slime saliva to the ground, the biting chill emanated, causing his hand to tremble, and the traces of the formation varied in depth. The physique of a level 0 novice was still too frail. With 100 points of mana expended, a small formation measuring only 1 square meter was completed, and a flash of blue light enveloped it, the piercing cold completely retracting, and his formation was barely finished. He hurriedly checked the effects of this formation. Mini Ice Formation LV1. Incomplete freezes enemies within a 1 meter diameter, freezing those below level 10 for 3 seconds, and those above level 10 for 1 second. Upon seeing the particularly highlighted word incomplete, Li Sen's face flushed with embarrassment. First time, and still lacking experience. Onward. He shook off the lingering sense of shame and, after a brief respite, began sketching the second formation. Unfortunately, the experience gained from the second attempt did not significantly improve. It remained at the incomplete level. Nevertheless, it should suffice. He took out the provisions he had brought from home, mixed them with some water, and gathered some firewood to start a fire, filling the air with an enticing aroma of meat. Cluck, cluck, cluck. 2 20-centimeter tall chicks, drawn by the scent of food, cautiously approached, taking their time over the 100-meter distance, taking 2 minutes to arrive. Chapter 4. The first formation, Ice Formation. The chicks scuttled slowly, halting intermittently, being quite cautious as they made their way over. 2 little chicks gazed at the food placed apart, their adorably naive eyes meeting for a brief moment before they cautiously separated. Suddenly, they surged forth, kicking up 2 small depressions in the ground as they dashed towards the bowls of food. Bang! As the 2 chicks stepped into the mini ice array, a brilliant azure light erupted, instantly encasing them in a frozen state. At that very moment, critical hit 100, critical hit 100. Li Sen, who had long been poised with his long knife, sprang forward with a swift stride, severing the heads of the 2 chicks with a single strike each, dispatching them in mere seconds. Although the mini-ice array possessed no offensive power, its freezing capability was quite remarkable. Both chicks became rigidly frozen, and with a single blow, their heads shattered. In less than 2 seconds, Li Sen concluded the battle. The first rule of combat: monsters that can be decapitated must be decapitated, as they invariably yield critical hit bonuses. Dispatching foes in a single second, the legendary quality skill is truly impressive. With the demise of the 2 chicks, the power of the frozen array retracted, and the ice enveloping their bodies dissipated swiftly. He quickly extracted the 2 chicks, holding them by their feet as he drained their blood into a prepared ceramic jar. This blood would serve as material for his array drawings. Once the blood had been sufficiently collected, he poured the 2 bowls of food, serving as bait, back into the frying pan to reheat, enticing the next pair of chicks to approach. As the novice dungeon of its city, the Chicken Farm has been farmed by newcomers countless billions of times, with various strategies available freely on the streets. Level 1 chicks typically appear in pairs, while level 2 chicks arrive in trios. As the levels increase, larger groups congregate. This is also the reason why the school mandates that teams must enter together. A full team of 10 consists of 9 students, with the last spot reserved for the teacher, as even novice dungeons can pose considerable dangers. First-time students require guidance from instructors for safe combat. Individuals like Li Sen, who find themselves isolated, often resort to paying for a teacher's assistance on their first venture, as it is the school's obligation. It is rare for someone to solo a novice dungeon like this, as it can take decades for one to achieve such a feat. Time passed, and more level 1 chicks were drawn to him, all of which were promptly frozen by his array, followed by a swift decapitation. There was no danger whatsoever. Once his mana replenished above 100 points, he would set up another ice array. However, the experience gained from these level 1 chicks was minimal, a mere point each, making his path to leveling up a daunting one. A single class player requires only 100 experience points to ascend from level 0 to level 1, whereas a dual class player needs 100-fold, totaling 10,000 points for the same progression. 3 hours swiftly elapsed, and he had crafted 6 additional ice arrays. His mana recovery rate surpassed that of an average level 0 mage, restoring approximately 200 points per hour, about 4 times that of a typical level 0 mage. Multiclassing also contributed a significant boost to his mana recovery. The arrays had now formed a circular perimeter. It was time to unleash a grand maneuver. He retrieved a shovel and used the digging skill within the array to excavate a large pit, layering it with wood, followed by the remains of the chicks. And then another layer of twigs, concluding with yet another layer of chick corpses. After stacking 5 layers, rising a meter above the ground, he ignited a fire to commence roasting. The strange aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, carried by the gentle breeze. Cluck, cluck, cluck. In the distance, other chicks, hens, and roosters caught wind of their kin's fragrant flesh and charged over in a frenzy. The first prohibition of the chicken farm trial. Consuming chicken within this dungeon is strictly forbidden. Should the living chickens scent the aroma of their kind, they will fall into a frenzy. Hearing the increasingly near clamor of the approaching chickens, Li Sen glanced down at his long knife. Novice long knife, common, LV0, attack 110. Durability 56,100. As its name suggests, the novice long knife is a weapon suitable for level 0 newcomers, with a low drop rate in novice dungeons of approximately 1 in 100,000. The long knife he held was purportedly prepared for him by his father a decade prior. Just as the quality of skills is categorized, equipment quality is divided into 7 tiers: common white, fine green, excellent blue, perfect purple, epic red, legendary gold, and mythical orange. The higher the quality, the better the equipment score and its additional attributes. Common gear bears no added properties, while fine gear may possess a single attribute, though most lack any. Excellent gear contains at least 1 and up to 2 attributes. Perfect gear can have a maximum of 3 attributes and may include skill bonuses. Epic gear guarantees at least 1 skill and a minimum of 2 attributes, with a maximum of 4. Legendary and mythical gear are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. No mythical equipment has been seen in the Dragon Kingdom for over a century. Reflecting on the categorization of equipment and lamenting the plight of the impoverished, Li Sen's gaze remained fixed on the encroaching flock of chickens. Leading the charge were the level 2 chicks, in overwhelming numbers, which made him slightly anxious. Bang, bang, bang. Critical hit 200. Critical hit. The ice array did not falter. The moment the chicks entered the array, they were instantly frozen. Li Sen's reflexes were sharp, his eyes, mind, and hands were in perfect sync as he slashed at their heads, one after another. After dispatching them, he forcefully kicked the still frozen corpses out of the array, creating space and serving as makeshift barriers to slow the advance of the following flock. As the chickens continued to meet their demise, his experience points surged. I'm utterly exhausted. I won't do this again next time. Observing the dwindling durability of his novice long knife, now reduced to just 3 points, Li Sen felt a wave of apprehension. The sheer number of chickens attacking him was overwhelming. If they had been any more numerous, he feared he might not have endured. Tossing aside his long knife, he lay down on the ground, panting heavily to catch his breath while glancing at his experience. 369210000. After 5 hours, he had accumulated 3,692 points of experience. Had he been a single-class player, he would have reached level 5 already, yet he remained at level 0. Progressing as a dual-class player was indeed arduous. As the sky darkened, Li Sen decided against continuing his chicken slaughter. Monsters gained a 50 boost in strength at night, yet experience points remained unchanged. It was best to rest for the night and resume the following day. First, he collected the blood and moved the chicken corpses outside to form barriers before settling down to rest. Despite his insistence on needing a good night's sleep, Li Sen found it difficult to truly rest. Every hour, he would wake and draw 2 more ice arrays. Lacking mana recovery potions, he had to rely on this method to gradually increase the number of ice arrays for his safety. To his surprise, he discovered an equipment drop upon the dawn's arrival, a novice pickaxe. Novice pickaxe LV0, fine attack 520, durability 120120. A fine quality novice weapon. His luck was exceptional. Just as his long knife was on the brink of breaking, he acquired a weapon with even higher attack power. What a boon. This pickaxe was only 1.2 meters long, slightly shorter than the long knife, but its pointed design made it more convenient for striking objects. With the sun rising, Li Sen set a goal to clear the dungeon today and return to Little Cheong with a new novice weapon. Embarking on a new day of roasting, he ventured 500 meters away from the safety of the ice array, reaching the previous monster zone, dismantling a few chicken coops. He first retrieved the metal frames and grids back to safety, then piled the wood and straw together, adding the corpses of the chickens he had defeated yesterday. Lastly, he set it ablaze. This should be enough to incite the entire flock in the dungeon, right? Watching the flames leap high, the peculiar scent of roasted chicken began to waft through the air as he returned to the safety zone, pulling out ice slime saliva to redraw the previous ice array. The mana consumed by such repairs is minimal. Completing the array requires but a modicum of mana, and the 27 ice magic arrays have only depleted 27 points of his mana. However, the ice slime saliva has been entirely exhausted. One wonders what effects might arise from inscribing the ice array with chicken blood. Li Sen stroked his chin as he gazed at the 10-kilogram ceramic jar, filled with chicken blood collected the previous day, which had already begun to congeal. If it were to remain unused, it would be a waste. He lifted the jar and, moving away from the direction of the roasting fire, Li Sen commenced the drawing of a new ice array. A 20-meter diameter array was swiftly completed under his deft hands, taking merely 5 minutes, equivalent to the time taken to inscribe a 1-meter diameter array, albeit with the mana cost doubled. Indeed, practice makes perfect. Miniature ice array, incomplete, LV1. Freezes enemies within a 20-meter radius. Freezes those below level 12 for 3 seconds, and those above level 12 for 1 second. Yes. As long as the array is correctly inscribed and the array ink contains energy, my array shall succeed. A master of the 9 turns array, indeed, is different from an ordinary array practitioner. Gazing at the identified array information, Li Sen felt a surge of excitement. This meant he could sustain his battles indefinitely, as long as he had access to the blood of monsters in the dungeons. Currently at level 0 with only 1 array, as he progresses, he shall learn more arrays, grow in combat prowess, and have access to an increasing number of dungeons. He might even reach the real space connected to the dungeons. He hastily filled all containers with chicken blood, preparing to continue inscribing arrays. Cluck, 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 caw, caw, caw. Within 15 minutes, flocks of chickens rushed in from the distance, comprising both hens and roosters, with levels ranging from 6 to 9. As of yet, no level 10 turkeys had appeared. The level 6 hens were comparable to large raptors, standing at a height of 1 meter, while the level 9 roosters towered at 2 meters, significantly surpassing Li Sen's height of 1.8 meters. Cluck, caw. As the flock approached the burning fire, they surprisingly halted to gather sufficient numbers, simultaneously flapping their wings to create a small whirlwind, attempting to extinguish the flames. Heh! I anticipated this move. Beneath them lie wooden pillars the size of human heads, and the whirlwind would merely ignite the already reluctant pillars. Whoosh! The fire, fueled by the wind, blazed more intensely, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken. However, the smoke and numerous sparks were blown towards Li Sen, and despite a 500-meter buffer zone, several embers drifted his way. He quickly removed his outer garment to extinguish the flames. He certainly did not wish to become a roasted chicken himself. Once he had quelled the flames around him, the fire pile transformed into a blazing torch. Yet Li Sen's brow furrowed once more. As the flock directed the wind towards him, the delectable scent of roasted chicken could not reach further distances, thereby failing to attract any level 10 turkeys. This posed a bit of a conundrum. He needed to devise a method to halt the flock from fanning the flames. He wondered if using a frying pan could invoke the large pot rice skill. He turned to ignite the makeshift stove he had constructed, heating the pan, adding oil, and then tossing in ginger and garlic to infuse the oil with fragrance. Once the aroma of the oil wafted through the air, he added the chicken drumsticks he had meticulously prepared. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The enticing scent filled the air, and unlike the barbecued version complete with feathers and entrails, the seasoned cooking, coupled with the large pot rice skill, made the aroma irresistible, causing Li Sen to swallow repeatedly. Caw, caw, caw. The level 9 rooster, with a more sensitive nose, was the first to detect the enticing fragrance and immediately abandoned its companions to rush towards him. Their speed was remarkable. They covered the distance of nearly 100 meters in less than 9 seconds, maintaining a steady charge. Li Sen hastily set down the frying pan and grabbed his pickaxe, preparing for the incoming assault. Bang! Crack! What the? This is possible. Without Li Sen needing to intervene, the roosters charging into the ice array were instantly frozen, only to be shattered by the subsequent roosters crashing into them, meeting their demise in a most definitive manner. The roosters that collided with their frozen comrades entered the ice array, next, becoming the next victims of this icy spectacle. Haha. So the ice array can be utilized in this manner as well. How delightful. Watching the roosters meet their frosty end one after another, Li Sen could not suppress his grin as he clutched his pickaxe. Even as the level 9 roosters fell, level 8 roosters arrived, and Li Sen merely needed to occasionally finish off the chickens that charged into the second tier of the ice array. However, the experience gained was still rather meager. The level 9 monsters within the novice dungeon only granted 9 experience points, unlike the outdoor monsters which provided 512 experience points per kill. Theoretically, in the wild, killing monsters yields 1% of their experience. Slaying 100 monsters of the same level would suffice for a level up, while defeating higher level monsters might only require 50. Yet, this was merely theoretical. There were experience bonuses for slaying monsters above one's level, while penalties applied when teaming up, using traps, items, or arrays. This complex mathematical conundrum had eluded Li Sen throughout his 3 years of high school, leaving him with a headache. Nevertheless, as long as the numbers were sufficient, the lesser experience from the monsters became inconsequential. He quickly set to work, discarding the monster corpses from the ice array to clear space for the oncoming chickens. Congratulations. Through continuous battles, your level has risen, and your combat power has increased. After defeating this batch of chickens, his level rose smoothly. Name, Li Sen LV1, 236-20000. Age, 18. Class, First Transition Farmer, 01. First Transition Chef, 02. 9 turns Array Master, 9. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 20. Agility, 10. Health, 1000. Stamina, 110. Mana, 2000. Combat Power, 10. Talent, unactivated. Skills, Digging LV1, Large Pot Rice LV1, Array Drawing LV1, Array Explosion LV1. Hiss, the 9 turns profession truly is extraordinary. Directly enhancing base attributes 9-fold, resulting in a 10-fold increase in combat power. A typical warrior would not attain 10 points of combat power until reaching levels 7 or 8. Yet here he was, at level 1 with 10 points of combat power. This is absurdly powerful, and considering my foundation is weak, with only 1 point in base attributes, had I trained my body beforehand, I would be even more formidable. Slurp. No, it is not that Li Sen is eccentric. Rather, the oil-braised chicken drumsticks are simply too enticing. Grasping a now-cold chicken leg with bare hands, Li Sen took a hearty bite. He had yet to enjoy breakfast after battling for so long. It was time to reap the rewards. While savoring the chicken, he hurried into the circle of the ice array, stepping over the blood-soaked ground to collect the equipment and items that had emerged from the carnage. Slaying monsters above his level would yield increased drop rates, after all. In total, he found only 2 novice weapons and 6 chicken eggs. Of course, these weren't ordinary eggs, but rather pet eggs, which would hatch into companions that could assist the practitioner in battle, even if not utilized as combat beasts. Raising them in real-world poultry farms would yield excellent breeding stock, capable of producing chickens with greater nutritional value. After collecting these 8 items, Li Sen swiftly retreated beyond the circle of the ice array to continue inscribing more arrays. Chapter 6, Elite Turkey, Array Explosion. Here it comes. Turkey, LV10, Elite Combat Power 30, Health 2000. Skills, Low Altitude Flight, can fly briefly below 10 meters. Fireball LV1, exhales a small fireball, dealing 200 combat power damage. Cooldown, 1 minute. The turkey is a level 10 elite monster, formidable in combat power and endowed with 2 skills. Not to mention the ability to fly at low altitudes. The fire pile, now burning 500 meters away, had lured the turkey closer with the aroma of roasted chicken. Li Sen seized his shovel and once more employed the digging skill in the pit he had previously excavated. He swiftly expanded the pit to a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of 2 meters. Then hastily assembled the metal supports and mesh netting to cover the top of the excavation. A rudimentary shelter was thus constructed. Next, he retrieved the novice weapon left by Mama Li from his backpack, which was also the most valuable item he had brought into this instance. Novice crossbow, common, LV0, combat power 88, durability 35100. This was a ranged weapon that fired bolts the size of a pinky finger. And he had brought all the bolts his mother had left behind into this dungeon. Since arriving in this world, Li Sen had frequently handled this crossbow, and had even commissioned the blacksmith to craft 2 non-attribute replicas for daily practice. All in preparation for having the means to defend himself in the novice dungeon. Now, it was his weapon of choice for hunting turkeys. The turkeys had high fire resistance. As soon as they approached the bonfire, they plunged right into it, scattering the flames with a flurry of flapping wings before they quickly extinguished. Once the fire was out, they naturally noticed the pile of their fallen kin nearby, and immediately shrieked in fury, flying towards him. 500 meters was essentially the limit of a turkey's flight. And as they reached the site of the deceased flock, most descended to the ground, beginning to run. Standing at 2 meters tall with a wingspan of 3 meters. These turkeys resembled giant, airborne ostriches, moving with remarkable speed. The faster they ran, the harder they fell. Ice Prison had already claimed numerous corpses of level 8 and 9 roosters, and these bodies formed the best barricade. One by one, the level 10 turkeys stumbled over their fallen comrades, utterly losing their speed advantage, resorting to a clumsy trot towards Li Senator Boom. The first turkey charged forward, entering the first circle of the ice prison, which instantly froze it in place. Whoosh! Li Sen, having taken aim from the ground for quite some time, released a bolt. Boom! A critical hit of 900. The bolt struck the turkey's head with precision, yet it did not suffer the same fate as the previous level 9 roosters. The defenses of a level 10 elite creature were no trifling matter. Gruh! The next moment, the turkey shook its head, shaking off the ice, and let out an enraged call as it charged once more towards Li Senator. The freezing effect lasted but a second. However, it soon stepped into the second circle of the ice prison, where the pale blue ice once again encased it. Whoosh! Another critical hit of 800. Another bolt struck its head, merely knocking it askew, but it remained alive. Then came the third circle of the ice prison, and the third attack. Thud. A critical hit of 300. The vitality of the level 10 elite turkey proved formidable. Despite Li Sen's 3 rounds of assault, it had yet to perish, breaking through 3 layers of ice prison to confront him directly. Yet, its life was drawing to an end. Li Sen fired another bolt, striking its head and ending its existence. The ice dealt special damage to fire-based creatures, and after 3 freeze effects, the turkey's defenses plummeted. Goo goo goo. Just as a smug smile graced Li Sen's lips, a resounding crow echoed through the air, causing his smile to falter. The Rooster King. How fortuitous. Li Sen muttered in exasperation, quickly shouldering his backpack, exiting the makeshift shelter, and sprinting towards the larger ice prison behind him. Was it not said that one would only encounter the Rooster King once in 1,000 instances? How had he stumbled upon it? Back in the grand ice prison, Li Sen drew his bolts and fixated on the gathering turkeys in the distance, preparing for battle. The greatest threat posed by the Rooster King was not its formidable strength, but rather its intelligence, possessing the ability to command the flock in combat. In school, the teacher had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of retreating immediately upon encountering the Rooster King in the chicken farm dungeon. Do not struggle and court death. The method of retreat was straightforward. Tearing the dungeon pass would summon the power of the formation to extract the user from the dungeon. However, Li Sen was inclined to test whether he could slay the Rooster King, aiming to harvest as many turkeys as possible. In the Novice dungeon, a level 10 elite monster had a 1 in 1,000 chance to drop a job transfer certificate, while the boss had a 1 in 10 chance. For a penniless Li Sen, the swiftest way to acquire such a certificate was through monster hunting. Goo. Under the Rooster King's command, over 300 turkeys gradually spread out, forming a fan shape that surrounded Li Sen, this time cautiously avoiding the corpses of their fallen brethren. Goo. Another proud crow rang out, and all the turkeys raised their heads, conjuring fireballs the size of fists in their beaks, before unleashing them towards Li Sen in unison. The fireballs flew with incredible speed, reaching above the ice prison in the blink of an eye, while Li Sen had already drawn the dungeon pass from his waist pocket. The Rooster King's cunning surpassed his expectations, and the danger was far greater than he had anticipated. Just as Li Sen prepared to tear the dungeon pass, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The small fireballs that soared over the front circle of the ice prison were extinguished upon reaching the final formation. Ha! This ice prison is more powerful than I imagined. Li Sen laughed as he waved the dungeon pass in his hand, the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death prompting him to break into a celebratory dance. Goo. The Rooster King appeared undeterred, directing the turkeys to unleash a second volley of fireballs, which once again were extinguished upon entering the large ice prison. It was stable. The Rooster King issued another triumphant call, launching a series of 9 rounds of fireball attacks. Each round allowed the fireballs to advance slightly further, and while it was not without effect, Li Sen could only retreat a few steps from the center of the formation. Goo goo. After 9 rounds of fireballs, the remaining 300 turkeys charged forward in a synchronized march. Bang bang bang. The outer layer of the small ice prison immediately froze them in place. Goo goo. The Rooster King's call carried a hint of disdain as the turkeys surged forward, pushing the frozen ones ahead, clearly employing a strategy of attrition to exhaust the magical power of the small ice prison. Whoosh whoosh. Li Sen's bolts sparked as they flew, but they could not halt the turkey horde from breaching the circle of the ice prison. Goo goo. Following the Rooster King's command, the thawed turkeys began scratching at the ground with their claws. Damn it, these turkeys are remarkably clever. They even know how to dismantle the formation. Boom. Li Sen cursed, extending his palm and then clenching his fist. The 27 small ice prisons erupted in brilliant blue light, freezing every turkey that entered the formation's area. Kill, he bellowed, brandishing his pickaxe and charging into the icy blue terrain, delivering rapid blows to the frozen turkeys. Critical hit 2000, critical hit 2000, critical hit. 987321. Counting to 9 seconds. Li Sen swiftly retreated back to the grand ice prison, quickly retrieving his crossbow to continue firing. Click click. After 10 seconds, the ice on the turkeys began to crack and shatter, yet they lacked their previous vigor, collapsing to the ground in a weakened state. This was the final application of the formation, a self-destruct mechanism that unleashed its full power, dealing massive damage. Goo goo. Li Sen had no opportunity to catch his breath, as the Rooster King roared once more, urging the remaining turkeys to charge, evidently believing that Li Sen had exhausted his resources. Yet, Li Sen remained still, waiting until the remaining turkeys were within 3 meters of him before softly uttering, "Explode." Whoosh. He swung the pickaxe with all his might at the frozen turkeys. Chapter 7. Clear the instance, reap great rewards. Crack crack crack. Amidst the sound of shattering ice, all the frozen turkeys were obliterated, while those previously thawed met the same fate at Li Sen's hands. However, he quickly found himself retreating in disarray to the back of the grand ice prison. The Rooster King charged forward silently. Boom. The ice prison erupted just in time, encasing the Rooster King in ice, its sharp beak less than 1 meter from Li Sr. Bang bang bang. Critical hit 3000. Critical hit 3000. Critical hit. Barely escaping with his life, Li Sen struck the Chicken King's head 3 consecutive times. Yet within a mere second, not only was the Chicken King's skull unshattered, but it also began to sway ominously. The moment was critical. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his final explosive formation skill. A chilling azure light flashed, causing even Li Sen, the master of the formation, to shiver involuntarily. The cold was unbearable. However, he dared not cease his assault. Lifting his somewhat numbed arm, he wielded the hoe with renewed vigor, delivering several more resounding blows. The Chicken King, glaring at Li Sen with eyes aflame with indignation and fury, found itself, a majestic ruler of chickens, ensnared and rendered immobile by a mere human, subjected to relentless strikes. Tears of frustration began to well in its eyes. Crack. Crunch. 10 seconds. Just as the icy grip of the formation began to dissipate, he managed to shatter the Chicken King's skull. What a harrowing escape that was. Gasping heavily, Li Sen leaned against the hoe, his hands trembling and his legs nearly buckling beneath him. Yet, he could not afford to let his guard down. Steeling himself with a couple of deep breaths, he approached the frozen turkeys, swiftly dispatching them one by one with his hoe until none remained. Finally, he collapsed onto the pile of turkey carcasses, breathing heavily, utterly exhausted. This encounter had been perilously close. The Chicken King's ferocity had surpassed his expectations. Had he delayed even a second, he would have been pecked to death on the spot. Though the battle had been fraught with danger, the rewards were substantial. Firstly, he had achieved the objective of obtaining the class transition certificate for entering the Novice dungeon. He received a total of 4 items. 1 silver crystal adorned with intricate patterns. This was the transition certificate for becoming a formation master. And 3 pale red crystals etched with pot designs, which served as the transition certificates for chefs. The rules of the Novice dungeon dictated that one must personally slay monsters to have a chance of obtaining the respective class transition certificates. He was fortunate that the Chicken King yielded the formation master certificate he most required, while the turkeys provided chef certificates, and even a farmer certificate, which could be exchanged for 2 chef certificates. In one venture into the Novice dungeon, he had perfectly achieved all his objectives. Surveying his surroundings, Li Sen hesitated not a moment longer. He gently crushed the silver crystal. A cascade of silvery brilliance enveloped him in sparkling stars. Congratulations. You have completed the transition to Formation Master and acquired the skill, Engraving Formation. You have also obtained 2 formation blueprints. Congratulations. You have completed the transition to Formation Master. Your physical attributes have received a significant enhancement. After the 2 notifications, Li Sen quickly chanted, Attributes. Name, Li Sen LV1, 366520000. Age, 18. Class, First Transition Farmer, 01. First Transition Chef, 02. 9th Transition Formation Master, 9. Strength, 11. Constitution, 11. Spirit, 22. Agility, 11. Health, 1100. Stamina, 110. Mana, 2200. Combat Power, 10. Talent, unactivated. Skills, Digging, Epic, LV1. Large Pot Meal, Common, LV1. Drawing Formation, Legendary, LV1. Explosive Formation, Perfect, LV1. Engraving Formation, Perfect, LV1. Upon completing the first transition, the fundamental physical attributes of the class were enhanced, though the attributes accrued from previous levels could not be doubled. Nevertheless, the benefits were evident. With improved basic physical attributes, future upgrades would yield even greater enhancements. It was somewhat regrettable that the bonuses for the 0 and first transitions remained unchanged at 9. He would need to reach the second transition for the bonuses to be doubled to 18. The minimum requirement for the second transition was level 21. Only by reaching level 21 and acquiring the second transition certificate could he advance. For Li Sen, level 21 would require considerable time, ample enough for him to secure the second transition formation master certificate. Subsequently, he utilized the red crystal for chefs, acquiring a new skill, the legendary quality skill, medicinal cuisine. This skill was particularly intriguing, touted as the finest ability within the chef profession. The medicinal cuisine skill allowed for the concoction of various medicinal dishes using herbs and monster materials, initially enhancing temporary attributes to bolster combatants' prowess. In later stages, it could even produce dishes that permanently increased attributes, making the chef a sought-after guest among powerful factions. The quality of the medicinal cuisine skill varied, from ordinary to mythical. The higher the quality, the more effective the resulting dishes. With this skill in hand, Li Sen mused that pursuing a university degree would pose no challenge. Observing the newly awakened skill, a smile crept onto his lips. Now, he could maintain his identity as a 9th transition formation master without revealing it, thereby securing a respectable social standing and accessing greater resources for leveling up. As the saying goes, joy breeds enthusiasm. While cleaning up the battlefield, Li Sen encountered further bounties. A blue exceptional quality dagger, 3 green fine quality novice weapons, 7 fine quality item cards, and 3 pet eggs. Clawed dagger, exceptional, LV0, attack 1636, durability 300. Sharpness 3. This sheathed dagger, slender and palm-sized, resembled a short sword. When he tested it, he found it easily concealed within his sleeve, making it an ideal tool for stealthy endeavors. Its sharp attribute enabled him to slice through ordinary steel. A true treasure for nefarious deeds. The other weapons and item cards were rather commonplace, and he collected them without much thought. Turkey King Pet Egg, perfect upon hatching. It will yield a perfect quality Turkey King with formidable combat power. Note, this egg bears a trace of phoenix blood. With proper nurturing, it may yield surprising results. Upon reading the note accompanying the pet egg, Li Sen's eyes widened in disbelief. How rare was a perfect quality pet? In the entirety of an city, there was scarcely a handful known. What was a phoenix? Following the heavenly calamity, Blue Star became connected with 3 other worlds, among which the most powerful and dangerous was the Beast World. It had already invaded a third of Blue Star's territory. The phoenix was one of the top divine beasts of the Beast World. Historically, a phoenix had invaded Blue Star only once, and within 3 hours. It had decimated 3 A-grade cities and 9 B-grade cities, leaving no survivors, including 3 7th transition combatants who were devoured as mere snacks. Only 5 nations remained in Blue Star, and to this day, only 18 A-grade cities had been constructed, with just 12 still standing. This illustrates the sheer might of the phoenix. The other 2 worlds consisted of the magical world and the low martial world, where humanity had established outposts across the divide. Gazing at the fist-sized red egg, Li Sen's hands trembled. If word of this egg were to leak, he feared for his life. His family would vanish from this world. Even though laws existed, they could not deter the unscrupulous ambitions of others. Such a treasure was undoubtedly valuable, yet perilously hot to handle. Li Sen could not help but smile wryly. This precious gem might very well need to be offered to the Dragon Kingdom's authorities. Chapter 8. Concealed Formation, Securing the Bounty. An innocent man bears the weight of a precious gem. Such splendid items will inevitably incite envy. To obtain them, one's life could be forfeit. This was merely the standard practice. In the wilderness of this world, tales of murder and treasure theft unfolded daily. Within cities, the powerful routinely plundered the impoverished. With a bitter smile, he stowed the Turkey King pet egg into his backpack and turned his gaze to the other 3 pet eggs, which too were valuable, green fine quality pet eggs. The exquisite grade pets have now become true companions that can genuinely assist adventurers in combat. The exquisite turkey pet egg in Onshing is valued at 100,000 dragon coins, and when sold in other cities, it can fetch up to 200,000, making it a sought-after local specialty. However, it pales in comparison to the perfect grade Turkey King pet egg. By the way, didn't I just acquire 2 formations? It seems one of them could prove quite useful. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Li Sen's mind as he accessed the attribute panel and examined the newly acquired formations post-class change: acceleration formation and concealment formation. Acceleration formation draws a formation within a certain area to enhance the movement speed and attack speed of allies. Inscribed on objects, it increases attack speed. Concealment formation draws a formation within a certain area to mask the life signatures within that range. Inscribed on objects, it conceals the true strength of the items. The formation had not yet been drawn, only a vague description was provided. The specific effects would depend on Li Sen's skill as a creator and the quality of the formation ink. Upon reading the description of the concealment formation, a flicker of hope surged within Li Senator. He focused all his mental energy on mastering the knowledge of the concealment formation as swiftly as possible. As time trickled away, 2 hours later, Li Sen finally opened his eyes and hastened to the carcass of the Turkey King. He swiftly disemboweled it, dipped his finger in its blood, and began to draw on an exquisite grade pet egg. Concealment formation, incomplete. LV1, conceals 10 life fluctuations. The description was rather simple, and the effect appeared mediocre. He washed away the markings on the pet egg with clean water and attempted to redraw it. After upgrading his class, his mana surged to 2,200, allowing him to inscribe the concealment formation 11 times, as it consumed 200 points of mana. After 10 practice attempts, his precision improved, enabling him to conceal 20 life fluctuations. As the blood of the Turkey King began to dry, he hurriedly took out the Turkey King pet egg and carefully inscribed it. Concealment formation, incomplete. LV1, conceals 30 life fluctuations. Note, using the same source life formation ink enhances the effect by 50. Ah, what a serendipitous delight. After waiting for 10 minutes, the markings of the concealment formation faded, and when Li Sen glanced back at the Turkey King pet egg, its attribute information had indeed changed. Turkey King pet egg, exquisite upon hatching. It will yield an exquisite quality Turkey King pet, with commendable combat prowess. The previous annotations had vanished, and the combat capability description had elevated from ordinary to commendable. Now, it was no longer so inconspicuous. Observing that the Turkey King pet egg resembled the other 3 exquisite grade turkey pet eggs, Li Sen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Checking the time, it was noon. Lunchtime was upon him, and there should be few people outside the dungeon, so he hurried out. He discarded unnecessary trinkets from his backpack, retaining only half of his rations, and packed in 10 pet eggs and 7 item cards. He then tore a piece of fabric to bind the 3 exquisite and 2 ordinary novice weapons to himself before ripping open the dungeon pass. In a flash of white light, Li Sen returned to the Blue Star world, standing on the teleportation stone platform from which he had departed. Aside from his disheveled appearance, there was not a trace of blood on him. This was one of the rules of the dungeon space. Only items that dropped from monsters could be taken out, while other treasures, no matter how precious, could not be retrieved. Well, look at you, not dead and with quite the haul. A surprised voice greeted him as Li Sen's head still spun with dizziness. Yes, luck was on my side. I managed to trap and slay all the chickens inside. He shook his head and replied with a foolish grin, attempting to convey the excitement of sheer luck. Huh, you lucky fellow. Traps are not so easily successful, especially for a dual-class farmer and chef. The guard captain scrutinized Li Sen from head to toe, his gaze filled with skepticism. Hey, didn't I purchase some ice slime saliva? That concoction can render those chickens powerless or even unconscious, making them easy pickings. Li Sen continued to beam foolishly, fabricating an excuse he had long prepared. Poison, perhaps? That could be a possibility. All right, you know the drill. We need to inspect your haul and log it. But rest assured, whether you sell your items is entirely up to you. Understood, understood. Li Sen nodded repeatedly, stepping down from the teleportation stone platform and approaching the registration area to unload everything. However, he deliberately withheld the claw dagger hidden in his sleeve, putting on an act of pretense. Kid, are you looking for trouble? A middle-aged woman at the registration desk, in her 40s, suddenly seized Li Sen's right hand with lightning speed, tearing his sleeve open. Clang! The claw dagger fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. Auntie, it's a misunderstanding. This was my weapon from the dungeon. I forgot to take it out. I truly did not intend to hide it. Li Sen's complexion paled as he anxiously explained. But the middle-aged woman did not believe his words, lightly kicking the dagger up and catching it in her hand. An exquisite dagger, imbued with sharp attributes, indeed a fine item. Upon seeing its attributes, her eyes sparkled with interest, as if tempted. Exquisite daggers are not rare, but those that can be wielded at level 0 are treasures fiercely sought after by novices. Exquisite dagger? Give it to me. My son is participating in the novice trial tomorrow and is in dire need of a weapon. Before she finished speaking, the guard captain from the teleportation stone platform had appeared beside them. Lu Bao, I saw it first. My daughter will be a senior next year. She needs this dagger more as a young girl. My son can use it first, and next year it will go to your daughter. Their quarrel attracted the attention of others in the dungeon square, with several staff members joining the fray over the claw dagger, completely disregarding Li Sen's opinions as the party involved. Witnessing this scene, Li Sen felt a surge of delight, yet feigned a look of reluctance and dissatisfaction. His classmate Chung Kai had acquired an exquisite novice weapon as a reward for his 5th class mage promotion, highlighting the rarity of such weapons. After a prolonged tussle, the dagger was ultimately claimed by a latecomer, reputed to hold a lieutenant rank in the city guard, and the price? 200,000 dragon coins. This amount was merely a third of the market rate. Li Sen dared not object. With the attention drawn to the claw dagger, his Turkey King pet egg became less conspicuous. In the end, he only walked away with 2 exquisite novice weapons, 1 exquisite turkey pet egg, 1 farmer's class change certificate, and the sole item he genuinely wished to retain, the Turkey King pet egg. After such a commotion and proper registration, even if his Turkey King exhibited any unusual traits in the future, it could be conveniently attributed to mutation. This pet egg, imbued with the bloodline of a phoenix, was finally secured. Chapter 9. Talent. Tenfold Proficiency, the Genius Sister. Little classmate, your luck is commendable, but your potential for development is limited. After the college entrance examination, you might consider enlisting in the military as a cook. It could aid in your leveling up. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Liu. I will consider it. The city guard captain escorted Li Sen home and offered him this suggestion. Li Sen nodded gratefully, realizing that it was the effect of the skill medicinal cuisine. Without it, the captain would never have extended such advice to him. Xiao Sun, why are you back? Didn't your school just begin the novice dungeon trials today? Yes. Xiao Sun, why did you return so suddenly? Did something happen in your class? Did the city guard escort you back? Li Sen, have you broken the law? As soon as the guard left, Li Sen's neighbors crowded around, bombarding him with questions. I completed the trial and received my class change certificate, so I came back. Li Sen, unwilling to elaborate further, retrieved a verdant crystal sphere from his pocket and raised it high above his head, prompting those who sought to inquire further to fall silent. Regardless of the means by which Li Sen acquired his class change certification, it was a testament to his own abilities. Whether he entered the novice dungeon was of little consequence. Even if he ventured into the novice dungeon, there was no guarantee he would obtain the class change certification. Xiao Sun, are you considering enlisting in the military? It was only at this moment, amidst the commotion, that Grandpa Li, who had descended from upstairs, found an opportunity to inquire. Li Sen quickly maneuvered through the crowd, steadied his grandfather, and replied in a loud voice. The captain of the city management team suggested I enlist, but I still intend to take the college entrance examination. I must at least try for university. That's good. That's good. Grandpa Li's anxious heart finally found solace. It is well known that in this era of war, being a soldier ranks as the profession with the second highest mortality rate. Serving in the city defense forces is relatively safe, yet those stationed at the border face a staggering 30 mortality rate. Few willingly choose to enlist, as it is primarily through conscription that individuals are compelled to serve. The most perilous profession, however, is that of a free adventurer, boasting a mortality rate of 60. Following them are mercenaries, with a mortality rate of around 20. Any profession that involves combat with monsters carries inherent danger. With Li Sen being the last remaining scion of the Li family, Grandpa Li naturally wished to shield him from the perils of adventure. Li Sen. Li Sen. His name signified the aspiration for Li Sen to flourish and expand into a thriving forest, a deep longing held by his parents. Even if Li Sen could not awaken a profession, as long as he married and had children, Grandpa Li would be content. This reflects the simplest and most genuine hopes of ordinary people. Exchanging a few more pleasantries with the neighbors, the grandfather and grandson returned to their home. Grandpa, I soloed a dungeon this time and achieved great rewards. Look. In the living room, Li Sen laid out the contents of his backpack for Grandpa Li to see, hoping to bring him some joy. First was a bank card containing 520,000 dragon coins, followed by 2 pet eggs, and finally a finely crafted novice sword, a finely crafted novice staff, and a hand crossbow with a mere 11 durability points. He was uncertain what profession his sister Li Qiong would awaken to, so he prepared both a melee and a magical novice weapon. Wonderful. My eldest grandson has truly succeeded. Grandpa Li exclaimed. You can rest easy now. My dear son and daughter. Tears streamed down his face as he touched this and that, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Grandpa, this is a joyous occasion. Please don't be sad. You rascal. These are tears of joy and happiness. Grandpa Li embraced Li Sen tightly, patting his back with hearty thuds. Li Sen could not help but shed a few tears of his own. The warmth of family felt truly wonderful. After a moment of emotional bonding, Grandpa Li released Li Sen, declaring they should celebrate, and proceeded to buy groceries, also offering to help Li Sen deposit the money, which he referred to as the dowry fund. Li Sen, regaining his composure, returned to his room, secured the doors and windows, sat on his bed, and crushed the Farmer Class First Transition certification. Congratulations, you have completed the first transition for Farmer Class and acquired the skill, fertilization. Congratulations. You have completed all class transitions, now commencing the activation of your talents. Li Sen's heart raced with anticipation. A profession's talent is arguably its most crucial ability, serving as a vital enhancement. A good talent can allow a mediocre class holder to turn the tide, while a poor talent may lead a hidden class holder to fall from grace. Now that he possessed the 9-turn array mage profession, he fervently hoped for an exceptional talent, at the very least, one that wouldn't be subpar. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent, Tenfold Proficiency. Upon hearing this notification, Li Sen was taken aback. What did tenfold entail? He hastily opened his attributes to examine the talent. Talent, Tenfold Proficiency, mythical for every skill a practitioner completes. They can gain tenfold proficiency. Fantastic. Simple and straightforward. This is absolutely splendid. As a triple class holder, while others require 100 points to level up their skill proficiency, he would need 10,000 points. With this talent, he could level up his skills with just a single successful execution. Although the overall effect was merely a 100-fold increase, it still meant he could cultivate skills 100 times faster than other class holders. The strength of class holders compared to ordinary individuals lies in their ability to learn various skills, continuously growing stronger, and the enhancement of these skills is of paramount importance. Indeed, those who traverse realms are often endowed with golden fingers. It merely differentiates between those who arrive early and those who arrive late. After indulging in a moment of exhilaration, Li Sen soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he encountered another individual who seemed to have received a boon, his little sister, Li Qiong. What? You are an 8-turn class holder? A combat class, no less. At the dining table, after the family finished their dinner, the charming and adorable Li Qiong delivered this astonishing news to Li Sen and Grandpa Li. An 8-turn Taoist class. This is extraordinary. Li Sen could not help but gasp in astonishment. He was an academic underachiever, while Li Qiong was a top student. The learning committee member of Class 1 at Anqing High. To put it plainly, others score 100 points merely because that is their maximum capability. Li Qiong scores 100 points because the highest score on the exam is 100. She belongs to the category of genius scholars. This sister, who often mocked Li Sen for his academic struggles, had a relationship with him that was less than harmonious. Whenever he sought her help with his studies, she would dismiss him, claiming she too had to study. Now, upon hearing that this little sister had awakened an 8-turn profession, Li Sen felt genuinely happy for her. She had only just awakened and had yet to transition. Today I just awakened, and the president of Jinghua University personally came to sign my enrollment agreement with me. This card contains 10 million. Grandpa, you should buy a villa in the city center tomorrow. It will be comfortable and, most importantly, safe. Li Sen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Jinghua University was indeed generous. An ordinary worker earns merely 1,000 dragon coins per month. Grandpa Li, working as a security guard at a community factory, earns only 600 dragon coins and has to work night shifts. The three of them in Li Sen's family spend about 500 dragon coins monthly. Just considering that, one could grasp the purchasing power of dragon coins. This 10 million is no trivial sum. Jinghua University will also cover all transition certifications from 1st to 8th turns. Good heavens, how incredible! When Li Qiong revealed the next reward, Li Sen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Jealousy contorted his features. A first transition certification costs 100,000 dragon coins and can be purchased if one has the funds. The second transition costs 1 million, the third costs 10 million, and the fourth requires over 1 billion. It's not even guaranteed one can buy it with money. Beyond that, one must have connections to acquire it. Of course, if one is powerful enough to hunt monsters themselves, they need spend not a single coin. While Li Sen was still pondering how to obtain a high-level transition certification, Li Qiong had been entirely covered in a single sweep. Where could he find such good fortune? He too wanted to reveal his 9-turn array mage profession. Chapter 10. The Conditions of Jinghua University and the Blossoming of Young Love. Xiao Qiong, with such generous rewards from Jinghua University, there must be conditions, right? Grandpa Li, more rational than the rest, posed a crucial question after the initial astonishment faded. There are conditions, but they are quite simple. Upon my graduation from university, I must teach at Jinghua University for a period of 30 years. 30 years. Li Sen was taken aback, then shook his head. 4 years of university, followed by 4 years for a master's degree, at least another 4 for a doctorate, and then 30 years of teaching. That totals 42 years. Jinghua University intended to tether Li Qiong for the prime years of her life. Should any perilous task arise, it may necessitate the involvement of Li Qiong, thereby requiring the recruitment of a formidable combatant. Were he in Li Sen's position, he would certainly refuse such terms, preferring instead to venture into the wilderness to slay monsters, gain experience, and earn money for his job transfer certification. A soul hailing from Earth, he yearns for freedom, fully aware of the potential life-threatening risks involved. 30 years is not an extensive period. Should little Qiong achieve her 8th job transfer, she would possess at least 500 years of life ahead of her, with 30 years passing in the blink of an eye. In contrast to Li Sen's skepticism, Grandpa Li nodded in delight, clearly pleased with this prospect. Li Sen was momentarily taken aback. In light of that 500-year lifespan, 30 years indeed seemed trivial. He was still measuring the worth of this world through the lens of his previous life experiences, a perspective that clearly required adjustment. Thus, he refrained from discussing rewards with Li Qiong and instead inquired, "Has your school provided you with a novice weapon?" "Yes, a blue exceptional peachwood sword, specifically designed for Taoists." As she spoke, Li Qiong brushed her left index finger, and a sword emanating a faint violet-blue glow materialized in her grasp. "A spatial ring?" Li Sen gasped, his gaze fixated on the silver ring adorning Li Qiong's left hand, nearly drooling in admiration. Hee. This is a storage ring containing 10,000 cubic meters of space, a personal gift from Principal Jinghua. Truly extravagant. Li Sen marveled. A single cubic meter storage ring typically costs 100,000 dragon coins in the market, and in the black market, its value reportedly skyrocketed to 1 million dragon coins. 10,000 cubic meters. Li Sen could hardly fathom its worth. With a mischievous glint, Li Qiong extended her finger towards Li Sen, swaying it side to side, causing his head to follow suit. Hee. Observing Li Sen's comical reaction, Li Qiong burst into laughter. "Hey!" Li Sen regained his composure, intending to scold Li Qiong, but ultimately swallowed his words. This sister of his was not someone he could afford to offend at present. "Little Qiong, this is a novice weapon prepared for you by your brother. Keep it with you." At that moment, Grandpa Li intervened, breaking the awkwardness. He entered with a backpack from Li Sen's room, pushing 2 pet eggs and 2 novice weapons towards Li Qiong. Brother, have you completed the novice trial today? And gathered so many items?" Li Qiong, still at level 0, was unaware of Li Sen's recent leveling up. She believed he had been eliminated early from the novice dungeon and was ready to offer him consolation. Little did she know, Li Sen had successfully passed the novice trial and claimed his share of the spoils. "Haha, your brother is quite impressive. He completed the novice dungeon solo." Grandpa Li praised Li Senator. "Look, this pet egg is blue exceptional. It suits you perfectly." He quickly produced the Turkey King pet egg and thrust it into Li Qiong's hands, fearing she might refuse. Grandpa, I can't accept this pet egg. Let it be for my brother. He is a dual-class farmer and chef. Having an exceptional pet would ensure his safety." "Wait, little Qiong, did you say Xiao San is a dual-class farmer and chef?" Grandpa Li's hand froze, his expression one of astonishment as he turned to Li Qiong. It seems so." Realizing she had misspoken, Li Qiong felt a pang of regret. Dual-class professions were widely regarded as lacking in cultivation value, relegating one to a life of servitude. Surely, Grandpa would be disheartened to learn of this. What profession did my brother say he had? She had forgotten to confirm with him. However, Li Sen approached, gently supporting his trembling grandfather while offering reassurance. Grandpa, rest assured, my first-tier cooking skill is medicinal cuisine. Finding a job is quite simple. If need be, I could open a restaurant myself and live comfortably. Ah, that is acceptable. Just focus on being a chef. And perhaps find a virtuous wife to help the Li family flourish, Grandpa Li said, casting a glance at Li Qiong, a hint of melancholy in his sigh. He chose not to press the Turkey King pet egg upon Li Qiong any further. Little Qiong, you must prepare for the novice trial tomorrow. Rest early. Xiao son, you've had a long day as well. Sleep early. With that, the old man sighed once more and returned to his room, entirely devoid of his earlier exuberance, leaving Li Sen and Li Qiong perplexed. Yet, as Li Sen gazed at his cute and charming sister, now blossoming into a beauty, an odd thought crossed his mind. You can keep both of these novice weapons. You'll need them. There are plenty of monsters in the novice dungeon, and weapons tend to wear down quickly, so they can serve as backups. Alright. Li Qiong did not refuse Li Sen's suggestion, accepting the two novice weapons. She ran her fingers over the storage ring for a while, but did not retrieve anything. In truth, her ring contained a farmer's job transfer certification and a chef's job transfer certification, tokens she had specifically requested from Principal Jinghua to give to her brother. After her awakening yesterday, she had inquired about Li Sen's profession. While worrying about her own potential awakening, she felt sorrow for her brother. Thus, when Principal Jinghua sought her admission, her first condition was to obtain those two job transfer certifications. Beneath her proud exterior, Li Qiong remained deeply concerned for her brother. Rest early. Observing Li Qiong's conflicted expression, Li Sen thought little of it. She was merely his sister, nothing more. Li Qiong seemed to ponder something, a rosy hue blooming on her porcelain-like face as she hurriedly lowered her head and retreated to her room. Oh dear, little Qiong, how shameless. That person is your brother. However, it seemed that an unrelated half-brother might be acceptable. As she blushed at the thought, the young girl buried herself in her blankets, giggling softly. What girl does not harbor youthful infatuations? Unaware of the girl's inner musings next door, Li Sen returned to his room and promptly opened his computer to research methods for hatching pets. This process was straightforward for summoners. A single drop of blood would suffice to utilize summoning magic and hatch the pet egg. Other professions would have to rely on their body heat, which could take anywhere from 10 days to over a decade. Several methods to accelerate hatching were available online, yet they demanded considerable resources and finances. The simplest approach involved dripping a drop of blood on the pet egg and placing it against the chest for incubation, maintaining this for 3 hours daily to enhance the hatching speed by 20%. After reviewing a few methods, Li Sen ultimately decided on this course of action. Having completed the blood drop, Li Sen found a strip of cloth to bind the Turkey King pet egg to his chest and lay down on his bed, commencing to devise his upcoming leveling strategy. Chapter 11. A warm breakfast and a reunion with classmates. The following morning, Li Sen arose early to prepare breakfast. Having awakened his chef profession and acquired the medicinal cuisine skill, he was eager to experiment with the skill's accompanying recipe, while simultaneously honing his proficiency. At dawn, he rushed to the market, competing with the local vendors for fresh produce, earning praise from the vendors. Many expressed their desire to introduce him to potential girlfriends, as it was said that young people who still rose early to buy groceries were a rarity in this era. Li Sen undoubtedly would become a commendable man in the future, which left him feeling slightly bashful. The stall owners were exceptionally amiable, generously offering extra portions regardless of what Li Sen purchased. He spent 50 dragon coins acquiring vegetables that others could not procure for 100. Unfortunately, the market lacked the enzyme chestnut grass, a crucial ingredient for his medicinal cuisine. Thankfully, some vendors knew where to find it, and he planned to venture outside the city to gather it after breakfast. Upon returning home, unable to practice his medicinal cuisine skill, Li Sen instead focused on honing his large pot cooking skill. Large pot cooking, ordinary, LV1, simultaneously cooking more than 3 types of ingredients, weighing over 1 kilogram. The big pot rice skill requires certain conditions to be effective, with an abundance of ingredients being preferable. Keeping this in mind, he deliberately purchased a considerable quantity of ingredients. In the morning, he prepared twice-cooked pork with cabbage, a dish that proved slightly complex. First, he had to sauté the pork belly with green onions, ginger, garlic, dried red chili, cooking wine, and soy sauce to infuse it with flavor. After successfully cooking the pork, he then added the cabbage for a quick stir-fry, ultimately achieving success. He had hoped to whip up a simpler dish. However, he currently possessed only 2 skill recipes, one being Kung Pao chicken, but to his dismay, peanuts were unavailable in the market of Anqing. Congratulations, you have completed a skill recipe cooking, earning 10,000 points of skill proficiency. And your big pot rice skill level has increased. Congratulations, your skill proficiency has increased by 10,000 points, granting you 100 character experience. Oh, I almost forgot that life professions can also level up experience through the use of life skills, albeit at a rather low ratio. Observing the 100 points of experience gained, Li Sen recalled the normal means of leveling up in life professions. However, this too comes with stipulations, as one must utilize the recipes or blueprints inherent to their skills. And only upon successful skill use can they gain proficiency and experience. For instance, as a chef, Li Sen can only gain proficiency and experience by preparing twice-cooked pork with cabbage and kung pao chicken. While he can employ the big pot rice skill to cook other dishes, thereby enhancing the speed of cooking and the flavors of the meals, he would not be able to earn skill proficiency. This is one of the reasons why life professionals find it challenging to level up independently. The aroma wafted enticingly. Brother, you can actually cook now. It's like the sun has risen from the west. Li Qiong exclaimed dramatically as she bounded out in her pink cartoon pajamas while Li Sen was plating the food. Are you doubting the skills of a professional? He replied playfully. Hee, did you forget? Smack. Time to brush your teeth and wash your face. Li Sen gently swatted away Li Qiong's hand as she attempted to sneak a taste, chiding her softly. So stingy. Li Qiong huffed, wrinkling her little nose before scampering off to wash up. Li Sen smiled warmly and approached his grandfather's door, gently knocking. Grandpa, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat some? I know, came the lackluster reply from Grandpa Li, who, during breakfast, glanced at Li Sen and then at Li Qiong. Letting out a soft sigh, Li Sen had essentially confirmed his suspicions, but chose not to address them directly. Instead, he shifted the conversation, saying, Grandpa, there are only a few days left until the college entrance examination. I plan to practice my skills outside the city to boost my scores. That is fine. But you must be careful. Practice only by the city wall, and if you sense any danger, return immediately. Understood. Seeing his eldest grandson's determination, Grandpa Li finally perked up a bit. He then turned to Li Qiong and advised, Little Qiong, as an 8th-tier professional, you are destined for greatness. Do not take unnecessary risks, even in novice dungeons. Be cautious, be careful, and be extra careful. Yes, Grandpa, I'll remember, Li Qiong replied, stuffing her mouth with food. Her demeanor far from that of a refined lady. The three quickly finished breakfast and went about their respective activities. Grandpa Li naturally headed off to buy a house, as having a good home would make it easier for his eldest grandson to marry in the future. Li Qiong, carrying the backpack Li Sen had used the previous day, set off for school, claiming that the backpack would help her brother clear the novice dungeon as it was a lucky charm that must be taken along. As a token of compensation, she gifted Li Sen a belt that could hold a pet egg, facilitating faster incubation. That girl, Li Sen chuckled, shaking his head as he touched the belt, which was roughly crafted and somewhat unsightly, yet warmed his heart. Placing the Turkey King pet egg inside fit perfectly, and donning a large t-shirt would conceal it. While the little girl's craftsmanship may be lacking, her thoughtful nature was quite agile. He then stepped outside, first purchasing a hoe before making his way to the city gate. Cities in Blue Star are classified into 5 tiers: S, A, B, C, and D. Anqing is a D-tier city, the lowest of the 5, with walls only 20 meters high, sufficient to repel monsters of level 61 or below. Any creature exceeding level 61 would typically surpass the height of 20 meters. Nevertheless, the massive walls, stretching 40 kilometers long, 20 meters high, and 100 meters thick, represented a monumental undertaking, constructed at great expense by the government. This serves as a lifeline for ordinary citizens. Anqing possesses only 2 gates, north and south. Li Sen chose the southern gate, where monsters are fewer, of lower levels, and thus safer. While waiting at the gate to exit the city, he encountered a group of acquaintances. Li Sen, are you heading out to level up too? Come with us, Yang Wei exclaimed as she spotted him in line, pulling him out of the queue with her characteristic exuberance. Did you all just clear the novice dungeon? Li Sen asked, surprised, upon seeing Yang Wei. Typically, it takes a novice at least a day and a half to clear it. So why were they preparing to leave the city today? Their efficiency was remarkable. Yang Wei's face flushed crimson at Li Sen's inquiry, leaving her tongue-tied. Huh, she didn't clear anything. She barely lasted half an hour before retreating. A total failure. Cheng Kai's derisive voice rang out from behind Li Senator turning to face him. Li Sen noticed that the rest of his classmates had arrived, including their slightly grim-faced homeroom teacher, Wan Luan. Aren't you just as much a failure? You only lasted an hour longer than us before failing, Yang Wei retorted, directly countering Cheng Kai's mockery. I, on the other hand, am level 1 and have even changed my profession. You're still a level 0 newbie. Haha, Cheng Kai boasted, reveling in his perceived superiority. You. Yang Wei's face turned red with frustration once again. Alright, everyone, we're a team now. Let us unite and not bicker. Wan Luan interrupted just as Yang Wei was about to snap back. He then turned to Li Sen, his expression filled with astonishment. As a level 40 warrior, he could clearly see that Li Sen was level 1 and had completed a job change, leaving him in disbelief. Mr. Wan, let Li Sen join us, Yang Wei suggested. No way. If Li Sen teams up with us, I want to go. It's either him or me, Cheng Kai shouted, vehemently opposing the idea, causing even Wan Luan who was about to agree, to hesitate. You. Yang Wei was once again incensed, her face flushed. Li Sen gently pulled on Yang Wei's sleeve, shaking his head. Thank you, Yang Wei, but your promotion and job change are more important. I'll just be outside digging. See, I've got my hoe ready. Ha ha ha. Chen Kai's boisterous laughter erupted anew. Li Sen, are you trying to make me die of laughter? Do you know how much land a farmer must cultivate to gain even a point of skill proficiency? 100 square meters. You have to sow 100 square meters. Water, fertilize, and harvest before you can earn a single point of proficiency. Are you sure you're not trying to make me laugh to inherit my joy beans? Ha ha. Chen Kai's self-satisfied laughter echoed harshly beneath the city gate, but the farmers in line preparing to exit the city merely glanced at him and, recognizing his profession, bowed their heads in silence. Two classmates who were also farmers hung their heads in shame, as if they had made a mistake. Li Sen truly witnessed what it meant that professions do not determine worth. He shot Chen Kai a sidelong glance, then cast a look at the silent teacher Wan Lun, and smiled. My skill is digging. I just need to dig a few spots to fill 100 square meters to complete a skill task. Alright, I must hurry to dig. You all continue. With that, Li Sen hoisted his hoe and turned to leave, leaving Chen Kai somewhat bewildered. He then turned to the two classmates with farmer professions, asking, is Li Sen telling the truth? Indeed, it is true. My initial skill is watering. By irrigating 100 square meters of land, I can earn 1 point of proficiency. Furthermore, for every 100 points of proficiency gained, I also acquire 1 point of character experience. Do you need to wait until the crops are harvested to gain experience? Not at all. As long as one utilizes their skills, experience is accrued. This is mentioned in the freshman textbook. Chen Kai felt a flush of embarrassment. Casting a resentful glance at Li Sen's retreating figure, Yang Wei observed Chen Kai's predicament and felt her previous gloom dissipate. Her gaze towards Li Sen now imbued with admiration. Unbeknownst to Li Sen, he would not care even if he were aware. His departure from the city was not for the purpose of farming, but rather to excavate enzyme chestnut grass. After his class changed to chef, he acquired a medicinal dish recipe known as potent medicinal cuisine, a dish that swiftly restores stamina and slightly replenishes health. This is immensely beneficial for warrior-type professions. Even laborers on construction sites would find it aids in restoring their energy and enhancing work efficiency. He planned to harvest a greater quantity of enzyme chestnut grass for cooking, thereby enhancing his skill proficiency and accumulating experience. The process of exiting the city is actually quite simple. One merely needs to register some basic personal information to gain passage. However, upon returning, one's belongings are subject to inspection to prevent the entry of toxic or harmful items. For 2 kilometers south of the city, vast expanses of farmland stretch out, with numerous farmers toiling away, the majority being ordinary citizens, with only a few being professional farmers. The 2-kilometer perimeter surrounding the city is entirely agricultural land, serving as the city's food security and a buffer zone against monster incursions. Beyond the 2 kilometers lies a thicket, patrolled by teams of low-level professionals in search of potential monsters. However, in this thicket extending over 3 kilometers, monsters are exceedingly rare. Having been cleared countless times over a century, only a handful of mutated creatures, the result of high-energy exposure, remain. Those low-level monsters, typically at levels 1 or 2, are a common target for the working professionals. Thus, when they saw Li Sen, who was carrying a hoe and a sack, they were not surprised. According to the information he had researched online yesterday, enzyme chestnut grass grows abundantly within this thicket. Now I understand why no one in the city sells enzyme chestnut grass. Observing the torn fabric of his clothing and the red marks on his skin from the thorns, Li Sen brushed the leaves from his head and found a clearing to rest. Enzyme chestnut grass resembles the plantain of earth, but it only thrives in the cool shade beneath the bushes, making it quite inconvenient to harvest. After 2 hours, he had barely unearthed a pound of enzyme chestnut grass. This is not worth the time and labor. I now possess a modest amount of money and can easily post tasks at the Adventurers Guild and Mercenaries Guild. Spending money to enhance skill proficiency is far more economical. Stowing away his hoe, Li Sen looked up to ascertain his direction and began his journey back to the city. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. Li Sen, quickly intercept that rabbit. It is a boss. The voice of teacher Wan Lun rang out from the east, followed by the soft thuds of landing. A rabbit, larger than any he had seen, bounded towards him. Holy moly! Upon closer inspection, he turned and fled. Gray Wild Rabbit, Boss, LV-13. Combat Power? This was a low-level boss, a mere gift of experience and equipment for a level 40 warrior. However, to Li Sen, at level 1, it was a terrifying behemoth capable of taking his life. He was not a mindless transmigrator who believed that awakening a transcendent class and possessing a golden finger made him invincible. He did not wish to recklessly confront such a monster. With a whoosh of wind, Li Sen quickly dropped to the ground and rolled away, narrowly avoiding the deadly stomp of the gray wild rabbit. He could hear its disdainful snort, and a contemptuous glance directed his way. However, the rabbit did not linger, leaping westward instead. Why didn't you stop that, boss? Wan Lun chided loudly before he even arrived. while Li Sen honestly replied, "I'm level 1. It's level 13. I don't want to die." Wan Luan shot him a glare before pursuing the gray wild rabbit. Watching Wan Luan's retreating figure, Li Sen gritted his teeth and followed suit. The value of a boss is quite high. Otherwise, Wan Luan would not abandon his responsibility to pursue this creature. With an agility of 11, Li Sen was able to keep pace with Wan Luan, but as they chased, more and more individuals joined the pursuit. The gray wild rabbit had attracted the attention of those low-level professionals in the thicket. Anyone who considered themselves capable was in hot pursuit. After more than 10 minutes, Li Sen and the majority of the professionals came to a halt. Before them lay a lake that obstructed their path, teeming with fish of at least level 11. An overwhelming number that would spell doom for anyone attempting to enter the water. Even Wan Luan, the level 40 warrior, stopped as well. Rabbits can swim? How peculiar. A middle-aged man muttered before turning to leave, unwilling to risk entering the lake. "Let us go. That rabbit will just be fish food." Others followed suit, retreating. Before Wan Luan could spot him, Li Sen also departed, but instead of heading directly back to the city, he took a detour, seeking a small hill where he began to dig a pit using the farmer's skill dig. If the textbook was correct, rabbits cannot swim. And enzyme chestnut grass is one of their favorite foods, possessing healing properties as well. After 2 hours, a 10-meter deep and 2-meter wide hole was swiftly excavated. He covered it with straw and leaves, tossing the enzyme chestnut grass he had gathered that day on top, igniting it. He used the large pot meal skill along with the medicinal cuisine skill, releasing a delightful fragrance reminiscent of strawberries into the air. Li Sen did not leave the pit. Instead, he used the digging skill to carve out a small nook for himself. The farmer skill being repurposed as a hunter's trapping skill was quite innovative. Thump, thump. Just as Li Sen was finishing his small refuge, he heard the sound of something colliding with the ground. He miscalculated. How could that rabbit arrive so soon? Thud. Before he could utter another word, the massive rabbit leapt down, barely missing him. The good news was that the rabbit was falling headfirst. The bad news was that Li Sen was trapped beneath the rabbit's body, unable to escape. The even worse news was the panicked shouts from outside, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 13. Level up again. Level 39. Ruler of the giant crocodile. The beast tide is coming. Run. The beast tide is upon us. City Defense Forces, assemble. Tiger Mercenary Corps, assemble. Beiji Adventure Team, assemble. As Li Sen struggled to escape the pit, he heard the frantic cries from outside. Some voices were filled with terror, others were panicked, but many were imbued with excitement and battle fervor. Judging by the buoyancy of these voices, this beast tide seemed to be of a small scale. If it were a large-scale tide, these individuals would likely be crying for their mothers and rushing back to the city rather than charging out to confront it. Li Sen's anxiety was considerably alleviated. First, let us deal with this rabbit, he silently chanted, extending his hand, which was still stuck in the small hole, wielding the hoe and striking wildly at the outside. Hiss! The rabbit screamed in pain, kicking at the sides of the hole and granting Li Sen a clearer view. Oh, what an adorable rabbit tail. Li Sen chuckled to himself, flipping the hoe and thrusting the long handle sharply beneath the rabbit's tail. The rabbit's scream transformed into a chilling wail, so piercing that Li Sen had to drop the hoe and cover his ears with both hands. It must be an excruciating pain, right? After a harrowing 3 minutes of wailing, the rabbit finally fell silent, but Li Sen had not received a kill notification. He hastily emerged from the small hole and delivered a swift kick to the rabbit, which had curled up and was attempting to roll over. He then plunged the hoe back into the rabbit with force. With seasoned experience, Li Sen had already covered his ears. Congratulations on defeating the level 13 boss, the gray wild rabbit, and earning 235 experience points. Congratulations on your arduous battle, you have leveled up. Goodness. A single boss monster granted over 16,000 experience points, propelling Li Sen to a new level. Such bountiful rewards. It is no wonder that so many pursue boss kills. The experience alone justifies the risks many are willing to take. Name, Li Sen LV2, 140,000. Age, 18. Class, First Tier Farmer, 01. First Tier Chef, 02. 9th Tier Array Master, 09. Strength, 29. Constitution, 29. Spirit, 58. Agility, 29. Health, 2900. Stamina, 120. Mana, 5800. Combat Power, 29. Talent, Tenfold Amplification, Slight. Skills, Digging LV1, Fertilizing LV1, Cooking LV2. Medicinal Cuisine LV1, Drawing Arrays LV1, Explosive Arrays LV1, Inscribing Arrays LV1. His base attributes post-class transition yielded an increase of 2 points for points in spirit, and an additional 18 and 36 points from his class bonuses. The surge in strength was nothing short of overwhelming, a fierce escalation indeed. Stretching his limbs, Li Sen felt invigorated. Were the wild rabbit boss still alive, he would dare to challenge it with his fists. He quickly glanced at the rabbit's corpse, from which a blue orb emerged and settled upon the body. Creatures from this alternate world that perish upon entering Blue Star have a slight chance of dropping items, be it equipment, class transition certificates, or various materials. Fortune smiled upon Li Sen. During his inaugural foray into the wild, he had obtained a piece of exceptional quality equipment. However, upon inspection, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Rabbit hide armor, exceptional, LV 15, defense 60, durability 200. This armor, requiring level 15 for use, boasted decent defense but lacked additional attributes, rendering it of little value. Alas, it was beyond his current capabilities. Just then, a goat barged in with a bleat. The beast tide had reached the vicinity of the pit he had dug. He swiftly withdrew the hoe embedded in the wild rabbit boss's body. However, rather than attacking the goat, he stepped onto the rabbit's carcass and utilized his digging skill. He needed space to inscribe arrays, expanding the previous 2-meter diameter pit to 5 meters in diameter and reducing the 10-meter depth to a mere 5 meters. He violently severed the rabbit's tail with the hoe, using it as a symbolic pen, while its blood served as array ink. First, he inscribed a concealment array around the pit, aiming to minimize his presence. Then, he drew a frost array on the ground. This time, utilizing the blood of the level 13 boss, his experience in drawing had improved, resulting in a significantly enhanced effect. Miniature frost array, incomplete, LV1, freezes enemies within a 5-meter radius, freezes those below level 20 for 5 seconds, and those above level 20 for 1 second. The freezing duration had increased to 5 seconds. Once the array was complete, the struggling goat at the entrance was immediately encased in ice, its bleeding abruptly silenced. He refrained from slaying the goat, as it provided a barrier at the entrance, ensuring his safety. Who knew the levels of the creatures lurking outside? A higher-level beast could very well spell his doom. Survival was paramount. Safety was his foremost priority. Crack. Li Sen had intended to keep the goat, but a passing creature had other plans. A crocodile trampled the goat, tumbling down into the pit and becoming ensnared in ice. He quickly swung his hoe at the crocodile's head. Damn crocodile! As the goat fell, numerous creatures passed by the pit, becoming frozen and subsequently crushed. If a monster did not fall into the pit, Li Sen refrained from engaging. However, should one plummet inside, he would have to act swiftly, as he was now perilously close to the pit's edge. After half an hour, Li Sen emerged from the pit, stepping atop a multitude of defeated monsters. The number of creatures exceeded his expectations, and he replaced his hoe with a spear that could be equipped at level 2. Roar! A beastly growl reverberated as a gargantuan crocodile, over 4 meters tall and exceeding 20 meters in length, thundered toward him. His life flashed before his eyes. Li Sen's face turned ashen as he lamented, yet his limbs moved faster than his thoughts. He crouched low, positioning the spear and the weapons that had dropped in the interim, all aimed at the oncoming giant crocodile. Boom, boom, boom. The giant crocodile's charge caused other monsters to scatter, making way as they continued north towards the city. Crackle, smash. 7 weapons were obliterated in an instant, but this brief obstruction slowed the crocodile's momentum, preventing it from barreling into the frost array with the same ferocity. Explosive array. This allowed Li Sen to narrowly evade the crocodile's onslaught and freeze it with the explosive array. It was time for a decisive strike. In the blink of an eye, Li Sen leapt onto the crocodile's back, treading upon its scales. Thrusting a long sword into the recently thawed crocodile's neck, he gripped the hilt with both hands and drove it deeper. Howl! The just-freed crocodile roared in agony, thrashing wildly as it tried to escape. Li Sen clung to the sword's hilt, pressing his legs against the scales beneath him to avoid being thrown off. Only then did he have the opportunity to inspect the crocodile's attributes. Raging crocodile, leader, LV 39, combat power? Note, a leader seeking breakthrough from the beast realm into Blue Star, beware of its tail. Its tail? Just as Li Sen marveled at this annotated creature, a gust of wind rushed from behind him. Chapter 14, The Grueling Defeat of the Raging Crocodile, and City is Safe. Wham! A dull thud echoed, followed by a spray of blood mist as flesh scattered through the air. Howl! The giant crocodile reared up, then flipped over, crashing down with its back against the ground, limbs flailing helplessly. Fortunately, I acted decisively and let go. Amidst the chaos, Li Sen, disheveled, scrambled to his feet, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He quickly checked the Turkey King pet egg. Thankfully, the egg remained intact despite the recent pressure. Having heard the sound of wind, he instinctively released his grip and leapt off the crocodile's back. Though he landed hard, he narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he would have been reduced to a mist of blood by the crocodile's tail. He still needed to finish this creature off. The crocodile was enormous, measuring at least 23 meters including its tail and a width of 6 meters, even lying there, writhing in agony. It deterred any other monster within 100 meters from approaching. Its formidable presence was evident. Spitting out the dirt in his mouth, Li Sen took 2 steps back, then sprinted toward the crocodile's belly. Lacking a weapon, he wielded only a bloodied rabbit's tail. Enduring the jostling, he swiftly inscribed a frost array upon the crocodile's snow-white underbelly. Despite his trembling hands, he managed to complete a 1-meter diameter frost array within a minute. The attributes of this frost array had undergone yet another transformation. Frost array, incomplete, LV2, reduces target's movement speed by 20 and attack speed by 20. Excellent. My hypothesis was correct. The successful array filled Li Sen with elation. Yet he did not linger. Quickly shifting directions, he inscribed another frost array. With 2 frost arrays in place, the crocodile's thrashing slowed considerably, rendering it unable to right itself for the time being. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly descended, saturating his garments and the rabbit's tail with the blood of the colossal crocodile. He returned to the creature's abdomen to inscribe a new ice array. First, he drew 2 arrays with a diameter of 2 meters in the front and back. Then erased the old array to create 2 larger arrays, each with a diameter of 3 meters. Ice array, fragment, LV3, reduces the target's movement speed by 60 and decreases the target's attack speed by 60. Note, using the same source array ink enhances the effect by 50. The frigid elements from the heavens and earth converged incessantly, nearly immobilizing the giant crocodile, whose cries of agony became significantly weaker. At this moment, Li Sen dared to genuinely relax and take a respite. As the monstrous crocodile was frozen, the number of creatures assaulting in city diminished by more than half in an instant. However, observing the few remaining monsters charging from south to north, and the previously audible shouts of humanity now silenced, instilled a sense of unease in him. He worried whether these monsters would breach the city. Should they succeed, devastation would be inevitable, and his grandfather, being an ordinary person, would be in grave peril. Helpless against such terrifying creatures assaulting the city, he felt immense fortune merely to have avoided being trampled by the beasts. After a brief respite, he dismounted from the crocodile's body, crawling beneath it to retrieve the long sword that he had previously thrust into its flesh. Initially, he had intended to slay the colossal crocodile with this sword, but at level 25, he was unable to equip it, rendering him incapable of piercing the beast's hide. It appeared that to breach the crocodile's skin, he would need to freeze it once more, taking advantage of that fleeting moment of immobilization. However, the array inscribed on the crocodile, even when employing the explosive array skill, would only slow it down and not induce a freezing effect. Since inscribing it upon the beast proved ineffective, he resolved to draw it upon the ground instead. There was plenty of the crocodile's blood pooling on the ground, and it continued to bleed profusely, sufficient for Li Sen to sketch a grand ice array. A massive array with a diameter of 100 meters consumed a hefty 5,000 points of mana and took him 30 minutes to complete. The moment the array was finished, a blue radiance flickered, but by the time Li Sen rushed to the crocodile's side, the freezing effect of the ice array had already dissipated. As a level 39 monster, his array could only freeze it for a fleeting second. Nevertheless, he had a plan. With a commanding shout, he activated the array, resulting in a tremendous explosion of ice that sent a chill coursing through Li Sen's body. Yet, his movements remained resolute as he struck down several blows towards the crocodile's neck. Critical hits of 20, 20, and 20. As 3 seconds elapsed, the ice surrounding the crocodile vanished, and its neck began to bleed profusely. The crocodile's roar transformed into a low, mournful wail. Miss, miss, miss. With the freezing effect concluded, his attacks no longer penetrated the crocodile's defenses, resulting in a series of misses. No matter, he would continue to inscribe arrays, detonating them repeatedly. Adhering to his prior strategy, after 3 explosions, Li Sen relentlessly cleaved into the crocodile's flesh, becoming drenched in its blood. Having resolved the issue of its defenses and restricted the crocodile's movements, slaying it was merely a matter of time. Critical hits of 100, 1,000, critical hits of 2,000. Without any surprises, after just 10 minutes of vigorous assault, the crocodile finally succumbed, and Li Sen leveled up once more. Congratulations on slaying the level 39 Commander Crocodile, earning 39,851 experience points. Congratulations on your arduous battle, your level has increased. This time, due to Li Sen's significant level jump, his experience was capped, granting him enough to ascend 3 levels, with the excess being absorbed by the will of heaven. Li Sen was not surprised by this. Many affluent and influential adventurers often paid others to weaken monsters to a near-death state before swooping in for the final blow, ensuring both safety and expedient level-ups. Thus, the will of heaven had imposed similar restrictions. As a dual-life adventurer, he was more than satisfied with leveling up twice in a single day. Moreover, the crocodile had dropped an item he had longed for, the 4th-tier mage class transfer certificate, although he hadn't received the 2nd or 3rd-tier certificates. Obtaining the 4th-tier one early on spared him the trouble of acquiring it later. In addition to the transfer certificate, he also obtained 2 weapons, a ring, and 3 item cards, a level 40 perfect weapon, Crocodile Tail Whip, a level 40 perfect weapon, Crocodile Tooth Dagger, and a level 35 exquisite space ring, Crocodile Kiss Ring. All 3 pieces of equipment were of high quality, yet Li Sen could not use them for the time being. He could only sell them for currency or trade them for 2nd or 3rd-tier transfer certificates. However, the most pressing concern was figuring out how to transport these items back. Entering the city would require inspection of carried items. While he had acquired a space ring, it was currently unusable and merely ornamental. He found himself enviously thinking of his sister, Li Sen, who had fortuitously received a level 0 space ring that could be used immediately. Perhaps he could boldly return and sell it to the military? Resolving this, Li Sen tucked the 4 items into his possession and sprinted toward the city gate. As he approached, he could hear the thunderous sounds of cannon fire. Regular, attribute-less cannons could not harm monsters. At best, they merely grazed their health. Their purpose was to prevent creatures from approaching the city walls. Only reforged equipment cannons, by blacksmiths, possessed true lethality. The frequency of the cannon fire allowed him to deduce that they were standard cannons, confirming that its city had not yet fallen. Otherwise, the equipment cannons would have been discharged. Wild Bull Mercenary Corps, charge. Elk Squad, forward. The opportunity for experience is upon us. Rose Corps, forward. Just as he dashed out of the thicket, Li Sen heard the excited shouts of men and women following a cessation of cannon fire. They were beginning their counteroffensive. Chapter 15. A smooth return to the city, the talented sisters' skills. Lu Gu, Commander Lu. As the mercenary groups charged into the wilderness to search for remaining monsters, Li Sen took advantage of the chaos to return to the city gates, where he fortuitously spotted the city management captain who had been guarding the instant square. He hurriedly called out to him. "Oh, it's you. When did you leave the city?" "Hee. I ventured out early this morning to scavenge for treasures," Li Sen explained with a smile, winking at Captain Lu while patting the bundle tied to his back with his tattered clothing. "You're level 3 now. What kind of treasure did you find? Show me quickly. I want to take your things for free. Our government is the fairest, definitely not appropriating civilians' belongings," Captain Lu exclaimed, initially startled, then admonished Li Sen with a serious expression. "All right, but you better not swindle me. This time, I truly have something good," Li Sen thought sarcastically, yet he played along, his face displaying a nervous demeanor as he unraveled the bundle on his back, revealing 3 weapons, a ring, and a transfer certificate. Since Li Sen had disabled the equipment's glow, its level and attributes were not immediately apparent. Captain Lu casually picked up the long sword for inspection, scoffing, "Huh, a level 20 exquisite weapon? Why are you so anxious about this garbage?" "Lu Gu, take a look at this," Li Sen urged, offering the long whip to Captain Lu. A level 40 perfect quality weapon," Captain Lu exclaimed, astonished at first glance, drawing the attention of nearby soldiers. "A level 40 perfect weapon? Let me see. Truly a perfect weapon. Xiao Lu, I want this long whip. I happen to know how to wield it. The dagger, this dagger is also of perfect quality. And this space ring, it's an exquisite quality ring." As the other 2 pieces of equipment were appraised, the crowd grew more boisterous, attracting even more warriors. With the mercenary groups turning back upon hearing the commotion, Li Sen, not wishing to draw too much attention, quickly pulled Captain Lu aside. "Captain Lu, I'll leave these items in your care. Offer me a 20 commission on sales, and sell them to the military. I desire but a spatial ring. All else shall be exchanged for currency. You are familiar with my address, I implore you." Having spoken, Li Sen turned and fled without a trace of hesitation. The matter of money was inconsequential. Safety was paramount, especially with military personnel involved. Captain Lu and the city guards would dare not exploit him any longer. As Li Sen dashed homeward, he quickly altered his course towards the mercenary guild. In the mission hall, he utilized facial recognition to pay 150,000 dragon coins and issued a task to acquire enzyme chestnut grass, priced at 10 dragon coins per plant, with an additional premium of 5 dragon coins. He then proceeded to the Adventurer's Guild to post the same task, both requiring a procurement of 10,000 plants, with 20,000 units of enzyme chestnut grass. He could concoct 4,000 servings of potent medicinal cuisine, which should suffice for his practice before the college entrance examination. Upon returning home, he found that Grandpa Li had not yet returned from work. Today, a beast tide had erupted outside the city, necessitating his role as a security guard to remain vigilant against potential disturbances. It was not until the afternoon, when Li Sen completed her beginner dungeon, that Grandpa Li had still not returned. Alarmed, Li Sen seized the pretext of delivering dinner to rush to his grandfather's workplace to check on him. Rest assured, the Yang building is guarded by formidable individuals of level 60 and above. Even if monsters breached the city, safety would remain assured. Upon seeing Li Sen with the food, Grandpa Li immediately comprehended his concerns and smiled, explaining the situation. He leaned closer to whisper, "Should turmoil arise in the city, remember to flee to the Yang building. It is safer than the city guard's military district." Li Sen, astonished, glanced up at the 30-story edifice but did not question his grandfather's words. After all, the elder had lived in Anqing for over half a century and possessed an abundance of insider knowledge. Internally noting this information, Li Sen stepped into the Yang building. The 1st to 4th floors housed a shopping mall, offering an array of everyday necessities alongside resources and equipment for practitioners. He meandered through the aisles, purchasing a carving knife, a bottle of formation ink, and 100 rough jade stones. Upon returning home, he found Li Sen had already washed the dishes and tidied up, sitting on the sofa, swinging her delicate, jade-like feet while watching television. I told you Grandpa would be fine, right? Indeed, it is quite safe. Li Sen lingered for a moment on her adorable little feet before hastily averting his gaze, striding into the kitchen to handle dinner alone. He chastised himself for allowing his thoughts to wander. Brother, did you encounter any monsters while leaving the city today? At the kitchen doorway, Li Qiong, her large, curious eyes wide with interest, inquired. I heard this time various beasts and magical creatures appeared, the highest level only being 50. Many ventured out to seize experience points. Did you go as well? I did, but I merely went to observe. Li Sen responded nonchalantly while shoveling food into his mouth. What a pity. You're a civilian and cannot engage in combat. I heard your deskmate Yang Wei leveled up to 10 simply by assisting with healing. Leveling up seems astonishingly easy. Li Qiong, unaware of the dangers posed by the beast tide, expressed envy. Believing that leveling up was indeed a simple feat, Li Sen abruptly set down his chopsticks. Giving her a serious glare and warning earnestly, Li Qiong, remember this. If you encounter a beast tide, flee at once, the very moment you can. Have you seen a 3-meter-tall rabbit? Do you comprehend the terror of a 23-meter-long crocodile? Can you fathom the horror of tens of thousands of monsters charging together? Really? Are these monsters formidable? Have you faced them yourself? Contrary to instilling fear, Li Sen's descriptions ignited her excitement, her small fists clenched and eyes sparkling with anticipation. He hastily shifted his tone. I have not faced them directly, but I witnessed a practitioner being crushed by a rabbit's foot, another turned to pulp by a crocodile's tail, and yet another devoured to the bone by a horde of hundreds of monsters. How vile these beasts are. Once I level up, I shall eradicate them all. Li Sen's words failed to dissuade Li Qiong, who remained filled with combat fervor. He could only continue to implore her not to take risks. All right. I will heed safety. Besides, if I venture outside for trials, a teacher will protect me. Growing impatient with Li Sen's admonishments, Li Qiong waved her hand dismissively and made to return to her room, prompting Li Sen to call out, Wait, what is your talent? And how many skills will you have after your job change? After lecturing her for so long, he had yet to inquire about her occupational status. I currently possess 4 skills. Golden Light Charm, for defense enhancement, Cleansing Spell, to remove abnormal states, Rune Crafting, for drawing runes, and Plum Blossom Sword, for close combat. I can now assist and fight. How impressive. As for her talent, she cheekily teased, guess. After which, she playfully stuck out her tongue and returned to her room. Li Sen, taken aback, called after her through the door, Do you think I will guess? I bet you won't. She giggled, and Li Sen shook his head in amusement. Returning to his dinner. After the meal, he retreated to his room and began practicing formation carving, inscribing the ice formation onto the rough jade stones. A method for crafting disposable items. Ice formation, common, LV1. Upon activating with mana and throwing, it can freeze the target for 3 seconds. The difficulty of the carving formation skill was significantly greater than that of drawing formations. Throughout the evening, Li Sen expended 2,000 points to carve 5 jade stones, achieving success on only 1. However, with that singular success, future attempts would surely flow more smoothly. Moreover, succeeding once granted him 10,000 skill proficiency, causing his carving formation skill to rise by 1 level. Chapter 16, A Visit from the Mentor, an Explanation. The following morning's breakfast consisted once again of Li Sen's signature, twice-cooked pork with cabbage, served with white rice. Li Qiong, shouldering her backpack from the previous day, dashed off. Today, she too was set to venture beyond the city for trials, eager to slay monsters and engage in battle. After Grandpa Li finished his meal, he instructed Li Sen not to leave the house for the next few days, advising him to diligently practice his culinary skills and refrain from further adventures outside the city. Li Sen readily complied. Having struck a significant fortune the previous day by defeating the level 39 boss monster, the wild crocodile, he was certain to attract the attention of mercenary groups and adventurers. Thus, it was prudent for him to remain low-key for the time being. He understood well the adage that the bird that sticks its neck out gets shot, until he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. He had no desire to expose the secret of being a 9-turn formation mage. The military, too, would require a pretext to deflect attention. Reflecting on this, after Grandpa Li departed, Li Sen utilized the jade talisman, ice formation, on the bathtub in the restroom. He then carved several failed jade stones into small humanoid shapes. For the time being, it was best to conceal his abilities. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Li Sen was inspecting for any potential vulnerabilities, the doorbell rang. Li Sen, this is Lu Bao. I need to speak with you. The voice of Captain Lu, the city guard, echoed from outside. Glancing at the half-filled bathtub, Li Sen hastily closed the bathroom door and jogged to open the front door. Captain Lu, I appreciate your personal visit. Upon opening the door, Li Sen was met by 2 individuals clad in civilian attire, eschewing military uniforms. However, the towering figure beside Lu Bao, standing at 2 meters tall, was instantly recognizable to Li's senator. He was the 3rd in command of Anqing, Major Xue Mingxian, a level 65 4th-turn boxer, reputed to be invincible within 10 yards with his iron fists. This prominent figure frequently appeared on Anqing television and had visited 9 middle school several times for promotional events for practitioners, hence Li Sen's familiarity with him. Major Shui, welcome. Please, both of you, come in and make yourselves comfortable. The sudden appearance of such a significant individual left Li Sen somewhat astonished and slightly flustered. In his past life, he was an ordinary office worker, and in this life, he was a studious underachiever. Naturally, encountering a fourth-turn powerhouse made him anxious. Please, let us go inside. Lu Bao nodded, ushering Major Shui into the house and closing the door behind them, which only heightened Li Sen's apprehension. Dear student, there is no need for you to feel anxious. We have come today to bestow upon you a generous sum of money, so please relax. Shui Mingxian observed Li Sen's flustered attempts to pour tea and present cigarettes to Grandpa Li, exuding an air of nervousness, and offered him a reassuring smile. Hee. It seems our instructor has found this amusing, he chuckled. Li Sen, scratching his head awkwardly, wore the bashful demeanor typical of youth, which only served to amplify Shui Mingxian's smile. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Bao, both subtly nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Lu Bao downed the cup of hot water Li Sen had poured and cheerfully produced a bank card. This card has been issued under your name. The password consists of the last 6 digits of your birthday. It holds 230 million. Of that amount, 100 million is for your certification as a 4th-tier array mage, another 100 million for a level 35 exquisite space ring, and 30 million for 2 pieces of flawless quality weaponry and 3 exceptional item cards. Upon completing his explanation, Lu Bao slid the bank card towards Li Senator. However, Li Sen hesitated to accept it immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Captain Lu, I trust your words, but I previously promised to give you 20% as a reward. Please deduct 46 million from this sum. Given your integrity, I must uphold my promise. He then pushed the bank card back towards Lu Bao and turned to Shui Mingxian, explaining, Instructor Shui, my acquisition of those weapons and items was merely serendipitous. I happened upon them after slaying a frozen savage crocodile. My skills are not as remarkable as they may appear. In the dire circumstances yesterday, I had not anticipated receiving any monetary reward. Captain Lu's forthrightness in bestowing this money upon me feels like a stroke of fortune, so it is only fair that he receives that 20%. You mentioned the savage crocodile was frozen? Did you see who did this? I did not see. I was hiding in a hollow by the Guiling Lake. Once I noticed the monster had stopped passing by, I ventured out. When I encountered a large creature frozen in place, I naturally seized the opportunity. Li Sen concluded with a sheepish grin. And what about this exquisite long sword? Shui Mingxian squinted as he produced the sword, which bore several nicks, the very weapon Li Sen had used to slay the crocodile. When I arrived, it was embedded in the crocodile's back. Without this sword, I surely would not have been able to defeat it. Is that so? Indeed. If you do not believe me, you may inspect the crocodile's corpse. It must still bear the marks of the blade. Li Sen's face flushed with indignation, reminiscent of a youth wronged. I shall verify that, young student. No need to be anxious. By the way, I heard you purchased array ink and carving knives. Have you awakened to the profession of an array mage or a rune master? No. My sister Li Qiong has been accepted into Jinghua University. I merely wish to carve a few figurines for her as keepsakes. With that, Li Sen dashed back to his room and returned with 4 small, rudimentary stone carvings, inadvertently scattering stone dust everywhere. Here, take a look at these. Though they may not be impressive, I know that practice makes perfect. His tone held a hint of childish pride. Shui Mingxian, however, did not hesitate to take the 4 small carvings into his hands, ostensibly examining them for amusement, while discreetly using his true energy to assess their essence. Alas, all 4 stones bore the marks of failed array inscriptions, lacking any residual array energy. He sensed nothing unusual. Indeed, they are rather unrefined. Young student, you must continue to strive for improvement. He chuckled, placing the carvings on the table before shifting the topic once more. So, young scholar, you are a dual-class farmer and chef? Do you have plans after graduating high school? I aim to attend university. I've already spent money on medicinal materials, and I intend to make the most of these final 7 days to practice my medicinal cuisine skills, hoping to gain extra points in the college entrance examination. As he spoke, Li Sen's gaze was resolute, filled with aspiration. All universities in the Dragon Kingdom provide at least one instance space for students to level up, far safer than venturing into the wilderness for adventure. Shui Mingxian rose and patted Li Sen on the shoulder encouragingly. What a noble ambition. Go forth and give it your all. I have faith in you. Thank you for your kind words, Instructor Shui. Li Sen beamed, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Bao also stood and pressed the bank card into Li Sen's hand. We in the military have strict regulations. We cannot accept even a thread from the common folk. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Li Sen felt genuinely embarrassed. He had indeed taken advantage of Lu Bao, yet did not expect such sincerity in the gift of money without any reward. Shui Mingxian, who was surveying the surroundings of Li Sen's home, interjected, Young student, we adhere to our principles. Thank you very much. Li Sen bowed slightly with gratitude. Refraining from mentioning the reward again, Lu Bao patted his shoulder, leaving him with a parting remark. If you do not get into university, consider joining the military. As they stepped out of Li Sen's home, Shui Mingxian turned to him and remarked with a hint of significance, Li Sen, you are quite handsome, though your smile is rather foolish. With that, Shui Mingxian left with a knowing smile, leaving Li Sen in a state of bewilderment. Lu Bao assessed Li Sen for a moment before nodding in agreement as he departed. It took Li Sen a while to remember to close the door. Leaning against it, he breathed heavily, feeling a sheen of sweat on his back. Did Instructor Shui notice something? Or is my smile truly that silly? A shiver ran down his spine. Shui Mingxian's words were peculiar. He hurried to the bathroom to check the remaining ice, which had dwindled to a quarter. He wondered if Shui Mingxian had sensed the low temperature within. But why did he not confront him? The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of dread. The implications of Shui Mingxian's words loomed ominously in his mind. Outside the building where Li Sen resided, a black SUV gradually pulled away. Instructor, is this Li Sen the hidden array mage? Not at all. He is indeed a level 3 dual lifestyle practitioner. My identification skills have reached level 21. So I cannot be mistaken. Then what did your last remark imply? Hee, I simply find his silly smile rather irksome. He comes across as excessively sincere. With such a handsome face and that genuine smile, he could easily deceive naive girls. Ah, I see. The driver Lu Bao nearly swerved the steering wheel, startling a pair of youths crossing the street, who jumped aside to avoid the vehicle. Ha! Shui Mingxian laughed triumphantly, as if his jest had succeeded. Though he seemed to speak the truth, Lu Bao could not shake off the feeling of disbelief. Throughout the day, Li Sen felt somewhat disoriented, preoccupied with the thought that someone might conspire against him. The Blue Star was not like Earth in his previous life. While the law might protect the weak, it would be disregarded at a moment's notice if the strong desired it. It was not until the afternoon that the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenaries Guild notified him that the tasks he had posted had been completed, restoring his spirits. Whatever, life goes on. I must remain vigilant. With his emotions in check, he concluded the enzyme chestnut grass task at both guilds and simultaneously posted 2 more requests for the purchase of level 0 ordinary space rings suitable for commoners. Despite the money Lu Bao had given him earlier, he had not mentioned the desired space rings, so Li Sen, feeling slightly awkward, decided to use 2 million to buy 2 rings, one for himself and one for Grandpa Li. However, these ordinary space rings were exceedingly rare, typically requiring the expertise of professional jewelry craftsmen and alchemists to create. As both guilds lacked stock, he could only procure them through task orders, leaving the arrival time uncertain. Lacking the space rings, he opted to spend 1,000 dragon coins on a second-hand electric tricycle to transport the enzyme chestnut grass to the market for groceries. By the time he returned home, laden with a truckload of ingredients, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and Grandpa Li had finished work. Upon seeing Li Sen preparing to carry the items, Grandpa Li suddenly proposed, Xiao Sun, how about we move today? I have purchased a spacious 4-bedroom, 2 living room house in the city center at Tingyu Yuan, which is safer and offers a better environment. Li Sen promptly shook his head, saying, Grandpa, let us not rush. We should wait until Xiao Qiong returns from her trial before moving. We are a family, and it is only fitting that we move together, especially since that house was bought with Xiao Qiong's money. All right then, I shall assist you with the move, Grandpa Li agreed. As the grandfather and grandson carried the ingredients, they were naturally spotted by their neighbors, some of whom kindly came over to lend a hand. And soon the task was completed in one trip. In return, Grandpa Li suggested that Li Sen prepare medicinal cuisine and invite everyone to partake, which the neighbors readily accepted. Their building housed over 100 households, and while there had been professional chefs among them who had prepared meals, none had tasted medicinal cuisine, merely hearing of its nourishing qualities. Thus, they seized the opportunity to indulge. Cooking medicinal cuisine was no simple feat, yet Grandpa Li wished to showcase his eldest grandson, leaving Li Sen with little room to protest. The powerful medicinal cuisine did not count as a seasoning. It required 3 types of ingredients: poultry meat, Chinese cabbage, and radishes, along with 3 medicinal herbs, mealy grass, astragalus, and white peony. After properly proportioning the materials, they were stewed in a large pot, during which the chef needed to demonstrate the medicinal cuisine skill at least 10 times, consuming a substantial amount of mana in the process. On his first attempt, he expended a full 1,000 points of mana to complete the dish. Unlike big pot rice, which only required the use of a skill once to gain a modicum of proficiency, medicinal cuisine demanded that the dish be successfully cooked and possess additional attributes to earn even a fraction of proficiency. After an hour of careful cooking, Li Sen finally completed his first powerful medicinal cuisine. Congratulations! Through meticulous preparation, you have crafted a medicinal dish, earning 10,000 points of skill proficiency. And your medicinal cuisine skill has leveled up. Congratulations! Your skill proficiency has increased by 10,000 points, and you have gained 100 experience points. Upon hearing the notification, he wiped the sweat from his brow and excitedly lifted the lid of the large iron pot, releasing an aroma reminiscent of sweet strawberries. Gurgle, gurgle. Not only did Li Sen's stomach rumble, but the neighbors in the living room, accompanying Grandpa Li in watching television, also found their stomachs growling. "It smells so good. Hurry, let us eat. I'll get the rice, I'll fetch the bowls and chopsticks, I'll serve the dishes." Without waiting for Li Sen to announce that dinner was ready, the eager neighbors sprang into action, with some even rushing to their homes to fetch additional bowls and chopsticks. As Li Sen was squeezed out of the kitchen, he gazed at the living room, now crammed with people of all ages. And couldn't he help but feel a bit overwhelmed? "How about everyone takes a bowl home to enjoy?" he suggested. Yes, let us not crowd together. Line up and take a bowl home." Upon hearing Li Sen's reminder, Mr. Wong downstairs began directing the crowd loudly. The elderly held on to the children and stepped out first, while middle-aged men quickly formed a line, their eager eyes fixed on Li Sen, waiting for him to serve the medicinal cuisine. The neighbors were of good character, knowing to wait for him to distribute the dishes. Returning to the kitchen, Li Sen took a large ladle and stirred the powerful medicinal cuisine, intensifying the strawberry fragrance. Amidst the neighbors' sounds of swallowing, he hurriedly began to distribute the dish while also assessing its attributes. Powerful medicinal cuisine LV1. Consuming it restores 30 stamina within 3 minutes, recovering 1 hit point per second. Freshness 1. To his surprise, it had special attributes on his first attempt, with Freshness 1 explaining its delightful aroma. Even before tasting, it had already made mouths water. The other 2 effects were standard for medicinal cuisine. The large iron pot of powerful medicinal cuisine was just enough to serve everyone a generous spoonful, merely allowing them a taste, as it was impossible to satisfy their hunger fully. Nonetheless, the neighbors all gave Li Sen a thumbs up, praising him for his promising talents. Certain he would become a master chef in the future, Li Sen graciously accepted their compliments. However, after bidding farewell to the neighbors, he quickly returned to the stove to prepare a second batch, as both he and Grandpa Li still wished to enjoy the medicinal cuisine. Chapter 18. Professional Chef. College Entrance Examination. In the following days, Li Sen need not step outside, as Grandpa Li took a few days off. Each morning, Li Sen began cooking. The large iron pot simmered powerful medicinal cuisine, while a smaller pot stir-fried twice-cooked pork with cabbage, and all the rice cookers prepared rice. Once ready, neighbors lined up to purchase breakfast from him, offering 10 dragon coins for more and 1 dragon coin for less. The price was inconsequential, as having people enjoy his cooking was a validation of his efforts. After breakfast, Mr. Wong downstairs urged Grandpa Li to visit the market for takeout, and several unemployed elderly men joined in, managing to sway Grandpa Li's interest. Subsequently, Li Sen became a full-time chef, specializing in stir-frying and stewing powerful medicinal cuisine, while several elderly men had rice prepared at their homes. Since Grandpa Li and the others sold the meals at a low price in a place frequented by ordinary people, they became quite popular, leaving Li Sen with a busy day ahead. With 2 gas stoves simultaneously cooking powerful medicinal cuisine and an induction cooker for stir-frying, he often worked for 14 hours a day, which greatly accelerated the leveling up of his cooking skills. The day before the college entrance examination, he surprisingly leveled up again. Name: Li Sen LV4, 40,016. Age: 18. Profession: First Transition Farmer, 01. First Transition Chef, 02. Ninth Transition Mage, 09. Strength: 65. Constitution: 65. Spirit: 130. Agility: 65. Hit points: 6,500. Stamina: 140. Mana: 13,000. Combat power: 65. Talent: 10,000-fold proficiency. Mythical: every time a professional completes a skill, they can gain 10,000-fold proficiency. Skills: Digging, Epic, LV5, Fertilizing, Perfect, LV1, Big Pot Rice, Ordinary, LV8, Medicinal Cuisine, Legendary, LV7, Drawing Array, Legendary, LV5, Exploding Array, Perfect, LV3, Carving Array, Perfect, LV2. Stir-frying, Big Pot Rice, was quick. Preparing 4 to 5 plates in an hour was relatively easy, thus facilitating faster leveling. As the skill level of Powerful Medicinal Cuisine increased, it took over 50 minutes to stew a single portion, and with ingredient preparation, it required at least an hour to complete each dish. This was still considering that the initial experience required was minimal. As time progressed, the required experience grew exponentially, becoming increasingly daunting. Typically, for single-class practitioners, leveling from 0 to 1 required only 100 experience points. Skill proficiency from LV1 to LV2 also required 100 points. Leveling from 1 to 2 required 200 points. From 2 to 3 needed 400 points, continually doubling, with leveling from 9 to 10 necessitating 200 points. Leveling from 10 to 11 required 100,000 experience points, then continued to exponentially increase. By level 20 to 21, it required 10 million experience points. And the cycle of exponential growth continued. Skill proficiency followed the same rules of exponential growth. The more powerful the practitioner, the more diligent they became. They either diligently practiced their skills or tirelessly hunted monsters. The day before the college entrance examination, on June 6th at noon, Li Qiong returned, allowing Li Sen to witness her diligence and the rapid leveling of single-class practitioners. You're already level 20? Hee hee, In our class of 60, 25 successfully transitioned. Under the protection of our homeroom teacher, we fought our way to the Lianhai grassland, where many level 30 monsters reside. I leveled up to 20 in just 4 days. If it weren't for taking care of my classmates, I could have easily reached level 22. As Li Qiong spoke, she excitedly waved her pretty little fists, reveling in her accomplishments. This younger sister was increasingly exhibiting tendencies of a fierce girl. Cough, Xiao Qiong. As a girl, you ought to embody the virtues of a lady. Otherwise, securing a suitable marriage in the future may prove challenging. Humph, who says I intend to marry? I aspire to become the war goddess of the Dragon Kingdom. Just like the great sorceress Qiyu. Li Qiong disdainfully shot Li Sen a glance and retorted with indignation. Well, it appears you are resolutely barreling down the path of a fierce woman. Henceforth, let it be known that my brother shall tend to the cooking at home, while I shall conquer the battlefield outside. Together, we shall carve out a magnificent reputation and establish a prestigious Li family. By the way, brother, do seek out several sisters-in-law to expand the Li lineage. Let us endeavor to become a formidable force. Be quiet. Is this something a young girl should be saying? Li Sen exclaimed, hastily covering Li Qiong's mouth. Fearing that their conversation might attract unwarranted scrutiny, Li Qiong playfully extended her little tongue and licked the palm of Li Sen's hand, causing him to recoil in shock. And she erupted into laughter. The siblings engaged in a playful scuffle before Li Qiong pulled Li Sen along to review their academic materials in preparation for the upcoming exams. Despite the guidance of her academically gifted sister, Li Sen, a perennial underachiever, found himself utterly bewildered by the examination paper the following day. As if he were attempting to decipher a foreign language. Please elucidate the theoretical framework of the four-world linkage space. Discuss the diplomatic relations between Blue Star and the other 3 worlds. How can a level 10 novice farmer swiftly defeat a level 10 mage? Calculate the Planck motion of particles under the rules of modern physics. Please provide the calculation equation for Cetic potion. The numerous examination questions would likely leave even contemporary university students banging their heads against the wall in frustration. Although Li Qiong deemed the tests quite manageable and even provided explanations, after 2 days of written examinations, Li Sen's eyes resembled those of a dazed mosquito-repellent candle. Utterly vacant. Even the scornful jibes from his classmates failed to penetrate his preoccupied mind, which was consumed with those bizarre and intricate questions. Consequently, he underperformed in the martial examination on the 3rd day, which only consisted of a single challenge, to combat a level 2 chick. After 9 days of leveling up, typical practitioners could annihilate such foes with a single skill, as the examination tested the potency and mastery of skills. Even those engaged in singular vocational pursuits could generally reach level 8, allowing them to dispatch level 2 creatures within a minute. However, due to his inability to utilize formations and his reluctance to reveal his superior physical abilities, Li Sen found himself hacking away at the chick with his finely crafted novice sword for 2 long minutes before finally vanquishing it. Ultimately, he received a meager score of 20 out of a possible 100. As for the vocational assessment, which allowed for a maximum of 300 points, he managed only 80. And that was largely due to his possession of the herbal cuisine skill. The quality of skills remained known solely to the practitioner. Even a level 100 expert employing level 100 identification techniques could not discern their quality. Though Li Sen possessed the epic quality skill of Digger and the legendary quality skill of herbal cuisine, unless he disclosed this information, others would regard them as merely average. That evening, the results of the written examination were released. Li Qiong scored 210 points, while Li Sen languished at 71. Li Qiong could not help but express her disdain for her brother, yet she ultimately softened her tone. Brother, perhaps you should consider enlisting in the military. The city guard of Anqing is quite safe, and the benefits are commendable. I will ponder that. Isn't it true that universities and colleges will be recruiting soon? I may not qualify for university, but with my herbal cuisine skill, I should be eligible for admission to Bluxiang Vocational College, right? Oh, but I've heard that the culinary program at New Oriental Vocational College is even better. Yet Bluxiang teaches how to operate excavators while cooking, which is undeniably cooler. Indeed. Then you should apply to Bluxiang. The 2 siblings conferred and completed Li Sen's application forms. In this world, the application process is remarkably swift. Once examination results are published, students can fill out their applications online, with a deadline of 11 p.m. the following evening and results available by 10 a.m. the day after. Exceptional students often receive early admission offers from universities by the next day. There are even prodigies like Li Qiong, who were accepted into Tsinghua University immediately upon their first job transition. Just as Li Sen finalized his application, his phone rang, and he was momentarily taken aback to see it was Chen Kai. What could this fellow want at such a time? Hello, Chen Kai, what is the matter? I have an opportunity for you to attend Rui University. What? Li Sen could not help but exclaim at Chen Kai's words. Rui University is not a university of the Dragon Kingdom. It ranks higher than Tsinghua University in the Blue Star academic hierarchy and is the pinnacle of higher education across the ocean in the beautiful nation. What qualifications does Chen Kai possess to offer him an opportunity at Rui University? Li Sen, you heard me correctly. I can grant you an opportunity for admission to Rui University without an entrance exam. Chen Kai seemed rather pleased with Li Sen's astonishment and reiterated his offer. Upon hearing this confirmation, Li Sen regained his composure and directly inquired, "What are the conditions for my admission to Rui University?" Haha. Conversing with an intelligent person is a breeze. The condition is that your sister, Li Qiong, must also attend Rui University. The reward from Jinghua will be doubled by Rui. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Li Sen glanced at Li Qiong, whose expression was torn as she contemplated Chen Kai's proposal. He firmly shook his head while pointing a finger at her smooth forehead. He then stated directly into the phone, "I'm sorry, I have already submitted my college application. And I cannot make changes. My sister has also committed to Jinghua, and I cannot decide for her. No worries. As long as you can persuade your sister to join Rui, the rest will be handled by Rui University and the Morgan family." Oh, does Rui University and the Morgan family have such extensive reach that they can extend their influence into the Dragon Kingdom? Heh. The Morgan family is the largest family on Blue Star. Their influence knows no bounds. Li Sen, let me give you a piece of advice. You would do well to comply, even if it means coercing your sister to attend Rui University. Otherwise, you might not see the sunrise tomorrow. Chen Kai was audacious enough to issue a death threat till Senator Li Sen furrowed his brow, while Li Qiong stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Was the Morgan family truly that powerful, or was Chen Kai merely inebriated? All right, I'll make a call to verify. Fine. You must respond by tomorrow morning, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Chen Kai maintained his lofty demeanor. Li Sen promptly ended the call and turned to Li Qiong. Please contact the principal of Jinghua and explain the situation. Let us see what they have to say. I do not trust Chen Kai's words. Understood. Li Qiong hurried back to her room, retrieved her phone, and promptly dialed the principal of Jinghua University. The situation was soon clarified. Recently, the Morgan family had made headlines due to one of their members, a level 150 warrior, successfully completing an 8th job transition and assuming the hidden class of Dragon Knight, defeating all practitioners across the beautiful nation. The Morgan family not only aimed to dominate the beautiful nation, but also intended for that Dragon Knight to challenge the other 4 great nations of Blue Star, thereby increasing their influence across the entirety of Blue Star. Their intention to recruit outstanding students from Rui University was their most significant strategic move this year, with several students who had initially been reserved for Jinghua University suddenly changing their minds. The principal of Jinghua assured Li Qiong while simultaneously arranging for someone to escort her to Longdu, guaranteeing her safety upon her arrival. In light of Li Qiong's indecision, Li Sen agreed on her behalf. He had no faith that a family from the beautiful nation would dare to come to the Dragon Kingdom to snatch people away. Nor did he believe they would challenge an entire nation at this juncture. Sister, why don't you and I go to Longdu together? It is an S-level city. The safest place, far superior to launching. Li Qiong grasped Li Sen's hand, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Li Sen pondered briefly before gently erasing those stars. No, you should take Grandpa to Longdu. If I go, I might become your weakness, a tool for others to threaten you. Li Qiong grew more anxious. But isn't it even more dangerous for you in Anqing? Haha, not at all. If you go to Longdu and leave me here in Anqing, it will lead those people to believe I am not that important to you. Thus, I will be much safer. Li Sen chuckled, finding a resemblance between the beautiful nation and the country across the ocean in his previous life. Both were equally proud and shameless, always considering themselves the world's police. Blue Star had transformed from 107 nations into merely 5 major powers, for which it bore undeniable responsibility. Currently, the beautiful nation remained strong, yet its situation was far from optimistic. 9 years ago, an underground passage linking the world of monsters had appeared, significantly increasing their defensive pressure, leaving them perpetually at a disadvantage. They sought to extend their influence over all of Blue Star, yet they required the strength of other nations to do their bidding. In such a grand environment, the beautiful nation dared not allow the Morgan family to act recklessly. Is that so? It seems reasonable. Li Qiong nodded in agreement, having little interest in news or international affairs. When Grandpa Li returned from selling late-night snacks and heard about the matter, he too concurred with Li Sen's perspective. In his view, accompanying Li Qiong to Kyoto would merely position himself as a target, drawing the Morgan family's attention, thereby ensuring greater safety for both Li Sen and Li Qiong. Especially for Li Senator, he had already devised a plan. Once he reached Longdu, he would promptly announce that Li Sen was the adopted one, while Li Qiong was his biological granddaughter, diverting the Morgan family's focus entirely onto himself. The 3 of them each harbored their own concerns, and soon they were joined by a liaison from Jinghua University. An animal tamer of at least 5th tier arrived, commanding a giant eagle with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters, landing outside Li Sen's residential complex. Grandpa, Qiong, take good care of yourselves when you arrive in Kyoto. All right. Grandpa is still young, and Qiong has grown up. They can both look after themselves. You, a grown man, must take care of yourself as well. And remember to find several wives to expand the Li family lineage. Grandpa, the laws of Longwu stipulate 1 husband and 1 wife. I won't break the law. Haha. My handsome grandson, being a professional, the law can be flexible. Grandpa, Li Sen rolled his eyes, interrupting him. Li Qiong merely hugged Li Sen, saying nothing, her eyes sparkling with stars. All right, you are a young lady now, and you are going to university to become stronger. One day, when you surpass the so-called Morgan family, you can crush them. Yes, I will remember that. I will definitely crush them. Li Qiong clenched her small fist, vigorously waving it as if setting a determined goal for herself. Without further ado, they bid a simple farewell, and the giant eagle carried Li Qiong and Grandpa northward to the safest city in Manhwa. Li Sen gazed toward the south, the direction of the ocean, silently vowing to become powerful enough to crush the Morgan family. Subsequently, he took the key left by Grandpa Li, gathered some necessities along with items required for practicing his skills, and set off on his dilapidated second-hand electric tricycle to move. Everything went smoothly. There were no tales of security guards looking down on him. The guards merely glanced at Li Sen's apartment key, verified the registration information, and let him pass. Two young security guards even approached to assist him with the moving of his belongings. In this era, professionals, even those leading double lives, were significantly more formidable than ordinary people. The guards dared not provoke the homeowners. Should a professional choose to retaliate, it could cost them their lives, which was worth far more than a few coins. In this era, human life was as inconsequential as grass. Chapter 20, 1450, Admission Announcement. Li Sen, are you toying with me? The next day, while Li Sen was simmering a potent medicinal dish, he received a call from Chung Kai. He glanced at the time and internally scoffed. The news travels slowly. It's already 10 o'clock. Chung Kai, what do you mean I'm toying with you? Didn't you say you would persuade your sister to attend Li University? Why did she go to Longdu overnight? I only found out today from the staff at Longdu Li University. I did persuade my sister. However, she believes Jinghua University is better, so she decided to enroll there. Aren't you afraid of the Morgan family sending someone to kill you and your grandfather? Of course I am. That's why my grandfather went to Longdu with me. What? You and your grandfather are both going to Longdu? You're insane. Chung Kai angrily hung up, likely reporting to his superiors. Hehe, you misunderstood. I didn't say anything. Li Sen welcomed Chung Kai's misunderstanding of his going to Longdu, letting them busy themselves. He retrieved Yang Wei's phone number from his desk mate and asked her to add him to the Class VV group, a chat application akin to the QQ of his past life. Upon entering, he was greeted by a barrage of Chung Kai's boasts, showcasing his admission notice from Li University, parading his impending rise to prominence. Millions in scholarships, 50 square meter single dormitory, and beautiful companions. The chat was filled with compliments and envy from all his classmates, including Yang Wei, who usually clashed with Chung Kai, also showering him with praise. In their eyes, the distinction between Manhwa and the beautiful nation was not of utmost importance. They only valued Li University's top ranking across Blue Star. Li Sen glanced at his savings of 230 million, silently smirking, losing all desire to engage in the chatter. He tossed his phone aside and focused on preparing the potent medicinal dish, occasionally checking the group to see Chung Kai's travel updates through his boasts. By 4 p.m., Chung Kai and the 1450 students of this year's graduating class from Manhwa boarded a plane bound for the beautiful nation. What a group of 1450. As for Chung Kai's subsequent bragging about beautiful nation's fighter jets battling monsters in the sky, Li Sen couldn't help but laugh. Even a 3-year-old would know that the skies were no longer dominated by human aircraft, but by flying monsters and beasts. The beautiful nation's efforts to transport the 1450 would likely result in the loss of numerous aircraft and skilled pilots. Perhaps, this was merely a publicity stunt that would prove costly. On June 11th, Li Sen returned to school once more. Today marked the day when universities came to recruit students. In times of war, students did not enjoy summer vacations. They went directly to university after exams, acquiring necessary skills to contribute to the fight against the invasion from other worlds. By the way, all 5 nations of Blue Star share a regulation. Young men and women must marry by the age of 20, at the latest by 22. Those who remain unmarried by 23 are randomly paired for marriage by the state. Women who reach 25 without becoming pregnant undergo free health checks. And if no health issues are found, they are forcibly divorced and remarried. The goal is to increase the population. Firstly, this is due to the arrival of the heavenly calamity. After the connection with other worlds, the population of Blue Star plummeted, now totaling less than 1 billion, necessitating an increase in numbers to resist the invasion. Secondly, there is the awakening of professionals, particularly combat professionals, which is relatively low, requiring a larger population to improve the chances of awakening. It should be noted that even those powerful professional families have only an 11 chance of awakening combat professions. Thus, this marriage policy is universally accepted across Blue Star and recognized by all humanity. To this end, every university hosts specific wedding ceremonies for students each March. The spectacle is truly magnificent, a competitive event among major universities every March. Li Sen, striving to enter university, harbored thoughts of one day finding a professional wife there. As he wandered through the campus, the flow of students was distinctly divided. Groups of aspiring professionals animatedly engaged in spirited discussions, exuding an ineffable vitality. In stark contrast, those who had failed to awaken their potential kept their heads down, deliberately avoiding the successful students, occasionally casting envious glances towards them, embodying a palpable sense of despondency. Such is the harsh reality of society. Even before stepping into the world, the high school seniors had already learned to categorize individuals into a hierarchy. Li Sen appeared somewhat solitary amidst the throng. The professional students were aware of his dual life status but regarded him with indifference, occasionally hurling jibes his way, prompting him to maintain his distance. The students who had failed to awaken offered only insincere pleasantries, instinctively keeping their distance, which he too respected. A natural segregation formed. The unsuccessful students gathered on the playground, where they would be assigned to various vocational colleges based on their scores, collectively referred to as higher vocational education. Meanwhile, the professional students congregated in the grand auditorium. Li Sen estimated that from the 4,027 students of this year's cohort at number 9 high school, only about 1,000 had made it to the auditorium, a figure significantly lower than the theoretical awakening rate of 34. As he scanned the crowd, a group of middle-aged men and women clad in formal attire entered the auditorium, instantly silencing the students. Dear students, you are all exceptional individuals, the pride of our human race. Regardless of where your paths may lead you, Onching number 9 high school is proud of you. Please continue to strive for excellence. The old principal proclaimed passionately from the podium, bowing slightly to the students, who promptly returned the gesture. We thank number 9 high school for its guidance, and we shall take pride in our alma mater. Although it was a customary speech, a sense of belonging stirred within Li Senator. The principal continued. This year, No. 9 high school has produced 1 5th-tier professional, 2 4th-tier professionals, 329 3rd-tier professionals, 433 2nd-tier professionals, 281 1st-tier professionals, and 7 dual professionals. The total number of awakenings stands at 1,053, the highest in recent years. This figure aligned closely with Li Sen's own estimates. After reporting the statistics, the principal paused, gazing at the students with a hint of benevolence. University selection is a reciprocal process. Should a university choose you and you find it unsatisfactory, you may prove your worth to the representatives present, and upon recognition, you can pursue admission elsewhere. If unsuccessful, you must abide by the educational system's arrangements. With a wave of his hand, the principal revealed the admission results on the large screen. At the top of the list was Chen Kai, accepted into Liyue University, followed by Yang Wei at Hanhai University and Xiaolang at Fuyao University. Li Sen, not particularly interested in the remaining names, searched for his own, only to discover that he had been assigned not to a university, but to the 23rd Defense District of the Northwest Military Region. He blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes and glancing back at his name, still incredulous. He had not applied to any military district. He had only submitted applications to 2 vocational colleges, Lanxiang and New Oriental. How had he ended up assigned to the military? Hastily, he approached the old principal among the admissions personnel to seek clarification. Principal, I am Li Senator. I awakened as a dual professional, with one of my professions being a chef and possessing medicinal cuisine skills. I applied to Lanxiang and New Oriental. Why have I been assigned to the military? The old principal, briefly glancing up from his documents, provided him with an explanation that left Li Sen feeling as though he could slap himself for not understanding sooner. Ah, Li Sen, I have personally tasted your powerful medicinal cuisine. Not only is it delectable, but it also effectively restores stamina, making it ideal for those engaged in physically demanding work. Hence, I recommended you to the military. Why? Li Sen was momentarily taken aback by the simplicity of the reasoning. You would have the greatest opportunities for development within the military. While opening your own restaurant could yield profits, it would only make you a minor wealthy individual, lacking in true strength. One ordinary person with a gun could easily eliminate you. However, joining the military is different. Serving in the armed forces allows you to learn a skill each year and develop various combat techniques. Even with a low professional enhancement, you can cultivate a robust physique and acquire significant strength. The old principal appeared genuinely well informed about Li Sen's situation, patiently elaborating on the benefits. Moreover, as a chef in the military, your ingredients would be gathered by the soldiers. In a vocational college, you would either need to spend money or collect them yourself, which not only wastes time, but also poses potential dangers. Despite the principal's thorough explanation, Li Sen still felt reluctant, stating firmly, Principal, I still wish to attempt the vocational college entrance. Ah, go ahead then. The principal sighed, gesturing towards a portly middle-aged man, instructing Li Sen to undergo an assessment. Upon approaching, before he could utter a word, the man performed an appraisal spell on him, causing Li Sen to feel as though he were being completely exposed. Dual life professional, farmer, and chef. Skills include digging, fertilizing, large-scale cooking, and medicinal cuisine. What a pity, the hefty man lamented, shaking his head. If you were solely a chef, I would have immediately regarded you as an elite candidate. However, upon noticing Li Sen's handsome visage, he added, if you genuinely wish to attend New Oriental, I can offer you an auditing position with an annual tuition of 1 million. Li Sen's lips twitched. The tuition for formal students was only around 10,000. Yet for being a dual professional, he was expected to pay 100-fold. Furthermore, the benefits available to auditing students were scant, making it far less appealing than enlisting in the military. Very well, I shall inquire elsewhere. Li Sen next approached the admissions officer for Lanxiang, only to receive the same response and conditions. It became evident that dual professionals were not well regarded. Even the vocational colleges turned their noses up at him. Thus, he had no intention of seeking out universities for a futile endeavor. However, a few local enterprises in Anqing and mercenary groups expressed interest in training him, albeit with a requirement to sign a 60-year work contract. Li Sen felt like retching at the notion. Was this training? It felt more akin to enslaving him. After a thorough search, he found himself face to face with a familiar figure. The military's representative was none other than the esteemed commander, Shui Mingxian himself. Well, young man, it seems no one wants you. Li Sen felt an urge to retaliate against the imposing figure. He was certain that if he revealed his third profession as a 9th-tier formation master, everyone present would kneel in an attempt to claim him. Yet, he also understood that this could lead to assassination attempts by families such as the Morgans or individuals from various nations who might wish him dead. During high school, there was a course titled Assassination Prevention, which listed the names of 7th and 8th-tier professionals who had been murdered by their own kind. Using their tragic fates as examples, students were taught methods to avoid such outcomes. When Li Qiong was pre-admitted to Jinghua University, he felt a pang of temptation, but fearing for his life. He chose to remain silent. Don't look so glum. The 23rd Defense District of the Northwest Military Region may be nominally a border area, but it is safer than even our Anqing City Defense Forces. Commander Shui stood, patting Li Sen on the shoulder, causing him to sway slightly. Thank you for your concern. Commander Shui, Li Sen replied with a forced smile, ultimately deciding to complete the enlistment process. The other 6 dual professionals similarly joined the military. Although nurturing dual professionals was exceptionally challenging and resource-intensive, the majority of soldiers were ordinary individuals. Thus, dual professionals were still preferable. At the very least, each dual professional possessed a minimum of 4 skills and could learn additional skills, ensuring their utility in various situations. The enrollment process was straightforward: register personal information and sign a battlefield insurance agreement. During the tumultuous period of warfare, the mortality rate among soldiers soared to a staggering 30%. Naturally, the military and governmental authorities had to implement effective measures for bereavement support. Otherwise, the administration would have crumbled under the weight of loss. For instance, although Li Sen's parents were not military personnel, they heeded the urgent call of the military during the monstrous siege of urban areas. Following their demise, Li Sen and Li Qiong were granted full exemption from educational and medical expenses, while their grandfather's employment was arranged by the government. Even the mortgage on the Li family home was waived, thanks to a reasonably robust national welfare system. Long Nation managed to maintain the highest conscription efficiency across the Blue Star, despite the high casualty rates. Aside from the 7 dual-class practitioners, no other practitioners reported to the military. Shui Mingxian was neither surprised nor anxious. After the assembly of personnel, he commenced an informative session regarding conscription and military service for the 7 individuals. An additional stipulation of the conscription policy allows unmarried individuals to be exempt from service until they have at least 1 child, a strategy aimed at bolstering the population. The primary targets for conscription are university and college graduates, as soldiers trained in academic institutions possess superior combat capabilities, thereby constituting the true backbone of the battlefield. Others are merely ordinary soldiers armed with standard firearms, which, against the onslaught of monstrous foes, yield limited lethality and serve only as auxiliary forces. Following the emergence of the Divine Mandate, advanced weaponry such as missiles, truth weapons, electromagnetic devices, and laser armaments became ineffective. Only conventional gunpowder weapons retained some degree of efficacy. In the absence of massively destructive weaponry, practitioners became the sole reliance of Blue Star. Over time, the population of Blue Star has dwindled from over 8 billion a century ago to less than 1 billion today. Among this, Long Nation still boasts over 300 million inhabitants, while the combined population of the other 4 nations falls short of 700 million. The fact that Blue Star has not succumbed to a full-scale invasion from the 3 realms can be attributed to the sacrifice of countless lives. Upon enlistment, Li Sen and his compatriots are required to undergo firearms training alongside additional skill training. Welcome, Soldierly Senior. You will have 3 days of leave to bid farewell to your family and report to the City Guard Military Division by 10 a.m. 3 days from now. Understood. In response to Shui Mingxian's solemn military salute, Li Sen clumsily returned the gesture, feeling not excitement, but rather a sense of reluctant acceptance. Akin to being thrust into a situation against his will. He did not desire to serve in the military, yet with no better alternatives available, he resolved to spend a few years in the barracks. According to regulations, he could serve for 5 years and retire before the age of 24, at which point the military would arrange a spouse for him. Those who excelled might be matched with a practitioner, while those who performed poorly would settle for an ordinary partner. Should he prove capable of finding a girlfriend within the military, the organization would not need to concern itself with his romantic life. He was confident that within 5 years, he could elevate himself to a formidable being. one capable of wielding control over his own destiny. Chapter 22, 3 months of service, unveiling a mastery. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Stand firm. At the command of the company commander, Li Sen, burdened with a 30-kilogram rucksack, stood at attention. Third squad, second team, step forward. With precise steps. 11 soldiers advanced 3 paces. Despite their formidable demeanor, a hint of bitterness lingered on their faces. Third squad, second team, are you not ashamed? This marks your 3rd defeat in a 30-kilometer cross-country run against the cooking team this week. Where's your pride? Commander Chung Jinmin's voice boomed, causing the soldiers of 3rd squad, second team to lower their heads, their downcast gazes fixated on Li Sen of the cooking team. This fellow had assisted 2 comrades by carrying their burdens during the run, effortlessly boosting the cooking team's performance. Yet, despite their collective efforts, the squad remained unable to surpass the cooking team, which underscored their inadequacy. Old habits die hard. Today, you'll run an additional 10 kilometers on the training field. What? It's usually just 5 kilometers. Why the sudden increase to 10 kilometers? Commander, have mercy. If this continues, we won't have the stamina to run tomorrow. Upon hearing Commander Chang's orders, the soldiers of 3rd squad, second team protested loudly. However, their objections were in vain. Chung Jinmin smirked ominously and pointed at Li Sen in the crowd, stating, the effects of Li Sen's powerful medicinal cuisine have improved. You'll experience a 40-point stamina boost within 3 minutes, and it will regenerate 2 health points per second, ensuring your recovery. Here we go with Li Sen again. Of course, you could opt to forego the punishment, but that would mean no medicinal cuisine for dinner. We accept our punishment. Upon hearing that there would be no medicinal cuisine, the soldiers of 3rd squad, second team eagerly agreed to their punishment and began running. Without Li Sen's medicinal cuisine, they could forget about fully recovering their stamina by nightfall. Alright, the rest of you are dismissed. The cooking team will prepare dinner. Other squads may either rest or continue training. With a sharp salute, the other soldiers, including Li Sen, stood at attention before dispersing. As the head of the cooking team, Li Sen led 12 cook soldiers back to the kitchen, preparing for dinner. A cooking team is responsible for the meals of 120 soldiers, which keeps them quite busy. Upon returning to the kitchen, Li Sen promptly assigned tasks. He was the only culinary practitioner in the entire company, and upon his arrival at this unit numbered X2305, the former head cook, Tian Xian, willingly relinquished his position to him. Old Tian, as per usual, 3 people will steam rice, 3 will steam buns, 3 will stir-fry vegetables, and 3 will assist me in preparing the medicinal cuisine. Alright, it's my turn to help you with the medicinal cuisine today. I want to learn a thing or two, Tian Xian said, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm. Li Sen never withheld his knowledge when preparing medicinal cuisine. He would teach anyone willing to learn, covering everything from ingredient selection to cleaning and cooking techniques. However, the distinction between practitioners and ordinary individuals lies primarily in their professional skills and magical abilities. Ordinary people cannot utilize skills or harness the power granted by the divine mandate, thus lacking the unique efficacy that medicinal cuisine possesses. Tian Xian had been learning for 3 months and could successfully prepare powerful medicinal cuisine, but it lacked the restorative effects. It was merely palatable. After washing the ingredients, Tian Xian, astonished by the mountain of cabbage leaves, inquired, Li Sen, with so much material today, are you planning to challenge yourself by cooking in 4 pots simultaneously? Yes, having practiced for over 3 months, my skills have improved. I think I can take on the challenge. How about we start with 3 pots and familiarize ourselves with the 4th before attempting it? No worries. I'm confident in managing 4 pots now that my skills have leveled up significantly. Really? Absolutely. Li Sen nodded firmly. He was not merely capable of cooking 4 pots simultaneously. He was confident he could manage 10, though he preferred not to draw too much attention to himself. Today marked September 24th, and he had been in service for over 3 months. After completing his daily training, his primary task was to prepare medicinal cuisine. Following the entire company's enjoyment of his powerful medicinal cuisine once, the commander had directly ordered him to cease preparing large pot meals and focus solely on cooking medicinal cuisine. He typically cooked 2 pots at a time, ensuring he prepared at least 3 batches daily to meet the needs of the 120 soldiers. Considering the time, his visible skill level should have increased. In actuality, his skill level had already advanced. Name, Li Sen LV4, 5340016. Age, 18. Profession, First Transition Farmer, 01. First Transition Chef, 02. Ninth Transition Array Mage, 9. Strength, 65. Constitution, 65. Spirit, 130. Agility, 65. Health, 6500. Stamina, 140. Mana, 13,000. Combat Power, 65. Talent, 10,000-fold Proficiency. Mythical practitioners gain 10,000-fold Proficiency for each skill completed. Skills, Digging LV5, Fertilizing LV1, Cooking LV8, Medicinal Cuisine LV10, Array Drawing LV5, Explosive Array LV3, Engraving Array LV2. Medicinal Cuisine, Legendary, LV10, 910,000,5, 120. 000. Prepare medicinal dishes with special effects according to the recipe. Although he could achieve approximately 60,000 skill proficiency and earn 600 experience points daily, such a pace of advancement was excruciatingly slow. He needed to hasten his progress. Having nearly completed his foundational training, he deliberately showcased his formidable physique during the cross-country run, alleviating some of his comrades' burdens, ensuring that the company commander recognized his strength, which would allow for a reduction in unnecessary training in subsequent sessions. This would afford him more time to hone his skills. 1 pound of astragalus, half a pound of white peony, 20 roots of enzyme grass, and a base for the pot. Here it comes. Upon hearing Li Sen's command, Ten, along with 2 other soldiers, placed the measured ingredients into the pot. 20 pounds of chicken, 20 pounds of cabbage, 30 pounds of radish. Thud, 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 thud. The 3 men each poured a basket of meat and vegetables into the large pot. Light the stove, add water. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All 4 stoves ignited simultaneously, and Li Sen skillfully employed his medicinal cuisine skill, requiring only 10 seconds and an input of 10 points of mana for each application. This was the optimal amount of mana he had determined before enlisting for higher tier dishes. An input of 100 points would be necessary to concoct meals imbued with special attributes, such as enhancing flavor. However, in the military context, taste was not a paramount concern, so a mere 10 points sufficed. A single pot of medicinal cuisine required 10 applications of the medicinal cuisine skill, ultimately consuming a total of 100 points of mana. After 50 minutes, the 4 pots emitted a rich aroma reminiscent of strawberries. Wow, Shaoli, you truly excelled. You successfully stewed 4 pots of medicinal cuisine at once. Impressive. The company commander, Cheng Jinmin, had stealthily entered the kitchen and, upon the completion of the dishes, clapped Li Sen on the shoulder in admiration. Commander, as a professional soldier, could you be gentler? Though it was not particularly painful, Li Sen feigned an injured expression, resolutely opposing the commander's habitual shoulder slaps. This year's recruits had already been sent to the hospital in droves due to such roughness. Haha, you're really something. I've been stationed in several defense zones, and those professional cooks are nowhere near as skilled as you, not even as a single chef. Is that so? My medicinal cuisine skill is simply exceptional. I feel that with further upgrades, I could easily manage 8 pots at once. Hearing Cheng Jinmin's words, Li Sen was taken aback but attributed it to his vocational background, attributing it to the rules of fate. Perhaps it's a compensation for your dual living profession. Starting tomorrow, your foundational training will be halved. Focus on cooking more medicinal cuisine. The soldiers will begin enhanced training tomorrow, so they need to consume more nourishment. Understood, starting tomorrow. I'll strive to prepare 24 pots each day. All right, that is your promise. Indeed, I stand by my word. Haha, just for your straightforwardness. I'll grant you the skill of engraving. Really? Li Sen was thrilled, his grease-stained hands eagerly grasping the commander's arm. Chapter 23, Engraving Skill, Fireball Technique. Come, let me take you to the warehouse to select. Seeing Li Sen's excitement, Cheng Jinmin smiled and led the way. After passing through 3 checkpoints, they arrived at the warehouse beneath the company headquarters, entering a study-like room filled with rows of bookshelves, each lined with skill books. These were the engraving skills. Those tomes represented various skills. In addition to the skills awakened within themselves, professionals could also learn various others. However, there were some simple restrictions. For instance, a mage could learn priestly skills, but not warrior skills. Conversely, a warrior could learn rogue skills, but not mage skills. Living professionals faced no such limitations. As long as they could acquire a skill and had sufficient mana or true energy, they could learn any skill. Li Sen, being an array master of the mage profession, could only learn mage-related skills. Although engraving skills could also be upgraded, the proficiency required was 100 times that of their primary vocational skills. For dual profession individuals, the requirement was a staggering 10,000 times the proficiency, a truly daunting prospect. Furthermore, each individual could learn only 10 engraving skills, regardless of their profession or the number of times they had changed careers. Of course, once learned, engraving skills could be replaced, but any proficiency invested in practice would be lost. Li Sen, have you decided on which skill you wish to learn? I have. I want the fireball technique skill. So I want need to carry a lighter when starting a fire outdoors. That is a practical reason. Cheng Jinmin gave him a thumbs up upon hearing Li Sen's rationale, and then retrieved 3 skill books from the shelves. Magic category. Little fireball, ordinary, costs 10 points of mana, dealing 20 points of fire damage to the enemy. Great fireball, excellent, costs 20 points of mana, dealing 60 points of fire damage to the enemy. Cultivation category. Fireball technique. Ordinary, costs an equivalent amount of mental energy as mana, dealing 100 points of mana damage to the enemy. I want the cultivation category fireball technique. Without a doubt, Li Sen's mental strength was formidable, making the cultivation category fireball technique the most advantageous choice. Moreover, skills were subject to upgrades. Each level up enhanced the skill's power by 10 to 100, growing increasingly potent as one progressed. Alright, Cheng Jinmin handed the skill book to Li Sen. who accepted it and pressed the book against his forehead, silently invoking the learning process. The antique book instantly transformed into a fiery red light, shooting directly into Li Sen's mind. In just 10 seconds, he had mastered the skill. Such is the wonder of being a professional. This is an ability that ordinary people can never possess. A fireball the size of a fist materialized in Li Sen's hand. Stop. PFF. The moment the fireball appeared, Cheng Jinmin exclaimed in alarm, swiftly extinguishing the fiery orb with his hand. Are you an idiot? This is a warehouse. Do you want to set it ablaze? Hee. My apologies. I released it in a moment of excitement. Out. If you wish to practice, go to the shooting range. Cheng Jinmin sternly reprimanded Li Sen. Yet he understood the latter's enthusiasm. For a dual-living professional, learning a combat skill was indeed a momentous occasion worth celebrating. Well then, I'll take my leave. Li Sen sheepishly scratched his head and jogged out of the warehouse, hastening to the company's shooting range. As he ran, calmness washed over him. He did not head for the high-tech targets meant for combat testing, but sought out a lesser-used cement target to practice the fireball technique. With his mental strength soaring to 94 points, the damage he inflicted was 94 points, surpassing even the damage of the magic category S, Great Fireball. Although he consumed more mana at present, as long as he continued to upgrade, the skill's potency would only increase. Furthermore, the cultivation category fireball technique omitted the incantation phase, allowing for a more discreet casting, as long as he formed the corresponding hand seals. He could unleash it silently, an excellent skill for stealth. Normally, a dual profession individual would require 1 million successful releases to upgrade the fireball technique from level 1 to level 2. But with his 10,000 times proficiency talent, he only needed 100 successful releases to achieve an upgrade. After dinner, he returned to the shooting range to practice once more. During this time, no one interrupted him. Among his fellow recruits, whether ordinary individuals or professionals, all recognized Li Sen as a dual professional and acknowledged his dedication. As he diligently trained while also preparing medicinal cuisine to ensure everyone's recovery, they could only admire him rather than mock him. Li Sen, take a break for a moment. Outside the shooting range, Company Commander Cheng Jinmin appeared again. Commander, are you that idle? Why do you always follow me around? Stepping out of the shooting range, Li Sen settled onto the cement bench beside Cheng Jinmin, unable to suppress his disdain. What nonsense are you spouting, you rascal? If you lack the skill in medicinal cuisine, I swear I would treat you like a mere apprentice. Huh, do you think my training is insufficient? Li Sen shot Cheng Jinmin a sidelong glance, retorting sharply. The entire West 2305 company was subjected to relentless training daily, akin to being treated like novices. Without his medicinal dishes, several of them might have perished from the grueling regimen. You ought to appreciate the effort. Sweating profusely during training means less bloodshed in battle. Don't you understand? I do. This is an immutable truth, especially for ordinary individuals. Through relentless high-intensity training, it becomes their sole avenue for enhancement. On the battlefield, even an extra pound of strength or a millisecond of reaction time could equate to a life saved. Here is a recipe for a medicinal dish to accelerate mental and magical recovery. Starting tomorrow, practitioners and ordinary folk will train separately. Practitioners need to hone their skills, significantly increasing their consumption of mental and magical energy. So please take the trouble to prepare this recipe as well. A medicinal dish recipe? Li Sen's eyes lit up as he swiftly snatched the paper from Cheng Jinmin's hand. The calming medicinal cuisine was designed to enhance mental and magical abilities. Requiring 3 ingredients and 6 medicinal herbs, its cooking process was considerably more complex than that of the strengthening medicinal cuisine. After reviewing it several times, Li Sen committed the recipe to memory. It's not a problem, I can manage it. However, since this recipe isn't part of my skill set, the outcome may be limited, so don't be too choosy. Haha, what is there to be choosy about? Having it is better than not. I understand that you chefs cannot gain skill proficiency from non-skill recipes, but if you can produce it, I will be thoroughly satisfied. I'll be counting on you. I'm a soldier too. I know how to follow orders. Li Sen rolled his eyes at Cheng Jinmin's politeness. Haha, you've got the right mindset. So I'm at ease. Remember to manage your skills wisely. Never exhaust your magical energy completely. Once depleted, recovery takes several times longer. On the battlefield, ensure you always maintain at least 10 of your magical energy to handle emergencies, or you'll meet a dreadful fate. Understood, Li Sen nodded. Noting this piece of wisdom, a veteran's advice, drawn from experiences that often cost lives, he practiced the fireball spell 100 times, completing its first upgrade before concluding this training session. Fireball spell, superior, LV2, consumes equivalent mental energy points, inflicting 110 magical damage on enemies. This fireball was merely a skill of ordinary quality, with each upgrade yielding a mere 10 points, far inferior to those advanced skills. Nevertheless, having an attack spell would enhance his chances of survival on the battlefield, where he might be called to action at any moment. Chapter 24, Emergency Assembly, Goblin Caves. The urgent call of the military horn shattered the tranquility of the night. Within 3 minutes, Li Sen was fully equipped, standing firm in the snow-laden training ground, joined swiftly by his comrades. A cacophony of engines roared. In under a minute, a line of military vehicles halted before them. Cheng Jinmin leaped from one of the vehicles. Practitioners, come forward to collect your weapons. Non-practitioners, join Chief of Staff, Chu, to collect firearms. Cooks, pack your gear. Yes. With a flurry of activity. Everyone dispersed without uttering a single question, hastening to gather their equipment. Li Sen quickly found his 12 comrades from the cooking brigade. Tian Xian drove out the Dragon C500 kitchen truck, and Li Sen and his team swiftly loaded it with essential tools and ingredients, filling every available space. In 5 minutes, the kitchen truck was operational, racing alongside the troop transport vehicles as they departed the company headquarters. Only then did the vehicle's loudspeaker crackle to life. Relaying an explanation from Staff Officer Chu Zhua. There has been a monster surge in the underground passage we defend in Sector 23. Our new recruits will assist in the defense. Hearing this, Li Sen felt a wave of relief. Sector 23 was tasked with guarding against the Goblin clan of the magical world. They had maintained this defense for a full century, experiencing 1 to 3 monster surges annually. All quickly subdued. In 100 years, there had never been an incident. Presumably, this time would be no different. Indeed. Chu Zhua's words confirmed his suspicions. This is the second monster surge this year. It is relatively small in scale. Just enough for you fresh recruits to experience the atmosphere of war and confront the monster strength firsthand. You need not worry, but don't let your guard down. Just follow the rhythm of your usual training and fight well. Remember, do not panic. Chu Zhua's voice was calm over the broadcast, rallying the new soldiers and providing psychological support. The death rate for new recruits on the battlefield is nearly 0, but the injury rate often exceeds 60, primarily due to inadequate mental fortitude leading to various rookie mistakes. Thus, allowing recruits to experience the atmosphere of war during less intense monster surges is an essential training component across all military districts each year. The company was situated exactly 30 kilometers from the underground passage exit, a distance familiar to Li Sen from their daily cross-country runs. And they arrived in just over 10 minutes. The first platoon of practitioners will enter first, followed by the second and third platoons led by Chu Zhua. The cooking brigade should find a suitable spot to prepare the meal, starting with the medicinal dishes. Yes, sir. The soldiers snapped to attention, saluted, and immediately dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Li Sen gazed at the dark entrance of the underground passage, envying the soldiers about to engage in battle. He longed to join the fray as well. Shall we? There is no need to envy. As long as we prepare the meals well, once our comrades have eaten, we can also enter the fray. Really? Indeed. I've been a soldier for 5 years, and I've been through the goblin caves hundreds of times. I know it like the back of my hand. Then let us get cooking. Prepare both the strengthening and calming medicinal dishes together. I'll use 4 pots. And the remaining 2 pots will be for rice. Come on, brothers, let us get to work. Time had moved on to December 18th, the weather frigid, with snowflakes falling more heavily. Yet Li Sen and his comrades' enthusiasm showed no signs of waning in the face of the heavy snow. An hour later, before dawn, the first batch of medicinal dishes was ready. Leaving a young soldier to guard the kitchen truck while the other 12 men carried 6 buckets of food into the pitch-black tunnel. In truth, the tunnel was not dark. The military had deliberately designed 3 sharp turns and guarded it with 3 gates. From the outside, it appeared dark, but as one approached, the light shone brightly. Halt, inspection. Even though Li Sen and his comrades were clad in military uniforms, they understood their affiliation, and the guarding soldiers conducted a thorough inspection. Behind each gate stood a soldier trained in identification techniques, who assessed them and their food before granting passage. As they passed through the 3rd gate, the sound of intense gunfire erupted, indicating that the battle within was fierce. Machine gunners, switch from continuous fire to bursts. Practitioners, move forward, and mages, begin your incantations. An authoritative, unfamiliar voice echoed from afar, yet it resonated as if it were right beside them. The intensity of the gunfire diminished, replaced by labored breathing. As Li Sen and his comrades sprinted through a 300-meter-long reinforced concrete passage, they finally arrived at a vast underground hall, approximately 30 meters high, over 2 kilometers wide, with an unending length. The central stone columns were fortified with steel pipes, appearing exceptionally sturdy. After running for over 500 meters, they finally caught sight of their comrades engaged in combat. Ordinary soldiers held their rifles, spreading out in groups of 3, each trio focusing their fire on a single target. Refusing to engage in solitary combat, every 3 groups formed a team, essentially a squad of soldiers, under the leadership of their squad leader, precisely targeting the advancing goblins. As they drew nearer, one could observe the professionals advancing in organized formations, decisively vanquishing the goblin-like creatures. The humans undeniably held the upper hand. Despite the dark throngs of goblins surging forth, they merely left behind a carpet of corpses. The front lines gradually retreated, with the 2nd platoon stepping in to take their place. The authoritative voice resounded once more. The warriors at the forefront began to slow their assault, methodically dispatching their enemies before slowly withdrawing, ceding the battlefield to their comrades who were advancing from behind. The soldiers of the 2nd platoon swiftly took over the defensive zone of the 1st platoon, and once the handover was complete, the 1st Platoon soldiers hastily retreated. They regrouped in Area B4, where provisions awaited. Upon hearing this, Li Sen glanced up at the nearby sign marked B4. Realizing that the meals they had brought were intended to nourish the warriors stationed in this underground passage. Medicinal cuisine? What sort of medicinal cuisine? Is there anything to restore stamina? I need to replenish my mana. I also desire to recover health, as I was wounded by a goblin blade. Huh. You're just too weak. While they spoke, a group of blood-soaked warriors hurriedly approached, each bearing traces of blood, uncertain whether it was their own or that of the goblins. Stop gawking. Over there are the bowls and chopsticks. Help me retrieve them. Tian Xian nudged Li Sen, gesturing towards a nearby storage cabinet. Li Sen was taken aback and quickly joined 2 veteran cooks in fetching the utensils from within. No wonder Tian Xian navigated so effortlessly. It turned out this was the dining area of the underground passage. The moment Li Sen grasped a set of utensils, he felt their weight. They were all made of steel. They retrieved over 100 sets of bowls and chopsticks. While the soldiers of the 1st Platoon had already pulled several tables from beneath another stone pillar, and 6 barrels of food were opened. Oh. This medicinal cuisine is commendable, boosting stamina recovery efficiency by 40 in just 3 minutes, and restoring 2 health points per second, equivalent to a small health potion. However, the mana restoration dish was somewhat lacking, only replenishing 5 mana points per second for a mere 2 minutes, quite underwhelming. Well, there's no room for complaint when there's food. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, swiftly recover and prepare to swap with the 2nd Platoon. Although some soldiers had minor grievances, they consumed their meals heartily, and within 10 minutes, all the food was devoured. Li Sen and his companions once again dashed outside to prepare for a second round. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, Li Sen found no opportunity for battle. Out of the 24 hours in a day, 20 were spent preparing medicinal cuisine. While the skirmishes in the underground passage were not particularly fierce, they persisted endlessly, as if the goblins on the other side were inexhaustible. Chapter 25. New tasks, new medicinal cuisine, earthquake. How are you holding up after 3 days and nights of cooking? By the 4th day, Li Sen and his cooking squad were finally relieved. Cheng Jinmin, observing Li Sen's fatigued visage, jested. Indeed, it was quite exhausting. But I could hold out for another 2 days. That's good. Make sure to rest well for a day. The captain has indicated that our platoon can return for further training while you remain here to assist with the medicinal cuisine. Wait, am I the only one staying? Li Sen was taken aback by Cheng Jinmin's words, pondering if he had been abandoned by the organization. Yes, just you. It may be for a month. Once this wave of goblin assaults has passed, you'll be able to return. I, too, wish to slay goblins here, but the new recruits have numerous issues to rectify. To prevent them from perishing here, they must return for additional training before they can join the fray. Cheng Jinmin's tone was tinged with reluctance. He did not wish to leave the battlefield, especially not in a manner that appeared to be a retreat. Oh, Li Sen nodded, grasping Cheng Jinmin's intent. Yet he still inquired, there are 4 platoons below. Shouldn't there be 4 cooking squads? Don't they have culinary professionals? The cooking squad leader of the 1st platoon is indeed a culinary professional, but he hasn't awakened the medicinal cuisine skill. While he has learned the skill of imbuing medicinal cuisine, he lacks the pre-existing recipes, rendering his dishes inferior to yours. Ah, I understand. Subsequently, Cheng Jinmin led Li Sen before Captain Han Jixing. Young comrade, you've performed admirably, especially with your effective medicinal cuisine, which has been immensely helpful. We will require your assistance for the foreseeable future. Report, Captain, it's no trouble at all. Excellent, your spirit is commendable. Allow me to introduce you to Xie Shui, another culinary professional from our 23rd Defense Zone. I encourage you to foster a good rapport. Private Li Sen, greetings. Lieutenant Xie Shui, greetings. Li Sen was momentarily taken aback by the formal address, quickly saluting and acknowledging the officer's rank. Cheng Jinmin and Han Jixing exchanged glances, both expressing a hint of exasperation, yet they chose to remain silent. They were well aware of Xie Shui's arrogance, at times. Even Captain Han Jixing struggled to command him, for Xie Shui was a 4th-tier chef who had already completed his 3rd-tier transition. Although he lacked combat prowess, his culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Old Xie, mentor the newcomer and ensure a harmonious working relationship. I will. Private, follow me. With that, Xie Shui turned on his heel and departed. Li Sen saluted Cheng Jinmin and Han Jixing before following suit. At the entrance of the underground passage, 4 Dragon C500 type cooking vehicles were lined up in a row, and Li Sen was assigned to the last one, becoming the deputy squad leader of the 4th Platoon's cooking team. His task was to lead the cooks of the 4th Platoon in preparing medicinal cuisine, keeping 6 pots continuously simmering, with a daily requirement of at least 120 pots. Li Sen shrugged and agreed. His medicinal cuisine skill had improved over the past 2 months, and after 4 consecutive days of cooking, it had leveled up to level 11 yesterday. Upon leveling up, he not only learned new recipes but also expedited the cooking process, allowing him to complete a batch in just 45 minutes. Medicinal cuisine, legendary, LV11, 16 million 10 million. Prepare medicinal cuisine with special effects according to the recipe. Chi Ji medicinal cuisine. Prepare medicinal cuisine according to the recipe, which accelerates stamina recovery, restores a small amount of health, and temporarily increases health limits. Recipe: animal liver, meat, black fungus, red dates, cooked earth, angelica, Sichuan lovage, white peony. The recipe required 8 ingredients, and the cooking process was more intricate, necessitating the ingredients to be added in sequence, rather than simply arranging them, as in effective medicinal cuisine, and activating the skill. He chose not to disclose this particular dish. As a typical dual-class professional, skill upgrades could not occur so rapidly, according to the laws of nature. A life profession skill would only yield a new recipe every 10 levels. For a dual-class professional, reaching level 11 without a couple of years of practice was implausible. His ability to complete a medicinal dish in 45 minutes, while simultaneously simmering 6 pots, had caused Xie Shi to regard him with a peculiar gaze daily, making Li Sen feel somewhat apprehensive. In the ensuing 10 days, he prepared 80 pots of effective medicinal cuisine and 40 pots of Qi medicinal cuisine each day. As he sought to continue leveling up, after completing the concoction of the medicinal dishes, he would observe the battles of the warriors in the underground goblin cavern, occasionally taking up firearms to assist from the rear and gain some experience. Originally, Li Sen believed this tranquil existence would persist for a month, yet unexpected events unfolded. On the night of January 2nd, Li Sen, as usual, descended into the cavern with his comrades from the 4th platoon to deliver supper to the soldiers. This time, they traveled 2 kilometers from Area B4 to Area D15 before witnessing the engaged warriors. The goblin cavern began to narrow rapidly from D15, transitioning from 2 kilometers wide to less than 100 meters. According to Captain Han Jixing, approximately 3 kilometers beyond D15 lay the magical realm. The Dragon Kingdom possessed the capability to advance across, but such an action would invite a frenzied counterattack from the goblins, rendering it a costly endeavor. It would be preferable to maintain the current arrangement, with a battalion of 500 troops stationed, supplemented by a company of new recruits undergoing continuous training. While seasoned veterans are consistently redeployed to more intense combat zones, this has established a secure and stable training ground, a status that has endured for a full century. Hey, Shaoli, are you here to sponge off experience again? Indeed. I've completed today's medicinal meal task, so I'm here to glean some knowledge. Go ahead. But be cautious. All right. As Li Sen prepared to step forward, he instinctively slowed his pace upon overhearing a conversation behind him. Captain, I have a feeling the goblins are about to retreat. Today, their numbers entering the cave were only a fifth of yesterday's. Yes, I've noticed that too. After we finish our late-night meal, the 1st and 3rd companies will take a break, while the 2nd and 4th companies endure a long night. Tomorrow, we will allow them to rest. Let the 2nd and 4th companies rest first. Their combat effectiveness is relatively higher. Trust me. The 1st and 3rd companies have shouldered more combat responsibilities and require rest more urgently. Very well. Li Sen listened intently, deep in thought as he hastened forward. If the goblins were indeed retreating, he would face a scarcity of monsters to combat for the next half-year. Before long, he found an empty position for a machine gunner, seized the heavy machine gun, and unleashed a barrage of fire. His 2 comrades, aware of his intent to gain experience, graciously allowed him to land the final blow. Ordinary individuals cannot accrue experience. Only professionals gain it from slaying monsters. However, Li Sen's medicinal meals were both delectable and restorative, benefiting these ordinary soldiers significantly. Thus they were eager to befriend him. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a resounding rumble that startled Li Sen from his excitement. What is happening? I'm not sure. It feels like an earthquake. Did you feel the tremor? Li Sen paused his actions, scanning his surroundings, a sense of inexplicable anxiety washing over him. Boom. Whoosh. Another series of rumblings echoed, and a cascade of mud and stone fell from the cave above him. Get down. It's an earthquake. Someone shouted. Li Sen quickly crouched down. The ground shook violently, and even Li Sen's sturdy physique was thrown to the ground. Darkness enveloped him, and he felt a weight pressing down on him. Chapter 26, Survivors, 37, Re-establish Formation Bao Gu, Changgu. Li Sen was unaware of the names of his 2 temporary comrades. He only knew one called Bao Gu and the other Changgu. At that moment, both had ceased to breathe. Just moments prior, in a crucial moment, they had pushed Li Sen aside, shielding him from the falling debris. But both had paid the ultimate price for their bravery. Damn it. Those cursed experts at the Earthquake Bureau, why didn't they issue a warning? With such a massive quake, who knows how many lives have been lost? Once I get out of here, I will bring them before a military tribunal. As Li Sen mourned, others began to voice their grievances, cursing incessantly. With his sorrow suppressed, he conjured a fireball the size of his fist to illuminate the surroundings. Oh no, our escape route is blocked. Upon illuminating the nearby area, he heard a gasp and quickly turned, his eyes widening in terror at the sight before him. Less than a meter behind him, a massive boulder had crashed down, surrounded by a cascade of earth and stone. All that met his gaze was a graveyard of debris. Dark red blood seeped from beneath the rubble. There were no screams. It was likely that those trapped below had perished. Alive ones, quickly gather around me. Suddenly, a soldier wielding a white fireball shouted, and others quickly assembled around him. In this dire environment, someone stepping forward instilled a sense of solidarity among the survivors. "Why are there so few of us?" As the group gathered, someone exclaimed. Li Sen counted. Including himself, there were only 37 survivors, 27 professionals, and just 10 ordinary individuals. The entirety of D15 had been nearly engulfed, surrounded by massive stones, earth, and concrete debris, leaving them confined to a narrow area of just over 100 meters wide. Boom, boom. As panic set in among the group, sounds of digging and crashing reverberated from D16, the direction of the goblins. "Hurry, form up and prepare for battle." The soldier who had rallied the group was revealed to be Pei Xiaobo, the vice captain of the 4th Company, who naturally assumed command due to his rank. Ordinary soldiers, gather as many weapons as possible. A few rushed to disperse, and Li Sen retrieved rifles and ammunition from the bodies of fallen soldiers, quietly closing their eyes. This was not what anyone desired. Boom. A beam of light shone through from the Goblin-S tunnel. "Kill, annihilate these humans, and provide a feast for our young." With the hoarse, grating barks of the goblins, Li Sen understood their intent, not through any special ability, but rather by the universal laws that allowed for mutual comprehension between humans and goblins. "Form ranks. Open fire." Li Sen, burdened with several machine guns and over 70 pounds of ammunition, rushed toward the cave entrance, set up his weapon, and began to unleash a hail of bullets. Finding that every 3 shots would find their mark on a goblin's head. Bang, bang, bang. Yet the bullets failed to penetrate the goblin's tough skin, leaving only red welts unless one could strike their eyes, rendering them largely ineffective. Goblin Warrior, Elite, LV 43, Combat Power 640, Health 53,000, Skills. This is bad. These are Goblin Elites, their combat power equivalent to our 3rd transition soldiers. "Everyone, concentrate fire and take them down one by one." Pei Xiaobo exclaimed upon observing the attributes of the invading monsters. The professionals present were all level 41 or higher, but only he was a 3rd transition soldier. The rest were all 2nd transition professionals, their combat power comparable to that of the Goblin Warriors, yet they numbered only 27 against the Goblins' overwhelming numbers. Li Sen's machine gun fixated on a Goblin Warrior, while a fireball the size of his fist materialized in his right hand. Bang! His fireball struck the Goblin Warrior but inflicted a mere 3 points of damage, barely a scratch. This won't he do? Observing more Goblin Warriors surging forward, even blocking the entrance, Li Sen discarded his machine gun, charging forward while tearing a strip from his sleeve. He dodged his comrade's bullets, dragging a Goblin Warrior's corpse, swiftly severing its neck with his combat knife, and soaked his clothing in its blood. "Captain Pei, clear a 4-meter diameter area. I will set up a formation," he shouted. Pei Xiaobo, having no time to question Li Sen's abilities, rallied his comrades to spread out. In no time, Li Sen completed the ice formation, a 4-meter diameter circle drawn in just 2 minutes. Although he hadn't used the formation drawing skill in 6 months, he had memorized 3 formations in his mind. "Captain Pei, this is the ice formation. I've marked our allies. If you stand within the formation, you won't be frozen, just a bit chilly." "Good." Pei Xiaobo led his small team into the formation, eager to test its efficacy. Bang bang. 2 Goblin Warriors pursued them, and, upon entering the ice formation, were immediately frozen. Crack, crack. The soldiers alongside Pei Xiaobo swiftly dispatched the frozen Goblin Warriors, and Pei Xiaobo exclaimed in delight, "Excellent, Li Sen. Keep going. Continue to set up formations." "All right. I shall continue." "Commander Pei, this formation can only freeze the enemies for 1 second. Remember to kick away those corpses, as they will interfere with the operation of the formation. 1 second is sufficient." Li Sen turned around to continue soaking up blood, rapidly sketching the array. Ice formation, incomplete. LV4 freezes enemies below level 20 for 4 seconds, while those above level 20 are frozen for just 1 second. Although the level of the formation had increased, Li Sen still struggled to draw it accurately, resulting in its incomplete state. Yet, as Pei Xiaobo remarked, 1 second would suffice. That brief moment was ample not only for the warriors to shatter the frozen foe's skulls, but also for the marksmen to send several bullets into their heads. The yelps and barks of the dog-headed warriors, struck by bullets, would not result in immediate death, but would send them into a frenzy, causing them to careen wildly, even colliding with their own ranks. Gunners, fire in bursts, aim for the heads. Pei Xiaobo swiftly adjusted their tactics, purposefully refraining from killing the dog-headed warriors outright. Instead, driving them back toward their formation at the entrance, seizing the opportunity to push into the entryway. With the space cleared, Li Sen hurriedly dashed forward to sketch the array. Pei Xiaobo and the other 27 warriors, despite being injured, shielded Li Sen, allowing him to extend the ice formation toward the dog-headed warriors for 2 kilometers. Retreat, quickly. Only after completing the 6-meter-wide, 24-meter-long passage with the ice formation did Li Sen loudly instruct Pei Xiaobo and the others to fall back. The 27 warriors retreated in an orderly fashion, while 9 ordinary soldiers equipped with machine guns surged forward to target the dog-headed warriors' heads. The immediate crisis had been averted. However, All of Pei Xiaoba's warriors bore wounds. And in the absence of a healer or any medical supplies, their situation was perilous. Without someone to carve a path for their escape, they faced certain doom. Chapter 27. Temporarily staving off the dog-headed warriors, they found themselves trapped. Li Sen, your formation is truly impressive, though it seems you haven't mastered it fully yet. Is it a skill of imprinting? Indeed, it is an imprinting skill. I have managed to utilize it to this extent, which is quite commendable. Li Sen did not need to concoct an excuse. Pei Xiaoba had already devised a rationale for him. Even in its incomplete state, your formation is remarkably potent. Just imagine how formidable it would be in its complete form. We shall protect you while you redraw a larger, more effective array. Alright, everyone, help clear a larger, clean area. Li Sen naturally did not refuse Pei Xiaoba's suggestion. After all, since he had learned the drawing skill, he had yet to create a complete formation. Pei Xiaoba led the 27 professionals to work together, clearing a space between 3 pillars. Li Sen wiped away the previously drawn array and began anew. This time, he sketched with extreme caution, while someone held up a dog-headed warrior's corpse for him, providing fresh array ink. Unfortunately, he lacked a proper talisman brush. The brush was fashioned from 3 dog-headed tails bound together. After expending 3,600 points of mana, a new formation was finally completed. Ice Formation LV-4 freezes enemies below level 30 for 5 seconds, while those above level 30 are frozen for 1 second. Well, while the formation no longer bears the incomplete mark and the freezing effect has been enhanced, the efficacy against the dog-headed warriors remains unchanged. They are all at least level 43. Li Sen could still only freeze them for 1 second. 1 second is still sufficient. Observing Li Sen's slight disappointment, Pei Xiaoba quickly offered words of comfort. I suppose my skill level is too low. I will just need to level up a few more times. Li Sen was not surprised. After all, with his skill at level 4, he required over 20,000 experience points to reach level 5. The subpar effect of the formation was entirely expected. By the way, Li Sen, how long do you estimate the ice formation will hold in the passage? If it isn't soaked in the blood of the dog-headed warriors, it should last for an hour. However, if it is contaminated by blood, it may last less than 10 minutes, as the formation is drawn using the blood of the dog-headed warriors. If only we had ice attribute ink. It could endure for a much longer duration. Watching the continual influx of dog-headed corpses being dragged away, Li Sen could not help but furrow his brow again. The act of dragging would inevitably damage the formation, thereby shortening its lifespan even further. Indeed, in the next moment, the outermost ice formation was destroyed and rendered ineffective. He turned his gaze toward the walls and ceiling of the passage. The passage was over 3 meters high, making it difficult for him to reach the top. But he could still manage the walls on either side. Commander Pei, please bear with me a little longer while I inscribe the array on the walls. Ah, excellent idea. Let us move. Pei Xiaoba's eyes lit up, immediately assigning 4 of the fittest warriors to protect Li Sen as he dashed into the passage. After 9 minutes, Li Sen managed to finish inscribing the ice formation. When the 6 returned, all but Li Sen were injured. My mana is nearly depleted. I need to recover. The next phase is up to you. Back at the main formation, Li Sen promptly sat cross-legged to recuperate his mana. As a level 4, he only restored 600 points of mana per hour, which, while comparable to a level 20 mage before their second class change, was still slow. A comrade, a mage, handed him a vial of blue potion. Thank you. Li Sen accepted it gratefully and drank it without hesitation. However, it was merely a drop in the bucket. They still needed to devise a way to escape this confined underground space. In District D of the Dog-Headed Caves, there had previously been telephone signals, but entering District D had rendered them powerless to communicate due to the magical influences of the world. They could do nothing but wait for the headquarters to send someone to reopen the underground passage. How long this would take was uncertain, depending on the intensity of the earthquake. For now, they could only endure. Fortunately, he had slain a considerable number of dog-headed warriors, yielding various equipment and items. And some possessed spatial rings containing food, which should allow them to survive for some time. In the Northwest Military District, Zone 23, engineering vehicles were entering and exiting the dog-headed caves, transporting large quantities of earth and rock. Among them were several ambulances, rescuing warriors unearthed from the rubble, offering a chance for recovery. If critical locations had been struck, however, there would be no hope. Captain Han, the investigation is complete. It was not an earthquake. The Seismic Bureau detected no tremors, and neither the command center nor the battalion headquarters reported any sensations of an earthquake. Based on residual magical energy readings, we have concluded that the dog-headed warriors employed a large-scale seismic magic. 2 officers clad in white military uniforms approached Han Jixing, presenting an investigative report. Damn it! Are those filthy creatures seeking death? Once the cave is excavated, I will slaughter the entire dog-headed clan. Han Jixing roared angrily after glancing at the report. The report indicated that their excavation had encountered a magical barrier, resulting in the destruction of 3 excavators. Just as Han Jixing was venting his frustrations, an engineer rushed in with bad news. Take me to see. The 3 dashed down, arriving at Zone D2, where where they beheld a yellowish light curtain encasing the collapsed earth, rendering the excavators immobile. Captain Han, we must request reinforcements from the military district. This magical barrier is radiating magical waves of level 5. The dog-headed warriors have at least one level 5 mage among them. Zone 23 must elevate its defense level. Understood. I will report to the Northwest Military District immediately. Han Jixing had no time to worry about the buried warriors. His concern now lay with the possibility of the dog-headed warriors breaking through the passage. Level 5 mages were at least level 81, akin to a division commander in the Dragon Kingdom, far beyond the capabilities of his mere battalion. No, wait. He realized he no longer held the strength of a full battalion. Only 2 regular companies and 1 new recruit company. With this realization, a chill gripped Han Jixing's heart, urging him onward with even greater speed. Li Sen and the other 37 individuals remained oblivious to the grim reality of their entrapment. Mistakenly believing that the collapse was a consequence of the earthquake, they clung to the hope that their comrades would soon arrive to rescue them. However, first, they must withstand the relentless assault of the goblins. Captain Pei, a voice called out, it appears the goblins have changed their tactics. They seem to be employing sorcery now and are avoiding areas protected by the ice formations. Just as several professionals endeavored to recuperate their strength and mana, a common soldier returned with a report. Goblins wielding magic? Their spells have a relatively short range. We must remain agile and disrupt them with firearms. The soldier hurried back to relay the command, while the others continued to assist one another in healing. As high-level professionals, many possessed spatial rings filled with healing potions. Suddenly, while Li Sen was in the midst of restoring his mana, he erupted into a series of coughs and opened his eyes. A faint haze filled the air, emanating from the entrance. Alarmed, he sprang to his feet and shouted, "This is bad. The goblins are using smoke to suffocate us." Captain Pei and several others were jolted awake, sprinting toward the entrance. Indeed, a thick cloud of smoke had been conjured by the goblin sorcerers, sweeping in with the wind. Their intent was clear, to suffocate the trapped individuals. Chapter 28, Counterattack, Morale Soars. The smoke thickened, prompting everyone to cough uncontrollably. Captain Pei, do we have any warriors skilled in wind magic? No. Among the 27 professionals, only 3 are sorcerers. I wield fire, Xian Liwei controls earth, and Luo Malfa commands water. Then we should charge forward. Let us use the goblin corpses as shields and make a push. Anything is better than being suffocated. Li Sen pointed towards the pile of over 200 goblin bodies, stacked high enough to form a wall. Even if they didn't serve as shields, they would effectively block the smoke. Let us proceed. We cannot wait for death. The other professionals nodded fervently. Remaining idle would lead to certain demise, while a charge might offer them a chance at survival. Onward. Use the corpses as a barricade and push forward. The group sprang into action. 9 ordinary soldiers remained at the entrance, firing their weapons to prevent the goblin sorcerers from casting spells, while the others quickly constructed a wall of bodies within a minute. 1, 2, 3, push. The passage was 6 meters wide and 36 meters high, and the wall of corpses approached 6 meters wide and 3 meters high. 12 strong warriors braced their shoulders against the wall and, with a sudden surge of strength, began to push the 6 or 7 tons of bodies forward, while others provided support from behind. Hold firm. Do not let those human soldiers break through. A hoarse barking echoed from behind the wall of corpses, tinged with panic. Clearly, the goblins had not anticipated such a move, and were caught off guard. Charge! Upon hearing the shouts from their adversaries, Pei Xiaoba excitedly yelled, urging everyone to push forward. The enemy's disarray confirmed their tactical decision was sound. Soon, Li Sen and his comrades traversed the smoke-filled area, stepping cautiously over the smoldering embers. Bang! At that moment, the wall of corpses was struck. The combined might of the 12 warriors surged forward, unleashing their skills to enhance their strength, directly colliding with the wall of bodies. Li Sen could hear the unmistakable sound of bones shattering. The ferocious impact crushed many goblin warriors of level 40 and above. However, the pile of corpses was 3 layers thick, and even after shattering 2 layers, it still served its purpose as a shield. The goblin sorcerers were no match for the explosive power of the human warriors. Charge! Keep pushing. They pushed relentlessly for a full 2 kilometers before the wall was finally halted by the goblin warriors on the other side. Li Sen, hurry and draw the formations. We will set up our position here. Everyone else prepare for battle. Understood. Li Sen took 2 steps back, swiftly removing his clothing to wipe the blood from the ground. He accepted a water bucket from a common soldier, dipped a goblin tail into the blood, and began to hastily inscribe the formation. This time, he prioritized speed over precision, completing a frost formation within a minute. Frost formation, incomplete, LV3, freezes enemies below level 15 for 3 seconds, and those above level 15 for 1 second. 1 second of freezing would suffice. At that moment, the superiority and power of his legendary quality skills became glaringly evident. After drawing the formation on the ground, he hurried to inscribe it on the side walls, ensuring a slight offset in distance to guarantee that any goblins that broke through would quickly be refrozen. Fall back. Li Sen, the wall of corpses is about to collapse. We need to withdraw. In just 6 minutes, Pei Xiaoba and the others could no longer hold their ground. Captain Pei, just retreat. I have completed 6 formations. This 12-meter passage can freeze the enemies at least 3 times. Well done. Let us retreat slowly. Each formation only required 100 mana points to activate, but the goblin warrior's blood was used in sufficient quantity to ensure the formations would endure longer, allowing for more frequent freezing of the enemies. Here, take this medium-grade mana potion. It restores 5,000 mana points. Excellent, just what I needed. Accepting the blue potion from Pei Xiaoba, Li Sen drank it down, feeling a refreshing energy coursing through his body and gathering at the crown of his head, clearing his mind and replenishing half of his mana instantly. With the restoration of 5,000 mana points, Li Sen was able to draw formations at a faster pace, compressing the time to just 55 seconds per formation. He continued to inscribe the formations with unwavering focus, oblivious to the battle raging behind him. Xiao Lu, hold steady. Xiao Wang, charge again. Hearing the command, Xiao Lu planted his shield firmly, while Xiao Wang gripped a 15-meter high square shield and executed a powerful charge, sending the pursuing goblin warriors tumbling. Earth Spike Ambush. After Xiao Wang's charge toppled over 30 goblin warriors, he retreated immediately. Xian Liwei's earth magic quickly followed, impaling the fallen goblins onto the ceiling of the passage. Blood poured like rain, and wails echoed like a funeral dirge. This scene did not frighten the goblins. Rather, it incited them to madness. Goblins, use magic. Let us obliterate these damned humans. Waves of spells surged forth. Fireballs, venomous orbs, wind blades, and earthen spikes rained down. Pei Xiaoba shouted as he retreated, fall back. Yet, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. A fireball soared above the icy formation, gradually extinguishing, while a venomous orb rapidly froze and fell to the ground. The wind blades dissipated mid-flight, and the stone sphere rolled along until it too was encased in ice. Yet, the earthen spikes thrust upwards, seemingly unaffected. However, the distance between the earth spikes conjured by the dog-headed sorcerer and Pei Xiaoba and his companions remained considerable. Remarkable, truly astonishing. Li Sen exclaimed, marveling at the expansive attack range of this icy formation. It could even freeze the enemy's magic. With such a protective formation, what do we have to fear? Brothers, let us charge back. Onward. The morale of Pei Xiaoba and his companions, who had been retreating, surged as they rallied once more. Though invigorated, they had not lost their wits. They advanced to the last icy formation set by Li Sen, vanquished the dog-headed foes in their path, collected the spoils, and then retreated. Thus, they engaged in a strategic retreat while eliminating enemies, and soon every individual had at least leveled up once. The 9 ordinary warriors felt somewhat strained, but all were overwhelmingly exhilarated. Chapter 29, New Skills Acquired. Formation Setup, Hatching of the Vermilion Bird. Ha ha ha, Li Sen, look, what a treasure. Just as Li Sen settled down to recover some mana, Pei Xiaoba approached, grinning broadly and clutching a skill book. A skill book for formation setup? Li Sen's eyes brightened. Judging from Pei Xiaoba's expression, it was indeed a skill he could utilize. Yes, use it quickly. Pei Xiaoba promptly thrust the skill book into Li Sen's hands. Formation Setup, Exquisite. Utilize appropriate items to arrange formations that harm enemies, assist allies, and alter the environment. This was a blue exquisite quality skill book, considered very high tier among formation setup skill books. Furthermore, it provided an excellent excuse for Li Sen to conceal his identity as a 9-turn formation master, and he did not hesitate to use it. As silver motes flooded into his mind, Li Sen mastered a new formation. Spirit Gathering Formation. Utilize energy-rich items to arrange formations that enhance the concentration of spiritual energy within a certain area. This was a supportive formation that could not be used immediately, yet it provided him with the conditions to reveal another formation. What did you learn? Pei Xiaoba inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he saw Li Sen open his eyes. A supportive formation to accelerate movement and attack speeds of allies. It may not be very impactful. He sighed dramatically, feigning disappointment. An acceleration formation? It should have some utility, right? No worries, having a new formation is a good thing. Pei Xiaoba, though slightly disappointed to hear it was not an offensive formation, offered words of comfort. Li Sen nodded thoughtfully and turned to look at his comrades sorting through the spoils. Spotting some armor, he hesitantly said, Captain Pei, I might be able to inscribe the acceleration formation on those garments. What a splendid idea. Let us try it now. Pei Xiaoba's eyes lit up at Li Sen's suggestion, and he quickly called for his comrades to bring over the newly acquired equipment. One comrade even carried over a large barrel of dog-headed blood. Another ordinary warrior jogged over, cradling a hefty bundle of dog tails. This sight made Li Sen's heart race. Hee, Li Sen, I noticed the dog tails you used before have become quite worn, so I gathered these for you. The warrior named Hai understood the significance of Li Sen's formations. Without Li Sen's freezing formations, the 9 ordinary warriors would undoubtedly have been the first casualties. Upon hearing that Li Sen had acquired a new formation, he rushed over to assist. These dog tails were what he collected while scavenging the dog-headed corpses, all of good quality. Thank you. Li Sen expressed his gratitude as he accepted the bundle of tails. Carefully selecting one that was soft and rounded at the tip, dipping it in the dog-headed blood, he began to sketch the formation on a piece of laid-out clothing. Monsters are categorized into ordinary, elite, commander, boss, and the legendary king quality, with higher quality yielding greater growth points and superior components. Ordinary monsters have 13 growth points, elites 46, and so forth. It is said that king-level monsters exceed 20 growth points, but as of yet, the practitioners of Blue Star have not witnessed such beings. However, this was not his immediate concern. He needed to inscribe the formation. The formation setup skill, now at level 6, allowed him to draw formations with greater ease. Undistracted and unhurried, his creations had indeed improved significantly. Acceleration formation LV4 increases the wearer's movement speed by 4 and attack speed by 4. Inscribing it on the garment effectively granted the wearer a buff. Though the increase was modest, it was nonetheless quite practical. Li Sen, don't forget the pants. While Li Sen expressed reluctance, Pei Xiaobo was genuinely delighted. Despite the seemingly minor 4-point speed boost, in critical moments, it could mean the difference between life and death. Pei Xiaobo personally tested it, and found his movements noticeably quicker. Upon receiving a reminder, Li Sen inscribed an acceleration formation on each of the pant legs, achieving a remarkable enhancement of 6. When donned alongside the outer garment, the total acceleration boost reached 8. Adding an inner armor or vest would grant a staggering 10-point speed increase. Ha ha ha, Li Sen, you are truly a genius. Even as a mage, I can accelerate the gathering of my magical skills and casting speed. This is incredible. Pei Xiaobo could not help but clap Li Sen on the shoulder, exclaiming in admiration. We can accelerate too. I can run faster and wield my weapon more swiftly. This is truly magical. Hai and the other ordinary warriors echoed in amazement. The buff from this formation proved effective even for them. Fantastic. With Li Sen's formation assistance, we will surely hold out until the captain and the others breach the passage. Yes, we are at least safe for the time being. Let us start taking turns to rest. We will divide into 3 shifts of 36 individuals to guard this passage. Li Sen, you can rest whenever you need to. Understood. No one opposed Pei Xiaobo's command. With 9 practitioners and 3 ordinary warriors per shift, they were more than capable of dispatching the frozen dog-headed foes. Li Sen surveyed the icy formations sprawling throughout the passage before seeking a quiet spot to lay down and sleep. While his mana could be restored with potions, his mental fatigue could not be alleviated quickly, and sleep was the best remedy. He awoke abruptly to a peculiar sensation, something poking at his belly. What was it? Startled, he sprang up, only to see a small, red, furry creature tumble from his arms. Oh, the king turkey hatched? Recognizing the hue, Li Sen immediately recalled the king turkey pet egg he had been nurturing. Goo goo goo. The little creature on the ground expressed its discontent with a few soft clucks. Its head cocked in confusion, as if to ask, Daddy, do you not love me anymore? Indeed, it is you. Li Sen chuckled as he carefully scooped up the little one. Slightly larger than the size of a palm, the fiery red chick had damp feathers, yet felt warm and smooth to the touch. There was none of the typical foul odor associated with chicks, only a faint hint of blueberry fragrance. Its tiny claws lacked strength, and it wobbled in Li Sen's palm. Goo goo, perhaps feeling hungry. The chick gently pecked at Li Sen's palm with its sharp yet soft beak, giving him a ticklish sensation. You must be hungry. Unfortunately, I have nothing else to offer you. For now, you will have to munch on your eggshell. Li Sen smiled as he bent down to gather the eggshell that had fallen to the ground, offering it to the chick, which quickly devoured it. Observing the little chick, which had evidently gained strength and was now able to stand on its own, Li Sen gently tapped its small head with his finger and mused, Your lineage is extraordinary. Yet it must remain concealed. What name shall I bestow upon you? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Hee hee. Is that the name you desire? That won't do. It might lead to complications with the reviewers. The chick tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend Li Sen's words. You are red, with a hue akin to cinnabar, and your feet resemble those of a phoenix. You ought to be named Danfeng. However, your feet seem perilous, thus I shall call you Zunio instead. The chick, upon hearing its new name, nodded enthusiastically as if it understood. Zunio, Zunio. Li Sen playfully teased the little Zunio, thoroughly enjoying the moment when suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. Li Sen, what bird are you playing with? Chapter 30, Redrawing the Formation, Driven Back. Li Sen shot a significant eye roll at Pei Xiaobo, exclaiming, Your words are easily misconstrued. Pei Xiaobo chuckled and glanced at Zunio, abruptly freezing in surprise. Oh, a pet of perfect quality. Li Sen, wasn't your pet egg of exceptional quality? It seems to have mutated. The officers at the military camp in Zone 23 were generally aware of his Turkey King pet egg, which Li Sen had intentionally showcased, hoping for this very anomaly upon hatching to provide him with a plausible explanation. Impressive. You truly have remarkable luck. Hee hee. I suppose good deeds are rewarded. Li Sen responded with a smile before directing his gaze towards the pet option on his attribute panel. Zunio, species, chicken, perfect, LV0, combat power, 4. Health, 400, mana, 200. Skills, fireball, perfect, LV1, Consumes 20 mana points to unleash a fireball that inflicts 100 damage on enemies. Warmth, perfect, LV1. Consumes 10 mana points to bestow a restorative state upon allies, enhancing their mana recovery speed by 10. Cannot exceed 10 times its own power. Though Zunio's initial combat power was modest, it possessed two skills, one offensive and one supportive, both of which were of perfect quality and exceedingly practical. While the Warm skill had limitations on its usage, it essentially functioned as a portable mana potion for Li Sen, enabling him to recover his mana more swiftly. Moreover, as Zunio's level and combat power increased, its effectiveness would only amplify. Wow, are all the chickens in an city this formidable? Pei Xiaoba remarked, fixating on Zunio and utilizing an identification skill to glean its attributes, unable to suppress his admiration. This Warm skill is incredibly beneficial for us mages. With a chicken like this, one could save millions of dragon coins on potions annually. Li Sen shrugged innocently. I wouldn't know. I just transitioned and enlisted. Having had no opportunity to familiarize myself with the occupational circles in its city, let alone the pet community. True, you're only 18. Oh, right. Today is already January 3rd. You must be 19 now. Indeed. By the way, Captain Pei, did you summon me for a specific reason? Nearly forgot. Quickly, to the front. The formation requires reinforcement. 2/3 of it has already failed, and the dog-headed men are charging in again. Move. Li Sen cradled Zunio and hurriedly dashed out. After a night's passage, the failure of the formation was likely more extensive than merely 2/3. As he stepped into the 6-meter-wide passageway, Li Sen's brow furrowed. His nose assaulted by a pungent odor that stung and irritated. The entire corridor had been drenched in a thin layer of blood, thoroughly compromising the ground's formation. Pei Xiaoba's mention of 2/3 of the formation being ineffective referred to the walls on either side, leaving only a third of the corridor under their control. Throughout the night, the dog-headed men had been relentlessly attacking, sending wave after wave to their demise. Wading through the blood that reached his ankles, Pei Xiaoba pointed to the ceiling, which lacked any drawn formation, suggesting, Li Sen, let's charge again. You should try to inscribe a formation on the ceiling as well. It will undoubtedly yield better results. Do you still have the strength? You all seem to have skipped dinner last night, didn't you? Here you go. Pei Xiaoba grinned as he produced a large military biscuit from his spatial ring, followed by a bottle of mineral water. Li Sen gazed enviously at the ring on his finger and accepted the food and drink. Having a spatial ring was indeed advantageous. Not only did it stave off hunger, but it also allowed everyone to carry additional weapons. He had previously posted tasks in the Adventurers Guild and Mercenaries Guild, seeking to acquire 2 spatial rings, but had yet to succeed. Seeing Pei Xiaoba's ring filled him with unspoken envy. Haha, we managed to procure 3 spatial rings this time, but the minimum usage level is 40. If you want one, you'd best level up quickly. Pei Xiaoba patted Li Sen on the shoulder before revealing several rings that made Li Sen's mouth water. They were indeed spatial rings, confirmed to require a level 40 for usage. Captain Pei, it's rather unethical of you to dangle such temptation before me. Haha, I'm not trying to tempt you. This is motivation. I want you to set up more formations and level up swiftly. Then let us prepare. We'll commence in 10 minutes. Alright. Having learned from their previous charge, Pei Xiaoba and the others swiftly constructed an even thicker wall of corpses, propelled forward by the tremendous strength of the 27 professionals. The sound of rushing water echoed through the corridor. It was not water, but blood. This reminded Li Sen of the jade plaque of the ice formation he had carved at home. Perhaps he could combine the techniques of etching and drawing formations to establish a more potent array. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Li Sen, quickly, climb onto my shoulder. They're coming. Luo Tan, a warrior standing 2 meters tall, hoisted Li Sen onto his shoulders, straightening his back and extending his arm. Li Sen was able to reach the ceiling of the passageway. This time, he took his time with the formation, striving to remain calm, ensuring each stroke was fluid and accurate. In 3 minutes, an ice formation was completed. Ice formation LV5. Freezes enemies below level 20 for 5 seconds within a 6-meter diameter. Freezes those above level 20 for 1 second. This time, there were indeed no residual characters. He had observed closely the previous day. As long as there were no residual characters, the formation could unleash the freezing power 3,000 times, maintaining its effectiveness for a longer duration. If residual characters appeared, the effect would diminish to below 1,000. Luo Tan retreated 6 meters. Good. 1 formation completed. Without pausing, Li Sen continued to the next formation. With the dog-headed men's blood serving as formation ink, Ihai stood by with a supply, ready to provide suitable substitutes whenever Li Sen's current supply ran low. All he needed to do was focus on drawing formations. As the wall of corpses was shattered by the dog-headed men, Li Sen had inscribed 8 formations and retreated over 50 meters. Just as he was about to draw the 5th formation, the ground suddenly shook violently, sending him crashing to the floor. Luo Tan, what happened? Ignoring his own bruises, Li Sen turned to help the fallen Luo Tan. An arrow struck my thigh. Li Sen, you must run. Retreat immediately. Everyone fall back. Pei Xiaoba shouted as he hoisted Luo Tan onto his shoulder and led the retreat back to the hall behind the passageway. The others, including Pei Xiaoba, fought while retreating. How is it? Is Luo Tan's injury severe? Captain, I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound. Shut up. You've been shot clean through your thigh, and you call that a superficial wound? Li Sen quickly admonished. The arrows of the dog-headed men had proven formidable. It was astonishing that an arrow from such a distance could pierce the thigh of a level 46 warrior like Luo Tan. Pierced clean through? This is troublesome. Luo Malthan. Hurry and heal him. Pei Xiaoba's expression changed, immediately calling for the water mage Luo Malthan. Simultaneously, a dagger materialized in his hand, and before Li Sen's astonished gaze, he severed the tip of the arrow, then with a swift motion, extracted the shaft. Blood immediately gushed forth, splattering a few drops onto Li Sen's face, startling him. Water healing technique. The anguished cry of Luo Tan and the incantation of Luo Mao resonated almost in unison, as a cerulean magical light swiftly staunched the flowing blood. Beside them, Ihai quickly applied the prepared bandages. Within a minute, the wound was expertly wrapped. This indeed broadened Li Sen's horizons. However, the expressions of Pei Xiaoba and the others remained grave, as if foreboding misfortune was imminent. Chapter 31. Assault on the New Formation, Food Crisis. Captain Pei, is Luo Tan going to be alright? Noticing the grim expressions of Pei Xiaoba and the others, Li Sen cautiously inquired. Luo Tan is fine. It is we who are in peril. The adversaries descending upon us are level 50 and above dog-headed archer elites, formidable foes with combat capabilities rivaling firearms. Your ice formation cannot freeze their arrows. This revelation eased Li Sen's anxiety, prompting him to hastily urge, while the arrows may not be frozen, the archers themselves can be. What are we waiting for? Quickly organize a second assault. Use a wall of corpses to obstruct them. I will expedite the formations drawing. As long as we have enough formations, they shan't breach our defenses. Good. Once more. Lacking alternative strategies, Pei Xiaoba swiftly reiterated their previous combat approach, quickly erecting a wall of corpses and launching another offensive. A taller soldier was once again designated to bear Li Sen while he drew the formations. This time, Li Sen inscribed 7 formations, after which Pei Xiaoba commanded a retreat. The retreat was timely, with no injuries sustained. The tactics proved effective. They repeated this 4 times, exhausting all the dog-headed corpses before retreating to the far end of the passage for respite. Li Sen's formations merely covered a 260-meter stretch of the passage, while 6 dog-headed archers lined up at the opposite end. Astonishingly, the archers' range extended to a staggering kilometer, whereas the firearms wielded by Li Sen and his companions only reached 800 meters, falling short by 200 meters. Indeed, in the realm of professionals, vocation is paramount. Captain Pei, what is the range of your magic? I am a 3rd-tier fire mage. The typical skill range is 600 meters. Before reaching the 4th tier, only archers can achieve a kilometer range, and none among us are archers. Understanding the gravity of their situation, Li Sen grasped why their faces were so solemn. The enemy could strike them while they were powerless to retaliate. Even if the archers were immobilized, they lacked the weaponry to engage them. Even if the dog-headed archers were frozen, the 200-meter distance meant Pei Xiaoba and his team could not eliminate them within a second. This is perilous. Li Sen sighed. The threat seemed insurmountable. Li Sen, you should draw the formations at the ceiling, starting from a position outside the archer's range, ensuring at least a strategic retreat space. Understood. Pei Xiaoba's suggestion aligned with Li Sen's thoughts. They occupied a passage of 2 kilometers, even with a kilometer of depth lost. They still had 1 kilometer remaining. Furthermore, once his skill level reached 11, he would acquire a new formation, perhaps providing a solution, similar to life professions. A formation master's skill level grants a new blueprint for every 10 levels. He now possessed ample magical elixirs to replenish his mana. Thus he resolved to practice diligently. With his mythic grade talent, 10-fold proficiency, his skill upgrades were expedited 1,000-fold compared to dual-class professionals and 100-fold faster than single-class ones. His drawing skill was nearing level 8, and to reach level 11, he needed to inscribe 865 formations. If he drew formations at the lower grade, it would only take 865 minutes. However, the formations above his head needed to be complete for safety. Li Sen was determined, dedicating all his time to drawing formations except for meals and rest, with Pei Xiaoba enforcing a 5-hour break. By noon the following day, he finally elevated his drawing skill to level 11. Concurrently, he also ascended to level 6. Name, Li Sen LV6, 226-1564. Age, 18. Profession, 1st tier farmer, 01. 1st tier chef, 02. 9th tier formation master, 9. Strength, 101. Constitution, 101. Spirit, 202. Agility, 101. Health, 10100. Stamina, 150. Mana, 20200. Combat power, 101. Talent, 10-fold proficiency, briefly. Skills, digging, epic, LV5. Fertilization, perfect, LV1. Large pot meal, ordinary, LV8. Medicinal cuisine, legendary, LV11. Formation drawing, legendary, LV11. Formation detonation, perfect, LV3, inscribing, perfect. LV2, fireball, ordinary. LV5, arrangement, exquisite. LV1. With 101 combat power, over 10,000 health points, and more than 20,000 mana, Li Sen felt somewhat monstrous. Typically, a single-class warrior grows at a rate where, after a first-tier job change, their attributes are adjusted to a base of 4 dimensions, Strength 3, Constitution 2, Spirit 1, Agility 2. With each level gained, they acquire those attribute points, resulting in a mere 2-point increase in combat power. To possess 100 combat power without job change, one must reach level 50. For second-tier professionals, if they successfully change jobs at level 21, they need to attain level 35 to achieve 100 combat power. Li Sen, at level 6, was already exponentially more powerful than the average professional. After a moment of secret delight, Li Sen turned his attention to the new formation he had just comprehended. Swift Wind Formation harnesses the essence of heaven and earth to conjure a gale in a specified direction. The description was straightforward, yet upon a single glance, Li Sen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this formation, even if the dog-headed foes resorted to smoke tactics again, they would have no cause for concern. The challenge lay in determining the appropriate moment to deploy this formation. Of course, as long as he wished, the justification for its use was inconsequential. Captain Pei, did the dog-headed creatures not charge in at all today? No, they seem to be up to some mischief at the passage's end, but their archers remain vigilant. The moment we enter their range, we will be attacked. I suspect those dog-headed creatures aim to starve us. Starve us? Is our food supply dwindling? Upon hearing Pei Xiaoba's words, an ominous premonition washed over Li Senator indeed. If they continued to engage in high-intensity combat, their provisions would last only a day. If they refrained from fighting, someone would still need to stand guard in preparation for battle, stretching their supplies to a maximum of 4 days. Regarding the passage behind us. As he spoke, a deep concern flickered in Pei Xiaoba's eyes. He hesitated before continuing. I sensed a 5th-tier magical fluctuation emanating from the wall behind us. In other words, the camp commander and his team need to locate at least a 5th-tier earth mage to have any hope of breaking through this passage. Li Sen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. 5th-tier mages might be plentiful, but 5th-tier earth mages were definitely lacking in the Northwest Military District. He had ascertained this during his 6 months of service. This meant that, in the short term, they might have no way out. Then, we cannot keep things to ourselves any longer. Captain Pei, we eliminated so many dog-headed creatures the day before yesterday. Did any item cards drop? I might be able to use those to set up formations. Indeed, I'll fetch them right away. As Pei Xiaoba retrieved the item cards, Li Sen internally refined his plan. With over 3,000 item cards at his disposal, the sheer quantity bolstered his confidence in his strategy. Focusing on attack-type item cards as the core, supplemented by auxiliary item cards, he also intended to utilize all the wind attribute weapons from the warriors as materials. A colossal formation with a diameter of 49 meters consumed 49,000 mana to establish. Li Sen, what is this formation, the Swift Wind Formation? What utility does it serve? Pei Xiaoba and his companions leaned against the wall, inquiring of Li Sen, who was consuming a magical potion at the center of the formation. However, Li Sen evaded the question, saying, "This is one of my secret techniques. It demands an immense amount of energy, and I am uncertain if it will succeed. Utilizing a wind-based formation in this subterranean space might yield limited effectiveness, wouldn't you agree? Who knows? But we certainly cannot afford to remain idle." With his magical energy fully restored, Li Sen rose with a smile, and before Pei Xiaoba could pose another question, his expression darkened as he commanded, "Explode." Chapter 32, A Gale That Slays a Host of Goblins. "Explode," Li Sen shouted, startling Pei Xiaoba and the others, as he mentally issued the command, "Detonate the formation." The wailing winds howled through the tunnel like the cries of tormented spirits. Ugh! All 36 of his comrades, including Pei Xiaoba and 27 other professionals, were thrust against the walls, while 9 ordinary comrades screamed in agony, directly injured by the force of the wind. Fortunately, Li Sen had forewarned them to brace against the wall, otherwise, they might have been violently slammed into it, resulting in even graver injuries. Li Sen was not spared either. As his magical energy drained at a staggering rate of 1,000 points per second, he quickly directed the raging wind to surge down the tunnel. With a roar, the wind, now under his command, rushed into the passage like a roaring dragon. After 20 seconds, Li Sen's magical energy was depleted, leaving him with only 200 points. "Captain Pei, charge." Understood. Pei Xiaoba comprehended Li Sen's intent and immediately followed the tempestuous winds. Behind them, a soldier rushed forward to carry Li Sen as they pressed onward. "Wait, my Junyao." That soldier nodded and retrieved the level 0 Fire Chicken King still affixed to the wall, placing it into Li Sen's arms before dashing out. Li Sen's physical prowess was akin to that of a warrior. However, expending such a vast amount of magical energy in a short span left him utterly drained, necessitating his being carried. Wind Gale Formation LV10 converges the essence of heaven and earth with magical powers, unleashing a ferocious gale at a wind speed of 40 ms. This was the property of the wind gale formation before its detonation. Whereas Li Sen was aware that the wind speed of a level 12 gale ranged from 327 to 369 ms. The gale produced by this formation surpassed even that of a level 12 gale by a slight margin. After employing the detonation, he added an additional 20,000 points of magical energy into it. The resulting power was unimaginable to Li Sen. However, after being carried through a lengthy tunnel measuring a full 5 kilometers, he had yet to encounter a single goblin, not even a corpse. The entire passage remained remarkably clean. At the tunnel's end lay a vast hall, 100 meters wide, which similarly contained no goblins. At the far end of the hall stood an open stone door. What a ferocious wind! Upon crossing the threshold, the sight that greeted Li Sen left even the instigator speechless. 100 meters away, a 30-meter-high city wall was adorned with the corpses of goblins, reduced to a pulpy mush, resembling a series of crimson canvases splattered upon the towering wall. The wall, of indeterminate thickness, bore a deep indentation from the impact. Below the wall lay a mound of flesh, akin to a small hill of ground meat. Li Sen contemplated the air cannon from scientific experiments in his past life. This wall was reminiscent of cardboard shattered by an air cannon. Do I still possess magical energy? We must hasten to establish a rudimentary base to defend against the underground tunnel. Bring the magical recovery potions. Li Sen descended from the soldier's arms, accepting the potion Pei Xiaoba offered, drinking as he hurried to the base of the wall. Some soldiers were already collecting the blood using buckets, and behind him, Ihai, bearing a bundle of goblin tails, finally emerged from the stone door, panting heavily. After receiving the tails, Li Sen took a few deep breaths and began drawing. He commenced inscribing the wind gale formation. Without the aid of magical artifacts or equipment, and merely utilizing the blood of the goblins to create the formation, its potency was significantly diminished. Wind gale formation LV5 converges the essence of heaven and earth with magical powers, unleashing a ferocious gale at a wind speed of 15 ms. This wind speed was merely equivalent to that of a level 7 gale, insufficient to even affect ordinary individuals, let alone engage in combat. Nevertheless, he worked swiftly, managing to inscribe a 7-meter diameter wind gale formation in just 1 minute. Soon, he had encircled the exit with a ring of formations, and at times, when his performance was exceptional, he could even inscribe a level 6 formation with a wind speed of 20 ms. Upon completing the wind gale formation, he simultaneously drank potions while inscribing the acceleration formation. Following him was the Fire Chicken King, Zhu Niao, occasionally bestowing the warmth skill upon Li Sen. Acceleration formation LV6 increases allied units' movement speed and action speed by 6. A single wind gale formation, paired with 4 acceleration formations, could yield a total acceleration of 24 in wind speed, while the winds unleashed would be even more violent, possessing greater lethality. According to Pei Xiaoba, the wizard, the resultant power was equivalent to a wind blade with an 80-point damage effect. Completing 10 sets of wind gale formations took Li Sen an hour. The location of the cave was atop a small hill, the terrain seemingly mirroring that of Blue Star. Li Sen proceeded to encircle the hill with formations. Retreat. Only then did the 26 warriors charging toward the wall return. While he inscribed the formations, the goblins could not merely observe. Countless goblins surged down from either end of the wall to attack them. Fortunately, the goblins on the wall were predominantly below the third transition, around level 30, and the elite goblins had largely been obliterated by his earlier wind gale. It was only after finishing the formations that Li Sen collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted from the continuous drawing. This fatigue was more mental than magical, unrelated to his magical recovery. However, when he glanced at his personal attributes panel, he felt revitalized. The recent gale had granted him a staggering 60,000 experience points. Just under 2,000 more, and he would level up. Moreover, this 60,000 experience was after being divided, with Zhu Niao receiving 30,000. Zhu Niao, Chicken, Perfect, LV4, 150, 000, 160, 000. Combat Power, 68. Health, 6,800. Magic, 3,400. Skills Abridged. Zhu Niao's growth rate was also impressive at 4. Equivalent to a third transition warrior's growth rate. Truly a worthy companion with Phoenix blood. However, the experience required for Zhu Niao to level up was also substantial, closely mirroring Li Sen's needed experience. It seemed to be another source of experience hoarding. Additionally, it appeared that the little fellow's skill upgrades were not easily attained. Li Sen calculated that Zhu Niao had applied the warmth skill over 100 times, yet it had yet to level up, likely requiring a starting proficiency in the tens of thousands. This left Li Sen feeling somewhat helpless. After regaining a semblance of energy, he realized he needed nourishment to fully restore himself. A large red apple materialized before him, courtesy of the towering Rotan, who, despite his injuries, had emerged from the underground passage to offer assistance, having been assigned by Pei Xiaoba to protect Li Sen. Thank you. He accepted it without hesitation, sinking his teeth into the fruit. The others retreated to the vicinity of the stone door to rest, stuffing their mouths with food and water. uncertain when the next battle might erupt. Li Sen, you truly are a harbinger of fortune. You've just discovered another formation skill book. After he finished the apple and began collecting seeds, Pei Xiaobo approached with an odd expression, holding a skill book emanating a faint blue glow. Such remarkable luck. Another blue imprint skill for a formation master. Quickly hand it over. Li Sen scrambled to snatch the skill book. Yet upon reading the title, his expression turned peculiar. Formation disc crafting. Exquisite utilize specific materials to forge formation discs. Note, prerequisite skills. Inscribe formation, draw formation, forge. He returned the skill book to Pei Xiaobo with a bemused look. Old Pei, do you think I'm a deity? A mere 6 months since awakening. And still leading a dual life as a farmer and a chef. Could one truly acquire the skills of array carving, array drawing, and forging within such a brief span? Perhaps I was overestimating the potential. It is regrettable, for this skill appears exceptionally formidable. Indeed, it is quite powerful, yet the prerequisites for learning are exceedingly demanding. To speak candidly, had Li Sen mastered the forging skill, he would have undoubtedly immediately learned the array disc production skill, but alas. He finds himself unable to do so at present. What a pity. Could you take another look at this skill book to see if you can learn it? To his astonishment, Li Sen hastily grasped it and was met with yet another surprise. Chapter 33, The Combination of Arrays, YYDS. Explosive Flame Array. Excellent. Arrange the array according to a specific pattern to unleash formidable fire damage. Learning requirements. Possess a fire attribute physique or fire attribute spiritual root. Once again, this skill book had prerequisites. Curiously, Li Sen pressed the book to his forehead and murmured, "Learn." The skill book transformed into a radiant crimson light that surged into his mind. Remarkably, he succeeded in learning it. It appears your physique bears a fire attribute. That makes sense. As a chef, the fundamental attribute is indeed fire. Seeing Li Sen's success, Pei Xiaobo was somewhat astonished, yet soon felt a sense of relief. Initially, he had intended to learn the explosive flame array himself, but witnessing Li Sen's adeptness with the arrays stirred a desire within him as a mage. However, it was more fitting for Li Sen to learn it now, so he presented it to him. As for array disc production, once we return to the base, we can submit it to the military in exchange for other skill books. Please take a rest while I arrange a few more arrays. Li Sen stated as he rose to his feet. I will protect you. Luo Tan stood up, limping slightly as he followed suit. Li Sen did not hasten to set up the explosive flame array or the ice array, but instead added 4 acceleration arrays to each of the 10 gale arrays, enhancing the wind speed to an impressive 48. Upon completing this augmentation, the winds generated by the gale arrays transformed from an invisible breeze into visible, swirling blades of pale azure wind. Within a radius of 500 meters, all approaching kobolds were shredded into fragments. Beyond that distance, the kobolds staggered unsteadily. The combination of arrays is indeed YYDS. With his mind open to new possibilities, Li Sen embarked on a fresh experiment. Gale array, ice array, acceleration array, and cold wind array. Under the influence of this novel combination, the wind that blew forth took on a pale blue hue, capable of slowing enemies while simultaneously inflicting cuts akin to wind blades. Gale array, explosive flame array, acceleration array, and heat wind array. Within a radius of 600 meters, the temperature in the wind soared above 60 degrees, rapidly decreasing beyond that range. Ice array and explosive flame array. Nuclear bomb sovereign? This was a perilous endeavor. Li Sen emerged from the explosion disheveled, while Luo Tan was left partially incapacitated. Had Luo Tan not sensed the energy reaction was amiss and pushed Li Sen aside in time, it would have been Li Sen lying on the ground, incapacitated. I'm sorry, Luo Tan. It was my recklessness, Li Sen lamented. Indeed, Li Sen, continue to investigate this array combination. If you can successfully arrange it, its power will be tremendous. I will try again later. This is not the right moment. While Li Sen entertained thoughts of becoming the nuclear bomb sovereign, the inherent dangers of combining conflicting attribute arrays were far too great. This time, he connected the 2 arrays through the acceleration array, yielding such tremendous power. Had they been directly linked, they would have undoubtedly sent all 37 of them to the afterlife. It is best to master the existing arrays for now. After a brief respite, Li Sen adjusted a set of cold wind arrays and a set of heat wind arrays, directing them towards the wall opposite the stone door. At the junction of the 2 arrays lay a span of 2 to 3 meters, with one side cold and the other hot, effectively halting the movement of all kobolds attempting to charge towards them. Subsequently, these kobolds were swiftly transformed into fragments by the sheer cutting force of the accelerated gale, maximizing their monster-slaying efficiency. An unexpected outcome ensued. Boom. After being buffeted by the hot winds for 5 hours, the wall collapsed as if it were made of subpar materials. Witnessing the crumbling wall, Pei Xiaobo muttered with an odd expression, surely, the kobolds did not construct this wall with asphalt? It seems highly plausible. Came the agreement from Xian Liwei, Luo Malfa, and others. Perhaps, Li Sen considered another possibility but refrained from voicing it. Instead, he remarked, Old Pei, be cautious. Higher-ranking kobolds may soon emerge from behind the wall. Yes, form a shield. Pei Xiaoba exclaimed, quickly commanding several shield bearers to step forward. Whoosh, 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 clang, clang. Just as Li Sen had anticipated, higher-ranking kobolds indeed lurked behind the wall, along with the archers he found most troublesome. Fortunately, the kobold archers were now shooting into the wind, rendering their arrows ineffective against the shield bearers. However, the gale array could not inflict any harm on the kobold archers stationed 600 meters away, resulting in a stalemate in the battle. The kobolds behind the wall retreated swiftly, no longer approaching, seemingly awaiting reinforcements of greater strength. Observing the standoff, Li Sen recalled a previous notion. Old Pei, you all guard outside. I will go inside the hall to arrange a larger, more formidable array. Very well, go ahead. Time flew by, and 2 days quickly passed. The kobolds had retreated and did not draw near again. The massive wall, a kilometer wide, had been entirely blown down, with even the debris scattered 600 meters away, forming a makeshift barrier for the kobolds. Have we not yet breached through? No. Sighing, Pei Xiaoba could not help but express his frustration upon hearing his soldiers report. Their food supply was dwindling, and if the base did not establish an underground passage soon, they would have no choice but to venture into the kobold's realm in search of sustenance. Or, casting a glance at the already decaying kobold corpses, Pei Xiaoba shook his head vigorously, dismissing the dangerous thought. The flesh of kobolds is toxic. Beside him, Li Sen, having just completed the array drawing, discerned Pei Xiaoba's expression and quickly offered a serious reminder. I know, that is common knowledge. Pei Xiaoba shot Li Sen a significant eye roll. Unless one is driven mad by hunger, who would dare consume such revolting fare? Dispose of those corpses. My array is complete. Understood. Additionally, summon all soldiers back. I wish to test the efficacy of this array. I too am quite curious about the outcome of this grand endeavor. Soon, the kobold corpses, which had provided the array ink, were cast beyond the stone door, and the comrades returned, standing against the wall. Li Sen completed the final array. An azure and blue light shimmered within the hall, lasting for 10 seconds before dissipating, giving birth to a fierce cold wind that surged through the stone door under the array's guidance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The deafening sound of the wind grew increasingly ominous. Standing at the center of the array, Li Sen found his entire body encased in a layer of frost. Cold Wind Array LV11. Converging the essence of the world and magical elements, it unleashes a chilling wind at -22 degrees Celsius at a speed of 33 meters per second, inflicting tremendous damage upon foes. This was the combination array that Li Sen had crafted over 2 days, with the foundation composed of numerous small, ice arrays, collectively forming an enormous, gale array with a diameter of 98 meters. Truly, this was a super, cold wind array, capable of unleashing frigid winds at a force of level 12. Matching the speed of the level 10 gale array he had previously arranged using props and equipment, yet possessing far greater lethality. As the array activated, the wind's howls within the cave hall became increasingly terrifying, the relentless level 12 gale sweeping through, causing Pei Xiaoba and the others to feel a chill creeping into their hearts, as if phantoms were weeping in their ears. In stark contrast to the eerie stillness within the cave, the scene outside was even more harrowing. Chapter 34, The Kobold Kingdom, Cold Wind Array, in action. 300 kilometers away from the cave where Li Sen and his companions resided, there stood a resplendent palace. This grand edifice sprawled over a vast expanse of land, with its floors, walls, pillars, and tiles all constructed from gold, presenting an appearance as though it were sculpted entirely from the precious metal. This was the royal palace of the goblins, or rather, the palace of a kingdom within the goblin race. A level 105 goblin knight dismounted swiftly from his colossal wolf steed and hurried into the palace, where the goblin sentinels along the way knelt in deference, showing the utmost respect. Naxamento, the esteemed general of this goblin kingdom, had been summoned back in haste from a campaign against a band of lizard men. Upon entering the grand hall, he found the kingdom's ministers and military leaders already assembled. My king, what pressing matter necessitated my return? Naxamento inquired, casting a glance toward the aging monarch seated upon the throne, his tone imbued with an undertone of incredulity. Ahem, Naxamento. The subterranean passage connecting our kingdom to the other world has been breached by the human race. The walls of Crossworld City have suffered significant damage. I hope that you will rally our forces to repel these intruders, the king replied. Oh, is that so? Might I inquire, my king, have these humans emerged? Have they entered Crossworld City? Are they here to invade our kingdom? No, the king stammered. Has the army of the otherworld descended upon us? Not at all. Then I propose we pay no heed to these humans. As long as they do not breach Crossworld City, we should let them be. The Goblin King was taken aback by the unexpected attitude of his general, clearly astonished. My king, since the treaty established 86 years ago between our ancestors and the denizens of the otherworld, which stipulated mutual non-aggression during military exercises in the subterranean passage, this is the first instance of them breaching our territory, is it not? It seems so. The Goblin King's face revealed a hint of embarrassment at Naxamento's pointed remark. I maintain that it is unnecessary to concern ourselves with these beings from the otherworld. Provided they do not mount an assault on our cities, they will likely retreat once they secure their passage back. Naxamento shot a meaningful glance at the Goblin Court sorcerer standing nearby. However, we have lost 3 level 86 Earth mages, all of them commanding mages. The Goblin King's frustration grew, his anger palpable as Naxamento continued to resist and question him. Naxamento, I command you to immediately assemble the kingdom's forces. I intend to annihilate those feeble humans and seize their world. I congratulate you, my king, on your aspirations. I take my leave. With that, General Naxamento turned and departed the hall, disregarding the furious shouts of the Goblin King. He had traversed many battlefields and was aware of the true nature of the beings from the other world. The passage in his kingdom was merely a training ground for them, not a sign of weakness. Many other kingdoms had been driven into retreat by the forces of the other world. But it seemed that the denizens of that realm were in a state of antagonism with the humans of this world, which prevented them from waging war against the goblin race. Otherwise, the strength of their kingdom would have long been extinguished. Naxamento was privy to this knowledge. Yet the Goblin King had heard of it too, but steadfastly refused to believe. After Naxamento's departure, the king turned to a hooded sorcerer beside him and commanded, Court Sorcerer, immediately contact the Wolfman Kingdom behind Snow Peak and inform them that we consent to their entrance in a Hodge Kingdom. At once, my king, the hooded figure replied. Although this person appeared goblin-like, upon turning to leave, it became evident that his tail was considerably shorter than that of the goblins. He was a jackalman, a branch of the werewolves, often regarded as their sages, possessing intelligence surpassing that of ordinary werewolves and significantly more than that of goblins. The goblins' breach of the 86-year treaty was instigated by this jackalman. Having left the palace but not straying far, Naxamento soon learned of the Goblin King's decision. Foolish old man, if you seek death, then let it be your own demise. I shall not accompany you. He departed, taking with him all of the kingdom's kin and confidants, leaving none behind, while also removing a significant portion of the kingdom's military strength. Li Sen and his companions remained oblivious to the internal strife among the goblins and were unaware of the formidable presence of the jackalmen lurking behind them. They had allowed the formation to wreak havoc for 2 hours before temporarily shutting down the large, cold wind formation and exiting the cavernous hall. Wow, Li Sen, your formation is truly ruthless. Savage, utterly savage. These ice sculptures are remarkably lifelike. Upon stepping outside the hall, they were greeted by a sprawling array of frozen goblins, each with grotesque expressions, their mouths agape as if in a scream or a plea for mercy, rigidly ensnared by the frigid winds. The expressions of rage and terror were frozen on their faces, lending a sense of horror to the scene. The icy sculptures extended for a kilometer outside the cave in a fan-like distribution. Could one not be awestruck? Hey, these goblins are not dead. They are merely immobilized by the ice, a warrior with identification skills remarked, his surprise evident. Indeed, everyone, move your limbs and quickly slay these goblins. There are over 10,000 here. We must not wait for the effects of the formation to wear off, lest these goblins regain their mobility, another urged. Kill. Let us strike first. Wait. Thieves, pair up and scout ahead. Exercise caution. Commander Pei Shabao directed his warriors, who promptly seized their weapons and charged forward. Commander Pei, I will return to the cave and stand ready to activate the formation for support. Good. Li Sen wisely refrained from rushing into battle, rather than charging headlong into danger. Utilizing the formation was his prudent course of action. Indeed, his caution proved well-founded. Just 3 minutes into Pei Shabao's ice-slaying rampage against the goblins, the group suddenly retreated hastily. Activate the formation. They are coming. Li Sen swiftly reconnected the severed formation node and employed his drawing skill, summoning a gust of cold wind that burst forth from the cave. Charge. Rush in and slay those humans. Charge forth. Avenge our brethren. The cacophony of goblin battle cries erupted outside the cave, a mighty clamor. Damn these wretched creatures. They have lured us out using the lives and corpses of their kin as bait. The last to enter, Commander Pei Shabao, spat out blood, clearly wounded. Li Sen was taken aback. Were the goblins truly this brutal? The number of frozen goblins outside must surely exceed 10,000. He stepped out from the center of the formation. Immediately buffeted by a piercing cold wind, the combination formation was indeed formidable, even affecting him, the architect of the formation. Fortunately, while the wind gusted at a speed of 33 meters per second, its effect on him was mitigated to a mere 10 meters per second. He took advantage of the cover provided by the frigid winds, advancing a few steps to the cave's entrance for a better view. The fierce cold wind surged forth from the cave, transforming into a blue whirlwind that drew the nearby goblins towards its center. It covered a straight-line distance of 1 kilometer, with a width nearing 1 kilometer, ensnaring all within its grasp. In mere seconds, the goblins poised to ambush retreated, scattering. Those unable to escape were all turned into ice sculptures, standing on a 33-meter-wide icy expanse outside the cave. Chapter 35. The Food Issue, Rearranging the Formation. This formation even has a draw effect? Li Sen marveled at the spiraling blue whirlwind outside, astonishment etched on his features. The most astonishing aspect of this whirlwind is its peculiar ability to draw in the surrounding dog-headed creatures, rather than flinging them into the sky. It creates a frigid corridor, measuring 33 meters in width and 1 kilometer in length, effectively immobilizing them. The physical principles that Li Sen has studied provide no explanation for this phenomenon. It can only be attributed to the remarkable nature of the formation. I find this effect delightful. Achoo! Achoo! Li Sen sneezed twice in quick succession, hastily retreating to lean against the wall of the cavernous plaza, positioning himself behind the formation. He turned to Pei Xiaobo and inquired, "How many bullets do I have left?" "None. I used them all yesterday." "What a pity. If only we had more bullets. We could take turns slaying the dog-headed creatures within the cave. Now, we can only intermittently deactivate the formation and rush out to kill a few. This is a minor issue. The primary concern is that our food supplies have been exhausted, and we cannot resort to consuming the flesh of these dog-headed beings. We must devise a plan to venture out in search of sustenance." "Indeed, that poses a problem." Gurgle, gurgle. Just as they finished speaking, several stomach growls echoed in the air. The professionals possess formidable strength, but their energy expenditure is substantial. Although they are not on the brink of starvation, the discomfort is palpable, far worse than that experienced by ordinary individuals who have not undergone a class change. For example, Li Sen currently feels a burning sensation in his stomach, an unsettling emptiness gnawing at him. Let the wind blow for a few minutes. I will then venture outside to set up a similar formation. Our first step is to exit this cave. All right. Let us take this opportunity to rest and recuperate. Their discussion was overheard by everyone in the cave, who nodded in agreement. Charging out might entail danger, but it is preferable to starving to death. As for the meat of the dog-headed creatures, setting aside its toxicity, the fact remains that these beings have acquired a semblance of humanity and intelligence. No sane person would consider consuming them. 15 minutes later, Li Sen once more deactivated the formation and, under the protection of Pei Xiaobo and the others, dashed out of the cave. This time, there was no hesitation. They swiftly eliminated a few higher-level dog-headed creatures before dragging their corpses back into the cave. While waiting for those outside who intended to ambush them to draw nearer, Li Sen activated the formation again, freezing the thousands of approaching dog-headed creatures in place. Collecting the corpses of these creatures was the primary objective of their excursion. The blood previously gathered had already been used up, and even the remaining supply had spoiled overnight and could no longer be utilized. The unexpected bounty of luring over 1,000 dog-headed creatures was a stroke of fortune. These dog-headed creatures seem rather dim-witted. From now on, deactivate the formation periodically, and we will rush out to slay a few, enticing more of them to freeze. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. While Pei Xiaobo and Li Sen had commendable plans, the dog-headed creatures were not mere data points from a game. Although somewhat foolish, they were not so hopelessly inept. They were only able to successfully lure 2 waves of dog-headed creatures on the 3rd attempt. Even as Li Sen began to set up the formation outside the cave, the creatures wised up and avoided the trap, retreating several kilometers away. Though unfortunate, this made it easier for Li Sen to draw the formation. Ihai, assist Li Sen in setting up the formation. The professionals will accompany me to explore the vicinity for any food. Noticing the dog-headed creatures were now hesitant to assault the cave, Pei Xiaobo promptly gathered everyone for a brief arrangement. Understood. The 9 ordinary warriors, along with the injured Luo Tan, remained outside the cave with Li Sen to continue setting up the formation, while the 26 professionals, led by Pei Xiaobo, ventured forth to explore. However, as they surveyed the surroundings, they found only desolate mountains, devoid of any vegetation. The landscape was barren, consisting solely of gravel and stones, leaving them with little hope of finding food. Nevertheless, they felt compelled to search, if only to familiarize themselves with the terrain and environment for future preparations and strategies. The data from Defense Zone 23 was outdated, as it dated back 86 years, when it described the area as a forest inhabited by dog-headed creatures. Now, that forest had transformed into a wasteland, necessitating a thorough reconnaissance. While Pei Xiaobo and his team scouted for food and mapped the terrain, Li Sen focused on inspecting the formations he had previously established, promptly repairing those that were salvageable and redrawing the ones that could not be fixed in appropriate locations. His sole aim was to secure the cave and the surrounding area. If only the forces from Blue Star were more responsive and dispatched reinforcements promptly, they might establish a foothold for the Dragon Kingdom in this otherworldly realm. Of course, this was contingent on the Dog-Headed Kingdom not amassing a formidable army in the near future. Should the dog-headed creatures muster overwhelming strength, Li Sen and his 37 companions would undoubtedly be crushed to dust, despite their apparent dominance. This was only due to the significant casualties inflicted upon the dog-headed army during their initial 4 days of assault on Blue Star. Their ability to advance was not without an element of luck. As Li Sen contemplated these myriad calculations, he worked diligently. He needed to repair the formations. A third of the formation set up 2 days prior had already become ineffective, being crafted without professional formation ink. They all suffered from this flaw, namely, a lack of durability. The ice formation, drawn with dog-headed blood, could last approximately 36 hours without triggering. However, If repeatedly activated, it would dissipate rapidly with each subsequent use. This had already been tested in the underground passage. The acceleration formation was a sustained formation, lasting about 24 hours. The gale formation had an even greater consumption rate, lasting only around 12 hours. Fortunately, the explosive flame formation seemed to have remained intact due to the compatibility of the fire attribute with the dog-headed blood, an unexpected boon. Armed with this discovery, Li Sen incorporated some novel adjustments into his new formations. Firstly, he decided not to set up formations within a 1-kilometer radius directly facing the cave's stone entrance, reserving the cave's formations to freeze any incoming dog-headed creatures. In the other 3 directions, he began to lay out the explosive flame formation, starting from 1 kilometer away, arranging them in lines and rows to serve as traps. Explosive flame formation, incomplete, LV6, instantly unleashes a powerful surge of flame to incinerate enemies, inflicting 120 points of damage. The damage output was modest, akin to that of a novice mage employing a level 1 exceptional skill. However, this formation, inscribed upon the ground, would ignite any enemy that crossed it. And if enough formations were laid, the dog-headed creatures could be incinerated before they even reached the foothills. Li Sen opted to inscribe the explosive flame formation with a diameter of only 2 meters, completing it in a mere minute, prioritizing speed. He inscribed a total of 20 layers, progressively narrowing inward. Following the explosive flame formation, he inscribed the ice formation, also with a diameter of 2 meters, but only completed 10 layers, with fewer formations as he moved inward. For the final 400 meters, Li Sen inscribed 4 layers of a combination of the gale formation and the acceleration formation, generating fierce winds that continuously blew outward. While the winds may lack deadly force, they would nonetheless hinder the enemy's movement, allowing the preceding 2 formations to inflict ongoing damage. Ah, what a delightful aroma. Engrossed in his task, Li Sen suddenly became aware of an enticing scent wafting through the air. Chapter 36. Roasted wolf meat. Sour, bitter, and tough. Will you eat roasted wolf meat? Yes. Li Sen, disregarding the sizzling, oily meat burning his hands and mouth, eagerly accepted it and stuffed it into his mouth. What a delicious broth. With a mouthful of grease and steam, he chewed a few times before swallowing. Having been engrossed in drawing formations, he had not felt the pangs of hunger. Now that he paused, the enticing aroma of food made every cell in his body cry out for sustenance, as if he might perish at any moment. As long as it wasn't dog-headed flesh, he cared not for its taste or texture. A hint of sourness, a touch of dryness, and a dash of bitterness. It barely sufficed to fill his stomach. Reluctantly consuming a sizable chunk of roasted wolf meat, Li Sen felt a flicker of life returning to him. This sensation of hunger was a horrifying first for Li Sen in both of his lifetimes. It was fortunate to have something to eat, as after a day of searching, they had managed to find only this one wolf, a solitary creature abandoned by its pack, lean and desiccated. Alas, there was little choice. The surrounding mountains were barren, and the lush forests depicted in previous records had all but withered away. Pei Xiaoba deftly maintained the fireball spell to roast the wolf meat while simultaneously shoving morsels into his mouth, and astonishingly, he even managed to respond to Li Sen, showcasing remarkable multitasking skills. Are there any wild vegetables? As a chef, I could concoct a soup, he inquired. Don't even think about it. Not a hint of greenery can be seen within a 10-kilometer radius, Li Sen replied. At this juncture, Pei Xiaoba paused, gesturing toward the direction of the collapsed city wall, before continuing, except for over there, the city of the dog-headed men. However, that city is swarming with them, and fortified with defensive mechanisms. Approaching would surely spell doom for us. Li Sen followed Pei Xiaoba's finger and noted, about 2 kilometers beyond the ruined wall, an even taller fortification. This must be the second line of defense for the dog-headed men, he mused, reflecting on the military camps of Blue Star. He recognized a similar strategy at play. He nodded in acknowledgement and turned to point at a small hill behind them, asking, what about that direction? The other 3 directions are all rocky wastelands. It seems the dog-headed men have adopted a fortress and scorched earth tactic. Indeed, Li Sen was not surprised. The dog-headed men were humanoid creatures, possessing intelligence along with their own civilization and kingdom, and should not be underestimated. By the way, I just sent someone to check the underground passage. It remains unexcavated. Apparently, Blue Star is facing some troubles. This was anticipated. Had it been cleared, the military would undoubtedly have rushed over. The two engaged in a desultory discussion about the intelligence they had gathered, both feeling a weight in their hearts. A single emaciated lone wolf yielded scant meat. Even after the soldiers processed the innards, the 37 of them could only barely satiate their hunger. The wolf bones were tossed into a water barrel, where Luo Mao utilized water magic to gather a source. Pei Xiaoba employed fire magic to heat it, and Li Sen used his large pot meal skill to brew a soup, ensuring nothing went to waste. Gazing at the mountain of gold piled outside the cave's stone entrance, Li Sen could not help but mock the dog-headed men. What peculiar affliction afflicted this race, venturing into battle without provisions, merely laden with gold? To date, They had confiscated 2 or 3 tons of gold in gold or from the dog-headed men. While gold was undeniably valuable, it was hardly edible. Captain Pei, are you planning to continue scouting towards the other 3 directions? To be precise, we shall head east, the direction behind the cave. The stones in this area are fewer and smaller, increasing the likelihood of discovering life in the soil. Furthermore, this lone wolf was also found in that direction. Are there many dog-headed men over there? Indeed, they are abundant, having encircled us from a distance of over 10 kilometers, with dog-headed men everywhere. They intend to trap us here. I will set up formations as we proceed eastward. Now that Zhu Niao has leveled up, her mana has significantly increased, allowing her to continuously cast warmth, rapidly restoring my mana. While speaking, Li Sen offered a half piece of wolf meat to his companion, the Turkey King, Zhu Niao, and affectionately stroked her soft feathers. Zhu Niao, chicken, perfect, LV6, 426, 164 combat power, 100, health, 1000, mana, 500. Skills, fireball, perfect, LV1. Consumes 20 mana to unleash a fireball that deals 100 damage to enemies. Warmth, perfect, LV1. Consumes 10 mana to grant a restorative state to allied units, increasing their mana recovery speed by 10, power not exceeding 10-fold of its own. Though Zhu Niao did not directly engage in combat, she had consistently aided Li Sen in drawing formations when her mana was ample. She would also assist Pei Xiaoba and others in restoring their mana, thereby accruing considerable experience and reaching level 6. This little creature still retained the appearance of a fluffy chick, yet her capabilities had greatly enhanced. Her combat power had surged from the original 4 to 100. Her growth rate was 4, meaning her base attributes increased 4-fold at each level, adding 16 combat power per level, a growth speed surpassing many professions. However, this growth rate could only be deemed average. As per his knowledge, the growth rates for ordinary quality pets were 1, for fine quality it was 2 to 3 points. For exceptional quality it was 4 to 5 points, and for perfect quality it generally reached 6 to 8 points, with higher quality pets exhibiting even greater growth rates. Although Zhu Niao was of perfect quality, her growth rate of 4 could only be classified as subpar. Nevertheless, Li Sen valued her phoenix bloodline. Once awakened, her growth rate would likely soar, and her base attributes would substantially improve. I've leveled up again. After examining Zhu Niao's attributes, Li Sen glanced at his own and was astonished to find he had once more ascended in level. Name, Li Sen LV7, 736, 128. Age, 18. Profession, First Tier Farmer, 01. First Tier Chef, 02. Ninth Tier Formation Master, 9. Strength, 119. Constitution, 119. Spirit, 238. Agility, 119. Health, 11,900. Stamina, 170. Mana, 23, 800. Combat Power, 119. Talent, Myriad-fold Proficiency Mythical. Skills, Digging, Epic, LV5, Fertilization, Perfect, LV1, Large Pot Meal, Ordinary, LV8, Medicinal Cuisine, Legendary, LV11, Drawing Formations, Legendary, LV13, Explosive Formation, Perfect, LV3, Inscribing Formations, Perfect, LV2. Fireball Spell, Ordinary, LV5, Arranging Formations, Exceptional, LV2. Gazing at the extensive array of skills, Li Sen suddenly realized the stark contrast between professionals and ordinary people. Even if an ordinary person could cultivate martial arts, magic, or fighting techniques introduced from another world, they could never bridge the vast inherent advantages possessed by professionals. Moreover, by comparing with Zhu Niao, he discerned that his health and mana growth ratios were exceptionally remarkable. Typically, a professional would gain 1 point of stamina for every 10 points of health. He, however, directly received 100 points, a 10-fold increase over the average professional. This was yet another monumental advantage. His level advancement was largely attributable to the experience accrued from the dog-headed men he had frozen to death earlier. As a combat profession, the Formation Master utilized skills that did not yield experience feedback. Only skills from lifestyle professions provided such feedback. If he could also gain experience from using drawing skills, wouldn't his leveling speed soar? After leveling up, his physical attributes had significantly improved. No wonder he had drawn over 2,000 formations today while conserving some mana. However, the rate of mana recovery was struggling to keep pace with the growth of his mana cap. Reaching level 7, his natural mana recovery rate was merely 700 points per hour. Without specific passive skills for mana recovery, this would pose a significant issue. At his current mana limit, achieving full recovery would require 34 hours, or a day and a half. Contemplating this, he directly inquired Pei Xiaoba before him. Captain Pei, do you know where I might find a skill for restoring mana for mages? Indeed, Pei Xiaoba replied. Chapter 37, Fertilization, Skill Application, Instantly Growing Apple Trees. Where? Li Sen eagerly grasped Pei Xiaoba's hand, pressing for details. The library at the camp has it. You can exchange it for military merit, though the price is somewhat steep. To attain the ordinary rank, one must accumulate 1,000 military merits, while the exquisite rank demands a staggering 100,000, an escalation by 100-fold. Should one's military achievements be extraordinary, one might even petition for a crimson epic-level skill tome. How is military merit calculated, you ask? It is quite straightforward, through the vanquishing of monsters and beasts. For instance, slaying a goblin that is no more than 10 levels beneath you awards 1 merit point. Those within 20 levels yield 2 points, while those within 30 levels grant 4. If comrades assist, a portion of the merits must be shared with them. Given my assistance in defeating so many goblins, I should have accrued a fair amount of military merit, shouldn't I? Li Sen, with his mind already calculating, realized that the goblins they encountered were predominantly above level 40, exceeding his own level by more than 30. By his reckoning, each should yield 8 merit points. However, considering his supportive role, the total would be somewhat less. Perhaps he could claim 1 point? Pei Xiaobo nodded. Retrieving a tablet from his spatial ring and after a couple of taps, smiled at Li Sen. You truly are an anomaly, a dual-class practitioner, in just one grand battle. You've amassed over 120,000 military merits. When we return, you could at least exchange this for an exquisite mana regeneration skill. Wait, 120,000 merits? That can't be right. Li Sen was taken aback, astonished at the high tally of merits attributed to him. Surely, they couldn't have assigned the bulk of the military merits from this encounter to him? Meeting Li Sen's incredulous gaze, Pei Xiaobo nodded affirmatively. Our survival this time is largely due to your formations, and we discussed it, granting you 80 of the military merits. However, Li Sen shook his head in protest. I'll settle for 20. Without you all, even a humble goblin could have dispatched me. I am but a profession with a growth rate of merely 0.1. If a goblin gets close, I am doomed. Do not refuse. I speak the truth. Moreover, do you think the military's higher-ups would recognize such a substantial merit award? Upon hearing Li Sen's caution, Pei Xiaobo paused, then frowned and nodded. This indeed was a significant concern. The military's oversight of merits was notoriously stringent. Not only did they track the merits of professionals, but also those of ordinary citizens, with a calculation methodology that was complex yet consistently fair. Enough about military merits for now. To utilize them, we must first survive the return journey. Li Sen quickly redirected the conversation to the present reality, as darkness was fast approaching, marking the end of yet another day. However, aside from a solitary wolf they had hunted, they had found no other food, and hunger would soon plague them again. Hunger, after all, could severely impair their combat effectiveness. Pei Xiaobo glanced at the setting sun with a hint of resignation. Let us rest for now and resume our exploration come morning. The goblins are significantly stronger at night, posing a far greater threat to us mere mortals. Indeed, I shall inspect the formations once more, Li Sen replied, rising but instead of tending to the previously established formations. He made his way to an unmarked patch of ground. He also took with him a lightweight yet sturdy spear. Following behind him, Zhu Niao wobbled along. Instead of drawing, he utilized the farmer's skill dig to excavate 3 shallow pits, into which he planted the 3 apple seeds he had previously collected. Then, holding a bucket filled with goblin blood, he scooped up a handful of the viscous liquid, using his fertilize skill to nourish one of the pits. Skill usage successful. You gain 10,000 skill proficiency and 100 character experience. This notification left Li Sen momentarily stunned. Generally, there are no restrictions on the use of a farmer's skills. However, gaining proficiency and experience is conditional. For instance, his dig skill requires excavating 100 square meters to earn proficiency. Even if he digs within a smaller area, he must repeat the process until he covers the requisite 100 square meters for a single proficiency reward. Yet, the ease with which he gained proficiency from the fertilize skill was astonishing. Merely watering with a handful of blood counted as a completed skill execution. This was nothing short of a glitch. He hurriedly watered another handful of blood while simultaneously activating the fertilize skill again. Ding! The plant has just been fertilized. It cannot be fertilized again in a short period. Indeed it was not so simple. A single plant cannot be fertilized repeatedly in quick succession. With a tinge of regret, Li Sen nourished the other 2 apple seeds with goblin blood and employed the fertilization skill once more. Perhaps they might avoid starvation after all. Li Sen pondered over the various formations he had set up and felt a spark of inspiration. He quickly retrieved a goblin tail soaked in blood and began to draw formations. First, he inscribed the newly acquired spirit gathering array. Once the formation was completed, he unearthed the 3 apple seeds he had just planted and replanted them at the focal points of the spirit gathering array, the nexus of energy and spiritual essence. Additionally, on the perimeter of the spirit gathering array, he inscribed a small acceleration array with a diameter of merely 1 meter, crafting a total of 36, all aimed at amplifying the effects of the spirit gathering array. Standing at the center of the formation, Li Sen could distinctly sense the fresh spiritual energy and lively magical elements converging around him. Fertilize, fertilize, fertilize. He monitored the time, executing the skill once per minute. After 9 failures, the 10th attempt finally succeeded. Steady now. This time, Instead of tossing the goblin blood directly onto the ground, he maximized his mana output, allowing the blood to drip slowly. Unfortunately, he could only output 300 points of mana before reaching the skill's mana output limit. At this juncture, his fertilize skill was precisely at level 3, and he had a clearer understanding of the mechanics. However, he had 3 seeds planted, and after 4 more skill applications, he could achieve another level upgrade. After executing the skill, the seeds buried a mere 10 minutes prior had already sprouted 2 tender shoots. The vibrant green shoots stood out strikingly against the gray soil and crimson blood, radiating vitality. Witnessing this scene, Li Sen broke into a broad smile. His hypothesis had proven correct. After another 10 minutes, the 3 saplings absorbed the energy from the previous fertilization and could once again be subjected to fertilize. On his first attempt, he output 300 mana. Upon upgrading the skill to level 4, he could indeed output 400 mana. As the skill continued to level up, the mana output would only increase further. Applied to the 3 apple saplings, their growth was visibly accelerated. Oh, these are saplings. Li Sen, are you planting trees? Under the dying rays of the sun, Pei Xiaoba finally noticed the 3 saplings that had grown to knee height. Indeed, did you forget? I am a dual-class farmer and chef. My secondary skill is fertilization. Earlier, Luotin gifted me an apple, from which I collected 3 seeds and planted them. You mean you've actually grown them? Your planting skill must be mythical. In less than an hour, you've managed to grow 3 seeds to knee height? Haha, Captain Pei. My skill is called fertilize, and it's merely at a perfect level, primarily boosted by the effects of the acceleration array. I established an acceleration array around the 3 saplings to expedite their growth, which in turn hastened my skill usage. I am rather eager to taste apples tomorrow. Pei Xiaoba gazed at the saplings before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and even a spark of drool appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 38. Blossoms of Prosperity, Petals Like Snow, Peril. How delightful. What an intoxicating aroma of apples. Just the blossoms emit such fragrance. Imagine how fragrant the apples will be when they mature. The apples borne by these 3 trees are sure to be delectable. Beneath the golden sunlight of dawn, the 3 apple trees had reached a height of 3 meters and ceased to grow taller, instead beginning to spread outwards, displaying their blossoms under the first rays of sunlight. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the apple tree before them, although the textbooks had described it numerous times. Witnessing the miraculous acceleration of plant growth through the skill of momentary bloom was an experience unlike any other. A mere seed could blossom into a towering tree within just an hour or 2. Yet, seeing such rapid growth for the first time left them all in awe. More importantly, Li Sen was only at level 7. Momentary bloom was a rare skill that could only be awakened by 5th-tier farmers after reaching level 81, with a minimum grade of epic. In contrast, Li Sen's fertilization skill was merely at a perfect level, highlighting the vast disparity between them. However, during his free moments, Li Sen had taken the time to explain the formation beneath their feet to the others, clarifying that it was the acceleration array that hastened the growth of the apple tree. He could be exceptional, but not to the point of being a prodigy. Otherwise, he might find himself targeted by certain individuals. Just previously, his classmate Cheng Kai had issued him a death threat over his sister Li Qiong's admission issue. In the eyes of the wealthy and powerful, an overly extraordinary existence posed a threat to their status, necessitating its swift eradication. Since arriving in this world of Blue Star, Li Sen had come to realize that the law here was but the toilet paper of the strong. It was useful when needed, but otherwise, it was deemed erroneous and discarded without a second thought. Even in the D-grade town of An City, one could hear weekly reports of someone being assassinated. This reality had instilled in Li Sen a character marked by low-key caution. He endeavored to remain inconspicuous whenever possible. As his mind raced, Li Sen suddenly lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings for something. His movement immediately caught the attention of Pei Xiaoba. Li Sen, what are you looking for? Bees or butterflies? Why are you searching for bees and butterflies? Pei Xiaoba replied, with certainty. There are no butterflies here, and not even an ant in sight. Pollination. We need bees and butterflies to pollinate the apple blossoms. Without them, we'll have to do it ourselves, flower by flower, which will significantly reduce the apple yield. How could I forget that? With Li Sen's reminder, Pei Xiaoba slapped his forehead in frustration and began searching as well. The other warriors quickly caught on, dispersing to seek out insects to substitute for the absent bees and butterflies. Seeing them scatter, Li Sen felt less urgency and approached a tree to observe the apple blossoms, pondering that if no suitable pollinators were found, he would need to resort to artificial pollination. The fragrance of the apple blossoms was faint yet uniquely enchanting. The flowers were white, with 5 petals shaped like plum blossoms, each measuring approximately 3 to 4 centimeters in length, elegantly trumpet-shaped. He noted a detail: the stamens were yellow, with 20 male stamens and 5 female pistils. In simpler terms, apple trees are self-pollinating. Even a solitary tree can bear fruit. Thus, he need not worry about these 3 apple trees only flowering without yielding fruit. However, self-pollinating fruit trees often have a very low yield rate, necessitating insect pollination or manual intervention. Ehai, please fetch me the softest dogtail you can find. Sure. Ehai, who was responsible for carrying Li Sen's talisman brush, swiftly retrieved a bundle of dog tails from his back and began to carefully select one. Having assisted Li Sen in choosing talisman brushes for a while, he had gained experience and quickly found a slender dog tail. This particular tail was a rare shade of white, soft and smooth to the touch. Li Sen squeezed it firmly, nodding in satisfaction. This should do nicely. He took a branch, turned the flowers towards himself, and gently brushed the dog tail against the stamens. Allowing the pollen to intermingle, he meticulously went flower by flower, and once finished, he gently set the branch aside and reached for another. I understand now, artificial pollination. Captain Pei, I found a way to pollinate. Upon seeing Li Sen's actions, Ihai immediately rushed over to Pei Xiaoba and the others with the dog tail in hand, excitement bubbling within him. Ah, artificial pollination. That's a splendid idea. Everyone sprang into action. Just as they were about to begin, Li Sen added, those who are clumsy should stay back and keep watch. Understood. In truth, no one was genuinely clumsy. Even the burly Luo Tan, with his high attributes, could manage delicate tasks like embroidery. Pei Xiaoba's words were merely a caution to ensure everyone was careful. For warriors took it upon themselves to spread out in 4 directions, as necessary vigilance was still required. With over 30 individuals working together, most of whom were professionals, it took them 3 hours to complete a rough manual pollination task. Following that, it was time for Li Sen to showcase his skills. His fertilization skill, now leveled up to 7, could output 700 points of mana at once. Yet for a tree exceeding 3 meters in height, with a canopy diameter of over 3 meters, such mana felt somewhat insufficient. The fertilizer had been replaced with finely chopped goblin corpses, while the blood was reserved for drawing formations, as long as it was not foul or spoiled. After an hour and 6 applications of fertilization, the apple blossoms began to fall en masse, resembling a sudden snowstorm blanketing the trees. This scene evoked a poetic thought in Li Sen. If only we could share the snow together, this life would be a shared journey until old age. The beauty of the moment momentarily rendered him spellbound. However, the others were tense, their eyes fixated on the falling blossoms, each feeling a pang of anxiety. Those aren't just flowers. They are the very apples that will sustain us. Li Sen, does this mean the artificial pollination has failed? Pei Xiaoba anxiously nudged Li Sen's shoulder, his concern palpable. Snapping back to reality, Li Sen gazed at the nearly flowerless apple tree, his own worry beginning to surface. Yet, he forced a calm smile. I'm not sure. This is my first encounter with such a situation. We must continue nurturing the apple tree to ascertain the final outcome. Then continue with the fertilization. Yes, but the skill is on cooldown for 10 minutes. All right. Pei Xiaoba realized he had been overly anxious. Loosening his grip on Li Sen's arm, his palm now slick with sweat. Captain, something's wrong. At that moment, a soldier on watch rushed over, alarm etched on his face. What happened? Are the goblins attacking? The goblins Haven T charged, but something far more dangerous has arrived. What is it? Chapter 39, The Healing Apple, Rendered Sterile. A trebuchet. A goblin army is escorting a trebuchet through the city gates at the back. A trebuchet? Is it a large or small one? Pei Xiaoba's face paled at the soldier's report, his expression turning grave. Although trebuchets had never appeared in the goblin caves, they were a common sight in battles across Blue Star and the magical world. The magical realm boasted numerous formidable long-range weaponry, from bows and spells to an array of crossbows. Additionally, there were trebuchets and magic crystal cannons, both of which were immensely powerful weapons. There are dozens of known types of trebuchets, roughly categorized by their range. Small trebuchets have a range of under 2 kilometers, medium ones reach within 5 kilometers, and large trebuchets can extend to an extraordinary distance of 10 kilometers. Based on visual estimation, there were approximately 50 trebuchets, mostly small, but 3 appeared to be of medium size. This spells trouble. Even without the medium trebuchets, defending against the small ones would be a challenge. Trebuchets could launch boulders, incendiary projectiles, magical bombs, and various hazardous materials. Even if they could evade the projectiles, the 3 apple trees would not be so fortunate. Devoid of sustenance, they too would meet a grim fate. They faced the harrowing choice of either daring an assault on the city of the goblins or attempting a desperate escape into the wilderness, with both paths fraught with peril. Let us venture forth and investigate. We must also scout the other 3 directions to ascertain if there have been any new developments with the goblins. Indeed, a throng of individuals, including the ordinary soldiers, surged forward. However, Li Sen promptly called out to halt them. Wait. Leave a few behind to transport the soil from outside the cave into it, along with the dismembered goblin corpses. As long as the apple trees can bear fruit, we will at least have a means of retreat. Rotan, Ihai, you shall remain. Understood. Rotan and 9 ordinary soldiers paused, armed themselves with various weapons and tools, and began to transfer the nearby soil and the specially chopped goblin bodies into the cave. Meanwhile, Li Sen focused on repairing the previous formation and diligently returned at intervals to fertilize the 3 apple trees. Time slipped away rapidly under the pressure of urgency. 10 minutes later, as he fertilized once more, he was greeted by the sight of sparse, thumb-sized fruits adorning the apple trees. Fortunately, the worst had not come to pass, and Li Sen breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing the apple trees truly bearing fruit brought relief and smiles to the 10 individuals tasked with transporting soil. At least they would not succumb to starvation. Their spirits lifted. They seemed to have shed their hunger, as if it had vanished altogether. From the moment the blossoms fell until the apples matured, Li Sen fertilized the 3 apple trees an additional 10 times, causing all the apples to swell to fist-sized proportions, their surfaces gleaming red and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Skill use failed. The fruit is now ripe. Please harvest. On the 11th fertilization, Li Sen received a notification sound indicating that the apples had ripened, which was a great convenience, relieving him of the need to judge their readiness for harvest. Ihai was the first to pick the apples. All right, the others, who had been salivating at the sight, rushed forward to begin the harvest. They plucked the low-hanging fruits directly, climbed the trees for the higher ones, and even stacked large stones to reach those that were difficult to access. In just over 10 minutes, all the apples from the 3 trees had been gathered, 137 in total. Remarkably, these apples were all fist-sized, allowing the 37 of them to barely stave off hunger. A chorus of rumbling stomachs erupted from the 11 individuals, including Li Sen. All were ravenous after a day spent laboring following a meager meal of water the previous day. Let each of us eat one, and remember to collect the seeds. Is that wise? Our commander and the others have yet to return. Rotan swallowed hard, but refrained from eating first, as none had dared to steal a bite during the apple picking. Their discipline as soldiers was commendable. Very well, Li Sen declared, seizing a large apple and biting into it. Quite sweet. You all should partake. This is part of my data collection on the planting effects. As he spoke, he personally offered a large red apple to Rotan. This is from the seeds you provided. Taste it, and see how it compares to the previous apples. All right then. Crunch. Oh, how sweet and fragrant. Rotan's eyes widened in astonishment, a mix of delight and surprise evident on his face. This apple seems to harbor some form of vitality. It has restored my energy. Is that so? I feel nothing extraordinary. It is simply exceptionally sweet, not cloying at all, truly delicious. Li Sen took a moment to assess his own feelings, finding nothing particularly remarkable. He quickly urged the 9 ordinary soldiers to taste as well, to see if they experienced any special effects. Upon hearing that the apples were to be tested, they no longer hesitated, and each took one to devour. Oh, I feel a warm energy coursing through my arm. It seems to be healing the injury from my earlier scrape. I feel it too. I had a small cut on my foot, and now it feels warm. I sense warmth throughout my entire body. Could it be due to my cold? My heart feels as though it is beating stronger. Oh, but the warmth has faded. The ordinary soldiers, being more sensitive, perceived the apple's healing properties more acutely, though the effects were fleeting. Rotan, a level 45 professional, felt the effects linger for about 30 seconds. The others experienced a sensation lasting around 2 minutes before tranquility returned. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to confirm that these rapidly cultivated apples possessed unique benefits. By the way, what about the seeds? Did any of you manage to eat the seeds? Li Sen suddenly recalled a pressing concern, realizing that the apple he had consumed contained no seeds. Rotan, who had even chewed the core, paused, then laughed awkwardly as he turned to the others. Ahem, I seem to have missed the seeds. What about you? No, none of us found any seeds. Ihai showed the core in his hand, confirming the absence of seeds, and the others carefully inspected their cores as well, all shaking their heads. Could it be that these apples are seedless? One soldier took another apple, this time savoring it slowly. Li Sen, feeling uneasy, insisted they try a second apple. This time, they ate much more slowly, yet still encountered no seeds. The price of rapid maturation seemed to be sterility. Ihai, you two go fetch Commander Pei and the others. Be cautious and retreat immediately if you encounter goblins. Understood. Ihai swiftly selected 2 of the fastest soldiers and set off in the direction Pei Xiaobo had previously indicated. Pausing his fertilization efforts, Li Sen began to excavate the soil surrounding the 3 apple trees while the others continued their labor. Over an hour later, Pei Xiaobo and his companions returned, their expressions grave. Upon their arrival, he anxiously inquired, "Is there a problem with the apple trees? They have borne fruit, with special effects. But they may be sterile. We need to transplant these 3 apple trees deeper into the cave." Very well, let us commence the transplantation. The goblins are tightening their encirclement. Our reconnaissance suggests that over 1 million goblins are approaching, equipped with siege engines. We cannot hold our position outside any longer. We can only retreat into the cave. But you may eat a few apples first before we proceed with the transplantation. Chapter 40. Magical Oil Bombs, Sacrificing 17 Lives. These apples truly have healing properties. It must be due to the goblin's blood and flesh nourishing them, right? Alas, the effects are rather weak, Pei Xiaobo remarked as he bit into an apple. Li Sen shot him a disapproving glance. You are being rather greedy. Just moments ago, we were worried about starving. Now that we have these apple trees, we will not starve in the near term. Let's not be choosy. Well, I must admit, these apples are quite filling. Ihai and the others only need 3 to feel satisfied. I reckon I could eat 16 or 17 and also be full. Let us eat our fill and then get to work. I will go inside to set up the formation while you continue transporting the soil and the apple trees. With that, Li Sen returned to the cave and proceeded towards the tunnel behind it. This cave formed part of a 5-kilometer tunnel system occupied by the goblins, illuminated by luminous pearls that made the entire passage as bright as day. Conversely, the human side relied on electric lights. Leaving the cave where Li Sen and the others were buried in darkness, he resolved to transplant the 3 apple trees deep into the tunnel, specifically at the 1, 2, and 3-kilometer marks from the goblin side as hall, thus preparing a fallback position. Given that the tunnel was only 6 meters wide and 3 meters high, Li Sen's formation would be smaller this time. The first formation, composed of 36 gathering spirit arrays with a diameter of only 30 centimeters, constituted the acceleration array, situated 3 kilometers deep, with similar formations drawn upon the surrounding walls and ceiling. Then, 81 acceleration arrays, each with a diameter of 20 centimeters, formed a grand spirit gathering array placed 2 kilometers away. The final kilometer housed a spirit gathering array composed of 9 acceleration arrays, each measuring 50 centimeters in diameter. He needed to experiment with which combination of formations yielded the most effective results, allowing for future adjustments. Thunderous booms echoed, just as he had planted the 3rd apple tree. He heard a tremendous noise outside, reminiscent of cannon explosions, prompting him to rush outside. The cold wind array in the hall had yet to be activated. In a mere 10 seconds, he sprinted the 1-kilometer distance, covering nearly 80 meters per second. Captain Pei, retreat. I will activate the formation. Upon entering the hall, Li Sen noticed that Pei Xiaobo and the others were absent. He shouted to the outside before hastening to the point where the formation had been disrupted, quickly repairing it. Retreat. The chilling wind began to stir once more, and Pei Xiaobo and the others returned just in time. Many rushed into the hall, rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames still consuming them. However, this method proved ineffective. It was far better to stand upright and let the cold winds of the array extinguish the magical flames. Li Sen urgently shouted, "Stand up. The cold wind can douse the flames." Upon hearing his warning, several soldiers still rolling on the ground quickly endured their pain and stood. Before long, the flames on everyone's bodies were extinguished, leaving all but Li Sen covered in soot and frost beginning to spread among them. However, this was not the focal point. The matter of utmost concern was the diminished number of personnel. Previously, 37 individuals had stood together. Now they were noticeably sparse, not due to spacing, but because of fatalities. Including Li Sen, only 20 remained, a loss of 17 lives. What happened? Once the flames were fully extinguished and the cold wind array was retracted, Li Sen quietly inquired of Pei Xiaobo. We were ambushed. At least 5 medium-sized trebuchets simultaneously unleashed magical fire oil bombs upon us. Xiao Cheng, Xiao Lang, and the others sacrificed themselves. 9 professionals perished, and all ordinary soldiers, except Ihai who assisted you with the trees, have died. Pei Xiaobo's voice bore the weight of sorrow, and a profound grief welled up within Li Senator just a minute ago. They had been laughing and sharing apples, and now 17 had perished in an instant. It was overwhelmingly shocking and deeply saddening. They had glimpsed a hope for enduring through the long haul. Once the tunnel to Blue Star was excavated, they could return home. Yet, at this critical juncture, they had still suffered losses. Sighing heavily, he found himself at a loss for words. The magical fire oil bombs capable of annihilating level 40 warriors were beyond his current means to withstand. Engaging them would only lead to his demise. Boom. Another wave of bombardment commenced, and he listened intently, counting 8 resounding blasts. This indicated that at least 8 medium-sized trebuchets were bombarding them from the Goblin City. Li Sen instructed Pei Xiaobo and the others to retreat into the tunnel while he cautiously peered outside. Boom, boom, boom. The magical fire oil bombs raining down outside the cave suddenly multiplied, and in the blink of an eye, the area was engulfed in purplish-red flames. The scorching heat neutralizing the cold winds emanating from the cold wind array. Standing at the cave entrance, Li Sen withdrew after merely a few seconds of observation. A multitude of black dots soared through the air, followed by barrels crashing to the ground. These barrels contained specially crafted fire oil and magical materials from the magical realm. Exploding upon impact like human artillery shells, they unleashed not only intense flames, but also shrapnel and nails, resulting in a formidable blast. His gaze swept the ground outside. But he could no longer find the bodies of his fallen comrades. They were likely incinerated by the searing flames. Returning to the cave, Li Sen began contemplating how to secure their position. This location was undoubtedly pivotal. If they could hold the cave, leveraging the blossoming apple trees behind them, they could endure for quite some time until reinforcements arrived from the Blue Star military to excavate a passage. Defying the cold wind, he ventured into the tunnel, locating Pei Xiaobo and the others who were tending to their injuries. This time, all had sustained wounds, many charred beyond recognition. Without timely treatment, they risked infection and fever that could claim their lives. Fortunately, 3 of their mages had survived due to protection from warrior-class professionals, and the water mage, Luo Malfa, was currently healing the group. Li Sen's pet, the vermilion bird, remained by his side. continuously using the warmth skill to assist Luo Malfa in restoring mana while also aiding Pei Xiaoba and Exine Li Wei. Witnessing his comrade's injuries filled Li Sen with deep sorrow. Yet he felt powerless. He lacked any healing skills. The only assistance he could provide was to have Yi retrieve the uneaten apples from earlier, distributing half an apple each to aid in their recovery. He then gritted his teeth and said to Pei Xiaoba, "Brother Pei, send 2 individuals to guard the cave entrance. We must not allow the goblins any chance to invade. I will continue to accelerate the growth of the apple trees, as these apples significantly aid in recovery." Understood. I appreciate your efforts. Please hasten the ripening of the apples. Once we recover a bit, we will assist with the pollination. No need for pollination. I believe it would be more effective to focus solely on ripening the apples. Very well, it's your decision. Li Sen nodded and turned. Utilizing the goblin corpses, they had previously moved inside to cast the fertilization skill on the apple trees. Pei Xiaoba selected a lightly wounded soldier to accompany him into the cave, standing guard at the entrance while keeping a watchful eye on the purple flames outside. Within their hearts burned a fiery rage akin to the flames outside, as they yearned to extinguish all goblins in vengeance for their fallen comrades. Chapter 41. The Goblin's Determination. The Werewolf's Promise. 3 kilometers to the west of the cave lay the Goblin Kingdom's gateway city. At this moment, a massive army of goblins was marching forth, heading toward the cave where the underground passage lay. Leading the charge were ordinary goblins of levels 31 to 40, equipped with rudimentary weapons and lumbering forward with ironclad wooden shields. Behind the 100,000 ordinary goblins marched orderly ranks of goblin archers, armed with longbows and quivers, their levels ranging from 41 to 59, numbering around 50,000. Emerging from the city behind the 2 large groups of goblin warriors were hundreds of small trebuchets, ingeniously constructed and drawn by 3 enormous wolves, methodically launching fire oil bombs. The magical realm had existed for billions of years, with civilization emerging over thousands of years. Even longer, they had developed their own magical technology. Trebuchets, comparable to cannons, were commonly used siege weaponry, easily operated even by the less intelligent goblins. Following the trebuchets was a contingent of only 1,000 goblin cavalry. Unlike the ordinary goblins, who stood just over a meter tall, these cavalrymen were a mutated breed, towering at nearly 2 meters. Their mounts, colossal wolves measuring over 3 meters in height and 6 meters in length, exuded an intimidating presence, causing nearby ordinary goblins to shy away. All goblin knights were at least level 62, most being elite monsters, with many having advanced to commander ranks. They represented the elite of the Goblin Kingdom, known as Hodge. Trailing the goblin cavalry were 40 to 50 goblin mages clad in magical robes, surrounded by hundreds of goblin swordsmen in golden armor wielding massive swords for protection. These mages were the true aces of the Goblin Kingdom, the ruling class, with levels exceeding 82, commanding formidable magical prowess. This time, the dog-headed king revealed all his cards, not merely to eliminate Li Sen and his companions, but also to seize the opportunity to breach the underground passage and invade the Blue Star. The dog-headed king even fantasized about conquering the so-called bountiful Blue Star. To this end, the entire dog-headed kingdom mobilized all dog-headed warriors above level 31, gathering from all corners. A 1,000,000-strong army had assembled. "Master, when will the Wolfman army arrive?" On the city walls, the dog-headed king inquired of the jackal man beside him. Clad in a hooded magical robe, his tone imbued with a mix of excitement, anticipation, and a hint of trepidation. "My king, the Snow Peak Wolfman army has already set forth. However, the treacherous terrain of the Snow Peak Mountains will delay their advance. The vanguard is expected to arrive in 7 days, while the entire force will take approximately 10 days to reach us. I beseech your patience, my king," the jackal man replied with unwavering certainty. Casting a glance at the purplish-red sky 3 kilometers away, where vast areas were engulfed by magical fire oil bombs. Those 30 or so human beings should have perished in the flames, he mused. Turning to the underground passage, the dog-headed king felt little exhilaration. Instead, disappointment tinged his voice as he remarked, "The fire oil bombs are unlikely to affect the underground passage." "Indeed, my king. I am fully aware that the underground passage is a peculiar conduit between 2 worlds, rendering surface assaults ineffective against the foes within. Likewise, combat within the tunnels hardly damages the caves or passages themselves." The jackal man nodded in agreement before shifting the conversation. "However, I intentionally allowed our tactics to retreat, enticing those humans to vacate the cave. When I launched the medium-sized catapults to hurl magical fire oil bombs, I ensured that the humans were just outside the cavern. Even if this round of bombardment does not annihilate them completely, it should at least claim the lives of a significant number. Let us hope so." The dog-headed king felt his spirits lift at the words of the national advisor, eagerly anticipating that this assault might obliterate Li Sen and his group entirely. Such an outcome would spare many dog-headed warriors from death. "Advisor, gather the nearby catapults and fire oil bombs for several more rounds. Once we confirm the humans have been eradicated, we shall send our warriors into battle." "As you command, my king." Moreover, Did the wolfmen bring weapons suitable for combat within the underground passage? Indeed, aside from the magical crystal cannons, the wolfmen have also procured a sound-based weapon, a formidable tool developed during their conflicts with the otherworldly human tribes. It possesses devastating power for tunnel warfare. That is fortuitous. Our adversaries are not merely a few insignificant insects, but rather denizens of an entirely different world. For now, let us first eliminate those minor pests. Understood. The jackal man hastened away to make the necessary arrangements. Once the jackal departed, the dog-headed king, who had initially stood tall, now slouched slightly, behind the city walls. A younger dog-headed creature with golden fur hurried over to support him. Father, must we truly invade the realm of humanity? The voice revealed it to be a female dog-headed creature. Scarlet, we must fight, and we must emerge victorious, the dog-headed king declared. The gold mines of the Hodge kingdom have been exhausted. Without them, we dog-headed beings have lost our direction and the purpose of our existence. But, Scarlet hesitated. But the dog-headed king interrupted her. The north is home to the Snow Peak Wolfmen, who possess gold mines. One condition of this war is that regardless of the outcome, our Hodge kingdom can migrate en masse to the Snow Peak Mountains, where we may mine freely. The underground passages will be left to them. If we succeed, our Hodge kingdom will possess a vast world as our quarry. It is a far better option. But do not the lizardmen in the south also possess gold mines? General Nascimento has been achieving continuous victories, and we... Silence. Do not mention that little man. The dog-headed king erupted in anger, cutting Scarlet off. Nascimento seeks to crown himself as king. He has been expanding his army and consolidating power. The dog-headed pups of Hodge Kingdom now only recognize that general, completely disregarding me as their king. Therefore, we must secure victory. The mere mention of Nascimento's name ignited further fury within the dog-headed king, causing him to tremble with rage. His eyes bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent. I understand, Princess Scarlet stammered, intimidated by her father's fervor. Yet, within her heart, a different sentiment began to stir. The dog-headed forces continued their full mobilization, though a portion of the elite had been intercepted by Princess Scarlet, redirected back to the capital under the guise of guarding. But in reality to preserve her own strength. The thunderous sounds of explosions persisted, as if all of the dog-headed's fire oil bombs had been unleashed. Do these wretched beasts have no regard for their finances? Li Sen complained while digging at his ears beneath the apple tree. Although the explosive fire oil bombs and the burning purplish flames posed no threat to them deep within the tunnel, the incessant cacophony of explosions over the past 2 hours had begun to induce a ringing in Li Sen's ears. Fortunately, the dog-headed creatures do not wield sound-based weaponry, otherwise, we might have been killed by the shockwaves in the tunnel. As he spoke, the apple tree beside him released its sweet fragrance once more. A new batch of apples had ripened. Chapter 42, Repairing the Formation. The bombardment from the dog-headed ceased. The harvest was satisfactory. They had collected 206 apples, sufficient to aid most in recovering from their injuries. Let us divide into 2 groups. The rest shall be consumed by the wounded until their injuries are healed. Observing the apples they had gathered, Pei Xiaoba encouraged everyone to eat freely. An apple harvest every 2 hours was not worth hoarding. The priority now was for everyone to recuperate and regain their combat capabilities. I will go and assess the situation outside. Those dog-headed creatures have been bombarding us for 2 hours. I fear their forces are fully assembled. Very well, go ahead. Pei Xiaoba felt assured about Li Sen. Knowing that with the cold wind formation in place, Li Sen's movements would be considerably easier than theirs. Li Sen first checked the cold wind formation in the cave's hall, confirming it would remain effective for a short duration. He then meticulously applied dog-headed blood to the formation, ensuring it could function for an extended period. This was a crucial guarantee for the survival of their group of 20. Negligence was not an option. It took a full hour for Li Sen to repair the cold wind formation, his body now layered in a thin frost. The cold wind formation, indeed, wielded considerable power, affecting even its master with frigid winds. Achoo. Upon completing the repair, Li Sen retreated back into the underground passage, taking out an apple to munch on as a red magical aura enveloped him. Hey, Junyao, why have you come out? Hurry back. This cold wind may harm you. My little turkey. Goo goo. The turkey king, Junyao, nodded at Li Sen, then wobbled back to the rear. Li Sen had tasked it with bestowing the heating skill upon Luo Mao, their soul healer, enabling him to treat their comrades more swiftly and effectively. Yet, this little creature was quite affectionate towards Li Sen, often coming over to check on him after fulfilling its duties. A heartwarming little companion indeed. Finishing the apple, Li Sen felt warm and content, rising to carefully peek out from the cave through the cold wind formation. Boom. The moment he leaned out, a large barrel, half his height, crashed down just outside the cave, exploding instantaneously. The blast heat wave swept through, violently tossing Li Sen, who was caught in the cold winds, off his feet. After rolling back twice, Li Sen rose, brushing his singed short hair and warm scalp, silently grateful for his luck. Li Sen, be careful. 2 soldiers stationed by the stone door rushed over in alarm to assist him. The biting chill of the cold wind was a fortuitous blessing, otherwise, I might have been scorched. I am grateful for the potency of his formation. He noticed that the hem of his military uniform had been singed to a discolored state in but a fleeting moment. Had it not been for the cooling effect of the cold wind formation, his attire might have ignited. Thankfully, you are unharmed. The incendiary projectiles wielded by those wretched creatures are formidable. Had I been struck directly without possessing a strength of at least level 41 in the 3rd tier, I might have met my demise on the spot. Furthermore, the most troublesome aspect is that such flames are exceedingly difficult to extinguish, if not promptly dealt with. They can incinerate a person outright. Several of my previous comrades fell victim to this very fate. Upon hearing the words of the soldier who helped him up, Li Sen responded with a subdued acknowledgement, his mood similarly grave. It seemed likely that his fallen comrades had perished in such a manner. These goblins indeed possess considerable prowess. Monsters capable of establishing a kingdom are, without question, extraordinary. Li Sen, we owe our safety to your formation. Otherwise, we would have surely transformed into roasted sweet potatoes. Perhaps we would have become dried sweet potato snacks instead. Noticing Li Sen's somber demeanor, 2 comrades suddenly interjected with a jest, successfully capturing his attention. I have no desire to become a dried sweet potato snack. I intend to freeze those vile creatures into popsicles. You all keep watch. I will inscribe the formation on the wall. Very well, I shall fetch the array ink and talisman brush for you, one soldier declared, turning to dash down the corridor behind them. Before long, he reappeared, hauling a large bucket of water and a bundle of goblin tails. Li Sen took the bucket, dipped the goblin tail into the blood within, and began to inscribe the formation on the wall. However, after only a couple of strokes, he paused and brought the tail closer to his nose, detecting a faint odor of decay. If preservation measures were not taken soon, it would likely become unusable by morning. Chihua, please procure a sharper dagger for me. I need to inscribe a few formations on the bucket to freeze this goblin blood. A dagger? I have one right here, but you won't be able to wield it. It's all right. I only require it for inscribing formations on the bucket, not for combat. So there are no requirements for equipment attributes. Here, give it a try. Accepting the dagger, measuring about 2 palms in length, Li Sen gently scratched it across the surface of the bucket. The jarring sound of metal scraping against metal rang out, causing Li Sen to furrow his brow in discomfort. Fortunately, the dagger was indeed sharp, leaving clear marks upon the bucket, making it suitable for inscribing formations. Though it was not as convenient as a carving knife, it would suffice in the absence of other tools. After 16 minutes, he successfully inscribed the first formation. Ice formation LV6 significantly lowers the temperature of items contained within the vessel. The effects of inscribing formations on different objects varied, and this particular attribute aligned perfectly with Li Sen's intentions. He inscribed another ice formation, causing a thin layer of frost to envelop the entire bucket of goblin blood. Yet the blood remained unfrozen, perhaps only a degree or 2 colder, ideal for preserving liquids. There were still 6 buckets of goblin blood in the tunnel, and he turned to inscribe formations on each of them. Upon returning to the cave's main hall, 3.5 hours had passed, and the outside world had plunged into complete darkness. The bombardment of incendiary projectiles from the goblins had temporarily ceased. As Li Sen prepared to step outside for a better look, Pei Xiaoba and the others rushed in. Having not heard the explosions for a while, they were suddenly filled with an inexplicable tension and rushed out. What is the situation? Have the goblins commenced their assault? Li Sen pointed toward the dying flames and said, They have not yet. The purple fire outside has not been extinguished, but it is likely to be soon. Brothers, prepare for battle. With the command from Pei Xiaoba, 18 soldiers stood at attention in unison, their response resonant and forceful. The apples he cultivated had excellent healing properties. One could see the charred wounds on the soldiers' faces and hands had healed, revealing skin as pristine as freshly peeled eggs. Though there was a stark contrast to their original skin tone, making them appear akin to having vitiligo. Li Sen silently mocked this in his thoughts, but he would never voice it aloud. He did, however, interject with Pei Xiaoba. Brother Pei, have you forgotten our earlier strategy of using the cold wind formation to lure the goblins into freezing? Are you suggesting that the goblins might be attempting to draw us out? Quite possibly. Let us wait for an hour before venturing outside. That seems reasonable. We shall remain here for now. Chapter 43. The goblin encirclement is complete, inscribing formations in the tunnel. Boom, boom. Hearing the explosions resume outside, Pei Xiaoba's expression faltered momentarily, and he sheepishly remarked, It seems you were correct. Those wretched creatures have returned our own tactics against us. With that, he gestured to the other soldiers. Everyone, continue to rest. We shall consider combat only once those vile beings manage to enter this cave. The group retreated once more, though the number of sentries increased from 2 to 4. Ihai, Li Sen's younger companion, voluntarily trailed behind him, assisting with carrying the array ink and talisman brush. The walls of the cave's main hall stood just over 3 meters high, limiting Li Sen's ability to inscribe large formations. Thus, he opted for a cyclic pattern of ice formation, acceleration formation, gale formation, acceleration formation, ice formation, continuously connecting them as he worked. The resulting cold wind formation naturally lacked potency. Yet under the influence of the larger, cold wind formation on the ground, the wind blowing through the hall became swifter and colder. The burning purplish-red flames outside were noticeably extinguished more rapidly within a 33-meter-wide corridor at the cave's entrance. As nightfall deepened, the goblins seemed to realize that their incendiary projectiles were utterly ineffective against Li Sen and his comrades. After the sun set, they ceased their bombardment altogether. An hour after the explosion ceased, Li Sen and his companions cautiously emerged from the cave. Whoosh! Retreat. However, having scarcely ventured 20 meters outside, they were compelled to retreat back into the cave, for goblin archers stood guard beyond. Upon returning, Pei Xiaoba produced 2 telescopes and several mirrors, performing simple modifications to create a rudimentary periscope for reconnaissance. To the east, the enemy had already surged atop a small hill, directly above them, erecting defensive fortifications. To the north, the enemy had advanced to within 600 meters, their numbers unfathomable, a veritable sea of heads. To the south, they had pushed to within 300 meters, with even greater numbers, revealing siege engines of the battering ram variety. Directly ahead, the enemy remained 1 kilometer distant, engaged in the reconstruction of their walls. Pei Xiaoba, being a seasoned veteran, possessed ample experience in tactics and counting, swiftly deducing a rough outline of the enemy's defensive formation. What troubled Li Sen most was the prospect of the enemy directly tunneling through the small hill above them, descending upon them. Should that occur, there would be no escape, essentially a death sentence. Fear not. Pei Xiaoba chuckled lightly, exuding confidence. The underground passage is a conduit connecting 2 worlds, a manifestation of the celestial path, impervious to external destruction. But isn't our side of the underground passage merely a vast hall? How could it be indestructible? Furthermore, weren't we buried in a cave-in from the underground passage? How could it possibly be immune to destruction? Li Sen's concerns intensified in response to Pei Xiaoba's explanations. Barely a week had passed since their previous experience. One moment of carelessness could lead to demise. Well, the passage on our side has been altered through magic and skills, rendering it unstable. If it had not been modified, it surely would not have collapsed. Really? Indeed, the specifics of the technology elude me as a mere company commander. But the Dragon Country Military District has records of it. The passageways connecting to the other 3 worlds initially manifested as perfectly straight corridors to facilitate human defense. Various modifications were employed on these channels. The downside, however, was that these altered passages were prone to collapse, while unmodified ones remained steadfast. Is that so? Li Sen harbored some skepticism and failed to comprehend the rationale behind tampering with a secure passage. Yet, Pei Xiaoba was equally perplexed, only aware that such alterations were intended to enhance combat and defense. Very well, I shall temporarily accept this. But are you certain that the dog-headed creatures cannot tunnel through the small hill above us? Absolutely. Once I have completed inscribing the formations on the walls, I will commence laying out patterns in the underground passage, adding more layers of protection. I appreciate your assistance. Senator Pei Xiaoba embraced Li Sen, playfully thumping him on the back as if assigning him a grave responsibility. Li Sen meticulously inscribed formations on all 4 walls before returning to the tunnel, where he fertilized 3 apple trees while contemplating how to arrange new combinations of formations. His foremost desire was to create a combination of the ice formation and explosive flame formation, renowned for their devastating explosive power. However, considering safety concerns, he had to suppress this rather reckless impulse. Currently, he had a considerable repertoire of formations: ice formation, acceleration formation, stealth formation, spirit gathering formation, acceleration formation, and gale formation. In total, he possessed 6 formations, yet he had experimented with all possible combinations. For the time being, the most potent and practical remained the cold wind formation, which was a fusion of the ice formation, gale formation, and acceleration formation. The other combinations were somewhat lackluster. To acquire the next formation, he needed to elevate his formation inscription skill to level 21 or enhance his inscription skill to level 11. As he perused the formations, Li Sen recalled the almost overlooked level 4 inscription skill. He still had the dagger he had just obtained from Chihua, and he decided to put it to use. Clack, clack, clack. Pushing the stone ladder specially crafted for him by Luo Tan, Li Sen ascended to the entrance of the tunnel and commenced inscribing formations from the top. The effort required to inscribe formations at the apex was considerable, yet he resolved to persevere. After all, it was better to face challenges now than to be caught unprepared when the dog-headed creatures eventually breached their defenses. Inscribing formations was not merely about sketching a few lines. It required the infusion of magical energy into the inscribing tool, allowing the energy to remain within the formation lines, endowing the object with unique effects. Currently, Li Sen's skill level and magical energy were insufficient for inscribing large formations, with a maximum diameter of only 1 meter. Beyond that, he found himself lacking. Moreover, the effects of inscribing differed significantly from those of drawing. Ice formation LV5 absorbs the spirit energy of the heavens and earth, continuously lowering the temperature of a 1 meter diameter wall while storing cold air for future use. The inscribed ice formation bore similarities to the jade stone he had previously inscribed, leading him to consider the explosive formation skill. If this ice formation could store a substantial amount of cold air before triggering an explosion, the resulting power would surely be magnified. With this thought in mind, he inscribed 4 spirit-gathering formations surrounding the ice formation. Indeed, once the 5 formations were interconnected, visible streams of energy began to swirl around the ice formation. And within moments, Li Sen felt the stone walls above him become painfully cold. This line of thought is sound. Let me experiment with other formations. Explosive Flame Formation LV5 absorbs the spirit energy of the heavens and earth, continuously raising the temperature of a 1-meter diameter wall while storing heat for future use. The effects of the Explosive Flame Formation were akin to the ice formation, serving as an excellent pairing with the Explosive Formation skill. He felt a sense of anticipation for the dog-headed creatures to breach their defenses, eager to test the power of this formation. Gale Formation LV5 gathers the essence of the heavens and earth, generating a fierce wind in a specified direction at a speed of 15 meters per second. The gale formation's effects mirrored those of the drawing, producing wind, albeit with a more tempered nature and diminished lethality. Even when combined with the acceleration formation, its killing potential was significantly reduced. Nevertheless, it could still be utilized to ventilate the tunnel and enhance air circulation, ensuring that the dog-headed creatures would not resort to smoke tactics. Li Sen, come down and take a break. You haven't rested since last night. And if you continue like this, you'll collapse. Chapter 44. Forced Rest. The dog-headed creatures begin their assault. Pei Xiaoba exclaimed as he attempted to pull Li Sen down. But upon seeing Li Sen's intense focus, he refrained from intervening. After 5 minutes, once Li Sen completed the formation he was working on, he looked down to drink a mana potion, only to be yanked down from the stone ladder. Are you trying to kill yourself? You've consumed over 100 mana potions these past 2 days. If you keep this up, you'll end up poisoned. Magical potions do carry a certain level of toxicity. Well, I have no choice. My mana recovery is far too slow, and the consumption is excessive. That doesn't justify it. Pei Xiaoba was resolute, extending his hand to snatch the potion from Li Sen's grasp, and he took away all the potions Li Sen had on him. Captain Pei, give me back the potions. The dog-headed creatures could burst in at any moment. I must expedite the arrangement of more formations. Li Sen extended his hand in demand. On the surface, he appeared as a fragile dual-life profession, but in reality, his combat prowess was at 119, comparable to that of a level 25 warrior. His physical condition was robust, and he did not feel overly fatigued. However, just as Li Sen's hand was about to grasp the potion, Pei Xiaoba's hand struck the back of his head with considerable force. Li Sen could only cast a resentful glance before succumbing to unconsciousness. Pei Xiaoba was indeed a fierce individual. He had forcibly put Li Sen to sleep. Attack! Xiao He, hold the line. Xiao Li, fall back. Li Wei, earth wall. When Li Sen regained consciousness, he was greeted by the sounds of battle cries echoing in his ears. The dog-headed creatures were indeed assaulting the cave. Alarmed, Li Sen's initial drowsiness was swiftly replaced by urgency. He sprang to his feet and hurried toward the cave's main hall. Upon arrival, he felt a modicum of relief. Pei Xiaoba had organized the soldiers into 2 rows, standing on either side of the stone door, effectively avoiding the chilling gusts of wind. As soon as any dog-headed creature charged in, they were swiftly dispatched in a coordinated manner, with some soldiers continuously transporting the fallen bodies to the rear, first to collect their blood, and then to dispose of them beneath the apple trees as fertilizer. The 19 soldiers operated with remarkable discipline and synergy, suggesting they had been through this drill multiple times. Thud, thud, thud. He noticed that Zhu Niao was also engaged in battle, applying the warmth skill to Pei Xiaoba and the other 3 mages while continuously launching ping-pong ball-sized fireballs from its beak. Though these fireballs appeared diminutive, they still inflicted 100 points of damage, and their smaller size paradoxically enhanced their lethality against enemies. What was most striking was the speed at which it fired the fireballs. Almost every 3 seconds, without requiring much charge, it could unleash a barrage of them, surpassing even Pei Xiaoba, the 52-level fire mage, in casting speed. It was like a miniature cannon. The number of dog-headed creatures that managed to penetrate was minimal. The ground's cold wind formation indicated a temperature of -22 degrees Celsius, with a wind speed of 33 meters per second. But with the surrounding walls bolstering the cold wind's force, the temperature had plummeted to at least -30 degrees, and the wind speed likely reached 40 meters per second. Li Sen felt increasingly chilled as he stood within the formation, and the soldiers fighting at its periphery were all visibly frosted. Even when dog-headed creatures managed to breach their defenses, they were swiftly dispatched by the soldiers, taking advantage of the enemy's compromised mobility. Overall, the humans held a distinct advantage. As Li Sen approached Pei Xiaoba, Zhu Niao chirped joyfully, greeting him. Little one, you performed splendidly this time. I shall reward you with something delicious later. Goo goo goo. Haha, are you still picky? The medicinal cuisine shall serve its purpose, ensuring full satisfaction. Guh. In the hands of Li Sen, the crimson bird delightedly nuzzled its fluffy head against his face, eliciting laughter. Ha ha. The main pair reveled in their joy for a moment before turning their gaze towards the envious Pei Xiaoba. Your turkey truly possesses formidable firepower. The little fireballs may lack potency, yet their rapid-fire rate is impressive, and their inherent magical recovery speed is nothing short of astonishing. It can sustain an hour of continuous fireball casting without pause. Indeed, my Crimson Bird is quite remarkable, worthy of praise. Li Sen gently patted Crimson Bird's small head, feeling both astonished and pleasantly surprised. Although the bird's growth seemed modest, such a rate of magical recovery could only be found in epic-tier pets. His excitement lingered, but he promptly returned to the matter at hand, turning to Pei Xiaoba. Brother Pei, how can the gnolls still charge in? Has the effect of Cold Wind Array failed to work? It can only be deemed partially ineffective, Pei Xiaoba replied. The gnolls possess a massive ram, measuring 10 meters wide and over 30 meters long, inscribed with a magical array that withstands much of the cold and freezing effects, though it offers no defense against the gale. Let me see. Li Sen was not surprised to hear of the Cold Wind Array's broken effect. In a world of magical civilization, even a kingdom's worth of magic could be acquired through trade, regardless of one's own limitations. Pei Xiaoba did not decline Li Sen's suggestion. Eager to assess the situation outside, prepare yourselves. We will charge for 10 seconds. After that, regardless of the outcome, we will retreat immediately. Yes. 3 warriors, shields in hand, activated their charge skills, sending the 3 unsteady gnolls flying. With the acceleration from the gale, the gnolls tumbled like bowling pins, knocking several more behind them off their feet as they attempted to enter the cave. Following this, Li Sen and the 3 mages, shielded by the warriors, hastily exited the cave. Outside, a throng of gnolls awaited them. 6 enormous rams, propelled by the gnolls, approached, their bodies glowing crimson to repel the cold winds. However, the gale's influence rendered their advance slow. Further away, within a kilometer radius, more rams were connected, countering the cold wind array's pulling effect, preventing the gnolls from being swept and frozen in their tracks. Behind the rams, numerous small catapults appeared, seemingly preparing for the next round of projectiles. A sea of gnolls stretched as far as the eye could see, an overwhelming count. Retreat. Pei Xiaoba's commanding voice rang out, prompting everyone to return to the cave in an orderly fashion, while the warriors hurled their shields like frisbees. Woof woof. With the might of the warriors and the gale's assistance, the round shields transformed into lethal projectiles, slicing through layers of gnolls before crashing into the ones behind. Caught off guard, the gnolls had no opportunity to react as Li Sen and the others retreated back into the cave with ease. A distant roar echoed from the gnolls. Immediately, catapults unleashed their projectiles, hurling basketball-sized objects towards them. Boom boom boom. Woof woof arg. Just as Li Sen and his companions regained their footing, explosions erupted outside, accompanied by the gnolls' cries of despair. Had they forgotten the cold winds unleashed by the cold wind array? A gale exceeding 33 meters per second was not something that could be withstood by mere projectiles. Indeed, they had inadvertently turned their own ammunition against themselves. Not good. Scatter. Chapter 45. Barriers, Apple Enhancement, and the Rescue of Blue Star. Careful. Scatter. At that moment, as Li Sen felt a sense of pride, he spotted a spherical object being hurled into their midst. In unison with Pei Xiaoba, they shouted for everyone to evade. Boom. The sphere exploded upon impact, fiery red flames and shrapnel scattering in all directions. Nevertheless, within the confines of the cold wind array, the flames were swiftly extinguished by the gale, and the shrapnel's trajectory was altered, rendering it harmless to Li Sen and his companions, akin to a mere slap from a juvenile. It was merely a false alarm. However, this was not a good omen. It signified that the gnolls possessed the capability to launch magical projectiles into the cave, thus endangering their defense. The current magical projectile's power may have been weak, but it did not guarantee that the next would be so. If the gnolls were to find the correct angle of projection, the next magical projectile could potentially obliterate the entire cave. Without a moment's hesitation to worry for others, Li Sen rushed to the site of the recent explosion, meticulously assessing the array's condition. Fortunately, although the violet flames appeared perilous, the array he had painstakingly reinforced remained unharmed. Only then did he turn to his dust-covered comrades. How are you all? Are you injured? I'm fine, just a scratch. After a brief check, everyone wore smiles, confirming their safety. Pei Xiaoba glanced at the cave entrance, a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes. Chihua, you and the others should retrieve some long weapons like spears and polearms from the back, at least 30 pieces. Understood. Without question, Chihua saluted and, along with 4 other comrades, hastened back into the underground passage. Deep within lay the various gear and items dropped by the gnolls they had slain over the past few days, and soon the 5 returned, laden with 100 long weapons. Meanwhile, under Pei Xiaoba's direction, Li Sen began to dig. Only then did he start to believe Pei Xiaoba's assertion that the tunnel was impervious to destruction. The seemingly soft ground proved resistant. Using his digging skill, he found himself unable to penetrate it. It wasn't that he was entirely incapable. Thrusting a spear into the ground with all his might resulted in a mere indentation of less than an inch. This was rather absurd. Outside the cave, He could easily pierce the ground to a depth of half a meter. Even more astonishing, several level 53 and 54 warriors, wielding all their strength to hack and dig, could only manage to damage approximately an inch. It was confirmed. This underground passage was indeed protected by the world's laws. While 4 warriors and Pei Xiaoba continued to fend off the invading gnolls, the remaining dozen or so hurriedly excavated 30 small pits, each only 20 centimeters deep, into which they inserted the long weapons, blade tips facing outward. A simple trap was thus constructed. The trap was straightforward, yet it took Li Sen and his companions a full 3 hours to set up. Had they been outside in the passage, it would have taken them less than 3 minutes. The outcome was satisfactory. The 6-meter-wide cave entrance was effectively barricaded by 30 long weapons, preventing both the magical projectiles from the gnolls and the gnolls themselves from breaching the barrier. Brother Pei, aren't there 2 stone doors here? Why don't we close them? Leaning against the wall, Li Sen found himself somewhat breathless. The digging had truly exhausted him. We can't close them. These are magical stone doors, and without the corresponding magic, we cannot seal them. Moreover, the magical fluctuations emanating from these doors suggest they were set by a being of at least 6th tier, or level 101 and above. We, being mere level 40s and 50s, stand no chance of moving them. Oh, so these stone doors are like a time bomb buried in this cave by the gnolls. Not quite so dangerous. We've studied them thoroughly. They merely serve as a defensive magic, at most trapping us within the cave. That's a relief. Li Sen nodded, glancing at the makeshift barrier. Boom. At that moment, a magical cannonball flew in, only to be deflected by the makeshift barricade, rebounding and carried away by the fierce wind for over 10 meters before exploding in midair, inflicting considerable damage upon the advancing goblins. The effect was commendable. The group took turns resting, with 8 individuals remaining on guard at all times, ensuring they were well rested for a prolonged engagement. Under the command of Pei Xiaoba, they retreated in batches to the underground passage to recuperate, while Li Sen busied himself fertilizing 3 apple trees, which would serve as their sustenance for the foreseeable future. It was imperative to tend to them diligently. The yield from the apple trees had increased once again, now producing 422 apples in their 4th harvest. Li Sen could feel a soothing warmth enveloping him after consuming the apples, a gentle force mending his bodily injuries and fatigue. The apple trees were proving increasingly fruitful. Pei Xiaoba and the others also noticeably felt their stamina recovering at a much faster rate. Previously, 10 apples would leave them merely satiated, while now 15 sufficed to fill them completely. The energy and nutrients contained within had significantly augmented. As for the sole ordinary person among them, Ihai, he could only manage 3 apples before feeling uncomfortably full. Pei Xiaoba patted his stomach, burping contentedly, and clapped Li Sen on the shoulder. Li Sen, you truly are remarkable. When we return, I will assist you in securing a position at the agricultural base in the Northwest Military District, where you will not only be safe, but also able to fully utilize your skills. Oh, that sounds wonderful. As long as we survive the journey back. Working the land is indeed a splendid option, Li Sen replied with a smile, appreciating Pei Xiaoba's kind intentions. After several harrowing near-death experiences, Li Sen began to yearn for a tranquil life. To enhance his abilities without risking his life was a most agreeable choice. Furthermore, he was eager to experiment with his fertilization skill on other plants and in different environments, as it might expedite his leveling up. However, the frequency at which he could fertilize the apple trees had once again escalated, from every 10 minutes to every 20 minutes after the 4th harvest, indicating that the apple trees had developed a form of resistance to his fertilization skill. His aspirations for rapid skill advancement were thwarted once more, leaving him to wait until he returned to the Blue Star world to continue his experiments. Li Sen, continue to set up the formations. We should be able to withstand the goblins' assault. Now we await the excavation of the passage from the Blue Star side. And then we can return, Pei Xiaoba instructed. Understood, Li Sen nodded and resumed his work on the stone ladder, meticulously crafting the formations. Meanwhile, on the Blue Star, in the Northwest Defense Zone 23, at the Goblin Cavern, Captain Han Jixing accompanied a lieutenant colonel, adorned with 2 golden bars and 2-star insignias on his shoulder, to a pile of sand and gravel radiating a yellowish glow. Colonel Chung, this is the Goblin Cavern. The sand and gravel here have been enchanted with a magical barrier by the goblins, rendering our excavators ineffective. I humbly request your assistance in dispelling the magical barrier. Let me give it a try, replied Colonel Chung, removing his hat and outer coat before approaching the mound of sand and gravel. Barrier break technique, activate. A shimmering white light emanated from Colonel Cheng's hands, piercing through the yellowish glow before gradually dispersing it. Han Jixing's eyes brightened with excitement. The reinforcements sent by the military district were indeed professionals, as the magical barrier that had troubled them for 6 days was swiftly dismantled. Oh no, this is problematic. Just as Han Jixing was eagerly mobilizing excavators to commence digging, Colonel Cheng suddenly paused, a frown etched upon his face. Han Jixing's expression of elation swiftly transformed into one of shock and apprehension. Colonel Cheng, what has happened? Are you unable to dispel this magical barrier? Han Jixing inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed on the colonel in hopeful anticipation. No, I can indeed dispel this magical barrier, but it is intertwined with spatial forces, making it impossible for me to dismantle it swiftly. Even with several 6th-tier mages, we can only chip away at it bit by bit. I estimate that we can clear a passage no wider than 30 meters and 300 meters deep in a day. It will take considerable time to excavate the underground passage. This is dire. Our soldiers have been trapped for 6 days. I fear for their survival and whether they can hold on until we break through, Han Jisheng lamented, stamping his feet in frustration. Yet he persisted. Regardless, I implore you, Colonel Chung, to cast your spell and dismantle the magical barrier. Even if our soldiers perish, we must at least ensure their remains are laid to rest. I will seek further assistance from the military district. Yes. Arrange for the machinery to break through a section first. That will facilitate my spellcasting. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Han Jisheng rallied, swiftly coordinating the excavators to clear the sand and gravel, while Colonel Chung settled into a meditative posture nearby to restore his mana. Li Sen remained oblivious to the fact that the Blue Star forces had devised a method to excavate the underground passage and were already taking action. It was merely a matter of time now. He was also unaware that goblin reinforcements were en route, poised to arrive before the Blue Star rescue team. Outside the cave, a colossal goblin army had gathered, completely surrounding the exit of the underground passage. Even the chilling winds of the cold wind array, which affected a 1 square kilometer area, were rendered ineffective by the magical siege engines that had occupied the area, completely isolating the frigid air. Goblin mages had already begun devising strategies to counter the fierce winds. Biggie Mage, as a level 110 wind elemental commander, do you have any solutions for this wind? A few goblin mages, clad in magical robes, strolled casually in the area buffeted by the cold wind, their bodies shielded by various magical barriers, completely unaffected by the gale that surged at speeds close to 40 meters per second. Mengzhong Mage, it seems you have an idea. Please share it, one of them urged. It's quite simple, really. We need to construct a large slope to direct the cold wind upwards. Once the wind is diverted, the soldiers can charge down the slope and swiftly eliminate those human pests. That's a brilliant idea. I was thinking along the same lines. This approach will save time and effort while minimizing casualties. Let us inform the king so he can arrange for the slope's construction. The goblin mages, cloaked in their magical shields, strolled leisurely through the frigid winds, engaged in light-hearted banter, immune to the effects of the fierce gales that could shred lesser beings. Such was the might of high-tier monsters. 6 goblin mages approached the cave entrance, halting just under 3 meters away from the barricade of long weapons. Peering into the cavern's depths, shall we use magic to obliterate the vermin inside this cave? One suggested. Excellent idea. I'll take the lead. I just learned a powerful advanced fire spell with explosive capabilities. Count me in. My earth magic can directly dismantle the terrain within. Perfect. My earth mage's gravity spell can restrain those human insects. What are we waiting for? Let us strike together and swiftly conclude this battle. The 6 high-level goblin mages commenced chanting their spells at the cave's entrance, as a golden-armored goblin guard rushed forward to shield them. The ensuing commotion naturally drew the attention of Pei Xiaobo and the others within the cave. Little fire dragon technique. Rock and water flow impact. 3 mages, sensing the chaotic surge of magical elements outside, hastily unleashed their most potent instantaneous spells. A small fire dragon, 1 meter thick and 5 meters long, surged forth, propelled by the tempest, arriving before the goblins in an instant. Turn. Just as the fire dragon was about to collide with the golden-armored goblin, Pei Xiaobo called out sharply, causing the dragon to veer upwards suddenly, swiftly diving down again to strike one of the goblin mages with a thunderous crash. Boom. Alas, the formidable fire dragon merely collided with the magical shield of the goblin mage, dissipating with a feeble thud. Huh. Child's play, the goblin mage scoffed, his magical robe remaining utterly undisturbed, before resuming his incantation. Fong Strike. A golden-armored gnoll, wielding a colossal sword measuring 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, unleashed a wave of white, Fong-like battle aura that collided violently with the massive stones summoned by Xian Li Wei, cleaving it effortlessly in two. The wild dog wagged its tail in triumph. Another golden-armored gnoll brandished its giant sword, striking down the torrent of water conjured by Luo Malfa, causing it to veer away and miss the mages situated behind them. These golden-armored gnolls were formidable warriors of considerable strength. Retreat. Back to the tunnel. Upon witnessing their attacks so easily thwarted, Pei Xiaobo and his companions were visibly shaken, realizing they were up against beings of an exceptionally high caliber, whose power utterly overwhelmed them. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio swiftly led the other warriors back into the subterranean passage behind the mountain cave. What transpired? Why have you all retreated? Li Sen, who was in the midst of inscribing a formation, was taken aback by their sudden return and hurriedly inquired. We're facing a dire threat, a mage. They can traverse your frost wind formation with ease, and they are now less than 3 meters from the cave. Moreover, they are currently chanting spells, evidently preparing to unleash a formidable attack. Have they closed in that closely? What level must these gnolls be to possess such strength? I cannot ascertain their exact level, but they are at least 10 levels above me, possibly even at the 5th transmutation stage. The 5th transmutation? Over level 81? They are indeed a formidable force. Li Sen gasped in astonishment. As far as he knew, the Knoll Cave had never seen gnolls exceeding level 60. And now they were confronted with such powerful adversaries. However, a wicked smile suddenly crept across his lips as he silently commanded, "Detonate the formation." Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds reverberated through the underground passage, barely audible, yet outside, a tremendous transformation was underway. Within a kilometer radius outside the cave, crimson flames erupted unexpectedly, creating massive explosions that obliterated gnolls within a 10-meter vicinity, leaving a gruesome spectacle in their wake. Moreover, a series of azure whirlwinds howled, sweeping up the surrounding gnolls and flinging them away. Li Sen had previously set up nearly 2,800 formations outside, although many were damaged by the gnolls' oil bomb assaults. A significant number remained intact. Among them, the explosive flame formation, being of the fire attribute, not only survived the bombardment but grew stronger by absorbing the fire magic energy. The force of the explosions rivaled the full-powered strikes of 4th transmutation mages above level 61. The losses among ordinary gnolls were merely the beginning. The true devastation was inflicted upon 6 gnoll mages above level 101. Their spells were disrupted and prematurely released due to the chaotic surge of magical energy and elements surrounding the explosive flame formation. Within a kilometer radius, countless earth spikes erupted from the ground, towering 30 meters high, impaling thousands of unsuspecting gnolls. Red fireballs rained down erratically within the same radius, each the size of a small car. Though few in number, any gnoll struck by one would be reduced to ashes instantly. Additionally, 3-meter diameter stone spheres rolled chaotically, while fire streaks darted through the air. In mere moments, 30% of the gnolls within a kilometer met their demise, totaling over 30,000. Li Sen's singular, explosive formation skill had claimed more gnolls than Pei Xiaobo and his comrades had managed to slay throughout an entire day. Chapter 47. Surprise attack on the golden-armored gnolls. Closed the door, as Li Sen and his companions awaited the gnoll mages at the entrance of the underground passage. Ready to respond promptly, they suddenly felt an immense gravitational force pressing down from all directions, causing all 20 of them to collapse onto the ground. Those who fell hardest were left bloodied, and everyone could only spread their bodies to mitigate the weight of this overwhelming force. With a gasp, Ihai, an ordinary human, succumbed after only 3 seconds, spewing blood and losing consciousness. Extend your bodies to alleviate the pressure, Pei Xiaobo, possessing some experience, urged urgently. Li Sen, who had intended to crouch, quickly complied. This did indeed ease the burden somewhat, though it rendered them unable to move. He hurriedly focused on the formations outside the cave, detonating the acceleration formation and spirit gathering formation, which, despite lacking offensive power, could disrupt the magical elements in the environment and hasten the collapse of magic. Retreat and protect us. True enough, within merely 20 breaths, the sounds of gnolls barking echoed from outside, automatically translating into their ears. Gradually, the gravitational magic affecting Li Sen and his companions began to dissipate. Captain Pei, do we have any items that can cause delayed explosions or activate skills over time? Quickly, unleash a wave. Everyone, expend half of your delay items. Understood. The warriors, still struggling to adapt to their surroundings, scrambled to their feet, making their way toward the frost wind formation, while rummaging through their spatial rings for item cards. Among the 20, only Li Sen and Ihai lacked spatial rings. The others possessed at least 2, as they had acquired numerous rings from the gnolls they had defeated, all requiring level 40 to equip. More importantly, they carried a plethora of item cards. Item cards could be seen as a manifestation of the world's celestial rules, varying widely in type and nature. One by one, Pei Xiaobo and the others activated cards and tossed them into the frost wind formation, the items carried away by the howling winds, continuing to be propelled outward despite any barriers in their path. 3 seconds later, a thunderous roar echoed from outside, accompanied by a dazzling display of colors: red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, and purple, as if a rainbow had descended. Li Sen and his companions, concealed within the cave, could not witness the grand spectacle outside. 18 golden-armored gnolls formed a wall, shielding the retreating mages behind them from the array of magical assaults. Vines of green ensnared the golden-armored gnolls, rendering them immobile. Azure wind blades, sharp as daggers, relentlessly sliced around them, causing crimson blood to seep from their golden armor, staining it vividly. As the cacophony of yelps and howls erupted, torrents of water spells, water arrows, water balls, and water dragons washed over their bodies, cleansing the blood yet inflicting excruciating pain due to the corrosive nature of the water magic. At the same time, fireballs, fire serpents, and fire dragons erupted, treating the drenched golden-armored gnolls as if they were being steamed. The anguished cries of the gnolls grew louder, and they now sought to flee, hastily turning to escape. However, in the next moment, they found themselves ensnared once more as earth magic burst forth. Quagmires, sand pits, and sinkholes re-restricted the turning golden-armored gnolls, followed by a barrage of earth spikes, stone spheres, and earthen walls crashing down upon them. Finally, earth-shattering magical assaults of metal, lightning, and ice attributes descended, overwhelming them with immense damage. As the magical brilliance waned, all 18 golden-armored gnolls, each above level 86 and belonging to the elite heavy-armored knight class, lay slain within 30 meters of the cave entrance. These golden-armored gnolls boasted a minimum combat power of over 600 points, with their golden armor designed to require such strength for equipping. Yet, these formidable foes were vanquished by Pei Xiaoba and his companions, whose combat power hovered around a mere 200, all thanks to their item cards. This indeed illustrated the chaotic rhythm of overpowering a master with a flurry of blows. Regrettably, 6 gnoll mages above level 101, sheltered by the golden-armored gnolls, managed to escape unscathed. Haha, we did it. We won. Upon witnessing the demise of the golden-armored gnolls and the retreat of the gnoll mages, Pei Xiaoba and the others erupted in jubilant cheers. Before slaying the golden-armored goblins, they could not discern the levels of these goblins. However, upon their defeat, divine insight revealed their levels to be between 86 and 92, nearly double that of the adventurers. How could they not be elated? This marked the highest level monsters they had ever vanquished in their lives. Yet, the experience gained from the 18 goblins was insufficient for any of them to level up, including the meager gain from Li Sen's use of the explosive array skill. The goblin mage's kill did not count towards Li Sen's experience, a regrettable oversight. They rushed out to bring in the golden goblin corpses, knowing that the blood of monsters above level 86 would surely enhance the effectiveness of their formations. Charge! Just as Li Sen was lamenting this misfortune, Pei Xiaoba called out, and all 18 adventurers surged forward, including the limping Luo Tan, who had just recovered from injuries. Their excitement was palpable. Come back quickly, Li Sen exclaimed. But his warning fell on deaf ears as Pei Xiaoba and the others had already dashed out. Fortunately, they had not lost their wits in their excitement. After sprinting 30 meters, they hoisted the 18 corpses of the golden-armored goblins onto their shoulders and swiftly made their way back, collecting any dropped items without delay. Before the goblin soldiers could react, they returned to the cave, reinserted their recently withdrawn weapons to form a makeshift barricade. The entire operation was executed seamlessly in a mere 10 seconds. Bang, bang, whoosh. The sudden onslaught of frigid wind barreled down the underground passage, catching the unprepared warriors transporting the goblin corpses off guard, sending them tumbling deeper into the tunnel. The items within the passage were swept away by the violent gusts. Gritting his teeth, Li Sen hastened to the cold wind array, retrieving a goblin's tail from his pocket to make 2 swift strokes at one corner of the formation, effectively sealing it. It was only then that he noticed the massive stone doors had closed. Indeed, the goblins were not lacking in intellect. They quickly devised a countermeasure against Li Sen and his companions. However, with the doors now shut, the goblins were equally unable to enter. For the moment, both sides had entered a state of truce, allowing for a much-needed respite. He observed that the weapons previously embedded in the ground as a barricade had been shattered by the force of the closing doors. These doors were not only fortified by goblin magic, but also crafted with exceptional quality. Gazing at the doors, he turned contemplatively to Pei Xiaoba. Brother Pei, how long did it take for these stone doors to close? About 6 seconds in total, Pei Xiaoba replied thoughtfully. They closed remarkably fast, and our weapons offered no resistance whatsoever. This implies that if the goblins wish to breach the doors and assault us, we have a mere 5 seconds, perhaps even less, to prepare. Li Sen's expression grew graver. This meant the goblins had seized the initiative in this conflict, leaving Li Sen and his allies to adopt a purely defensive stance. Especially for Li Sen, it meant he would need to remain anchored in this hall to guard against a sudden goblin incursion. Without the protection of the cold wind array in the cave, they could be slaughtered in no time. Yet, being bound to this defensive position rendered them vulnerable. Should the goblins mobilize their advanced mages and golden-armored goblins again, they would lack sufficient defensive measures to escape annihilation. After deep contemplation, Li Sen resolutely addressed Pei Xiaoba and the others. Brother Pei, esteemed comrades, please bring the combat-oriented item cards here. If any goblins manage to enter, use the item cards to hold them off while I rush back from the passage. I must continue inscribing formations in the tunnel, as that will bolster our trump cards and enhance our safety. Understood, Pei Xiaoba replied, bowing his head in contemplation before nodding in agreement. Let us hope the goblins do not frequently intrude upon us. Then let us prepare. With that, Li Sen turned and re-entered the tunnel to commence a new round of inscription. He was gambling, hoping the goblins would not storm in immediately. The previous skirmish surely had not inflicted significant damage upon the goblins, but it would instill a sense of caution in them for a time. During this interval, he aimed to carve more formations. The recent wave of explosive array had propelled his skill to level 11, granting him a new formation blueprint, albeit another auxiliary type. He needed to elevate his inscription skill to level 11 to produce new formations. Meanwhile, within the goblin capital of Tongjia City, The Goblin King gazed at the despondent faces of the 6 most powerful mages of the kingdom, contemplating chastising them but refraining, suppressing his ire instead to offer them comfort. Fear not, esteemed magi, for we were merely ambushed by those human thieves. Let us recuperate, and once our magical energy is restored, we shall strike back at those humans. A single defeat does not define us. As long as we draw breath, we shall have the opportunity to vanquish the humans and exact our vengeance. We need only achieve one decisive victory for absolute triumph. The Goblin King, embodying the role of a life coach, managed to uplift the spirits of the 6 mages after a lengthy discourse. My king, I suggest sending someone to scour the land outside the underground passage, to eliminate all traps left by the humans, lest we be disrupted by unexpected magical disturbances during our next assault, proposed the beach mage, dispatching his level 93 apprentice to assist in the inspection. Concurrently, the excavated soil was transported by goblins to the stone doors, forming a steep slope rising at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens. Not only that, they constructed a 6-meter-wide passage directly facing the cave entrance. Their plan was straightforward yet brutish, to divert the cold winds, allowing the goblins to infiltrate the cave through the lower passage and swiftly eliminate Li Sen and his companions. Sighing, the Goblin King slumped into his throne, fatigued and helpless. As a ruler, his level stood at an impressive 136, embodying the boss template with considerable strength. Yet his age had diminished his combat prowess to a level scarcely superior to that of an 81-level mage. Lacking the strength to impose control, he found managing the kingdom increasingly burdensome. He turned his gaze to the quiet advisor standing nearby, contemplating before inquiring. Advisor, when can we expect the arrival of the wolf army at Tongjia City? When will the weaponry suited for underground combat arrive? In response to my sovereign, I conveyed once more to the werewolf army last night. It has been confirmed that the vanguard of 100,000 werewolves will arrive within a maximum of 7 days and a minimum of 5.5 days. The remaining 300,000 troops, requiring the transport of various supplies and equipment, will arrive in the fastest time of 9 days and the slowest of 12 days. The Jackalman knelt humbly to report. Yet the expression beneath his hood lacked reverence, revealing a hint of disdain instead. Alas, let us maintain communication, National Master. Understood. With a wave of his hand, the Jackalman King dismissed the National Master, and then conferred in secrecy with his daughter, Princess Scarlet. In the ensuing 7 days, the Jackalman refrained from opening the stone door, focusing instead on meticulous preparations outside. Their apprehension towards Li Sen's cold wind array was palpable. As they had suffered the loss of tens of thousands of Jackalmen under its chilling grasp, they preferred to avoid confrontation if possible. I am grateful for the cooperation of the Jackalmen. Not only has my skill been upgraded as desired, but my character level has also increased by 1. Descending the stone steps, Li Sen gazed at the softly glowing arcane light emanating from the top of the passage, unable to suppress a smile. He had inscribed the array along the entirety of the 5-kilometer-long passage, a staggering total of 30,000 formations. His array inscription skill level surged to 14. And with the inscription of just 2,008 more arrays, it would ascend to level 15. Name, Li Sen, LV8, 41, 256,000. Age, 18. Profession, First Transition Farmer, 01. First Transition Chef, 02. Ninth Transition Array Master, 9. Strength, 137. Constitution, 137. Spirit, 274. Agility, 137. Health, 13,700. Stamina, 180. Mana, 27,400. Combat Power, 137. Talent, Tenfold Proficiency Mythical. Skills, Digging, Epic, LV5, Fertilizing, Perfect, LV12, Large Pot Meal, Ordinary, LV8, Medicinal Cuisine, Legendary, LV11, Array Drawing, Legendary, LV13, Array Explosion, Perfect, LV12. Array Inscription, Perfect, LV14, Fireball, Ordinary, LV5, Array Arrangement, Exquisite, LV2. Not only did my Array Inscription skill improve, but both my Fertilizing and Array Explosion skills also surpassed level 11, granting me a fertilizer recipe and 2 array blueprints. The array overhead utilized my newly acquired formation. Chapter 49, 7 Days of Effort, the Jackalman Offensive Resumes. Blood and Flesh Flower Fertilizer. A fertilizer concocted by proportionally combining the blood and flesh of living beings, soil, water sources, and magical crystal essence, which accelerates the growth rate and yield of plants. It seemed that due to Li Sen's use of dismembered Jackalman corpses for fertilization, the heavens rewarded him with this recipe, enabling him to better utilize his fertilizing skill. He noted that the recipe specified that the blood, flesh, bones, magical cores, and inner elixirs should not be mixed during fertilization, but should be applied separately for optimal plant nurturing. The recipe he held provided only methods for creating fertilizer from blood and entrails, with no mention of the use of blood and bones. And it even advised against combining excessive blood with the fertilizer. Crucially, the recipe emphasized that the standard blood and flesh flower fertilizer would not contaminate plants, nor would it induce magical or malevolent mutations, but rather guide plants toward positive mutations. However, this guidance requires a protracted period. As indicated by the term lengthy in the recipe, other effects would reveal themselves gradually, but with this recipe, he could accurately formulate fertilizer and prevent malignant mutations in the apple trees. That was sufficient. Yet, it required the assistance of comrades. The Jackalman corpses could not be directly shredded, but needed to be disassembled first, and dealing with the bones posed another complication. Of course, the comrades bore no complaints. They understood the dangers of magical mutations in plants and naturally wished to avoid contamination. Though dissecting the Jackalmen was tedious, safety was paramount, and they accepted the inconvenience. The apples grown using the blood and flesh flower fertilizer were indeed sweeter, more nutritious, and their healing properties more pronounced than before. The efforts of everyone bore fruit. With the array explosion, skill surpassing level 11, he gained the hidden spirit array, which serves to reduce and conceal fluctuations in spiritual energy. This array was currently of little use, so he inscribed and compared 3 of them, all serving to hide spiritual energy fluctuations, making it a perfect complement to the hidden breath array for stealthy maneuvering. With the array inscription, skill surpassing level 11, he acquired a far more practical array, 5 thunder array, an array arranged according to principles that gathers the thunderous spiritual energy and lightning magic elements from the heavens and earth to summon lightning to strike enemies. This was an offensive array, a powerful assault type. Although it had yet to be tested in battle, its attributes alone suggested formidable might. A 5 thunder array, with a 1-meter diameter, possessed impressive combat power. 5 thunder array LV7 gathers thunderous spiritual energy and lightning magic elements from the heavens and earth, dealing 350 damage to enemies within a 14-meter diameter, cooldown time of 5 seconds. This marked Li Sen's first array with a defined damage value, contrasting sharply with the vague damage of the explosive flame array and the non-damaging nature of the ice array. The 5 thunder array provided tangible damage, and quite substantial at that. Through comparisons with Pei Xiaoba and others, he deduced that this damage level was roughly equivalent to that of a standard skill at level 20, an excellent skill at level 15, an exquisite skill at level 10, a perfect skill at level 5, and an epic skill at around level 1. Consequently, he had formed a rough table of skill power disparities, giving him a clear understanding. Upon mastering the 5 thunder array, Li Sen inscribed the entire ceiling of the cavernous hall with it, creating a larger and more potent version of the array. 5 thunder array LV13 gathers thunderous spiritual energy and lightning magic elements from the heavens and earth, dealing 650 damage to enemies within a 100-meter diameter. Cooldown time of 1 second. The attack power of the large 5 thunder array did not significantly increase, but the cooldown time was drastically reduced to just 1 second for launching a lightning strike, greatly enhancing its practical combat efficacy. Li Sen, come quickly. Just as Li Sen reveled in the success of his 7 days of hard work, a frantic shout from Luo Ten echoed through the tunnel. There's trouble. The Jackalmen have opened the stone door. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward, running with all his might until he approached the tunnel's entrance, where he slightly slowed his pace. Boom, boom, boom. A savage onslaught. Bear's might. Fire serpent technique. As he drew near, the sounds of explosions and the furious roars of his comrades filled the air. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Scanning the scene, he saw his comrades cornered within the cold wind array, and without delay, he dashed to a corner of the formation, brandishing a pre-prepared jackal tail, swiftly inscribing 3 strokes on the ground and infusing it with mana. Whoosh whoosh. In merely 3 seconds, the cold wind array commenced operation, unleashing a fierce gale that surged outward from the cavern, thwarting the ensuing Jackalman assaults. Heavy infantry charge. Simultaneously, as Li Sen's cold wind blasted from the cave, outside, the barking of the Jackalmen translated in his ears into comprehensible human speech. The Jackalmen were well prepared. 12 Jackalmen brandished enormous shields, which shimmered with a faint azure glow, angling them to deflect the cold winds upward, rendering a 40 ms hurricane incapable of inflicting any harm upon them. Although the low temperatures continued to impede the movements of the Jackalmen, their heavy infantry had no intention of advancing quickly. They moved forward, step by step, at a deliberate pace. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Clad in matching black armor and wielding black shields, they advanced steadily, undeterred by the projectiles hurled by Pei Xiaoba and his comrades. Even though the preceding dog-headed heavy infantry fell to their demise, the ones behind them advanced relentlessly, pushing forward with unwavering determination, heedless of their fallen comrades' corpses. This sight sent shivers down Li Sen's spine. He was astounded to discover that his prideful, cold wind array could be so effortlessly countered. The intellect of the dog-headed creatures was, indeed, not to be underestimated. Recognizing that the tide of battle had turned against him, he urgently called out, "Captain Pei, retreat to the tunnel. Withdraw." Pei Xiaoba, eschewing any notion of heroism, promptly ordered his soldiers to retreat. The narrow confines of the tunnel favored their smaller numbers, rendering the dog-headed foe's numerical advantage ineffective. The dog-headed warriors pressed forward with a simplistic yet brutal strategy, relentlessly shoving their shields ahead while trampling over the corpses of their fallen kin. Fiery orbs erupted. Pei Xiaobo, the first to retreat into the tunnel, unleashed a spell he had chanted for 36 seconds, launching an orange fireball the size of a tire upon the dog-headed corpse on the ground. The black iron armor glowed a searing red as the body beneath quickly turned to ash. Steel spikes surged forth. Xian Li Wei's spell followed suit, summoning a profusion of earth spikes, each as thick as a thumb, which impaled the dog-headed creatures directly to the cavern ceiling. Crackling sounds echoed. Countless bolts of lightning flickered around the armored dog-headed warriors, filling the cavern with their anguished cries. The dog-headed creatures responded with remarkable swiftness, immediately. Some brandished massive shields and cleavers to hack at the obstructing steel spikes. Water surged. Luo Mao's spell, the slowest to cast, took a full minute. Yet it wielded the greatest power, as a torrent of water crashed into the dog-headed warriors attempting to enter the cavern, sending them sprawling back in disarray. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, Li Sen activated his explosive array skill to obliterate a portion of the formation. Chapter 50. The powerful 5 Thunder Array. The werewolves emerge. The resounding thunderclaps and piercing electric sounds were soon followed by the desperate howls of the dog-headed creatures. Iron conducts electricity, and water conducts electricity. Li Sen detonated the entire 5 Thunder Array inscribed upon the cavernous ceiling. The terrifying current illuminated the entire cavern in a silver-blue hue, compelling those sheltering in the tunnel, including Li Sen and his companions, to involuntarily shut their eyes against the blinding light. Only when the silver-blue illumination dimmed could they gaze upon the cavern once more. The dog-headed creatures fell silent, yet the bodies that lay upon the ground continued to tremble, with faint silver-blue arcs of electricity dancing between the dark iron armors. The hundreds of incoming dog-headed heavy infantry were completely annihilated. Even the nearby dog-headed creatures outside the cavern suffered significant casualties, momentarily halting their aggressive advance. Brother Pei, quickly drag these corpses to the back. Hurry, everyone lend a hand. Prompted by Li Sen, his comrades hastily dashed into the cold wind array to pull some of the bodies into the tunnel before the icy winds swept them away. These carcasses were valuable for array ink and fertilizer and should not be wasted. Regrettably, the power of the cold wind array was too great after only 2 trips. The remaining bodies were blown out of the cavernous hall. Fortunately, thanks to Li Sen's powerful spell, the dog-headed creature's offensive was once again stalled, and they quickly managed to close the stone door. Clearly, they were wary of Li Sen's recently unleashed lightning tactics and dared not send more troops to their deaths. Bring the ladder. As Li Sen looked up at the cavernous ceiling, contemplating whether to reinscribe the array, Luo Ten had already brought over the stone ladder. Ah, good. Li Sen was momentarily taken aback, but then ascended the ladder, examining the clear traces of the original patterns. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle accumulation of spiritual energy and magical elements gathering slowly. The array inscribed using the inscription skill, having endured the explosion from the explosive array, had not been completely destroyed. It was gradually and autonomously repairing itself. What a pleasant surprise. Li Sen smiled with delight, drawing out his dagger to swiftly use the inscription skill to repair the array patterns anew. He could restore a 1-meter diameter array in just 30 seconds. Did the energy response of the array seem to intensify? He mused quietly, observing the array, and employed his identification ability to inspect it. But the attributes showed no change, indicating it had not crossed the threshold for an upgrade, remaining a level 7 array. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient. The rapid self-repairing capability of these arrays was indeed a fortunate development. In a mere 3.5 hours, he completely restored all 3,600 arrays overhead, working at an impressive speed. Regrettably, repairing arrays did not grant skill proficiency. Otherwise, he would have gained an additional experience boost. Is that all there is to it? Luo Ten, who was munching on an apple to regain his strength and heal his wounds, couldn't help but express his astonishment as he saw Li Sen carrying the ladder back to the tunnel. Yes, just repairing the array, it's quite fast. After saying this, he hastened back to the underground passage with the ladder, having conceived a new idea to inscribe arrays along the walls on either side of the tunnel. Outside the cavern, just over a kilometer from the exit, the temporary palace of the dog-headed king had been erected, entirely of gold, covering an area of 2 acres. In collaboration with the dog-headed sorcerers, it had been constructed in just 3 days. At this moment, the expression on the dog-headed king's face was somewhat grim, despite meticulous planning. He had anticipated the annihilation of the mere 10 or so human beings, only to face yet another failure. Under normal circumstances, a defeat would simply lead to regrouping for the next assault. However, today he was flanked by several towering figures, and this defeat had severely undermined his dignity as a king. The vanguard of the werewolf clan had arrived the previous night, rested overnight, and were now eager to engage in battle. The dog-headed king wished to display his own might, asserting that he would lead the charge. Little did he expect such an outcome. Tuasu, lead 30 golden armored knights for another charge. Mo Tua, support them with 30 commanding level sorcerers from behind. Yes. The two dog-headed warriors, called forth, quickly stepped forward to acknowledge their orders. However, just as they were about to turn away, a bold female voice halted them. Wait. King Hodge, there's no need for such trouble. Allow me, General, to take action. I assure you I can capture this cavern and the underground passage beyond in one fell swoop. A wolf-like figure, towering over 2 meters, stepped forward, interrupting the dog-headed king's arrangements, her demeanor far from respectful. The dog-headed king felt a surge of irritation but restrained his anger to explain, General Elfie. My golden armored knights and commanding sorcerers are all above level 86. With combat power exceeding 600, they are exceedingly formidable and will undoubtedly crush those few foul insects. Heh. To deal with a group of mere level 54 humans, and only 19 of them at that, you require the deployment of 60 warriors above level 86? Quite amusing. The tall werewolf general scoffed, suppressing the insult that had nearly escaped his lips, though his expression remained disdainful. General Elfie, have you forgotten? Inside is a tunnel connecting 2 worlds, which cannot accommodate large-scale group combat. A precision strike is the most suitable tactic. The dog-headed king's face twisted into an abstract expression. Yet he patiently continued to explain. If it were me, I would only need to deploy soldiers above level 61 for a swift advance to eliminate those filthy insects. The werewolf general maintained his disdainful demeanor, clearly looking down upon the combat prowess of the dog-headed warriors. The dog-headed king, thoroughly exasperated, waved his hand dismissively, ceasing further explanation. Then I shall leave it to you, General Elfie, to eliminate these humans. Very well. With that, the female werewolf general turned to lead the way out of the temporary palace, followed by 5 male werewolves, each nearly 2 meters tall. Upon exiting the palace, the general's earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by a serious and solemn expression. Makuka, select 100 elite warriors from the army, each possessing high ice resistance. Ideally around level 79, but not exceeding level 80. Equip them with ice-resistant gear, arming them to the teeth. The subordinate understood. After a respectful bow, a werewolf swiftly departed to assemble the soldiers. This female general was no fool. Her earlier bravado was merely a ploy to seize an opportunity to assert dominance before the goblin tribe, thereby gaining leverage for future collaborations, and laying the groundwork for the eventual subjugation of the goblins. In less than half an hour, the elite werewolf squad was assembled. The werewolf general first familiarized herself with the situation beyond the stone door of the cave, directing the elite squad into the sloped tunnel excavated by the goblins, all the while brandishing massive shields, poised to charge. With a crack, a level 107 goblin mage cast a spell from a distance, opening the stone door. Charge! At the command, the werewolf elite squad surged into the cave before the chilling winds could rise, advancing resolutely. And then, there was nothing more. The 100-member werewolf elite squad vanished silently into the cavern. Chapter 51. Abandon the hall, the goblin onslaught approaches. Observing the werewolves convulsing on the ground, Li Sen found himself momentarily dazed. He had been engrossed in inscribing formations when a pack of werewolves had roared into the tunnel, before he could react. They were instantaneously frozen by the ice formation. Before the frontline werewolves could thaw, they were sent flying by those crashing in behind them, only to be frozen themselves. Fortunately, clad in substantial ice-resistant gear, the werewolves were not shattered outright, but rather thrust deeper into the tunnel. With crackling sounds, bolts of lightning descended relentlessly, first paralyzing them, then reducing them to lifeless forms at the hands of Pei Xiaobo and his companions. These fools have rushed to their own demise. He chuckled, feeling a touch of pride. Initially, he had intended to intercept the incoming foes, but upon witnessing their reckless charge into the tunnel, he signaled to his comrades not to engage. They were all aware that for the past 7 days, Li Sen had primarily been setting up formations in the tunnel, and they were eager to witness their potency. It turned out that Li Sen's formations were remarkably effective. With the synergy of the ice formation and the 5 thunder formation, even without Pei Xiaobo and the others intervening, the incessant lightning could obliterate the werewolves. The goblins are not the brightest, and these werewolves are quite foolish as well, he mused. However, they had inadvertently done something beneficial. Li Sen approached with a delighted smile. Pei Xiaobo, however, appeared somewhat perplexed. What good could come from this? Can werewolves truly do anything worthwhile? Their appearance has revealed to me that the 5 thunder formation possesses a paralyzing effect, although it does not manifest as a full second of paralysis, and the attributes do not reflect it. There is indeed a paralyzing effect, which is immensely beneficial in combat. A paralyzing effect? Don't lightning attacks inherently carry such an effect? It seems so, Li Sen acknowledged, realizing he had previously overlooked this detail. Consequently, he resolved to inscribe additional 5 thunder formations, while reducing the number of ice formations. As he pondered this, Pei Xiaobo inquired, Li Sen, it seems the goblins have discovered a way to counter the cold wind formation. We can no longer prevent them from breaching the outer hall. and we must be ready to retreat to the underground passage at any moment. Can the formations you've set up withstand the goblins' renewed assault? He added. By the way, the werewolves we just dispatched are elite creatures at level 79, and they should be quite formidable. A small number of enemies can be easily dealt with, but I fear those goblins may employ a strategy of overwhelming us with sheer numbers, using their fallen kin as shields. Of course, if the monsters are too high in level, breaching our defenses could become a significant issue. Li Sen frowned upon hearing this. He had harbored concerns when the heavily armored goblin infantry charged in earlier. Goblins exhibited a remarkable indifference toward the deaths of their kin, using their own brethren's corpses as shields in their assaults. Had their numbers multiplied 3 or 4 times, the cavern hall would undoubtedly have fallen. Now, with the goblins summoning reinforcements, particularly from the savage and bloodthirsty werewolf race, they would surely use the goblins as cannon fodder, launching relentless attacks. Here is the plan: retreat to the passage. I have set up formations around a 200-meter radius in all directions. The formations are interlinked, ensuring that should the goblins charge in, they will be immobilized for a significant duration. You will engage within this area, greatly enhancing our safety. Understood. I will make the arrangements. Pei Xiaoba headed to the main hall to summon the other comrades, while Li Sen followed suit, making minor adjustments to the cold wind formation in the hall, incorporating a concealment formation and a phantom formation. Thus, the cold wind formation was effectively dismantled, ceasing to produce chilling winds, and even the gusts and ice were eliminated. Yet, the formation itself remained intact, merely concealed when necessary. Li Sen could still unleash the explosion formation skill to inflict considerable damage upon the enemy. He also concealed the 5 thunder formation above, saving it as a trump card for dire moments. Subsequently, everyone disregarded the open stone door and retreated into the tunnel. Howl, howl. Charge in and slay those human vermin. Kill. Half an hour had passed since the last attack when the goblins and werewolves bellowed as they stormed in. With no cold winds and no human warriors present, the goblins surged into the hall in delight, albeit somewhat bewildered. The werewolves, having never experienced the terror and despair of combat against Li Sen and his allies, disregarded the slowing goblins and charged into the tunnel. Upon entering, the werewolves were immediately met with the ice formation inscribed along the walls and floor, which froze their foes for at least a second. The subsequent waves of werewolves crashed into the frozen ones, displacing them, only to be frozen themselves. As the displaced werewolves hit the ground, a blue light flashed, refreezing them, followed by silver-blue lightning striking down to paralyze the bewildered werewolves. The waiting Pei Xiaoba and his companions seized the moment while the werewolves remained in a state of freezing and paralysis, swiftly dispatching them with precise strikes, shattering and severing wolf heads with remarkable efficiency, each individual managing to slay 2 or 3 werewolves per second. The only ordinary person among them, Ihai, could only assist by dragging the werewolf corpses into the tunnel to clear space for Pei Xiaoba and the others to fight. In just 2 minutes, the passage was choked with the bodies of werewolves and goblins, forming a mound half the height of a person. Explosive fireball. With a caw, Pei Xiaoba and Li Sen's pet, the vermilion bird, unleashed fireball spells upon the pile of corpses, quickly igniting them and temporarily obstructing the advancing enemies. The smoke and stench of burning flesh did not seep into the tunnel. Instead, aided by the gale formation that Li Sen had inscribed earlier, it was blown toward the cave hall. Howl, howl. Burn them. Burn them. The enraged shouts of goblins and werewolves echoed from behind the burning mound of corpses. To witness their kin being incinerated before their very eyes was a profound affront, inciting their fury and agitation even further. Heavy shield soldiers, charge. The goblin commander, heedless of the desecration of their kin's bodies, ordered his soldiers to charge forward. It seemed that only they had the right to desecrate their fallen comrades' remains, even to consume them, while other races were forbidden from defiling their kin's corpses. It is indeed a peculiar and brutal scene. Amidst the creaking sounds of friction, the dog-headed warriors and werewolf heavy infantry ruthlessly pushed the corpses into the tunnel. Yet, as soon as they entered, they were immediately met with a freeze that lasted a brief moment. The commanders, however, remained indifferent, commanding the soldiers behind them to charge forward relentlessly, pushing the bodies of their kin, those merely frozen but not yet slain, forward in a savage and frenzied manner. They pressed on, undeterred. The dog-headed commander, oblivious to the number of his fallen soldiers, observed the continuous advance of his troops and assumed it was a tactical success. They issued further commands to the rear ranks to charge ahead with enthusiasm. Chapter 52. The tunnel blocked. The dog-headed king weeps. Boom. As Li Sen arrived, prepared for battle, he found himself without an opportunity to intervene. By the time he arrived, Pei Xiaoba was already in the process of incinerating corpses, leaving no space for him to step in. Eventually, the 18 members of Pei Xiaoba's team no longer needed to slay enemies. They merely had to toss the bodies onto the corpse wall and brace it firmly. The enemies, upon charging in, were first frozen, then struck by lightning, and ultimately crushed to death by their own kin who were shoved in behind them. Li Sen refrained from engaging, merely crossing his arms and watching from the sidelines. It was not until the corpse wall had been pushed back to a distance of 200 meters within the tunnel that he unleashed the explosive formation, detonating 6 of the inscribed ice arrays. Brother Pei, give this corpse wall a solid bump. What a splendid idea. The comrades immediately retreated and dispersed. 6 strength-based warriors withdrew over 10 meters before unleashing their charge skill, causing the corpse wall to crack ominously. This round of collision pushed the wall back over 3 meters, rendering the surviving enemies immobile. Boys, the enemy is right before us. Charge forth for some human flesh. Kill. From afar, the excited orders of the dog-headed commander could still be heard, as they disregarded the losses of their soldiers and continued their reckless assault. Although somewhat foolish, it appeared to be effective. In mere seconds, the corpse wall advanced another 200 meters. Brother Pei, prepare for another push. All right, this time, the 3 mages accompanying Pei Xiaobo took a few steps back before charging together into the corpse wall, their immense strength pushing it back rapidly by more than 10 meters. As they exhausted their energy, Li Sen unleashed 3 ice arrays at the tunnel ceiling, these arrays having been inscribed earlier and thus brimming with accumulated icy energy, instantly freezing the 30-meter-long passageway. Charge! The dog-headed warriors at the opposite end readily complied, issuing another order to charge, further solidifying the corpse wall. To continue pushing the wall would require even greater force. What a clever plan, ha ha ha. Dog-headed fools and werewolves, you are nothing but dim-witted weaklings. You cannot breach our defenses. Pei Xiaobo, recognizing Li Sen's intention, provocatively shouted across the corpse wall, taunting the dog-headed army. I will slay you all. The dog-headed warriors, indeed enraged, bellowed commands for an assault. Pei Xiaobo and his comrades procured sturdy shields, angling them against the corpse wall, and stepped back, folding their arms as they observed the unfolding drama, while mockingly taunting the opposing dog-headed forces. The dog-headed commanders, demonstrating their lack of foresight, ordered their soldiers to continue pushing the corpse wall forward, cursing in retaliation. It was no wonder they were deemed foolish. Now that the tunnel was blocked, instead of seeking to clear it, they insisted on exerting more force, compacting the corpse wall even tighter. Li Sen opened the heavenly prompts, watching the kill notifications dwindle, nodding in satisfaction as he turned to continue arranging the formations. It would not be easy for the dog-headed warriors to breach the tunnel, even if they did. The formations within would effectively restrict their movements. Unless they could deploy exceptionally powerful troops unaffected by the formations, Li Sen had yet to encounter such a force. The dog-headed warriors were indeed foolish and stubborn. By the time Li Sen had exhausted his mana and settled down to rest, the formidable corpse wall remained. Having pushed forward another 100 meters into the tunnel, were they truly intending to fill the entire tunnel with the corpses of their comrades? This was a 5-kilometer-long tunnel. Brother Pei, do consider allowing the dog-headed warriors a glimmer of hope to breach in. Let them continue to send their men to their deaths. Surely, the dog-headed warriors cannot be that foolish. Pei Xiaobo mused, his expression peculiar. Could such a simple strategy truly succeed? Let us give it a try. After all, it costs nothing. Perhaps the dog-headed warriors, in their overconfidence, will continue to send their men to die. Indeed, it costs nothing. Pei Xiaobo chuckled, recognizing the dog-headed warriors' lack of wisdom. Perhaps it might indeed succeed. Their operation was straightforward, occasionally removing the shields that obstructed the corpse wall to slightly accelerate the dog-headed warriors' pushing. To move a corpse wall over 300 meters thick required immense strength. Thus, 3 hours passed, and the corpse wall advanced another 300 meters, nearing the area where Li Sen was setting his formations. At last, the senior commanders of the dog-headed and werewolf forces entered the cavern. Observing their soldiers incessantly assaulting the tunnel with little to show for it, they naturally sensed something amiss. Ruck, have you succeeded in slaying an enemy? Are there any corpses? My king, we have yet to see the enemy, but our warriors are continuously assaulting the tunnel and must have penetrated deep. The dog-headed king gazed at the congested tunnel, his expression darkening further. To attack the tunnel without sighting the enemy? Is this not sheer folly and misguided command? Relay my orders. Retreat immediately. I demand to ascertain the situation deeper within the tunnel. Thus, the retreat was commanded. Although somewhat reluctant, the dog-headed and werewolf commanders complied. The initial dog-headed and werewolf soldiers emerged with faces of discontent, many grumbling as they exited, lamenting that they had yet to unleash their full potential and showcase their prowess. However, under the orders of their commanders, they begrudgingly stepped out, occasionally debating which skills to use to assault the tunnel. As the subsequent soldiers emerged, their expressions were far less discontented. They bore looks of relief, only to engage in heated arguments with those who had exited earlier, angrily cursing them for disregarding their lives and causing chaos. The more vigorous among them had finished retreating, while the stragglers emerged utterly exhausted, gasping for breath and devoid of strength to speak. Help! Our comrades inside are injured and cannot move. A werewolf, still somewhat conscious, alerted the commanders before collapsing into unconsciousness. This warning finally prompted the higher-ranking dog-headed commanders to react. They immediately dispatched personnel to rescue the wounded. Within the depths of the tunnel, Those alive were within an 80-meter range. Beyond that, only lifeless bodies remained. Clad in leather armor, the werewolves swiftly surged in, carrying out corpses one by one. The healers tended to the injured, discarding those beyond help to a distance where others would come to remove them for processing. My king, the tunnel is blocked, and many warriors have perished. It is my fault. The dog-headed General Ruck knelt before the king, a look of remorse on his face. Yet he quickly added in defense. However, we have achieved commendable results, having advanced several hundred meters into the underground passage. If we persist, victory will be ours. As he spoke, Ruck lifted his head, gazing expectantly at the dog-headed king. Humph. From this moment forth, Ruck, you are no longer the vanguard general. Get out. As you command. Witnessing the dog-headed king's furious outburst, Ruck hastily knelt, bowing his head before turning to leave. Throughout, he maintained that he had done nothing wrong and remained convinced of his accomplishments. As for the deaths of his kin, he deemed them necessary sacrifices. Dig out the bodies of our comrades from the tunnel. The dog-headed king shed tears of remorse, realizing that he had chosen a fool as his vanguard. Chapter 53. The wall of corpses cleared. Ambush on the dog-headed sorcerers. Fetch me Rook. Dismember him. The dog-headed king glared at the disinterred corpses of his kin, which had gone from intact to mere pulp in a fit of rage, ordering the immediate execution of the previous vanguard commander. Eliminate Wagner. That imbecile deserves death. The nearby Wolfen general, her demeanor dark, also issued commands. The prior assault had seen a collaboration between the Wolfen and the dog-headed, with the latter contributing 2/3 of their forces and the former 1/3, all elite warriors above level 61. Yet now, those valiant soldiers lay as corpses, perishing not by the hand of the enemy, but crushed to death by their very own comrades. Such a disgraceful demise. Moreover, the deeper one ventured, the more gruesome the remains became, leaving even the savage Wolfen pale with horror. As the corpses were cleared, dog-headed and Wolfen soldiers alike were continuously encased in frost and struck by lightning. Failure to withdraw from the tunnels in time could lead to their immediate demise within the passage. Witnessing the increasing casualties among his subjects, the dog-headed king's expression morphed from sorrow to escalating fury. Beaky sorcerers, examine the magic laid by the humans and obliterate it all. Yes. 6 sorcerers of level 101 and above, shielded by magical barriers, cautiously entered the tunnel under the protection of the golden-armored dog-headed warriors. Unfortunately, they could only discern that the underground, the cave ceiling, and both lateral sides were riddled with magical arrays, all emanating attacks from these formations. However, the nature of these arrays was exceedingly peculiar. Even as super sorcerers boasting level 101 attributes, they could not fathom the arrays themselves, only identifying where the magic originated. Employing their identification and investigation skills, they unleashed a barrage of probing spells as if they were devoid of magical fatigue, rendering the positions and basic forms of the formations visible to their keen eyes. After all, the disparity in levels was pronounced. Fireball, Tremor, Landslide, and Vine Slash. Each attack surged forth with cataclysmic intent against the tunnel walls. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echoed, yet the arrays remained intact, albeit having consumed a significant amount of energy. Woof, woof, woof. The arrays endured, but the golden-armored dog-headed warriors felt the repercussions of the assault. The attacks on the tunnel would reflect some energy outward, approximately 30 of the force, yet this fraction still inflicted considerable damage upon the armored dog-headed soldiers. You must retreat. We shall unleash our full magical might to annihilate these arrays. The beaky sorcerer frowned and instructed the golden-armored warriors to withdraw, but the latter hesitated to risk their safety. Previously, the humans had slain 18 of their comrades and had nearly killed 6 sorcerers. One golden-armored, dog-headed warrior interjected, Lord Beaky, esteemed colleagues. It would be prudent for you to step back. We shall handle the eradication of the magical arrays. You try attacking here. The dog-headed sorcerer assessed the golden knight and pointed to a specific location for him to strike. Bang! Thud! The assault of the golden-armored, dog-headed warrior struck the wall, failing to chip a single flake of stone, and he staggered back 3 steps instead. This is futile. This is an underground passage, a conduit between 2 worlds. Ordinary attacks cannot breach these walls. Let us take charge. Only magic can yield any effect. The beaky sorcerer shook his head, his disappointment evident. Yet he silently admired the humans for their ability to modify the subterranean passage. The golden-armored, dog-headed warriors nodded, stepping back, but not straying far. They remained vigilant, prepared to protect the 6 sorcerers. Not far away, Li Sen and his comrades, hiding in wait for a surprise attack, felt a surge of excitement. They had intentionally refrained from disturbing the dog-headed warriors during their retrieval of the dead, remaining concealed nearby for an ambush. Especially upon witnessing a group of golden-armored warriors escorting the 6 cloaked sorcerers, their hearts raced with anticipation. These sorcerers were likely the super sorcerers of level 101 and above. Li Sen, do you think we have a chance to ambush and eliminate them? Yes, but we cannot kill them all. At most, we can take one down. My array's freezing duration won't last long. 1 second might not suffice to slay even one. We must strike with precision. Then let us proceed. We will target the closest sorcerer. Upon successfully ambushing, we retreat immediately, disregarding the others. Agreed. Li Sen felt beads of sweat forming on his palms. The sorcerers before him were of exceedingly high rank. The only information he could glean was simple. Beaky, dog-headed? Just that. One name and race, with the rest obscured by question marks, including Pei Xiaobo, who could only see a line of question marks. This alone signified the formidable level of these 6 dog-headed sorcerers. Woof, woof, woof. The tunnel echoed with the rhythmic barking of the dog-headed warriors as the sorcerers commenced their incantations. Magical elements surged swiftly from both ends of the passage toward the sorcerers. Li Sen's forehead glistened with sweat as he carefully gauged the activity of the magical elements, using the sorcerer's chance to deduce their progress. Now, Brother Pei. Just as the magical elements reached their zenith, Li Sen called out sharply, "Go!" Pei Xiaobo, leading 12 warriors, dashed forth with the swiftness of lightning. "My lord, be cautious." As Pei Xiaobo and his team initiated their attack, the golden-armored dog-headed warriors, tasked with protecting the sorcerers, immediately noticed and warned their comrades to be alert, lowering their bodies to charge towards Pei Xiaobo's group. Boom. 3 thunderstorm arrays detonated, enveloping the 50-meter-long passage in a tempest of lightning, which was particularly effective against the dog-headed warriors clad in metal armor, momentarily immobilizing them. Boom. 10 ice arrays exploded consecutively, freezing all 36 golden-armored dog-headed warriors. Simultaneously, the 6 dog-headed sorcerers, caught in the critical moment of their incantations, were also ensnared. The magical elements within the tunnel descended into chaos. Boom, boom. 16 spirit-gathering arrays and 4 thunderstorm arrays detonated in unison, thoroughly disrupting the magical elements in the air and causing the dog-headed sorcerers' spells to falter dramatically. Crackle, pop. The lightning from the thunderstorm arrays enveloped the sorcerers, who were not spaced apart sufficiently, although they quickly regained their footing thanks to their magical shields. They suffered backlash from the failed spells, each of the 6 dog-headed sorcerers spitting out blood simultaneously. Kill. In this fleeting moment, Pei Xiaobo and his team had already arrived. Their target clear, the foremost beaky sorcerer. Boom, boom, boom. The walls on either side erupted with ice arrays, enveloping the group of sorcerers. Yet the sorcerers remained unscathed. Shielded by their magical barriers, they could still move freely. Boom. 11-11. Li Sen refused to be disheartened. The thunderstorm arrays began detonating as well, and the silvery blue lightning finally produced some effect, staggering the sorcerers briefly. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed several more ice arrays, dimming the magical shields of the sorcerers. Items. Pei Xiaobo shouted, suddenly producing 10 item cards, all activated and hurled at the beaky sorcerer. The other 12 warriors mirrored his actions, each activating 10 item cards. In an instant, a tempest of thunder, a blaze of fire, a chill of ice, a sharp force of metal, a stench of poison, and a myriad of bizarre attributes rained down upon the beaky sorcerer. Fire Goddess Shield. Although Beach was startled, he remained unperturbed. The multitude of attacks, while numerous, merely served to tickle him, for he was a formidable level 116 mage, and as long as his magical shield was intact, he was assured of his safety. Even the slightest force damage was beyond their reach. With this thought, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he produced an item card, Fury of the Fire God. Chapter 54, Slaying the Level 116 Boss, Pursuit. Explosive Array. When Li Sen saw the dog-headed mage brandishing a card, his heart skipped a beat, prompting him to obliterate all the arrays surrounding the mage. Countless shards of ice and bolts of lightning, guided by Li Sen's will, descended upon the mage. The card in Beach's hand radiated a fiery glow, heralding the emergence of a colossal crimson apparition. Yet, amidst the onslaught of ice and lightning, Beach failed to fully activate the item card. Boom. The sound of a violent explosion reverberated, as raging flames engulfed the surroundings, erupting outward. Bang, bang, bang. Pei Xiaobo and his comrades, along with the mage adjacent to Beach, as well as the recently freed golden-armored dogheads, were violently hurled away by the blast shockwave. Li Sen, standing at a distance, narrowed his eyes and pressed himself against the wall to avoid being struck by a fellow warrior hurtling towards him. Boom, boom. A gust of wind surged from the depths of the tunnel, its ferocity escalating until it rivaled a Category 12 typhoon by the time it swept past Li Senior. The fierce wind transformed into a tempest, as Li Sen obliterated the wind arrays along his path. The wind's speed intensified, singeing his hair with scorching flames as it surged towards the dog-headed foes, propelling them into the cavernous hall. Upon glancing at the tunnel, Li Sen was taken aback. The dog-headed mage who had employed the item card, the very epicenter of the explosion, stood unscathed, seemingly unperturbed, and appeared poised to summon yet another item card. Brother Pei, kill. Let's slay them. Before Pei Xiaobo could regain his footing, he heard Li Sen's urgent call. Gritting his teeth, he rallied his comrades to charge into the tempest. Seeking death, who will perish? Beach, the dog-headed mage, maintained a facade of composure, yet internally he was in a frenzy. He yearned to flee, but was momentarily paralyzed by the lightning. His trembling hand struggled to retrieve the minor teleportation item, but it eluded him. Ada, the bulliest of the group, possessed the best physique and the swiftest speed, leading the charge. Recognizing the mage's intent to utilize the item card, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Beach's right hand, sending the card flying. Right hand, left hand. Two warriors leapt forth simultaneously, seizing one of Beach's hands. Left foot, right foot. Two more warriors surged forward, clasping Beach's legs. Head, head, head. Three warriors announced their target areas, thrusting their spears towards Beach's eyes and mouth. Clang, clang, clang. 111. Beach. The formidable level 116 entity proved resilient. Not only was his magic formidable, but his physical constitution was equally robust. The three spears merely caused his head to tilt slightly, seemingly inflicting no injury at all. The only consequence was a minor forced reduction in health. Chest, heart. Three more warriors charged in, coordinating their strikes with long swords and blades. Others joined in, some grappling his limbs while others aimed for Beach's vital areas. Li Sen too surged forward, understanding that if they could not swiftly vanquish these exceedingly high-level dog-headed mages, they would surely meet their demise once the mages organized their offensive. In his grasp was a longsword, devoid of any attribute bonuses. Even with his attack, it dealt no significant damage, merely scraping against Beach's hide. He chuckled. Instead of attacking head-on, he pivoted, accurately locating the rear entrance, and thrust his sword with force. The blade penetrated deeply. Ack! The previously disdainful dog-headed mage Beach suddenly let out a pained wail. The assaults from the likes of Li Sen felt like mere tickles against his skin. He had intended to toy with these human insects. However, he was caught off guard by a sudden strike to his vulnerable rear. What a splendid opportunity. Li Sen grinned, seizing a long knife that had inexplicably materialized on the ground, leaping high to deliver a deep stab. Beach's mouth gaped widely, his posture remarkably compliant. Li Sen's strike penetrated to the hilt, and he could even feel the rigidity of steel clashing. Aim for the vital spots, both front and rear. Pei Xiaoba. The mage was equally exhilarated, thrusting his longsword fiercely into Beach's mouth. Others, prompted by this cue, directed their weapons towards these two openings. Rush in, protect Lord Beach. Quickly. Protect Lord Beach and charge. Hearing Beach's agonizing cries amplified by the tempest, the dogheads outside, battered by the wind, were determined to rush in. However, Li Sen denied them such an opportunity. Explosive array. This time, he detonated the entire frost array, obliterating even the arrays along the walls. A terrifying tempest, reaching speeds akin to that of sound, sent the dog-headed foes and werewolves in the hall soaring through the air, flung far away. Li Sen and his companions within the tunnel were caught in the suction of the air, losing their balance and tumbling to the ground, sliding over 200 meters before finally halting less than 30 meters from the cavern's entrance. Captain, that mud isn't dead yet. Luo Tan, stabilizing himself while still clutching the dog-headed mage Beach, alerted Pei Xiaoba. Draw your blades. Thrust them in, quickly. Pei Xiaoba exclaimed, retrieving a long sword from his spatial ring, aiming it toward Beach's mouth, where 5 blades were already embedded, and thrusting it with precision. Luo Tan produced a spear from his spatial ring, driving it forcefully into the rear entrance, piercing through to the chest with a visible tip, demonstrating the sheer force behind his strike. Whoa! The dog-headed mage Beach's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets, as streams of blood tears cascaded down his grotesquely contorted visage. Luo Tan, swift of hand, withdrew the spear halfway before reinserting it. Witnessing this, another warrior's eyes lit up, producing a slender spear and viciously stabbing towards the doghead's mouth. Even though Beach was a level 116 boss, he could only meet a tragic end beneath such relentless assault. Li Sen has slain the boss. Should we retreat? Do not retreat. Charge ahead and see if there are any more bosses. Let's slay another. Move. As they ran, Pei Xiaoba turned slightly, shouting, "Ihai, keep this one back." The 19 warriors hastily advanced into the cavern hall, and true to Li Sen's expectations, several dogheads were pinned against the walls by the suddenly unleashed tempest. These dogheads and werewolves, pressed against the walls, were largely unconscious, and even those who remained conscious were disoriented. Hurry, finish them off and retreat. Drawing from prior experience, the group refrained from targeting the dogheads' resilient necks or armored hearts, opting instead to strike from behind first, and while the dogheads shrieked in agony, thrusting another blade into their mouths. Regardless of whether clad in golden armor or magical robes, the dogheads' rear entrances were left unprotected, all pierced in a single strike. The werewolves, however, were better defended at their rear, forcing the warriors to resort to attacking the more accessible jaws instead. Li Sen seized upon a hooded figure resembling a werewolf, slashing twice with his swords just as it opened its mouth to howl, swiftly plunging 2 blades inside. Yet, due to his low level and the non-equipped state of his weapons, his attacks lacked sufficient power and were swatted aside by a claw. Be cautious. This werewolf still possesses fighting capability, he loudly reminded himself, rolling twice on the ground to evade the werewolf's relentless claws. Yet, this werewolf was no ordinary beast. It was imbued with a viciousness that surpassed mere savagery, refusing to withdraw the two swords clamped in its jaws, instead pursuing Li Sen with a fierce determination. Chapter 55, Slaying the Dog-Headed Nation's Sorcerer, the standoff continues. With a crack, Li Sen narrowly dodged a series of claw strikes, but was caught off guard by a powerful kick from the werewolf, propelling him directly towards the rocky entrance of the cave. Fortunately, at the last moment, Li Sen managed to twist his body just enough to avoid being kicked out, instead crashing against the wall. Thud! The impact was severe, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, sustaining significant internal injuries. Li Sen, quick, assist Li Sen. Upon witnessing Li Sen's injury, Pei Xiaoba and the others were alarmed. Luo Ten forcefully kicked the still-breathing werewolf away, rushing towards Li Senator, "You little wolf, take this." A stunning sight unfolded as Luo Tan's massive hammer, weighing at least 300 kilograms, was effortlessly blocked by the werewolf with a single hand, producing a resounding clash of metal. The physical prowess of this werewolf was unexpectedly formidable. It was no wonder it could impale itself with two swords and not immediately withdraw them. It was confident in its own strength. Li Sen, lying on the ground with a pallid visage, knew he could not afford to remain passive. Channeling his intent, he directed the erratic bolts of the 5 thunder array to concentrate their fire on the werewolf. Howl! The werewolf, with swords lodged in its mouth, was struck by lightning that surged through its insides. The sensation was exhilaratingly painful, causing the creature to tremble uncontrollably, its paw aimed at Luo Ten veering off course. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Ten released his grip on the hammer, grasping a spear instead. Lowering his body, he rolled on the ground and then aimed with determination, thrusting the spear upward with all his might. Thrust! The spear, fueled by Luo Tan's full strength, pierced through some form of armor and found its mark within the werewolf's body. A chilling howl escaped the once indomitable beast, a sound that differentiated it from both werewolves and dog-headed men. Luo Tan and Li Sen, along with their companions, dismissed it as a mere distortion caused by the swords lodged in its mouth, having no doubt of its identity. Glancing back at the hammer, Luo Tan swiftly grabbed it, swinging it upward to drive the spear further into the werewolf's body, its tip protruding from its chest. Another warrior arrived, sweeping his spear horizontally, sending the already unsteady werewolf tumbling toward the tunnel. Luo Tan, carry Li Sen on your back and retreat. Understood. Without hesitation, Luo Tan obeyed Pei Xiaoba's command, hoisting Li Sen onto his back. As they passed the werewolf, he delivered a swift kick, sending it flying into the tunnel as if it were a football. The sorcerer hasn't emerged. Rush inside to rescue him. Save the sorcerer. The crowd surged forward, eager to rescue the Archmage Beiki, who was still within. Just as Luo Ten entered the tunnel, he heard the fervent shouts of the dog-headed men outside. Retreat. In the hall, disregarding the dog-headed men pierced with weapons, Pei Xiaoba decisively ordered a withdrawal. However, each individual, as they retreated, ensured to drag away the nearly lifeless enemies, finishing them off. The sorcerer is not here. Nor is the Archmage Beiki. Kill, push into the tunnel, rescue the sorcerer. Yes. As the dog-headed men debated whether to charge into the tunnel, the disheveled dog-headed king stormed back into the cave's hall, upon realizing that the two heavyweights of the kingdom were absent. He gritted his teeth and commanded his kin to continue their assault on the tunnel. Issue the order, attack the tunnel with full force, eliminate those filthy bugs. As soon as the dog-headed king's command was issued, the werewolf general, Elfie, grimly ordered the werewolves to assault the tunnel as well. Understood. The werewolves and dog-headed men charged into the tunnel again, only to be met with freezing blasts and electric shocks, soon becoming immobilized within the not overly narrow underground passage. Then, the scene of battle repeated itself, with the dog-headed men and werewolves quickly blocking the tunnel, forcing the soldiers behind to push forward using their fallen comrades as leverage, resulting in a swift reenactment of the dog-headed men's earlier slaughter. Ha ha ha, both werewolves and dog-headed men are fools. Having consumed 2 apples and recovered a fair portion of his strength, Li Sen initially intended to join the fray. But upon witnessing Pei Xiaoba and the others stacking bodies to form a wall against the advancing foes, he could not help but burst into laughter. Tactics need not be novel, they simply need to be effective. The dog-headed commander's repeated folly elicited laughter not only from Li Sen, but also from Pei Xiaoba and the others, who sighed in relief. Had the dog-headed men and werewolves deployed a small team of elite warriors, or perhaps the previous mages and golden-armored dog-headed men, they might have posed a greater threat. However, the onslaught of low-tier soldiers was akin to serving up a feast. Li Sen, are your injuries severe? Would you prefer to rest for a while? Noticing Li Sen's pale complexion, Pei Xiaoba immediately expressed concern for him to take a breather. Do not worry. I've consumed 2 apples and have regained most of my strength. You all continue to hold the line. I will re-establish the formations I previously utilized. As he spoke, Li Sen pushed the ladder and began his task. Pei Xiaoba, seeing this, refrained from further argument. They were amidst a fierce battle, and every second counted, leaving no room for idle chatter. With no time to meticulously carve the formations, Li Sen began to recreate the explosive array that had been previously destroyed using his draw array skill. He then swiftly returned to a spot 500 meters back, commencing the engraving. The left wall featured 5 thunder array, spirit gathering array, and acceleration array, all inscribed using the carving skill. The right wall displayed explosive flame array, ice array, spirit gathering array, and acceleration array, crafted with the drawing skill, while the ground was adorned with gale array, spirit gathering array, and acceleration array. Again employing the drawing skill. 5 thunder array LV8 gathers the thunderous energies and magical elements of lightning from the heavens, summoning thunder to inflict 400 damage on enemies within a 16-meter diameter. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. The combination of formations slightly enhanced the power of the new 5 thunder array, reducing the cooldown to 2 seconds, allowing for swifter damage against foes. Explosive flame array LV8 condenses the fiery energies and elements of fire, unleashing a powerful inferno to scorch enemies. Ice array LV8 freezes enemies below level 40 for 3 seconds within a 6-meter diameter. Those above level 40 are frozen for 1 second. Both the explosive flame array and ice array enjoyed a slight increase in potency, one to incinerate foes, the other to freeze them, creating a dual threat of fire and ice to inflict greater harm upon the enemy. The gale array on the ground was prepared specifically for the explosive array. Should elite squads of enemies emerge and pose a threat, a tempest would be summoned to blow them away. Kill, kill, kill. The shouts of the dog-headed men echoed incessantly. Yet this time, the advance of the wall of corpses was markedly slower than before. The dog-headed men even paused intermittently to rest, substituting injured warriors. After an initial bout of fury, the dog-headed king recognized this reckless assault merely served as a means to sacrifice his kin. After 3 hours of pushing the wall of corpses, he ordered the retrieval of his fallen comrades. Subsequently, the archers of both dog-headed men and werewolves arrived at the mouth of the tunnel, starting to rain arrows down upon Li Sen and his companions. The arrows, a form of ranged assault, posed the greatest threat to Li Sen and his group, being the most challenging to counter. Chapter 56, Another Sacrifice. Gale array counters the archers. Retreat to beyond 500 meters. The first wave of arrows from the dog-headed men caught Pei Xiaoba and the others off guard, resulting in 7 warriors being struck, one of whom was shot in the head and fell lifelessly. In this world, the laws of the celestial realm manifested, and professionals now possessed attributes akin to those in online games, complete with various notifications and rules akin to those found in gaming. However, this world is the realm of reality. Vital areas, when attacked, can lead to instantaneous demise, and a severed head results in immediate death. In this regard, humanity undoubtedly suffers far more than the myriad monsters of otherworldly realms. At worst, non-lethal strikes merely necessitate depleting a combatant's health bar before they can be slain, and various items can be employed for rapid recovery. Even with fatal injuries, one can often recover swiftly. Yet, when confronted with a truly lethal wound, death is inevitable. This is the real world, not a game. Witnessing comrades, who had just fought valiantly side by side and shared laughter, suddenly perish before his eyes fills Li Sen with profound sorrow, tinged with a sense of guilt. If only my formations had been stronger, perhaps my comrades would have survived. Perhaps they would not have been injured. Burdened by guilt, Li Sen silently turned away, hastening the drawing of his formations. The secondary effect of the gale formation manifested as well. The goblin archers found it exceedingly difficult to shoot their arrows far within the confines of the gale formation tunnel, with 500 meters being the utmost limit. Arrows flying against the wind require significantly more energy, and their speed diminishes, rendering them vulnerable to the lightning strikes of the thunder formation. The ice formation can freeze spells, while the thunder formation can intercept arrows. Together, they effectively defend against the majority of the enemy's ranged assaults, complementing each other exquisitely. Clang, clang. Pei Xiaoba led his men in retreat, raising their shields to block all arrows, thereby averting any danger. Yet, mere seconds prior, a tragedy had unfolded. 6 were injured, and 1 lay dead. Slap, slap. How careless. Our successive victories, overcoming the fewer with our numbers and the weaker with our strength, had led to our pride and complacency, and we grew too reckless. In the tunnel, Pei Xiaoba gave himself 2 sharp slaps, solemnly reflecting on his mistakes. The others lowered their heads, wholeheartedly acknowledging his words. They too had succumbed to pride, having laughed and taken the previous battle lightly, disregarding the enemies who outnumbered them significantly and possessed higher levels. The price for their hubris was steep. Let us eat an apple and gather our spirits. We are still in combat, and the enemy has yet to retreat. Listen to the relentless barrage of arrows. Let us devise a counterattack. Li Sen offered Pei Xiaoba an apple, while Ihai distributed apples from a barrel to the others. This was not a time for lamentation. It was a moment of peril where lives could be lost at any instant. Everyone, rally yourselves. Warriors, retrieve the longbows from before. We shall prepare to retaliate against these vile creatures. Yes, The uninjured warriors bit into their apples with fervor, chewing heartily, as if consuming the flesh of goblins themselves. The 6 injured warriors leaned on one another, making their way to the first apple tree, eating apples to restore their health and strength while assisting each other in extracting arrows and tending to their wounds. Each of the 9 uninjured warriors consumed 5 apples, stopping when they were 7/10 full. They pushed their shields forward a few paces while Pei Xiaobo and the 3 mages swiftly gathered arrows from the ground. And then the group began to retreat. They established several resounding shields to continue blocking arrows from the goblins. Good. Pei Xiaobo returned to a safe area, out of reach of the goblin arrows. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He needed a method to incapacitate the enemy. 6 lightweight metallic shields were erected at the point where the goblin arrows would fall short. Arrows striking the shields lost most of their force. Yet the impact generated a considerable noise that echoed through the tunnel, perfectly audible to the goblins. Woof, woof-a-woof. Indeed, outside, commands distinct from those of the goblins echoed. Elite archers took turns shooting, each goblin firing 30 arrows before retreating to rest, while others swapped in. Elite sharpshooters took their turn, each werewolf firing 20 arrows in rotation. Then came the magical archers and strong bowmen, relentlessly shooting to eliminate these pests. Even Li Sen, engaged in drawing formations, heard the goblins' commands. Their volume suggested an intent to psychologically intimidate Li Sen and diminish their fighting spirit. Observing Pei Xiaobo and his team collecting arrows, he was reminded of Zhuge Liang's borrowing arrows with straw boats. While others borrowed arrows with straw boats, they were borrowing arrows with iron shields. Once he confirmed the area was indeed safe, Li Sen retreated further, continuing to lay out formations. He prioritized establishing the Gale Formation on the ground. Gale Formation LV8 converges the essence of heaven and earth, as well as magical elements, to summon a gale with a wind speed of 20 meters per second. The wind speed of the level 8 Gale Formation was not exceptionally swift, equivalent to a level 8 or 9 wind, but he had deployed over 200 of them throughout the tunnel, resulting in an increasing wind speed as distance expanded. By the time it reached Pei Xiaobo and the others, the wind speed was at least 30 meters per second. And once it exited the underground passage and entered the cave's main hall, it would surely escalate to 40 meters per second. Under the influence of such a tempest, not only arrows but even the weaker goblins would find it impossible to maintain their footing at the tunnel's exit, rendering them incapable of firing. The Goblin King also realized this, prompting him and General Elfie, the werewolf, to withdraw from the cave and avoid the wind's fury. They too feared being caught in the devastating hurricane Li Sen had summoned. Let us deploy elite archers above level 70, while those below level 69 should fortify the cave's perimeter. Understood. Furthermore, the remaining goblins and werewolves retreated, steering clear of the wind's path. Upon hearing the Goblin King's new orders, the goblin generals promptly complied. They too were fearful of death. Hiding was certainly preferable to confronting the enemy head-on. Once the goblin generals departed to relay the orders, the Goblin King turned to Elfie. General Elfie, are you not allowing your subordinates to retreat? No, not for the moment. There remains over 90 meters of space on either side of the tunnel exit, so the effects are minimal. My men will remain hidden on both sides to prevent those humans from causing trouble. Oh, then I appreciate your subordinates' efforts. The Goblin King was pleased to see the werewolves stubbornly resisting, as having someone as a shield would reduce the casualties among his own kin. However, Elfie was contemplating another matter. King Hodge, my mages sensed an unusually dense and chaotic earth magic element upon entering the tunnel, leading me to suspect that the barrier you set up is being compromised. The Goblin King nodded, acknowledging the truth of her words. The heavy magic tutor warned me this morning that the magical barrier is indeed being breached, expected to be completely dismantled within 10 days at most, and 5 at the very least. This is why I decided to launch an assault today, to prepare for entering the depths of the underground passage in advance. 5 days. That is more than sufficient. Duke Ignis's army will arrive within 3 days at most, armed with the instruments of slaughter for subterranean combat. They will undoubtedly eliminate those few rodents in an instant. 3 days at most. 3 days. Splendid. Chapter 57. Forcing back the werewolves. Ehai's sacrifice. Li Sen remained unaware of the goblins' preparations outside the cave, focusing instead on drinking mana potions while quietly drawing formations. Pei Xiaobo and the others had amassed a sufficient stockpile of arrows, preparing for a counterattack, yet a sense of uncertainty lingered. He specifically called Li Sen over to discuss their strategy. No need, let us charge out and shoot from here. With the power of our arrows enhanced by the wind speed, hitting a target a kilometer away is a breeze. Li Sen vehemently opposed Pei Xiaobo's reckless suggestion to charge out. Having just lost a comrade, he understood the urgency for vengeance. Yet Li Sen held firmly to the principle of safety first. If one could avoid danger, one should. But if we do that, our shots will lack precision. We are not archers by trade. Our shooting range is limited, and at such extreme distances, we may not even hit the enemy. Pei Xiaobo, however, held a differing opinion. Grappling with his own internal conflict, the safety of the warriors is far more paramount than the annihilation of the enemy. with resolute determination glimmering in his eyes. Li Sen harbored a tinge of sorrow. He was unwilling to witness further sacrifices among his comrades. At the very least, such sacrifices must not be in vain. Very well then. Pei Xiaoba, reflecting on the comrades lost previously and the 6 who still lacked combat capability, nodded with a hint of shame. Just moments ago, he had slapped himself to remind his own vigilance. Now, he found himself nearly blinded by hatred, on the brink of folly once more. The group began their preparations, meticulously calculating the safe distance to ensure that the arrows of the goblins could not reach them, retreating an additional 10 meters for added safety before they commenced their wait for the opportune moment. 2 minutes later, a sudden surge of arrows pierced the air from outside. Dense and relentless. Fire, now is the time. 9 warriors bent their bows, not aiming specifically, but simply unleashing their arrows towards the mouth of the tunnel. After all, the tunnel was straight, and as long as they could shoot out, it sufficed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the swiftest pace, the 9 unleashed a flurry of arrows, not bothering to ascertain whether they struck the enemy, as they were obscured from sight, striving to exchange quantity for quality. A chorus of howls echoed from outside, affirming the efficacy of their assault. After 3 frantic minutes of shooting, the 9 warriors, now all at level 51, finally ceased their barrage. Exhaustion washed over them. In that brief span, each had loosed at least 200 arrows. For an ordinary individual, such exertion would render their arms useless. But it was the superior physical prowess of these professionals that enabled such rapid fire. Checking the celestial notifications, they pondered the tally of their kills. I have 3. I have 5. I have not a single one. After a thorough count, they had felled 23 werewolves, all at level 73. Quite a commendable feat, considering their chaotic shooting. Although the number was modest, it was indeed effective. My suggestion is to reduce the frequency of fire and conserve our strength. The greatest threats lie with the high-level warriors and mages of the enemy, who may charge in at any moment. Upon hearing the report of their accomplishments, Li Sen nodded in affirmation but offered a cautionary reminder. To him, maintaining a stalemate and awaiting rescue was the best possible outcome. Initially, he had naively contemplated establishing a forward outpost outside the tunnel. But as the combat dragged on and he witnessed the increasing might of the goblins and the newly joined werewolves, he dared not entertain such naive notions any longer. There exists a very, very pragmatic issue known as breaking through defenses. The enemies, whose levels far exceeded those of Pei Xiaoba and his comrades, rendered their attacks ineffective. Even when strikes landed, they inflicted not a single point of damage. The threshold for breaking defenses might be 30 for mages and only 20 for warriors. As the levels of the goblins and werewolves continued to rise, they might soon encounter situations of ineffective attacks. Unless every foe could be dispatched as they had done previously to the level 116 goblin mage through a precise strike, they could find themselves battling tirelessly without slaying a single adversary. Li Sen now comprehended why the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom designated the Northwest 23 Defense Zone as a training base for new recruits. The foes from this other world were indeed formidable. Despite the Dragon Kingdom's known strength, which could easily conquer the Goblin Kingdom, it would inevitably provoke a counterattack from the even more powerful Werewolf Kingdom, resulting in an exponential increase in casualties among the warriors, an endeavor fraught with loss. With these realizations, Li Sen approached matters with heightened caution. I understand. We shall diminish our attacks and conserve both stamina and combat capability. Pei Xiaoba's expression reflected hesitation. Yet he ultimately nodded in agreement with Li Sen's counsel. The battle once again reached a stalemate. On their side, Li Sen diligently sketched formations. The werewolves refrained from sending archers to assault the tunnel, opting instead to guard the cavern's hull on either side. Both factions awaited Li Sen's group for the Blue Star to breach the tunnel, while the goblins anticipated the arrival of the werewolf army. Time sped by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Li Sen's previously wounded comrades, under the healing arts of Luo Malfa and the restorative properties of the healing apple, had largely recovered, able to muster at least 80% of their combat strength. Li Sen, this apple of yours has proven to be sterile. What a pity. If it bore seeds that could multiply, it would be a tremendous boon to all military districts. This apple not only tastes delectably sweet and satiates hunger, but also heals bodily injuries without any side effects. Truly a rare gem. Indeed, after multiple ripenings, these apples have developed attributes Pei Xiaoba and Luo Malfa remarked, savoring the apples, their spirits buoyed. Had the injuries of the 6 comrades been treated in ordinary circumstances, even with the assistance of professional clerics in the Blue Star Military District, it would have taken 4 to 5 days to reach their current state. Yet, they merely consumed these apples and astonishingly returned to combat readiness in just 3 days. Li Sen took a bite of an apple, then remarked nonchalantly, this must be the law of reciprocity. Perhaps it is the balance of the celestial order. Indeed, that is quite possible. Roar. Just as the group engaged in light-hearted conversation, a commanding roar resounded from the tunnel entrance. This sound was deep, authoritative, and possessed formidable penetrating power. The chatter ceased abruptly, and all present furrowed their brows in discomfort, a sense of nausea creeping upon them. Roar, roar, roar. The rhythmic growls of the tiger continued unabated. Initially, the group found the cacophony of the tiger's howl irksome, until suddenly, 1 minute later, Ihai spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in agony. Ihai, what ails you? Malfa, quick with the healing spell. Before Pei Xiaoba could finish his sentence, a cerulean spell had already enveloped Ihai. MMM. The treatment spell, typically miraculous for ordinary folk, failed this time. Ihai coughed up even more blood. He felt his vitality waning. Struggling to turn his head towards Li Sen, who rushed to his side, pointing weakly at his chest. Li Sen immediately understood, unfastening the button of Ihai's chest pocket and swiftly retrieving a notebook. This was Ihai's diary. Li Sen had previously jested that it was unusual for a respectable person to keep a diary. At that time, Ihai had declared it would become his heirloom, a treasure he would share with his grandchildren to recount tales of yore. I pass this to you. I entrust my blessings to you. With a final surge of strength, Ihai grasped Li Sen's hand tightly, uttering an incomplete phrase. Perhaps he had much more to convey. But those 5 seconds exhausted all his energy and vitality. In the next moment, Ihai's bloodshot eyes bulged from their sockets, teetering on the brink of explosion. Yet devoid of life, his breath extinguished. Li Sen understood that he had been entrusted with a legacy. Over the past few days, Ihai had grown familiar with Li Sen, sharing details about his family. He had a younger sister in her 2nd year of high school, soon to awaken her profession, and a wife, an ordinary woman, with whom he had 2 children. Now, with Ihai's sacrifice, even with the compensation from the Dragon Kingdom's government, the burden on the Yi family would be immense. Thus, in his final moments, Ihai had clung desperately to Li Sen, pleading for assistance in caring for his family. Li Sen remained silent, merely nodding as he tucked away Ihai's diary. He would do his utmost to look after the Yi family. He also noted the names of the other fallen comrades, pledging to aid them in the future, should he possess the means. Cough, 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 cough. Before Li Sen could succumb to sorrow, a cacophony of coughs erupted within the tunnel. Chapter 58. Helpless against sonic assault. This is not good. It is a sonic attack. Pei Xiaoba was the first to recognize the persistent tiger roar. It was this very roar that had caused everyone to initially falter, leading to Ihai's subsequent demise. Brother Pei, do you have any countermeasures? Li Sen encountered such an assault for the first time, and having received no prior instruction at school on related matters, he was naturally perplexed. Given his ignorance, he turned to the seasoned veteran Pei Xiaoba for guidance. Unfortunately, in this setting, there were no means to counteract such an attack. Had they been in a military district, they could have employed specialized soundproof armored vehicles and shields forged from sound-absorbing steel to withstand infrasound and ultrasonic assaults. Here, however, they possessed no equipment to defend against sonic weaponry. Pei Xiaoba, with a bitter smile, explained his utter despair. Who would have anticipated that this technologically regressive magical realm, inhabited by such a foolish race as the dog-headed humanoids, would possess sonic weapons? Moreover, these weapons emitted infrasound waves that were nearly inaudible to the human ear. It might be magic, but in urban combat, it was undeniably disadvantageous. Even if they retreated deep into the tunnels, they could not evade the sonic attacks. As it stood, Li Sen and the other professionals were already exhibiting symptoms of nausea and cough, accompanied by increasingly noticeable fatigue in their limbs. Li Sen, do you have any formations that can resist sonic weaponry? No, Li Sen replied, his expression grim. I only know a few formations, and they are powerless against sonic assaults. Pei Xiaoba's inquiry drew a pained expression from Li Senator. He was no deity, possessing omniscient wisdom. Neither was he a high-level professional capable of moving mountains or obliterating worlds with a mere gesture. He was merely a novice who had just reached level 10, a fledgling in this realm. After consecutive battles where he personally engaged and received support from formations, he had gained considerable experience. And with the recent fertilization of the apple trees, his level had risen to 10 today. Name, Li Sen LV10, 230-1000. Age, 19. Class, First Transition Farmer, 01. First Transition Cook, 02. Ninth Transition Formation Master, 09. Strength, 173. Constitution, 173. Spirit, 346. Agility, 173. Health, 17300. Stamina, 200. Mana, 34600. Combat Power, 173. Talent, Tenfold Proficiency. Skills, Ground Digging, Epic, LV5, Fertilization, Perfect, LV15, Large Pot Cooking, Common, LV8, Medicinal Cuisine, Legendary, LV11, Formation Drawing, Legendary, LV15, Formation Explosion, Perfect, LV13, Formation Carving, Perfect, LV16. Fireball Technique, Common, LV5, Formation Arrangement, Exquisite, LV2. His strength had indeed increased considerably, with a combat power of 173, comparable to an ordinary level 42nd transition warrior. The rate at which his strength was augmenting was somewhat alarming. However, against infrasound attacks, even 173 combat power would falter. After barely half an hour, Li Sen spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his internal organs were being boiled. The discomfort was unbearable. He even entertained a horrifying thought of disemboweling himself to expose his insides to the sun. It was not just him. Pei Xiaobo and the others were also pallid and listless. Cough. Li Sen, eat an apple. It seems this apple has restorative properties. No, not just seems. It indeed does have restorative effects. Li Sen's eyes suddenly brightened, as if a fog had lifted from his mind. He seized an apple nearby and began to devour it. With one apple consumed, the discomfort in his body subsided somewhat. Brother Pei, eat the apples. These apples truly alleviate infrasound damage, he urged, quickly passing the apples to Pei Xiaobo and the others. Indeed, they confirmed as they chewed. Amidst the sound of crunching, their complexions noticeably improved, losing some of their pallor. Having just spat blood, Li Sen felt the effects more acutely. He sensed a warm current mending the damage to his heart. While they could not defend against sonic injury, the wounded areas could be healed, ensuring they would not perish in the short term. Brother Pei, set up a few warning traps. We must retreat deeper into the tunnels and assist me in concocting blood and flesh fertilizer. Understood. You go ahead, we will follow shortly. Pei Xiaobo realized that their hope for survival rested with these apple trees. Healing apple, find a premium apple cultivated through special means. Consuming it restores health and repairs bodily injuries. It is even more effective when used in potion crafting. The harvested apples now bore attributes, and the professionals no longer required identification skills to discern their properties. They were recognized by the heavens as rare and spiritually significant flora, with confirmed attributes. The healing effects of the healing apple became even more pronounced. Consuming one every 10 minutes could repair a portion of the damage inflicted by infrasound weapons over the previous 10 minutes. Each of the 3 apple trees yielded approximately 350 apples every 2 hours, more than sufficient for their group of 18. However, they could only endure. Evading death by infrasound weaponry, any thought of retaliation was utterly impossible. Let alone the fact that they lacked sonic weapons, they had no defensive means. Under the onslaught of infrasound attacks, they were rendered utterly weak, their attempts to utilize skills continually interrupted. They were, to put it bluntly, merely surviving. Li Sen's pet, the Turkey King, Zhu Niao, appeared relatively unaffected due to its phoenix lineage, as long as it consumed an apple every half hour. It remained unharmed, and could also grant Li Sen the warmth skill. As time passed, Li Sen rallied his spirits to continue drawing formations, covering the entire 5-kilometer-long tunnel floor with gale formation, spirit gathering formation, and acceleration formation, making the winds surging through the tunnel more ferocious and preventing the dog-headed humanoids from breaching their defenses. He then continued to inscribe flame explosion formation, ice formation, spirit gathering formation, and acceleration formation on the right wall. However, carving formations demanded greater stamina and mana, and he found himself too exhausted to utilize the carving formation skill, relegated to merely drawing formations. Suddenly, the sound of tiger roars ceased. Without knowing precisely when, the prolonged roaring had stopped, and the nauseating sensation dissipated. Li Sen quickly ran out of the tunnel to find Pei Xiaobo. Fire the arrows. Let those vile creatures know we are still alive. Li Sen's quick reaction was mirrored by Pei Xiaobo and the others, who, aware that the dog-headed humanoids and werewolves were about to invade, had already reached a position 600 meters from the exit. They instructed the warriors to draw their bows and prepare to shoot. Woof, woof. As anticipated, the erratically shot arrows immediately struck the invading dog-headed humanoids. Retreat. Continue with the tiger roar cannons. Outside the tunnel, the commander's voice rang out, and the dog-headed humanoids withdrew once more, the tiger roars echoing anew. In the cavernous hall, 4 tiger-shaped magical devices lay prostrate, their mouths agape towards the underground passage, emitting the eerie infrasound. Outside the cave, the dog-headed king and the werewolf general wore expressions of fury and frustration. What in the world are these humans doing to resist sound attacks? Weren't they supposed to have no means of defense below the 6th transition? They should be dead within 6 hours. The dog-headed king glared at Alfei and could not restrain himself from questioning. I do not know. The tiger roar cannon is the supreme weapon of the Tiger Empire, capable of driving humans back in terror. We managed to procure 10 of them, but only after explaining to the high priest our intent to retaliate against the otherworldly humans were we permitted to purchase them. Then deploy all 10 tiger roar cannons. The dog-headed king demanded outright. Chapter 59. The gaps between wolves and dogs. Combat power significantly diminished. I wish I could. However, the continuous winds of the human's wind magic make it impossible for my forces to find an appropriate angle to set up the tiger roar cannons. Upon hearing this, the dog-headed king, recalling the prior moment when the werewolves had activated the tiger roar cannon, hastily inquired, does the tiger roar cannon pose a threat to us as well? Alfie, attempting to inject levity into the conversation, found herself nodding in acknowledgement under the dog-headed king's disdainful gaze. The tiger roar cannon inflicts a certain degree of harm on all flesh and blood beings. The stronger the entity, the greater its resistance. Thus, it is most lethal to those of weaker constitution among the human race. Is that so? The dog-headed king squinted, pondering. Compared to humans, I assume the constitution of the dog-headed people is rather inferior? It was well known that there existed superhuman beings among humans exceeding level 200, whereas the dog-headed race had yet to produce a single individual of level 141. The tiger roar cannon appeared to be an advantageous weapon against dog-headed folk. The werewolves had brought 10 tiger roar cannons to the battlefield, yet only 4 had been deployed. Was it truly impossible to utilize the remaining 6? A wave of regret washed over the dog-headed king as he recalled the human maxim, inviting a wolf into one's home. Had he unwittingly invited a wolf into his lair? Observing the myriad expressions on the dog-headed king's face, Alfie surmised his doubts. Rest assured, our Snowpeak kingdom harbors no ill intentions towards your Hodge kingdom. What we seek is the underground passage and the human world beyond it. Huh, I believe you, he retorted. I shall divert the remaining 6 tiger roar cannons to our side. I trust they will swiftly eliminate the pests within. Very well, the dog-headed king replied, half convinced by the werewolf general's contradictory statements, and then parted ways with her. Within the lord's residence of Tongjia City, the dog-headed king sought out his daughter, Princess Scarlet, to relay his orders. That afternoon, portions of the dog-headed elite escorted the elderly, women, and children towards the Snowpeak Mountains. Meanwhile, the dog-headed army stationed at the battlefield near the underground passage began to reorganize. The elite of level 61 and above, along with recruits below level 31, were all reassigned, leaving only those between levels 32 and 60, with potential elites also extracted. Though the remaining troops were not frail or infirm, they lacked the potential for further advancement. Outside Tongjia City, within the werewolves' central encampment, Alfie was conferring with a towering werewolf measuring a full 3 meters in height. Duke Ignis, the dog-headed have commenced their retreat. If they depart, we shall lose a disposable army. Should we truly let them go? Yes, let them leave, he replied. That old dog is level 136. On the cusp of a breakthrough. If he fights desperately, we shall pay a considerable price. Understood, his subordinate acknowledged. Alfie was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the seemingly feeble dog-headed king was not level 80, but rather 136. Such concealment was impressive. As for the expendable troops, Duke Ignis rose, casting a menacing glance towards the underground passage. The 30,000 pups left by that old dog will suffice. And our own 2 million strong army did not come for a leisurely outing. They are all trained killers. Our immediate goal is to eliminate the human pests within the underground passage, allowing us to prepare for the arrival of the otherworldly human forces. Once the underground passage is breached, our army shall surge forth, striving to conquer that world's human realm in short order. I have already positioned 10 tiger roar cannons. Though I cannot guarantee their effectiveness, Alfie admitted, her voice lacking conviction and tinged with worry. The previous 6-hour barrage of the tiger roar cannon had failed to eradicate the humans within, nor had it diminished their combat prowess, a fact that was utterly astounding. Should they fire for another 6 hours? Alfie had tested the cannon on the Harvest Plains, where it had proven lethal to humans below level 101. Though stronger beings exhibited greater resistance. Perhaps there were high-level humans within the passage. After another 6 hours, they would launch a full-scale assault, sacrificing the dog pups to breach the underground passage. Understood. Alfie felt a surge of bloodthirsty excitement at the Duke's words. Deep within the tunnel, Li Sen intermittently paused in his task to rub his ears before resuming his array drawing, consuming an apple every 3 minutes. Were it not for his profession and formidable digestion, along with the healing apples, converting most of their nutrition into healing energy, his stomach would have surely burst by now. These wretched dogheads possess astonishing technology. They have even invented subsonic machinery that can be operated for extended periods. What type of energy sustains such devices? Li Sen lamented, yet he dared not slow his pace. The more powerful the enemy grew, the more urgent his task became. The next wave of their formidable offensive could not be far off. Time slipped by, and 6 hours passed in a blink. The roar of the tiger roar finally ceased. I would prefer a genuine battle to facing this bizarre sonic assault. There is no method of defense or counter. If only I could comprehend a silence-type array. Li Sen recalled that in novels, whether of Western or Eastern fantasy, there existed the category of silence arrays. Regrettably, he currently lacked such an array. To comprehend it, he would need to elevate one of his skills, array drawing, array engraving, or array explosion, to level 21. Moreover, to master the silence array, he would have to rely on fate and fortune. The enemy approaches. Kill. Charge. As he sprinted from the depths of the passage, Li Sen suddenly heard the distant sounds of barking and howling, propelling him to quicken his pace. Fire! Fire! Pei Xiaobao's feeble voice echoed. He was prepared to counterattack, yet his condition was clearly subpar. After merely 2 strides, Li Sen found himself panting heavily, forced to slow his pace. Continuous subsonic assaults had left him and his companions with significant injuries. Even though the healing apples could restore their vitality, they could not prevent the damage to their bodies. His status panel now bore the mark of moderate internal injury. Once capable of shooting over 200 arrows in 3 minutes, The warriors now struggled to release 50 arrows per minute before requiring a break, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. Were it not for the gale within the tunnel, exceeding 40 meters per second, their arrows might not even reach the tunnel's exit. Li Sen, this time, I fear, Pei Xiaoba lamented, gazing at the fireball in his hand, now merely a quarter of its usual size, shaking his head in frustration. As a mage, the damage they had sustained was even more pronounced. The difficulty in gathering magic had drastically reduced their power, rendering their combat effectiveness to less than 1/8 of its usual capacity. Well, if death is our fate, we have already slain tens of thousands of dogheads and several thousand werewolves. That should suffice. Haha, indeed. We, 37 strong, have already dispatched over 100,000 dogheads. That is certainly enough to call it even. Hearing Li Sen's encouragement, Pei Xiaoba burst into hearty laughter, his boldness surging anew. Brothers, we have already repaid our dues. Every additional dog-headed creature we slay is a profit. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining 18 human soldiers erupted with the fervor of 1,000 troops, surging forward against the encroaching werewolf army. Chapter 60. The dog-headed people change commanders and continue to retreat. Retreat. Hardly had Li Sen arrived when Pei Xiaoba solemnly ordered the group to fall back. The dog-headed people had once more resorted to their tactics of overwhelming numbers, sending a throng of low-level dogheads to the front lines as fodder, while higher-level dogheads pushed forward, utilizing their fallen comrades as shields. Fire while retreating. Simultaneously, he positioned 5 gale arrays at a distance of 400 meters, unleashing a furious tempest that transformed into razor-sharp wind blades, cleaving the dogheads within the 30-meter-long passage into halves or even smaller pieces. In an instant, the advance of the dog-headed forces was brought to a halt. Charge. Ignore the other goblins and wolves. Seize the opportunity and charge. A sinister female voice echoed from afar, signaling to Li Sen that the goblin commander had been replaced, and by a woman, no less. Indeed, she must be a female werewolf. A group of emaciated goblins surged forward with remarkable speed, deftly leaping over their fallen comrades as they advanced towards Pei Xiaoba and his allies. Water wave, fire serpent, earth wall. The trio of mages, fixated on the passageway, immediately cast their spells to intercept the assailants. With a resounding crash, bolstered by the gale, the combined water and fire spells surged forth at more than double their usual speed, colliding with the goblins that had breached the 100-meter mark in the blink of an eye. Woof woof. The goblin assassins yelped in agony as they were sent flying backward. It was not merely the potency of Pei Xiaoba's spells, but rather the immense force generated by the tempest that rendered the small, lithe goblins vulnerable. Their momentum obliterated upon impact. Though propelled swiftly by the whirlwind, their advance came at a significant cost. With a rumbling sound, a wall of earth swiftly rose after the water and fire spells passed, pressing firmly against the cave's ceiling while leaving a 1-meter-wide gap on either side for the wind to continue its ferocious gusts. The howling winds morphed into a sharp, eerie wail that sent chills down the spine. Ah, hold me. Don't push. I'm being crushed. No. The earth wall's effectiveness exceeded expectations, surprisingly enhancing the gale's effects, which sparked a glimmer of hope in Li Sen's eyes. Brother Xin, erect earth walls on both sides, leaving a 1-meter gap in the middle. Upon hearing Li Sen's suggestion, Xin Liwei shook his head. I've already attempted this strategy. Maintaining 2 earth walls for 10 minutes would deplete my magical energy, rendering it counterproductive. Should I cease to sustain the walls, they would naturally collapse after a minute, but I could cast spells hundreds of times instead. Then perhaps we can use the earth wall again shortly, Li Sen mused, stroking his nose, ceasing to offer further suggestions. Xin Liwei and his comrades had been defending in the underground tunnel for 4 days and had undoubtedly considered every possible tactic. Retreat, another 200 meters. This time, they withdrew with composure, relocating their arrows and establishing a new defensive position. Pei Xiaoba observed the goblins drawing ever closer as the earth wall dissipated and, with sudden concern, inquired of Li Sen, will your formation be compromised? Yes, but it won't be easily breached. It would require considerable magical energy from mages to destroy it. The brute force of warriors would demand even more time and strength. In truth, Li Sen had yet to divulge the full extent of his thoughts. The formation inscribed atop the tunnel was nearly indestructible. He had integrated the concealment formation and spirit concealment formation within the combination, enabling it to seamlessly meld into the walls. Those level 101 goblin mages had failed to dismantle it despite their relentless magical assaults. The formations that could be destroyed were those inscribed with the drawing formation skill. While they could be shattered through magical bombardment, it still required a significant amount of mana, so it can indeed be destroyed? In that case, we must not retreat too quickly. We need to eliminate some goblins to slow their advance. Li Sen shook his head once more. Why don't we continue to use the goblin corpses as barriers? Once enough accumulate, we won't even need to intervene. We can simply block their way with the bodies. Indeed, we shall proceed cautiously. However, we need you to set up more formations. Our strength can barely muster a quarter of its potential. Moving forward, we must rely on your formations. Pei Xiaoba gripped Li Sen's hand firmly, harboring a flicker of hope. After all, they had endured in this underground passage for 12 consecutive days, and the rescue from the Dragon Kingdom could arrive at any moment. Each second they held out was a step closer to victory. Understood. Li Sen nodded vigorously before turning back to continue his array of formations. Yet, as he passed the first apple tree, he halted. They were now within 300 meters of the tree, and retreat might soon be necessary. It must be transplanted. Although the apple tree bore a few ping-pong ball-sized fruits, Li Sen roughly cleared away the nearby flesh and blood flower fertilizer and hefted the apple tree, sprinting deeper into the passage. Of course, he could no longer run swiftly. He could only manage a jog, needing to pause and rest intermittently. He planted the apple tree at the far end of the passage, within the small square belonging to Blue Star, the very spot where they had initially been buried. An unsettling premonition gnawed at him. He feared the goblins would soon charge into the underground passage without restraint. After transplanting the apple tree, he began inscribing formations from the tunnel's entrance. He needed to inscribe the 5 Thunder formation on the right wall and the Gale formation on the ground, while leaving the left wall for the Ice formation. The inscribed Ice formation could not trigger the freezing power. Only the drawn formations could freeze the enemies. He would not inscribe the Explosive Flame formation any further. By the time they reached this final stretch, burning the corpses of the fallen enemies would serve no purpose. Kill. Charge. The cacophony of goblin cries began to wane, replaced by the rising roars of werewolves, drawing ever closer. At the front of the passage, werewolves were using goblin heavy infantry as shields, advancing steadily and methodically. They no longer rushed forward chaotically, but instead arranged themselves into 3 orderly lines, using corpses as shields, creating gaps for airflow. As the number of fallen goblins increased within the ranks, they began discarding bodies into the gaps, allowing the wind to carry them away, ensuring their advance while preventing congestion in the passage. They effectively circumvented the threats posed by Li Sen's Gale formation and Pei Xiaoba's arrows. Indeed, the werewolves proved to be more cunning than the goblins. Pei Xiaoba lamented, retreating a few more steps with his comrades. They rummaged through their item cards for powerful offensive items, preferably those imbued with poison. Indeed, I recall we have quite a few Venom cards among our collected items. Luo Tan responded first. During his recovery from injury, he had meticulously organized their item cards and dropped equipment, making him the most informed. As he spoke, he rummaged through a spatial ring, producing thousands of Venom cards. Excellent. Let us activate them together, starting with 200 cards, so these wretched creatures understand the consequences. Hehe. These Venom cards were dropped by the goblins. It's perfect to use them against their kin. The group, invigorated, began activating the Venom item cards in unison. A kaleidoscope of colorful, toxic liquids and fumes blown toward the passage entrance by the gale. Chapter 61. Venom to repel foes. The werewolf's resolve. Red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, and purple. 6 types of venomous liquids and fumes were unleashed from Pei Xiaoba's party, immediately swept towards the goblins and werewolves downwind by the gale. Woof woof woof. Oh woo. The sounds of barking and howling reverberated throughout the underground passage. Ah, it stinks. No, it's poison. Deadly poison. Help, I can't breathe. Hey, little she-wolf. Don't leave. Save me, I'm out of strength. The chaotic cacophony of barks and howls was translated by the heavens into human language, reaching Pei Xiaoba and his allies. While 200 Venom cards might not inflict lethal damage upon the goblins, the chaotic amalgamation of toxins sent the regimented formation into disarray. Bang bang bang. The deadly toxins disrupted the werewolves' aura and magical energy used to counteract the gale, causing them to falter. Without the resistance of their aura and magical energy, they began to sway under the wind's force, disbanding the once orderly 3-column formation at an alarming rate. No, don't crush me. I can't control myself. Get out of the way. Help. My head, it feels like it's about to fall off. The anguished cries of the gnolls echoed relentlessly. And at the rear of the formation, Elfie quickly discerned that trouble had arisen ahead. With resolute determination, she commanded the wolf and gnoll coalition to retreat once more. As the rearguard withdrew, the absence of the frontline support and pushing forces caused them to be blown back by the fierce winds until they were rescued by their comrades from the tunnel. This wave of toxic onslaught, while successfully repelling the werewolves' attacks, resulted in a disappointingly low kill count, less than 500, as later summarized by Pei Xiaoba and his companions. Brother Pei, what shall we do? The gnoll's new commander is exceedingly cautious, Luo Mao remarked, collecting the fallen items and calculating the kill count. A hint of anxiety creeping into his heart. A reckless commander might have allowed them to outsmart the gnolls. But the werewolf commander's prudence suggested that the upcoming battles would be exceptionally arduous. Pei Xiaoba did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Luo Tan and inquired, Little Luo, how many toxic item cards do we have left? With the recently collected ones, we have 1 for 182 cards. 1 for 182? That will suffice. We will retreat further, seeding the 1-kilometer tunnel to the werewolves, maintaining a distance of 200 meters. We shall incessantly deploy the toxic item cards to suppress their offensive. Our objective now is to buy time until the Blue Star military excavates the tunnel, at which point we can retreat. Understood. Luo Tan and Luo Mao saluted and began to tidy the battlefield while leading everyone in their continued withdrawal. They understood that their current combat capability offered no advantage against the organized and cautious werewolf army. They could only afford to delay. Though they had attempted to excavate from their position, the collapsed earth proved as unyielding as a wall, rendering their efforts futile. They could only hope for the Blue Star military to expedite their progress. Outside the cave, the werewolf general Elfie glared grimly at the scene, where a line of werewolves and gnolls, gradually recovering from the antidote, bore wounds yet glimmered with a fierce murderous intent. What manner of tactics have these humans employed to remain alive until now? She pondered. The tiger roar cannon cannot be a mere fabrication. You may have been deceived by the Tiger Empire, interjected the Gnoll King beside her, who was equally filled with grievances. He had yet to lay eyes on the werewolf Duke Ignis, suggesting he was deemed unworthy of even a meeting. He felt deeply insulted and belittled, yet could only swallow his indignation. The werewolf army dispatched this time numbered 2 million, easily capable of crushing his humble Hodge Empire. What could he possibly say? He could only mutter clandestine words of discord. Elfie raised her wolf head, her eyes ignited with a cold glint. Rest assured, the credibility of the Tiger Empire remains intact. Yet, your Hodge Kingdom seems to be rather fleet-footed. Did we not agree that this passage would be entrusted to your Snow Peak Kingdom? Hence, I am here to take my leave. You. Elfie's heart raced in alarm, her expression shifting as she prepared to retaliate. Yet, recalling Duke Ignis's words that this old dog was level 136, while she was merely level 83, she hesitated. Hodge King, to withdraw at this juncture seems rather underhanded. Does it not? The Gnoll King chuckled at Elfie's discomfort. Not at all. My people have already sacrificed 100,000, and I shall leave behind another 100,000 troops to assist the werewolves. I am being quite magnanimous. Are you truly intent on retreating so soon? Indeed. The Gnoll King straightened, a faint aura of authority emanating from him. Let him go. Just as Elfie bristled with hostility, preparing for battle, she heard Duke Ignis's calm voice at her side. Instantly, she relaxed, regaining her composure. Since the Hodge King wishes to depart, I shall not impede him. However, let him not forget the promise of provisions. Fear not. The supplies left by the Hodge Kingdom will suffice for your 2 million troops for half a year. The Gnoll King emphasized the figure of 2 million, expressing his discontent. The initial agreement for reinforcements between the Hodge Kingdom and the Snow Peak Kingdom had been for 400,000, yet the werewolves had actually sent 2 million. Even in his ignorance, he understood the werewolves' grand ambitions, which is why he was eager to distance himself. With that, he turned to leave. As for the remaining 100,000 gnolls, they were largely the aged, ill, or infirm. Taking them along would be a burden, and thus he chose to abandon them. Some were under the command of the Gnoll General Naxamento, whom he also decided to forsake. Fill those 10,000 gnolls into the tunnel and poison them. Let those humans perish within. Elfie commanded. Once the Gnoll King had departed, Duke Ignis emerged from his tent, his tone placid as he issued orders while handing over a spatial ring. Understood. Elfie's eyes sparkled with realization as she grasped Duke Ignis's intent to counter poison with poison. If humans could wield toxins, so too could the werewolves do so more adeptly. Meanwhile, Li Sen remained oblivious to the werewolves' impending treacherous tactics as he sat contentedly beneath an apple tree, happily munching on a regeneration apple. What a journey it has been. I have finally inscribed the formations along the entire left side and the ground of the tunnel. Safety has increased several-fold, especially in the 5-kilometer-long passage. The continuous gale array accelerates the wind speed within, producing a hurricane at the cave stone door that reaches at least 100 meters per second. With a satisfied pat on his full belly, Li Sen picked up his dagger and headed towards the tunnel, where nearly 2 kilometers of wall remained unmarked with the 5 thunder array. He was determined to complete the inscriptions. The 5 thunder array possessed an inherent incapacitation effect lasting less than a second, creating a significant vulnerability during combat. For Pei Xiaoba and his companions, who could only exert less than a quarter of their strength, seizing such openings for attack was the most prudent strategy. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaoba and the others eagerly combined their toxic item cards, preparing to unleash an even deadlier poison upon the gnolls. Chapter 62. The train-riding gnolls and their effective formation. Squad leader. The gnolls are coming again, still in the same formation. A rogue-class warrior sprinted against the wind to report to Pei Xiaoba, his tone laced with excitement. It appeared that the gnolls were merely marching towards their demise. Haha, they're back. Excellent. Let us proceed according to our previous plan. We shall activate the toxic item cards once the gnolls enter the 1-kilometer range. This time, let us test the effects of fire-based toxins. Alright. The group laughed as they began to distribute the item cards, showing no concern about the gnolls' advance. The winds within the tunnel had intensified. At their current position of 200 meters, the wind speed reached 50 meters per second. Had they not been marked as allies, they might have been blown away. It would not be easy for the gnolls to storm in. Inside the tunnel, a cohort of gnolls struggled forward, pushing newly crafted shields made for werewolves through the tempest. These shields were constructed by welding two square shields together to form a triangular shape, significantly mitigating the wind's impact on their movement. Two metal handles on either side connected to the shields of comrades behind them, creating a simple collective to facilitate the advance of their frontline allies. 3 squads of gnolls maneuvered, with 2 teams hugging the walls while 1 team advanced through the center at a snail's pace. Bam! 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 After traversing the initial 50 meters, the gnolls came under attack. A ghostly blue light flickered against the left wall, instantly freezing those within a 6-meter radius. Push forward, commanded a gnoll squad leader with a serious tone, prompting the gnolls to shove their frozen comrades ahead. After enduring such prolonged combat, the dog-headed creatures have come to realize that the human race's freezing magic possesses no offensive capabilities. It merely immobilizes them without inflicting even a modicum of damage. Only the crackling of lightning attacks can truly harm them, albeit to a limited extent. As long as they can withstand the tempest and persist onward, they are certain they will vanquish those detestable humans. Their shields serve as vital instruments to breach the storm's fury. Leaning against the support of their comrades, the dog-headed warriors resolutely advance into the tunnel, delving deeper into its abyss. Yet, they overlook a crucial detail: the cumulative toll of their journey. For every meter they traverse, they are struck by the 5 thunder array at least once, leading to thousands of assaults over a distance of 1 kilometer. By the time the ordinary dog-headed soldiers, none exceeding level 40, traverse the kilometer-long tunnel, they all lie lifeless. Their health points are not comparable to those of similarly leveled werewolves, rarely exceeding 4,000, thus making them susceptible to the lethal strikes of lightning. As the dog-headed creatures finally comprehend that progressing further leads to their demise, they contemplate retreat. However, their comrades behind them insist on their advance. The handles of their shields are locked in place, leaving them no avenue for escape. More dog-headed beings are propelled into the tunnel by the werewolves outside, each armed with a makeshift shield that is said to shatter the storm and aid their progression. An hour passes, and a staggering 10,000 dog-headed warriors have entered the tunnel. General Elfie, the werewolf commander, gazes upon the sluggish procession of dog-headed soldiers, her impatience mounting. Bring forth orders for the dog-headed warriors to hasten their pace. Furthermore, distribute the gold we have, for once they perish, that gold shall inevitably return to us. Yes. 1,000 werewolves hoist 500 chests and make their way to the final encampment of the dog-headed soldiers. Clang, clang, clang. Ah, gold. Such vast and pure gold, or is this for us? Upon witnessing the open chests brimming with gold, the dog-headed soldiers weep tears of greed, their eyes widening in avarice. Akin to famished giants encountering a grand feast after a week of starvation, a werewolf general steps forth, proclaiming, "This gold is now yours. Take as much as you desire. Once you have gathered your share, arm yourselves and charge through the underground passageway to slay the humans." Absolutely. I will join as well. For gold, I shall do anything. The dog-headed creatures harbor an intrinsic obsession with gold, and they scramble to seize what they deem sufficient, hastily claiming the shields distributed by the werewolves before plunging into the underground passage. Within the tunnel, Pei Xiaoba observes the lifeless dog-headed warriors being pushed forward, and he gestures to pause the activation of the poisonous item card. Squad leader, may I investigate more closely? The rogue warrior, too, discerns the unusual formation of the dog-headed creatures. Very well, but exercise caution. Pei Xiaoba consents to his request after a moment of contemplation. The rogue employs a stealth skill, his form gradually fading within the tunnel. To Pei Xiaoba and his comrades, he appears merely as a faint silhouette, swiftly racing along with the gale. The shadow soon approaches the ranks of dog-headed soldiers, pausing briefly at the front to inspect, then cautiously advancing toward the entrance. 10 minutes later, the shadow returns at a gallop. Squad leader, the wretched creatures utilize a peculiar shield that confines them between 2 barriers. Even in death, they remain upright. A relentless wave of dog-headed beings continues to push the front ranks forward, resembling a train of cars in perpetual motion. The rogue warrior hastily reports his findings, adding, "These dog-headed soldiers are all ordinary quality monsters below level 40, with low health. Once they surpass the kilometer, they are effectively executed by Li Sen's formations." Indeed, Pei Xiaoba nods, scrutinizing the dog-headed ranks 50 meters away, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The dog-headed creature strategy is alarmingly simplistic, to push their brethren to their doom. Yet such sacrificial maneuvers cannot lack purpose. With this in mind, he inquires of the rogue warrior, Xiao Chong, "Did you happen to observe any of the dog-headed creatures attacking the ground or the walls?" "No, they merely push forward, as if their sole objective is to march to their demise." This peculiarity raises questions. Pei Xiaoba decides to step forward and examine the ranks of dog-headed soldiers himself. It is indeed true that all who enter beyond the 1,000-meter mark meet their end, as though they are merely vessels for death. Never mind. Let us deploy poison and see if we can disrupt their formation. Everyone, prepare 200 poison item cards. Release a cascade of crimson toxin and poisonous vapors. varying in hue and intensity, envelopes the ranks of dog-headed soldiers, propelled by the fierce winds. Woof, woof, woof. In the next moment, the anguished cries of the dog-headed creatures reverberate throughout the tunnel, yet the three lines remain unbroken, marching steadfastly onward, even accelerating their pace. Had Pei Xiaoba and his comrades emerged from the cave, they would have witnessed the dog-headed ranks extending over 200 meters outside the cavern. Under the werewolves' orchestration, the dog-headed warriors hoist their distinctive shields, connected by the werewolves' benevolent efforts, and they begin to push forcefully from outside the cave, accelerating the mini-train deeper into the tunnel. Hurry! Dismantle these shield connections and discard the dog-headed corpses. Recognizing the acceleration of their formation, Pei Xiaoba realizes the dog-headed creature's intent and signals his warriors to disassemble the shield connections. However, another unexpected turn of events unfolds. Chapter 63. Poisoned and unable to remove the wolf's curse. 100-100-100. As Pei Xiaoba's hand brushes against the connecting handles, a flurry of green poison damage notifications erupts above his head. Not good. These metallic handles are poisoned. Everyone, exercise caution. Use weapons to sever them. I've been poisoned too. What a vile trick by these wretched creatures. Quickly, consume apples and the healing spells. 15 out of 17 warriors simultaneously succumb to poisoning. A testament to the disciplined adherence to commands within the Dragon Kingdom's ranks. Immediately, they execute the order. Only Luo Tan and Xiao Chong, positioned farther away and having just identified their targets, have not yet acted, alerted by Pei Xiaoba's alarm. Everyone, retreat and cleanse the poison first. Bring forth all antidotes. The soldiers react swiftly, supporting one another as they retreat deeper into the tunnel, simultaneously administering antidotes or elixirs. Luo Tan, the temporary quartermaster, produces a stack of item cards for continuous use. After retreating 500 meters, they pause at the 1,700-meter mark of the tunnel. The poison has been largely mitigated. Yet every few seconds, a notification of 13 damage still appears above their heads. The poison may be alleviated, but it cannot be entirely eradicated. Even Luo Tan and Xiao Chong, assisting with the antidote, find themselves afflicted as green damage notifications emerge above their heads. They too have been poisoned. These vile creatures have employed their own kin's toxins against us. All to gamble on our touching those shields. Old Pei, can you still condense magic? Luo Maofin inquires. His face etched with concern as he glances at Xian Liwei. I can no longer condense magic. Neither can I. Pei Xiaoba and Xian Liwei respond in unison, extending their hands, faces filled with dread and panic. I can still use my skills. However, I feel my strength waning. Luo Tan declares, a crimson glow emanating from him, the manifestation of the berserker skill. I can still use my skills too, though the stealth effect seems compromised. Xiao Chong activates his stealth skill. But this time, a more discernible silhouette is visible. The skills of other warriors could also be utilized, albeit with varying degrees of impairment. The cacophony of excited howls and anguished cries from the dog-headed creatures reverberated through the air, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of shields scraping against the ground. Drawing ever closer and at an accelerating pace, the dog-headed ones were hastening deeper into the tunnel, intensifying their toxic onslaught. Everyone, we must exert ourselves once more and use our polearms to pry open the handles connecting those shields, pushing them outwards, or we shall all succumb to the poison. Indeed, Pei Xiaoba issued the command once more, and the 17 warriors surged forth again. At the rear of the group, Pei Xiaoba exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Maofin and Xian Liwei, both of whom wore bittersweet smiles. They found themselves unable to harness magic, and their physical strength had notably diminished, each step taken revealing the undeniable weakness in their legs. Bang bang clatter. Luo Tan, the strongest among those present, still needed to strike each handle of the dog-headed creatures' shields 7 or 8 times to loosen one. These handles were exceptionally well secured. However, once released, they would suffice. With a few more clattering sounds, a shield was liberated, and with a gentle flick, it soared towards the tunnel's exit like a dart thrown at great speed. Excellent. This method proves viable. Let us all lend a hand. Luo Tan, you possess great strength. Dismantle the central line of this formation. Understood. Someone assist me. As two working in tandem shall expedite the process. I shall help. The tunnel was merely 6 meters wide. Yet the shields of the dog-headed creatures measured an imposing 80 centimeters across, occupying 24 meters with 3 lines, while the 2 middle lanes spanned 18 meters wide. Quite spacious indeed. Ample room for all to maneuver. However, one must exercise caution when flicking the shields to avoid striking our own comrades. Bang bang. The werewolf general observed the shields being ejected by the gale, a derisive smirk gracing her lips. Heh, only now do you realize? Alas, it is too late. The wolf-vulture poison poses no threat to the dog-headed ones. In fact, it invigorates them, yet it is lethal to our kin. Furthermore, this toxin can propagate through corpses and the air, increase the pace of the dog-headed ones. Let our people outside the cavern assist in hastening the formation's advance into the tunnel. Yes, with Elfie's command, the The ranks of dog-headed creatures surged deeper into the tunnel. The shields that were cast aside were promptly retrieved by dedicated werewolves for continued use. Pei Xiaoba and his companions noted the alterations in the dog-headed formation, but they could only helplessly pursue, passively flipping the shields. Moreover, they needed to be vigilant to avoid further poisoning. Once afflicted, it would become a troublesome affair. This one Tidu, Li Sen, who had emerged with a bucket to deliver apples, was taken aback by the sight of Pei Xiaoba and the others laboring tirelessly. It had only been 2 hours, yet they appeared breathless and somewhat emaciated. There was no choice. Those shields, the handles, and the dog-headed creatures themselves harbored toxins that, upon contact, would continuously sap their health and diminish their stamina. Pei Xiaoba explained, his hands never ceasing their motion. He understood that pursuing the dog-headed creatures and their shields in this manner was unsustainable, yet no better solution presented itself. Brother Pei, how many weapons exceeding 24 meters in length do you possess? There should be few. Do you have a good idea? Upon hearing Li Sen's words, Pei Xiaoba's eyes lit up, halting his movements, his gaze towards Li Sen brimming with anticipation. I have a notion that may slow the advance of the dog-headed ones. Pray tell, share it with us. Pei Xiaoba, in his excitement, grasped Li Sen's hand. Suddenly, Li Sen felt an inexplicable tingling sensation rapidly spreading from his arm throughout his body. Ah, Li Sen, I was mistaken, Pei Xiaoba exclaimed, producing an antidote and handing it to Li Sen while activating a healing item card for him. Alas, I do not blame you. The werewolf's poison is truly formidable. Li Sen gazed at the green digits indicating his health diminishing above his head, only able to muster a resigned smile. He never anticipated that merely being grasped by Pei Xiaoba would result in his own poisoning. Though the antidote was timely, the poison state remained unremovable. Fortunately, it only drained 1 point of health every 3 seconds, and he could afford to consume an apple over half a day to restore his vitality. What is your plan? Li Sen, Pei Xiaoba, no longer dwelling on Li Sen's poison state, focused on the pressing need to disrupt the dog-headed formation and prevent it from delving deeper. Should this formation reach the depths of the tunnel, while those from Blue Star excavated further, the poison would inevitably spread to Blue Star. Such a scenario would pose the gravest danger, their utmost concern. Let us give it a try. It may prove useful. Li Sen immediately called for everyone to move forward. Retreating 500 meters, then produced all weapons exceeding 24 meters in length, laying them horizontally between the 2 lines of the formation on both sides. Subsequently, as everyone flipped the shields and the corpses of the dog-headed creatures, they aimed to ensnare them upon these horizontal bars. Understood. I comprehend that this shall block the tunnel. And with the gale, we can hinder the advance of the dog-headed ones. Luo Ten exclaimed with excitement before rushing to take action. I am so foolish. Why did I not think of this sooner? It would have saved us so much time. Pei Xiaoba smacked his forehead, overwhelmed with emotion, recognizing this as a grave oversight. Brother Pei, the fact that you all can continue battling despite the risk of succumbing to the poison is commendable, and given the tension, it is only natural not to have thought of it. Let us act swiftly. Yes, let us obstruct the dog-headed ones. Chapter 64, Poisoned and Delaying for Time. What manner of poison is this from the dog-headed ones? So vicious. Li Sen slumped to the ground, exhaling in frustration. He had inadvertently brushed against a shield and had been poisoned once more. Though he managed to detoxify quickly, the toxin remained partially effective, now draining him 1 point of health every second. Yet this was merely the mildest of symptoms. The most inconvenient aspect was the noticeable reduction in his strength and the dispersion of his mental clarity. Having barely recovered from the aftereffects of the sonic weapon, he found himself unable to employ the array engraving skill once again due to the new poisoning. It was apparent that this toxin was specifically detrimental to humanity. Hence the imperative to prevent the dog-headed formation from advancing further and to ensure that their allies from Blue Star do not come into contact with such toxins. Xian Li Wei, with a grave expression, cautioned, I can sense the chaotic disturbance of the earth elements within the tunnel. I believe Blue Star's rescue will arrive shortly, and we must prevent this toxin from spreading to Blue Star. Everyone, give it your all. The state of Pei Xiaoba and the other mages was even worse than Li Sen's. In less than an hour, they were visibly gaunter. As the 4 mages bore the brunt of the effects, only Luo Tan and 14 other warriors continued the task of flipping the dog-headed creatures and their shields. After a while, Li Sen stood up, waving his hand, sensing the once orderly gale now becoming chaotic and beginning to spiral back. Observing his movement, Pei Xiaoba stood up in astonishment. Have we succeeded? Yes, preliminarily successful. Let us advance and take a closer look. Good, but be cautious. Do not come into contact with those vile creatures again. Understood. The 4 rose and moved forward, and the further they went, the more they could feel the tempest's fury and its chaotic backdraft. Suddenly, Li Sen noticed a droplet of green liquid dancing through the air and instinctively ducked to evade it. The next moment, he heard Xian Li Wei's startled exclamation from behind. What the hell? How am I poisoned again? Li Sen turned around and, indeed, witnessed another green numeral of 100 appearing above Xian Li Wei's head, followed by the latter swiftly executing his familiar detoxification routine, consuming antidotes, drinking detoxifying potions, and utilizing detoxification tools. As his health drain reduced to merely 1 point per second, Li Sen observed the once robust Exine Li Wei visibly diminishing in size. Everyone, be cautious. Those droplets floating in the air carry potent toxins. We must not let them touch us. Li Sen's reminder came a bit too late. Pei Xiaoba's head had also reached a critical point. He boldly shouted ahead, Luo Tan. Retreat. That will suffice. Now, a feeble voice from Luo Tan echoed back from a distance. By the time the 14 individuals returned, each was consuming a detoxifying potion. As they approached Luo Tan, he felt the need to explain, it's the blood of the goblins. The fierce wind has blown some of it back. Everyone fall back. I will launch another explosive formation and intensify the wind. Li Sen had anticipated this possibility and was not surprised. Instead, turning with the others to retreat deeper into the tunnel. He had intended to sketch the gale formation on the right side of the tunnel. But he found himself unable to channel his mana into the array, rendering his sketch skill futile. He was effectively incapacitated. Boom. Resigned, he resorted to his old methods. Fortunately, the explosive formation could be deployed as long as he maintained a mental link to the array. Otherwise, they might have faced certain doom. The deafening roar of the unleashed gale erupted as he detonated 200 gale formations at the end of the tunnel. The tempest raging forth like an enraged dragon towards the opposite end of the passage. The wind surged at nearly the speed of sound for 100 seconds, traveling at a staggering 340 meters per second, creating a tremendous spectacle that violently repelled the goblin horde that had ventured over 2 kilometers into the tunnel. With a series of cracking sounds, the handles of shields twisted and snapped under pressure. The once orderly 3-column formation of goblins began to falter, gradually collapsing into a heap of lifeless bodies and their discarded shields. The ferocious wind was determined to obliterate everything in its path, sweeping away any obstacles as if they were mere leaves before a storm. Rumble, rumble. Luo Tan, accompany me outside to survey the situation. After the storm subsided, Li Sen beckoned Luo Tan to join him, as he felt he lacked the strength to run and could only manage a brisk walk. With Luo Tan by his side, he had someone to assist in case of danger. They halted 200 meters from the tunnel's exit. The goblins and their shields had been blown away, but new goblins were beginning to pour in. The werewolf general was resolutely intent on using the lives of goblins to fill this subterranean passage. Luo Tan, I need to repair the formation. Do you have any goblin blood or tails in your ring? Both. But isn't this too dangerous? If there are ranged goblins among them, you could be putting your life at risk. Fear not. The shields in front of the goblins will obscure their line of sight. If you sense any intent to attack, just throw out your shield and carry me away. Li Sen was not without fear of death. Rather, he had his preparations and confidence. All right, the moment I see any movement from the goblins, I'll pull you away. Thank you. Li Sen inclined his head in gratitude. Placing his safety in Luo Tan's hands, he accepted the bucket of water and goblin tails that Luo Tan offered, focusing intently on repairing the formation. Although the skills, carving formation and sketching formation, were unavailable, he was still capable of performing a simple repair. He concentrated on restoring the gale formation array on the ground. With 1 gale formation, 3 spirit gathering formations, and 3 acceleration formations, the repairs took merely a minute and a half. As he worked, he retraced his steps deeper into the tunnel. As Li Sen had surmised, the goblins continued to push forward with their 3 arrays, slowly advancing without any thought of deploying elite troops to storm the tunnel. This provided Li Sen and his companions with a glimmer of hope. He fervently wished for Blue Star to expedite the excavation of the tunnel. With a retreat now, they would not be considered cowards, having slain over 100,000 enemies. They could be deemed heroes. Li Sen, what are you doing? This is quite dangerous. Seeing that Li Sen had not yet returned, Pei Xiaoba led his men over to investigate. It's fine. I can repair the formation faster than the goblins can advance, Li Sen replied nonchalantly, gesturing behind him with a smile before resuming his work. Following the previous detonation of the gale formation, the werewolves needed to reorganize the goblins for battle, gather shields anew, and rearm the goblins, resulting in a slower pace than their previous assault. Li Sen had advanced 400 meters while the goblins had only moved 200, allowing him ample time to repair the formation. It's still too dangerous. If the goblin archers target you, you might not even know how you died. Quickly, retreat with us to the depths of the tunnel. Heh, Brother Pei, you all should retreat first. Just leave Luo Tan here to protect me. At the first sign of danger, we'll withdraw immediately. We should go together. I am not the type to abandon my comrades. Li Sen looked up at Pei Xiaoba's resolute expression, understanding his seriousness, and could only nod in agreement, quickening his pace in repairing the formation. He hoped to erect a more formidable gale to fend off the incessantly advancing goblins. However, he underestimated the ruthlessness of the werewolves. Chapter 65, The Ruthless Werewolves. Advancing amidst sonic attacks. Roar. Be cautious. As Li Sen restored the formation to a distance of approximately 1,800 meters, a fearsome roar resounded behind him. Luo Tan and the other warriors swiftly hoisted Li Sen and the other 3 mages onto their backs and hastily fled. Sonic attack. Are there still goblins in this passage? Do those goblins not fear sonic attacks? Feeling a familiar sense of dread, Li Sen could not suppress his astonishment. Woof, 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 woof. The goblins behind him immediately provided the answer. Ugh, what noise is that? My head hurts. I'm in pain. Ah, it's a tiger. The tiger wants to eat me. I want to go back. Mother, I don't want to fight the humans anymore. Daddy, I want to go home. The goblins' wails soon filled the air, their cries more tumultuous and frantic than when Pei Xiaoba had poisoned them previously. Wow, the goblins are truly merciless. Li Sen could not help but exclaim, only for Luo Tan, who was carrying him, to correct him. It's the werewolves. They are the ones commanding the battle now. I noticed this earlier. They changed commanders since yesterday. These goblins are merely cannon fodder. Oh, Li Sen suddenly recalled that it was indeed the werewolves in charge. They retreated collectively to the very end of the tunnel, to the small square where they had been buried. Cough, cough, cough. The group gasped for breath as they coughed. And upon reaching their destination, everyone uniformly produced healing apples and began to gnaw on them. After a while, Pei Xiaoba finally broke the silence. Although the distance may mitigate the damage from the sonic attacks, the reduction is negligible. Any decrease in damage is still welcome. Luo Malfa collapsed against the wall, utterly drained. His energy barely a whisper. After being poisoned, the three mages had suffered a significant decline in their physical condition, and facing the sonic assault. Luo Malfa felt a sense of relief at the thought of dying. Pain coursed through him from head to toe, a deep agony that pervaded his very bones. Speak less. Conserve your strength, Xian Liwei suggested weakly as he chewed on his healing apple. The other two nodded in agreement, falling silent as they hastily chewed on the apples to sustain their lives. Luo Tan and the other warriors were also panting heavily. However, they remained standing and mobile, taking it upon themselves to patrol the area in pairs, munching on apples as they did so. Li Sen reminded them, you're not in great shape either. There's no need to go out. During the sonic attack, those goblins would perish upon entering. Yes, we'll patrol within a 4-kilometer radius. No need to venture outside. Luo Tan nodded, though he was still resolute about patrolling. Li Sen leaned wearily against an apple tree, attempting to cast the fertilize skill, but could only muster 79 points of mana before the spell faltered. His mana was becoming increasingly difficult to gather. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The Zhunyao can still proficiently bestow the warmth skill upon Li Sen and his three companions, remaining largely unaffected by sound wave attacks. Goo goo, Zhunyao. Do not come over. Please keep your distance for now. Upon seeing Zhunyao attempting to leap into his embrace, Li Sen quickly intervened. After all, he was still under the effects of poison and could not risk exposing Zhunyao to such a lethal toxin. Goo, please refrain from approaching me. And do not get near Captain Pei and the others. Avoid contact. Goo goo. At Li Sen's serious admonition, Zhunyao nodded solemnly, instinctively retreating 2 paces. Noticing it was getting too close to Pei Xiaoba, it even sidestepped a couple of steps, demonstrating its obedience. However, after glancing around, it resumed its warmth skill, providing assistance to the 4 spellcasters, believing that they were low on mana and in need of replenishment. The roar of the tigers continued for an additional 6 hours, while the line of dog-headed creatures reached a distance of 500 meters. All that entered were deceased dogheads. Even in death, they carried poison. Luo Tan and the others attempted to make contact and were poisoned once more. Helpless, they resorted to Li Sen's earlier strategy, erecting long weapons between the 2 lines to painstakingly sever the connection of the dog-headed corpses, allowing them to accumulate in piles. Yet, even this proved insufficient. Without the gale array to trigger a massive explosion, the dogheads pressed forward to the 500-meter mark. All shields and heavy weaponry were brought forth to block the advance. Luo Tan took over the command from Pei Xiaoba, directing the warriors to obstruct the dog-headed horde. With a loud cry, Li Sen detonated 2 ice arrays, immobilizing the dogheads, allowing Luo Tan and his team to organize their defenses with ease. He reached out mentally to connect with the most distant array. Located 5 kilometers away in the cavern's grand hall, he ignited it all, the werewolves assisting the dog-headed creatures' advance in the cavern, along with the bound dogheads. Let out anguished howls. Countless silver-blue bolts of lightning erupted simultaneously, cascading down upon them. Some ice-blue radiance burst forth from the ground, freezing them in place. Unable to move, the dogheads within the cavern were reduced to ash, leaving not a bone behind. The werewolves, though not dead, were rendered paralyzed on the ground. In this instance, Li Sen managed to detonate all the arrays within the cavern's grand hall. The drawn arrays vanished entirely, while the inscribed arrays would remain inactive for 10 days. Although Li Sen could not witness the outcome of this battle, it did not hinder him from taking further action. He detonated all gale arrays inscribed within the entire tunnel. This segment of arrays was limited to the left wall and the tunnel's ceiling, totaling no more than 200 sets. These arrays, after some time, would automatically restore and regain their effectiveness. Crack crack. It's moving. We can push it. Everyone, exert your strength. Luo Tan exclaimed in excitement, activating a skill to bolster his strength, pushing the shield in front of him, forcing the dog-headed line back through several layers of shields. With a mighty charge, The warriors disregarded their physical discomfort and unleashed their skills to push the dog-headed creatures back. Step by step, they transitioned from a slow walk to a brisk jog, utilizing the raging winds still tormenting the tunnel to push the dogheads back by 200 meters. Li Sen, munching on an apple, also hurried over, finally relieved to see the Gale Array combination exposed on the ground. The last time he detonated 200 Gale Arrays, he had only managed to cover 600 meters. Now, having surpassed that distance, he had arrays to detonate once more. Yet, he would not trigger them immediately. The farther he could push them back, the more effective the eventual detonation would be. Charge forward. Those humans have run out of storm skills. Outside the cavern, the werewolf general had waited in vain for a storm to sweep the dog-headed corpses away. Although the winds howled, their strength was limited. Upon witnessing this, she naturally assumed that Li Sen's Gale Arrays had been exhausted and promptly commanded the werewolves to charge. Charge! The dog-headed creatures were left behind as ranks of elite werewolves, each around level 70, propelled their shields toward the cavern. Chapter 66. After detonating the Gale Arrays, cornered into a desperate situation, hope emerged. Thud thud thud. As the werewolves began their charge, Luo Tan and the others halted, unable to budge the dog-headed line any further. Detonate! Li Sen shouted, unleashing a staggering 300 Gale Array combinations. In an 1800-meter radius, azure lights illuminated simultaneously, visibly swirling into a ferocious tornado. This tornado, towering 3 meters high, immediately surged toward the tunnel's exit, guided by the arrays. The air within the tunnel was almost instantly depleted, causing Li Sen and his companions to struggle for breath. Unable to cough or inhale, everyone was thrown to the ground by the force of the air, colliding against the shield wall erected by Luo Tan and the other warriors. This shield wall, originally intended to prevent poisoning from contact with the dogheads, now served as a protective buffer. Steady yourselves. Do not be swept away. Each warrior grasped their shield tightly, striving to resist being engulfed by the sudden tornado. Thud 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 thud. The dull sound of impacts resonated throughout the tunnel as the previously steadfast dog-headed creatures and their shields were violently thrust outward. The corpses of dogheads along the way were swept up, swiftly shredded by the tornado's fierce winds. Had these dogheads still been alive, their monstrous traits might have granted them immunity to some wind blade attacks. However, as mere corpses, they lacked such defenses and were easily torn apart. Subsequently, those poisoned shields, lacking support, were swept outward. The wailing winds only howled for 18 seconds before fading, leaving only the sound of impacts. The dog-headed creatures were once again expelled from the tunnel by Li Sen's Gale Array combinations. Cursed beings! What manner of monsters are these humans, wielding such formidable magic? Outside the cavern, the werewolf General Elfie wiped the green toxic blood from her face, furiously cursing. Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding the effectiveness of the Tiger Roar Cannon. General, the Tiger Roar Cannon is indeed effective. We have observed that ordinary level 50 dogheads begin to show discomfort after just 10 seconds in its sound, and within 10 minutes, they start to vomit blood, losing combat effectiveness after 30 minutes. Even our elite level 70 werewolves begin to feel uneasy after a minute, and after 30 minutes, they too start to bleed. In response to Elfie's doubts, her aide reported the previous observations. However, they had only dared to observe for 30 minutes before retreating, fearing for their lives against the Tiger Roar Cannon. The general was resolute. Quickly push the remaining dogheads inside. I refuse to believe that these insignificant humans can wield such powerful wind magic without limits. Her subordinates swiftly complied. Curse it! I have been poisoned again. Li Sen, as though stung by a scorpion, discarded the dog tail in his hand, wishing to repair the arrays, but the poison had transferred directly to him through the tail. Behind him, Pei Xiaoba hastily retrieved detoxification items from his spatial ring to assist Li Sen while observing the faint green glow emanating from the tunnel. The dogheads had indeed imbued the underground passage with a layer of toxic buff. Cursed! How can this even result in poisoning? Li Sen, you should still have the Gale Array available 500 meters ahead, correct? Is it sufficient? Pei Xiaoba, sensing Li Sen's inability to repair the formation, inquired anxiously. It can be deployed twice more, but we must not allow the goblins to penetrate too deeply, otherwise, it will lose its efficacy, Li Sen replied. Fortunately, we possess a plethora of various items. We should be able to repel the goblins once more. Pei Xiaoba calculated the items in his possession and lamented. Let's stall for time. I hope the reinforcements from Blue Star arrive swiftly. With a resigned sigh, Li Sen, alongside Pei Xiaoba and the others, continuously activated the item cards within the tunnel, toxic item cards, magical item cards, and trap item cards. They utilized every available item card that had emerged in recent days. Yet, the onslaught of the goblins remained relentless. After 4 hours, he invoked the explosive formation once again, and 6 hours later, he did so once more. After another 6 hours, all the Gale Array combinations were exhausted. Apart from the 50 remaining formations at the tunnel's apex, utilized to maintain airflow, everything else had detonated. Upon realizing that the whirlwind had dissipated and the toxic and magical items had dwindled, the werewolf commander ordered the goblins to discard their shields and charge forward. However, they were first ensnared by the frost array and subsequently obliterated by the thunder array, transforming into experience and equipment for Li Sen and his companions. Ultimately, all 100,000 goblins perished. Their sole contribution was to deplete the power of the formation, allowing the goblins to surge deeper into the tunnel. As the last of the goblins fell, they had reached an impressive level of 60 of ordinary quality. Silence, do not speak. Suddenly, the rogue warrior Xiaoqiang, panting from pushing the goblin corpses aside, shouted, startling everyone. Listen. With a flushed face, Xiaoqiang pointed towards the deepest part of the tunnel, urging everyone to heed the faint sound. Initially puzzled, the expressions of all soon transformed into ecstatic joy. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was exceedingly faint. Had it not been for the presence of seasoned professionals with substantial levels, they might not have heard it at all. Yet, this barely audible sound ignited excitement among all. It was the rescue from Blue Star. Salvation had finally arrived. Quick, let us return to the tunnel's end and excavate from here. Working together will expedite the process. Everyone was elated, having been terrified by the ferocity of the werewolves. All the goblins that had entered bore poison. Upon death, their blood was also tainted. Consecutive poisonings had significantly drained the stamina of warriors like Luo Tan, reducing their strength to merely 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary adult, even inferior to the previous ordinary soldiers like Yi Hai. Now, with hope of returning to Blue Star, the prospect of survival invigorated everyone. The 18 rushed back to the initial hall, brandishing knives, swords, and staves, and began chipping away at the collapsed earth. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds resonated like drumbeats within the tunnel, yet the expressions of Li Sen and the others gradually became somber. Despite appearing soft, the earth remained remarkably hard. The goblin's magical barrier had not fully dissipated. After 10 minutes of digging, Li Sen had only managed to unearth a chunk of earth the size of a fist. He paused, raising his voice to inquire of his comrades. Does anyone know the military communication code? Something akin to Morse code? I do. Xiaoqiang immediately raised his hand. His role within the squad was that of a scout and messenger, one of his specialties. Pei Xiaobo quickly grasped Li Sen's intention. Everyone halt. Let Xiaoqiang dig and use the military code to relay our situation back, particularly the alarming news about the toxins and soundwave weapons. Even if we must sacrifice ourselves, we must ensure this message reaches them. Understood. Xiaoqiang solemnly saluted, turning to strike the wall with his dagger in a rhythmic pattern. Pei Xiaobo and Li Sen exchanged glances and stepped out of the small square, entering the tunnel to stand guard for Xiaoqiang. The glimmer of hope for survival was now a race against time against the werewolves. Chapter 67. The werewolves' final assault, providing cover and dividing spoils. My lord, you have arrived? Apologies, my lord. I will swiftly secure the underground passage. Outside the cave, the werewolf general was organizing her forces for the next wave of assault when she unexpectedly encountered Duke Ignis, who had been stationed in the main tent. She immediately knelt on one knee to offer her apologies. Rise, you have performed admirably. The gale within the tunnel has been dispelled, and the powers of the ice and thunder formations have been significantly weakened. This is commendable progress, the Duke remarked with a smile. Without the gale's obstruction, our werewolf warriors can easily charge in and tear apart those human beings. The Duke did not chastise her. Instead, he helped Alfie to her feet, lightly patting her sturdy chest with his claw as if in encouragement, though his smile bore a hint of lewdness. Alfie's wolfish visage immediately displayed the most obsequious smile, harboring no dissent. Ahem. Alfie, have the goblins been exhausted? Indeed, all 100,000 have been deployed. Then, I command all elite werewolf warriors of level 81 and above, and all captains of level 70 to 81, to prepare for the charge. The time has come. Duke Ignis had not come to dally with Alfie. He immediately issued the order with gravity. Yes. Alfie promptly concealed her sycophantic expression and rose to mobilize the werewolf army. In the eyes of the two werewolf commanders, breaching Li Sen's gale array with 100,000 goblins was a monumental victory. Goblins were mere cannon fodder. By the way, the gold given to the goblins was all blown away by the gale and had returned to their possession. They cautiously dispatched small scouting parties into the tunnel to assess the situation. My lord, General, we have confirmed that the gale is absent within the tunnel, and the powers of ice and thunder have indeed diminished by more than half. Outside the cave, Alfie and Ignis nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the werewolf's report, revealing smiles of validation. Haha. Though humans can set up magical formations within the world passage, every magical formation requires magical energy to sustain it. If it is not replenished over time, its power will naturally wane. Distribute lightning resistance necklaces and healing potions to all elite werewolf warriors, and prepare to engage immediately. Yes. With Ignis's command, the werewolves erupted in agreement, each wolf brimming with confidence in their impending conquest of the underground passage. Li Sen and the others paused their digging, attentively listening as Zhao Yongqiang, the rogue warrior Xiaoqiang, scribbled notes. They had successfully reported their situation back, The forces from Blue Star were also using military codes to communicate. Squad leader. They say they are making their final efforts and should breach through in just 1 hour. Wonderful. If we can hold out for 1 hour, we shall be saved. The tension that had previously gripped everyone erupted into joyous cheers. An hour was a brief span. They had endured nearly 16 days in this tunnel. They were not afraid of battling for just 1 more hour. However, Zhao Yongqiang's next words instilled anxiety once more. Squad leader. They request that we hold out for at least 5 hours. The camp lacks sufficient high-level combatants and needs to gather reinforcements from elsewhere. So we must endure for 5 hours. Silence engulfed the group. 5 hours felt excessively long. They had already expended a significant portion of their attack item cards. And the effects of poison and subsonic waves had diminished their combat prowess to nearly a fraction of its former self. Their only reliance lay with Li Sen's formations. A heavy weight settled in Li Sen's heart as he quickly urged, Xiaoqiang, respond to them that we can only hold out for 1 hour. They need to expedite the gathering of high-level fighters. It is imperative to emphasize that we have vanquished a level 116 Goblin Mage. I have reported the situation concerning the level 116 Goblin Mage. Yet, the opposing side still hopes that we can endure for 5 hours. Damn it. Li Sen could not restrain his fury and uttered a curse. It seems they intend to sacrifice us, exchanging our lives for time to summon experts from Blue Star. This realization incensed Li Sen, but he was also deeply resigned. Pei Xiaoba and the others exchanged glances, clenching their fists, their eyes revealing a resolve akin to desperation. Unlike Li Sen, a newcomer with just over 3 months of service, they were older and had served longer, imbibing more patriotic education and witnessing the slaughter of humanity by otherworldly monsters. Fully aware of the necessity to resist such beasts. Let us go. We shall build a wall of corpses to obstruct the werewolves' advance. Yes. Zhao Yongqiang was to remain behind to provide further intelligence, while the others ventured into the tunnel. However, after taking a few steps, Pei Xiaoba halted, turning to Zhao Yongqiang and saying, Xiaoqiang, when you report, say this. During our battle with the goblins, we shared our formation skills with Li Sen, who adeptly assisted us in combat with the formations he learned. Zhao Yongqiang paused momentarily, glancing at Li Sen, then nodded in understanding. I comprehend now. Li Sen acquired his formation skills in the underground passage. The other soldiers also caught on, nodding in agreement. They were not fools. They recognized Li Sen's culinary skills produced delightful medicinal dishes that restored stamina and health, and his farming skills yielded extraordinary, healing apples. Even more alarming was Li Sen's formation skills, which seemed almost otherworldly. They had only provided him with 2 formation skills in the tunnel, yet his performance was remarkably potent, raising suspicions. However, rather than probing deeper, they actively shielded Li Sen. Human nature is inherently compassionate. Even as soldiers, they understood that without Li Sen's formations and agricultural prowess, they would have perished long ago. Their bones turned to dust. Gratitude and reciprocity are fundamental morals, and this group of soldiers possessed a profound sense of duty and awareness. Thank you, thank you. Li Sen saluted Pei Xiaoba and offered a respectful bow to the other soldiers. In the past, he had been coerced by officials outside the Novice dungeon and had witnessed the darker sides of society and its city, nurturing a deep-seated wariness towards others. He had grown accustomed to safeguarding his secrets, yet at this critical juncture, as they prepared to return to Blue Star, he was unexpectedly warmed by this camaraderie. It can only be said that in every world, there are both virtuous and nefarious souls. He had disclosed many secrets this time. No regrets. Enough with the sentimentality. Who doesn't harbor a few secrets? Pei Xiaoba responded with a salute to Li Sen, then playfully quipped, Come. Let us divide the spoils and learn all the advanced skills we can. As he spoke, he poured forth a plethora of skill books from his ring. Yes. After our hard-fought battle, let us first share the rewards. Xi and Li Wei also began to distribute skill books, while others followed suit, eager to select their acquisitions. A veritable mountain of skill books, a kaleidoscope of colors, was laid out before them, causing several to swallow hard in anticipation. The 18 of them worked together to categorize the books, setting aside those of purple quality and below, as well as the hundreds of tomes radiating a purple glow. And among them, the most resplendent was a singular red, epic, skill book, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 68, Epic Skill, The Werewolf's Approach. Spirit Eye Identification Technique, Epic Upon Learning. One can utilize the Spirit Eye to identify the attributes of individuals, monsters, and items. The skill description was succinct, yet its rarity was undeniable. Here. Pei Xiaoba scanned the group and picked up the skill book, handing it to Li Sen. For me? Li Sen was momentarily taken aback, but he grasped the glowing red tome tightly. Among us, you are the only one who has not learned the identification technique, so it is only right that it goes to you. That seems reasonable. Li Sen, you should learn it. Don't let it go to waste. The others, reluctant to relinquish their gaze, nodded in agreement, aware that Pei Xiaoba was looking out for Li Sen. Yet, Li Sen's performance warranted such consideration. The others began to sift through the skill books, searching for those suited to their needs. At this juncture, Li Sen abandoned any pretense and promptly learned the skill. After all, they might perish here, and not acquiring skills would be a waste. Each profession could only imprint 10 skills. And Li Sen had already learned Fireball, Formation, Explosive Flame Formation, and Spirit Eye Identification Technique, leaving him with 6 more skills to learn. Xian Liwei then handed him another book, Earth Dog Howl Moon Meditation, a perfect level skill for restoring mana, likely a skill of that level 116 Goblin Mage. Subsequently, he selected 5 additional skills that might prove useful in the impending battle. The others also completed their selections and stowed away the skill books, bringing out item cards to choose from, readying themselves for the final stand. At that moment, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the tunnel, causing Li Sen and the others to change countenance. The sound was distinct from that of the goblins' footsteps. It was the werewolves, a battalion of werewolves. A wave of shock coursed through everyone's hearts. "I'll go take a look," Luo Ten exclaimed, swiftly darting into the tunnel. Zhao Yongqiang, wishing to report the situation, volunteered as the scout, given his robust stamina. Remaining calm, he selected item cards he deemed useful for combat. Pei Xiaobo, maintaining composure, called out to everyone, urging them to quickly gather necessary cards. The others followed suit, and Li Sen was no exception. Having just learned 3 warrior skills, he chose several combat-enhancing item cards, as well as a handful of antidote cards. Once they swiftly gathered the item cards and set aside a portion for Luo Tan, they hurriedly made their exit. At a distance of 800 meters, they worked together with shields, cautiously pushing the multitude of goblin corpses outward. When they laboriously reached the 300-meter mark, Luo Tan returned, having crawled over the wall of bodies. "It's the werewolf elites, all above level 81, equipped with lightning-resistant gear. My thunder formation only inflicted 3 to 5 points of damage on them." Li Sen chuckled bitterly. Though surprised, it was within the realm of expectation. In this otherworldly realm, where magic and enchanted gear abounded, how could the indigenous werewolves lack specialized equipment to defend against lightning and ice? The previous poisonous shield was a magical item specifically designed against humanity. Pei Xiaobo and the others turned their gazes toward Li Sen, their expressions filled with anticipation and concern. While Li Sen was indeed remarkable, he was merely a dual-class farmer and chef. Despite possessing some formation knowledge, he remained a life profession. Now that his formation tactics were countered, they feared for him. The 17 professionals present had repeatedly utilized their identification skills on Li Sen, confirming he was simply a farmer and chef, lacking a third profession. In the centuries since the arrival of the Heavenly Path in Blue Star, no tri-class individual had ever emerged, leaving them puzzled yet accepting the fact that Li Sen was a dual life profession. They only questioned how he had mastered at least epic-level formation skills, without doubting his status as a formation master. Xian Liwei could not help but inquire, "Li Sen, what of your self-destruct formation skill? Is it of no use?" The ice formation self-destruct could only freeze enemies for around 3 seconds, lacking direct lethal force, while the thunder formation could only unleash 20 times the damage, resulting in a mere 70 or 80 points, insufficient. The gale formation had already been fully exhausted. With a bitter smile, Li Sen explained that his previous ability to vanquish the goblins was a result of the intricate combination of various formations, compounded by the fact that the goblins were of a lower level and lacked specialized equipment. The current werewolves, however, presented a different challenge. The effectiveness of the formations was now significantly limited. Moreover, he sensed that due to the lack of timely repairs and the continuous casting of spells, the potency of the 5 thunder formation and ice formation within a kilometer of the tunnel entrance had diminished by at least 2/3, from 1,000 to 2,000 meters. The formation's power had decreased by 1/3, from 2,000 to 4,000 meters. The decline was less than 1/10, still capable of delivering some impact. Beyond 4,000 meters, the formations had not been frequently activated, resulting in a slight enhancement of their power. Nevertheless, facing werewolves clad in anti-magic gear, he had little confidence that he could withstand them for 5 hours. Had their group not been severely weakened by poison and injuries, they might have had a fighting chance in the narrow confines of the tunnel. Among the 18 individuals, the highest level was now the warrior Radhan, who had reached level 64, followed by 6 warriors at level 63, 4 at level 61, and 3 at level 60. The 3 originally highest-ranked mages, Pei Xiaobo, Xian Liwei, and Luo Malfa, had only ascended to level 60. Li Sen himself had advanced to level 19. The experience required for professionals to level up is divided into 2 main categories. The first pertains to life professionals utilizing their inherent life skills granted by their class awakening. For every 100 points of skill proficiency gained, they earn 1 point of experience. This is the primary means for life professionals to accumulate experience. The second category involves gaining experience through monster slaying. However, the calculation formula for experience gained from defeating monsters is a mathematical conundrum that Li Sen could never quite decipher during his 3 years in high school. Initially, if a professional independently battles and defeats a monster of the same level, they can earn the monster's base experience drop of 1, increasing by 1 for each level, up to a maximum of 10 experience for monsters 10 levels higher. Theoretically, defeating 100 monsters of the same level should suffice to gain a level. Slaying a monster 10 levels higher would also yield a level up. However, in a team battle, the experience is first reduced by 10, then allocated based on contribution. If items or traps are utilized, further deductions apply. Additionally, there are bonuses and penalties based on the comparison of the professionals and the monster's growth rates. Making the calculations exceedingly complicated, Li Sen had never managed to grasp them fully. He resigned himself to whatever experience he could obtain, never having harbored aspirations for rapid leveling up. Over the course of 15 days, he had soared from level 4 to 19, which appeared swift, yet Rothan's leap from level 41 to 64 was truly remarkable. Indeed, combat professionals level up at an astonishing rate. Whether Li Sen had benefited from Rothan's prowess or vice versa remained unclear. However, he acknowledged that even if provided with ample time and space to set up formations, without Rothan and the others assisting in monster slaying and safeguarding him, he would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. Clomp, clomp, clomp. The werewolves, clad in lightning resistance gear, approached with a synchronized march, enduring the strikes of thunder and the chill of ice. Chapter 69. Holding the line for 45 minutes. Li Sen, what is your character status? Severely injured or moderately injured? Pei Xiaoba inquired as the sound of footsteps drew nearer. Li Sen replied with a wry smile, severely injured and poisoned as well. Name, Li Sen LV19, 231,512,000,000, severely injured, poisoned. Age, 19. Profession, First Transition Farmer, 01. First Transition Chef, 02. Ninth Transition Formation Master, 9. Strength, 308. Constitution, 308. Spirit, 616. Agility, 308. Health, 30, 800. Stamina, 290. Mana, 61, 600. Combat Power, 308, 3. Talent, Tenfold Proficiency, Mythical Sleight. Skills, Fertilization, Perfect, LV16. Formation Drawing, Legendary, LV23. Formation Explosion, Perfect, LV27. Formation Engraving, Perfect, LV25. In a state of severe injury compounded by poisoning, Li Sen could only muster a combat power of 3. And both Formation Drawing and Formation Engraving had become completely unusable. Additionally, he was afflicted by a poison status that drained 1 health point every 3 seconds. Not just him, but Pei Xiaoba and the other 3 mages were in a similar plight, severely injured and poisoned. Rothan and the other warriors were moderately injured and poisoned. All of them found their capabilities severely hampered, needing to occasionally nibble on apples to stave off death from blood loss. It was truly dire. The skill he had longed for, the breakthrough at level 21 in formations, had released 3 instances, yet he was now powerless to draw them. Upon seeing the staggering figure of 512 billion in experience required for leveling up, Li Sen fully grasped why dual-class professionals, especially those with 2 life-oriented classes, were often scorned. This terrifying experience requirement, if solely reliant on life skills for advancement, would likely prevent one from ever reaching level 30 in a lifetime. Furthermore, the combat prowess of life professionals was indeed vastly inferior to that of combat professionals. Attempting to level up through solo combat was tantamount to courting death. Even when teaming with combat professionals, they would severely impede the latter's experience gain. Achieving level 19 in a mere 15 days was a source of immense satisfaction for Li Sen. Glancing at his attributes, Li Sen closed his eyes to sense the remaining formations within the underground passage, meticulously planning the sequence for self-detonation. At the top of the tunnel, there remained 15,000 instances of the 5 Thunder Formation, all engraved formations, with a third possessing less than half their original potency. There were 3,000 engraved Ice Formations, which, after days of gathering energy, could unleash double their effectiveness, expected to freeze enemies for 6 seconds. The remaining 860 drawn Ice Formations had their power halved, managing to freeze foes for just a second, which was commendable. Only 300 engraved Flame Explosions were left, having never been deployed, and likely would struggle to incinerate even a werewolf. Lastly, the previously utilized engraved Gale Formations had recovered enough for over 10 instances to self-detonate again. Li Sen believed that as time passed, more formations would become available for use, though he remained uncertain of their effectiveness. Suddenly, he sensed a faint presence, as if something was sliding through the formations. The sensation was vague, but he felt assured of his judgment. Cautiously, he noted that the werewolves were transporting the corpses of the goblins. Though merely a hazy intuition, Li Sen was confident in his assessment. These werewolves have grown clever, Pei Xiaoba remarked, momentarily taken aback. Li Sen continued to observe, prepared to alert the group once the werewolves approached within 50 meters. Understood, he replied in a low voice, closing his eyes again to concentrate. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Amidst the increasingly chaotic sound of the werewolves' footsteps, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of the warriors. Brother Pei, we reached the limit. Half an hour later, Li Sen suddenly opened his eyes and called out in a low voice, activate the auxiliary item cards. Yes. At Pei Xiaoba's command, The 14 warriors simultaneously activated the item cards they had been holding. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of skill auras enveloped them. Howl, roar, high cries of excitement and agony erupted from several mouths, and their figures began to morph, transforming into beastly forms. Li Sen immediately recognized the cause. The auxiliary item cards contained beast transformation capabilities, granting immense strength for a brief period. The greater the power, the heavier the aftereffects. Charge! Pei Xiaoba bellowed, onward. 7 warriors braced themselves behind their shields, gathering strength, while the remaining 7 pressed forward with their polearms, pushing against the shields, exerting force together. Thud! A deep thudding sound resonated. How hold the line, lads. Before us stands the loathsome vermin of the human race. Retreat is not an option. From a distance of 40 to 50 meters, the resonant roar of the werewolves swiftly reverberated, devoid of fear, instead brimming with exhilarating fervor. Brothers, push forward. Berserk! At the same moment, Luo Tan let out a furious bellow, his originally 2-meter-tall frame surging to an imposing height of nearly 2.8 meters. With his explosive transformation, the other warriors unleashed their own burst skills, steadfastly propelling the wall of dog-headed corpses forward with their shields, launching into a frenzied charge. Creak, creak. Amidst the excruciating sounds of grinding, the wall of corpses was swiftly thrust outward. The werewolves, caught off guard, found themselves stumbling back in retreat. Savage wolf charge. Steady shield. Bloodthirsty power. The werewolves reacted quickly, unleashing their own skills, and within mere minutes, they stabilized their formation. Explosive array. Observing Luo Tan and the others halt their charge, Li Sen calculated the distance and detonated 100 thunderbolt arrays at intervals of 2 formations. Crackle, crackle. A woo. Amidst the clamor of thunder, the anguished cries of the werewolves emerged. Although they were equipped with lightning-resistant gear that mitigated a significant portion of the electrical damage, the self-detonating thunderbolt arrays inflicted tormenting damage, causing them to wail and stagger. Ha, well done, Li Sen. Charge, brothers. Sensing the enemy's resistance faltering, Luo Tan eagerly surged forward once more. Wolf God as protection. Sons, let us all unleash the boiling blood of the wolf. The voice of the werewolf commander echoed from afar, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of brutality and slaughter. Additionally, Li Sen, provide array support, detonate the formations now. Luo Tan and his comrades remained in their transformed states, their skills still active, but the werewolf horde, after employing their skills, began to push them back relentlessly. The elite werewolves, above level 81, possessed strength far exceeding that of the human warriors around level 61, and they wielded skills as well. Boom, boom, boom. Li Sen's expression grew grave as he incessantly activated the explosive array skill. Aya, a woo, merely enduring for 10 minutes. The transformations of Luo Tan and his companions began to wane, their strength dissipating as they entered a state of weakness. Healing items, quickly. Pei Xiaoba and the others had long been prepared, immediately activating the items in their possession. Transform again, let us go. The warriors, taking only a moment to catch their breath, transformed once more into their beastly forms, augmenting their strength to withstand the relentless advance of the werewolf corpse wall. A heavy shroud of dark energy enveloped the faces of nearly all the warriors. Continuous transformations placed an immense burden on their bodies. Should they transform again, they might very well perish on the spot. And merely 45 minutes had elapsed. On the other side of the corpse wall, the werewolf commander observed the stalemate with a cold smile. Where is the magic crystal cannon? I shall obliterate these human vermin. It shall arrive shortly. Chapter 70. The tunnel has been breached. The magic crystal cannon has fired. Li Sen and his comrades struggled to maintain a tenuous stalemate, wholly unaware that the werewolves had deployed another devastating weapon. They were even oblivious to the fierce argument that had erupted on the Blue Star because of their predicament. No, absolutely not. I will never abandon my soldiers. I demand to see them alive, or their corpses. Han Jixing pounded the table in fury, his eyes blazing as he glared at the commanding officer before him. Han Jixing, I fully comprehend your sentiments. Those surviving soldiers are also my men. I am their commander, their leader. Deng Xianjuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, struggling to suppress the impulse to weep, his voice trembling slightly. To personally order the abandonment of 18 warriors pained him even more than it did Han Jixing. Yet the Northwest Military District had no capacity to defend another advanced underground passage. The dog-headed man cave had previously hosted monsters of relatively low levels, the highest being in the 40s, never exceeding level 50. It had served as a training ground for new recruits for a century. But now, the magical barrier that even level 101 6-turn mages struggle to breach, level 116 dog-headed mage, dog-headed warriors of commander quality above level 61, dog-headed knights above level 81. Werewolves wielding subsonic weapons, employing deadly toxins against humans that could not be entirely neutralized. Each factor was beyond the capabilities of a mere rookie training camp. At the very least, a brigade-level force was required for defense. However, the Northwest Military District had no additional troops to station at this Defense Zone 23. Han Jixing, as a seasoned veteran, You should be well aware of the situation within the Northwest Military District. Each of the 23 defense zones faces increasing hardship. Just 3 days ago, Defense Zone 1 lost yet another 6-turn warrior. This morning, Commander Liu from Defense Zone 13 also fell, and there are more. Commander, I understand. But this does not justify abandoning 18 comrades. Han Jixing interrupted the commander, though his tone had grown subdued. Rationality urged him to abandon Li Sen and the 18 men. It was the most prudent choice. Yet emotionally, he could not bear to part with these 18 comrades. I understand. Thus, the dog-headed man cave military district has decided to outsource to the Chung group, allowing them to develop this underground passage, as well as the opposite otherworld. As a condition, they must rescue our soldiers. Deng Xiangyuan revealed the actual plan for the Blue Star's rescue of Li Sen and his group. However, they expect my soldiers to endure for another 5 hours in such dire circumstances. You know they are only in their 40s. Fear not. I have instructed the district's mages to accelerate the barrier's dismantling. It is anticipated that within half an hour, the passage will be breached. Moreover, the Chung Group's elite are already prepared. There will be no issues. But, there is no but. Han Jixing, obey the orders. Smack. Hearing the stern voice of Deng Xiangyuan, he swiftly stood at attention and saluted. The Northwest Military District's Defense Zone 23 is to undergo a complete troop rotation. Immediately commence the packing of weapons and equipment. Yes, Han Jixing replied solemnly, turning to execute the command. Yet he felt a twinge of unease regarding the commander's half-hour time frame. 20 minutes later, Deng Xiangyuan arrived at the underground passage to assess the progress. The passage had been re-equipped with electrical wiring, illuminated brightly. The green military uniforms were conspicuously absent, replaced by the blue combat attire of the Chung Mercenary Corps, bearing the shoulder insignia of the Chung character. Among these individuals, half were professionals, while the other half comprised ordinary soldiers. Their movements were synchronized and orderly, clearly indicative of seasoned mercenaries. Soon, Deng Xiangyuan reached the end of the passage. Qingyue, what is the status? We can breach the final magical barrier at any moment. But elite werewolves above level 81 have emerged on the other side, and we require additional preparations. Is that so? Deng Xiangyuan regarded Qingyue. Clad in green military garb and adorned with the rank of major, yet contemplating matters for the Chung group, his gaze harboring an ominous glint. The decision to abandon Defense Zone 23 stemmed not only from the Northwest Military District's lack of combat capability, but also from the Chung group's pressures on the government, compelling them to relent. Otherwise, given the temperament of Dragon Country soldiers, they would undoubtedly prefer death to retreat, willing to sacrifice lives to hold every position. Major Deng, you have no objections to the district and government's decision, do you? As Deng Xiangyuan approached the earthen wall, reaching out, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit suddenly stepped in front of him. Young man, I did not expect you to be here. The Chung group is determined to seize the dog-headed kingdom on the other side. Major Deng, stand down. The man in black suddenly unleashed a blinding red glow from his hand, launching a fiery punch towards Deng Xiangyuan. Thud thud thud. Deng Xiangyuan was knocked back repeatedly. Yet a smile remained on his lips. As he spoke, his true energy erupted, striking the earthen wall and dispersing the waning magical barrier. Deng Xiangyuan, do you dare to defy our agreement? The man in black cast a glance at the dissipating earthen wall, his countenance darkening with fury. Are you deliberately stalling for time? The agreement between the military district and the Chung group explicitly mandated your organization to rescue my soldiers. You must be aware of the formidable enemy on the other side, which is why you are intentionally delaying, right? Humph, this is a special circumstance. The Northwest Military District is waiting for compensation. The man in a black suit cast a fierce glare at Deng Xiangyuan before bellowing down the corridor. Chung Mercenary Corps, prepare for battle. On the other side of the tunnel, Zhao Yongxiang, who was continuously reporting various intelligence updates, suddenly froze. The incessant sound of excavation, which had been like a drumbeat, abruptly transformed into the sound of a blade piercing the earth. Looking down, he saw that his dagger had indeed penetrated the ground. The magical barrier had vanished. Haha, company commander, the magical barrier has disappeared, hurry back. Zhao Yongxiang shouted excitedly, while turning and hastily digging into the wall with his dagger. In his fervor, he forgot to switch to a larger weapon. Boom. The response he received was not from Pei Xiaobo, but the thunderous roar of artillery. As the magical barrier shattered, the werewolf's magic crystal cannon also opened fire. Deep within the tunnel, 300 meters down, Li Sen and his companions covered their ears, blood seeping from the backs of their hands. They opened their mouths to scream, but could not hear each other. Li Sen gestured for everyone to retreat, and without hesitation, they turned and fled. Yes, they were indeed fleeing for their lives, although the wall of corpses had not yet been entirely obliterated, and shields still stood in their way. The overwhelming force was undeniable. They were not fools. They would not remain stationary to become targets. Warriors like Luo Tan simply hoisted Li Sen and the other 4 spellcasters onto their backs and sprinted away. Boom. Another explosion erupted behind them. A searing flame accompanied by the toxic blood of dog-headed men surged towards them. As they were propelled forward, dark green characters appeared above their heads, indicating they had been poisoned again. Luo Tan and the others continued their frantic dash, while Li Sen's group retrieved healing and antidote items to counteract the poison. At this moment, the only option was to run, as it was their sole chance for survival. Boom. In just 10 seconds, another magic shell exploded. The blast occurred less than 100 meters behind Li Sen. The shockwave sent all 17 of them tumbling. Li Sen coughed up blood, which splattered onto Luo Tan's head. Chapter 71. The magic crystal cannon explodes at the last moment. Explode. I command you to explode. Li Sen gritted his teeth and whispered fiercely, mentally communicating with all formations capable of detonation. Regardless of their efficacy, he ordered them to blow up without hesitation. To hell with the foolhardy plans. To hell with the desired effects. Any defense, even for a second, was better than none. All strategies were rendered meaningless in the face of the immense power of the magic crystal cannon. Previously, Li Sen had discussed with Pei Xiaoba the possibility of gradually detonating formations to slow the werewolves' advance, buying time for Blue Star to tunnel through. Before the bombardment of the magic crystal cannon, Pei Xiaoba had even comforted Li Sen, suggesting they might delay for 5 hours. Now, Li Sen regretted having piled the wall of corpses so far away. A chorus of howls echoed through the tunnel as Li Sen detonated the entire 5 Thunder formation, engulfing the tunnel in a brilliant blue lightning storm, attacking all werewolves within. Their anguished cries were drowned out by the cacophony of the wolf howls, which Li Sen and his companions could not hear. Otherwise, they might have felt a sense of triumph. At the midpoint of the tunnel, 500 meters in, a long, chimney-like object measuring 9 meters in length and 5 meters in diameter emitted a dazzling azure glow. A horde of werewolves, just beginning to shake off the effects of paralysis, scrambled frantically in both directions. Run back. Hurry forward. The magic crystal cannon is about to explode. Boom, boom. The brilliant blue light reached its zenith before suddenly erupting. The blinding azure radiance burst forth, enveloping the tunnel like the sun, and in the desperate wails of the werewolves, the blue light reduced all within 450 meters to ash. The colossal shockwave, infused with terrifying heat and mingled with ashes, surged outward another 300 meters. The segment of the tunnel, 45 meters long at the explosion's center, expanded by an entire meter due to the explosion's tremendous force, transforming its dimensions to 7 meters in length, width, and height. This was the might of the magic crystal cannon. This was why the werewolves had initially hesitated to use it within the tunnel. The magic crystal cannon, powered by magic crystals as both energy and projectiles, was susceptible to detonation after enduring fierce magical attacks. The werewolves believed Li Sen's formations had been considerably depleted, posing no threat to the magic crystal cannon. They had been struck by lightning over 500 meters and felt invincible. However, in a moment of desperation, Li Sen's formations detonated, generating a magical backlash that exceeded the cannon's capacity, triggering an explosion. Accelerate. The magic crystal cannon is a direct fire weapon. We can use it to blast through the collapsed earth. Pei Xiaoba's weak voice broke through, tinged with a hint of excitement. As he finished speaking, realizing no one could hear him, he quickly retrieved acceleration items from his spatial ring to empower the soldier carrying him. His action successfully caught the attention of the other soldiers, who promptly began using their own acceleration items to hasten their escape. Li Sen, too, felt a surge of energy and pulled out 3 acceleration cards from his waist pocket, tearing them open over Luo Tan. He had previously studied 3 warrior skills and selected numerous support items, intending to use them for himself, but now they were perfectly suited for Luo Tan. Following the acceleration, he activated all defensive item cards he possessed. Within mere seconds, they resembled a dazzling array of neon lights, albeit comical, yet safe. Boom. The violent explosions behind them caused the soldiers, who had just begun to regain their hearing, to experience a ringing in their ears, prompting them to instinctively quicken their pace. Naturally, they failed to notice that the position of the explosions was amiss. With the explosive shockwaves propelling them forward, they increased their speed once more. In a matter of just over 2 kilometers, Luo Tan and the others covered the distance in under a minute. As they entered the small square at the tunnel's base, Pei Xiaoba gestured for everyone to disperse, allowing the magic crystal cannon of the werewolves to blast through the collapsed earth. Company Commander, the magical barrier of the earth wall has been broken. Hurry and dig, Zhao Yongxiang exclaimed, wielding a large knife to excavate the collapsed earth wall. His face lit with excitement as he called out to Pei Xiaoba and the others. Unfortunately, no one could hear him. When he realized there was no response, he turned to see Li Sen and the others bleeding from their ears and noses, appearing deaf and disoriented. He quickly pulled Pei Xiaoba over and dug a couple of times at the earth wall to indicate that the magical barrier had vanished. Hurry, dig faster, Pei Xiaoba shouted, rallying the other soldiers to begin their excavation. Crack, crack. In just half a minute, they had unearthed a fist-sized hole in the soft earth wall, allowing the light from the opposite side to shine through. Quick, find high-level magic. The werewolves have used the magic crystal cannon. The moment the tunnel was breached, Pei Xiaoba immediately relayed the news of the magic crystal cannon to the other side. Hold on. A unfamiliar voice responded from the other side. Pei Xiaoba. Still struggling to regain his hearing, vaguely understood that they had agreed, and promptly pulled the soldiers back to the sides of the small square, clearing the attack range along the tunnel's straight line to avoid being caught in an explosion. Meanwhile, a throng of over 10,000 werewolves, all above level 81, surged toward the tunnel. Upon realizing that the original freezing and lightning magic in the tunnel had entirely dissipated, the werewolves comprehended that the human race had unleashed their final trump card, abandoning caution and charging forward with full force. Within the passage, 2 minutes elapsed without a single magic crystal cannon fired, and Pei Xiaoba and the others recognized that the werewolves had ceased using the cannon, hastily re-entering the tunnel to prepare for defense. Before long, the formidable silhouette of a werewolf emerged, towering as it sprinted, its head nearly brushing the cave's ceiling. The display of question marks alongside its level signified its extraordinary prowess. With an indomitable steel physique, a self-sacrificing guardian, and the impenetrable shield of a tortoise, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the warrior's expressions turned grave. Amidst this turmoil, one valiant soldier activated his professional skill, summoned an item card, and produced a massive shield that obstructed half the passageway. Li Xiaoquan, what are you doing? Retreat. Pei Xiaoba's face paled as he shouted. But Li Xiaoquan appeared deaf to his plea, smiling and shaking his head. We are no match for the werewolves. You all must leave. Let my body serve as a shield for everyone. My wife and children are in your care. A bloody grin illuminated Li Xiaoquan's face as he gradually rose, leaning against the colossal shield. Hurry and go, he urged his comrades with a smile, as a surge of earthy yellow light enveloped him once more, transforming his body anew. This time, he morphed into a tortoise, his limbs vanishing rapidly as his head shrank, gradually taking on the form of the creature. With a resounding crash, the leading werewolf unleashed a skill, shattering the giant shield, yet the beastly Li Xiaoquan, shrouded in his protective glow, remained unharmed, his body swelling to further block the tunnel. Commander Pei, Li Sen, you must return. Your lives are of greater importance than mine. Li Sen, please look after my wife and children. Luo Tan removed a ring from his finger, pressing it into Li Sen's palm without caring whether he heard, then resolutely stepped behind Li Xiaoquan. Activating his skills and item cards, a brown bear materialized before them, wrapping its limbs tightly around the tortoise, using its own body to further seal the tunnel. Commander Pei. Another soldier stepped forth, only to be silenced by a sharp slap from Li Sen, who commanded him to be quiet. Everyone, dig the tunnel. We must return to Blue Star. Our comrades will protect us. Li Sen's voice boomed, tears streaming down his face as he pushed the soldiers back to excavate the earthen wall. Luo Tan, who had shared a close bond with him and was among the highest ranked of their group, had sacrificed himself to secure their final glimmer of hope. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Li Sen wept as he cursed Luo Tan, using a power-enhancing item card and hastily resuming his digging. Behind him, Pei Xiaoba cast a glance at the emotionally unhinged Li Sen and the 3 heavily beastified soldiers, shaking his head and then nodding. While those 3 remained at the entrance, the others gritted their teeth and turned to begin excavating the earthen wall. A tortoise's mournful cry echoed, a bear's roar followed. As Li Sen carved out a tunnel wide enough for a person, he paused to turn around, only to be kicked in the rear and propelled into the opening. Pei Xiaoba, you bastard, what are you doing? Li Sen's furious shout was met with 2 more kicks, ruthlessly shoving him through the narrow tunnel. He heard Pei Xiaoba yell something, but the words were lost to him. Next, Luo Malfa squeezed through, leaving him no choice but to step aside. Following him was Xian Li Wei, and then other soldiers. Li Sen snatched a shovel from a blue-clad staff member and frantically dug, striving to widen the tunnel further. Luo Malfa, Xian Li Wei, and the soldiers arriving behind them joined in the excavation. Just as they feverishly dug through the earthen wall, Yang Nan, clad in a black suit, snapped back to reality, his face paling as he shouted, quickly, isolate them. They are poisonous. A blue-clad staff member had inadvertently come into contact with Li Sen and his companions, becoming infected. Though the poison inflicted a mere 10 points of damage per second, it illuminated Yang Nan's realization that Li Sen and the others were indeed toxic. Either they must be eliminated or quarantined. Major General Deng Xiangyuan from the Northwest Military District stood nearby, hesitant to utter eliminate, and thus opted for quarantine. Open the tunnel, let Pei Xiaoba and the others through. I will take them away. Observing the frenzied digging of Li Sen and his companions, Deng Xiangyuan comprehended their intentions and immediately urged the Cheng mercenary group to spring into action. Transform the fossil into mud. Cheng Yiwei responded swiftly, casting a spell that transformed the earthen wall into a slurry, allowing several soldiers to pass through. Pei Xiaoba was the last to arrive, cradling Li Sen's pet, Jun Yao. Li Sen was momentarily taken aback by the sight, then shot a fierce glare at the mid-ranking officer responsible for the spell. You could have opened the tunnel sooner. Why delay? If you had acted earlier, Luo Tan wouldn't have had to die. Water mages, cleanse them. Everyone prepare to engage the enemy. Yang Nan, seeing that no one was returning, issued new orders, ensuring that firearms were aimed at Li Sen and his companions to prevent them from approaching. He feared these poisonous individuals might infect others. A howl from the werewolves echoed as the last soldier blocking the tunnel was torn to shreds. Open fire. Yang Nan's face paled further as he commanded the prepared Chung mercenary group to commence shooting. The thundering sound of machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets, driving the werewolves that had just revealed themselves back in retreat. The archers, their bows drawn like full moons, unleashed arrows that bore greater lethality than bullets, piercing the werewolves' bodies and inflicting genuine harm. Combination, explosive fireball. Hundreds of mages invoked their spells, merging basketball-sized fireballs that were then propelled deep into the tunnel. Rumble. Combination. Ice dragon's roar. Once again, hundreds of mages conjured serpentine ice magic that intertwined to form a crystalline ice dragon, 3 meters wide and 10 meters long. Surging after the explosive fireballs into the tunnel, the anguished howls of the werewolves receded. Witnessing the mercenary group skillfully suppressing the werewolves, Li Sen's eyes reddened with fury. These scoundrels had the capability to rescue them, yet they chose to delay. Was their intention to ensure their demise? We must return to heal. Pei Xiaoba tugged at Li Sen, turning his head away. He sensed something amiss and harbored dark suspicions, but now was not the time for such discussions. Suppressing his wrath, Li Sen followed Pei Xiaoba to a water mage, who cleansed them thoroughly with water magic, then used purification spells to disinfect and heal them before they changed into fresh attire and moved aside. The blue-clad staff members sought to collect their old garments and belongings, but Li Sen and his companions clung tightly to them. Ultimately, sealed bags were procured to contain their items, allowing them to leave. Once dressed in new clothes, Pei Xiaoba approached, relaying new orders. Li Sen, we may need to undergo isolation treatment for a while. We should hand these items over to the military district. No problem. Following the recent treatment, they regained their hearing, although the toxin that drained health every 3 seconds still lingered. As they traversed the path out of the dog-headed man's cave, Li Sen suddenly paused, a sorrowful expression returning as he asked Pei Xiaoba, what about Kong Shuyang and Lu Liang? Pei Xiaoba nodded solemnly, his face etched with guilt and sorrow. Tears streamed down Li Sen's cheeks once more. He owed the lives of several individuals. Had it not been for their selfless sacrifice to block the tunnel, he might have faced certain death today. From the initial 37 trapped, only 14 had managed to escape the dog-headed man's cave. The grief within him surged uncontrollably, tears and snot flowing freely, and all he could do was stifle his sobs. The companions of Pei Xiaoba exhibited a markedly improved demeanor. Although they, too, shed silent tears, their emotions remained relatively composed. Prior to their arrival at the Northwest Military District, they had, to some extent, endured the agonies of life and death, granting them a broader perspective on such tragedies. At the very least, they were alive. And that was their greatest fortune. As Li Sen emerged from his sorrowful reverie, he and his 14 comrades had already boarded a military green bus. With a considerable number of vehicles visible outside the windows, Li Sen even spotted the familiar Dragon C500 type mobile kitchen. Observing the situation, he surmised the outcome. Yet he still quietly inquired of Pei Xiaoba, Brother Pei, are we retreating? Are we abandoning the Doghead Man Cave? Indeed. The defense capability of the Northwest Military District is insufficient. This underground passage has been contracted to the Chung group. Pei Xiaoba sighed softly as he gazed at the convoy outside. Li Sen nodded, feeling a mix of surprise and acceptance. This was a common practice in the Dragon Kingdom, known as the military-civilian collaborative construction of a flesh-and-blood Great Wall. Whenever an unexpected event occurs in a military zone, that area is often contracted to civilian consortiums for defense assistance. These consortiums safeguard the underground passages, develop otherworldly realms, collect taxes for the government, and alleviate the military's defensive burdens. Should a consortium abandon their post without military consent after taking over, they face the confiscation of all assets and the execution of key members. This represents a win-win strategy, a cornerstone of the Dragon Kingdom's enduring resilience over the past century. Chapter 73. Returning to the recruit company, attending class. Li Sen, welcome back to the team. Hello, Commander. It's good enough that you returned alive. Cheng Jinmin grasped Li Sen's hand, shaking it vigorously, filled with sentiment. Li Sen, a new recruit, had only recently completed his initial training and had yet to embark on combat training for his profession when he found himself trapped in an alternate world, engaging in battles against level 116 monsters. That he returned alive was a feat Cheng Jinmin found utterly astonishing, yet here it was, manifesting before his very eyes. Commander, I would like to request a leave of absence to return some belongings to my fallen comrades. On his very first day back, within the first minute, Li Sen made this request, prompting Cheng Jinmin to pat his shoulder. I appreciate your good intentions, but there's no need for you to go. After the detoxification, Commander Pei personally returned the belongings and handled the compensation matters for them. Oh, I understand, Li Sen replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Surely, the military district had not overlooked what he had thought of, especially since Pei Xiaoba was the direct superior of Luo Tan and others. Moreover, the casualties were considerable. 2 companies had lost 241 soldiers, with 228 dead and 13 injured, amounting to a near total annihilation of the forces, naturally warranting specialized personnel for comfort and compensation matters. The 13 injured were Pei Xiaobo and his comrades. Li Sen belonged to the recruit company and was not part of the two companies' roster. The 14 of them had spent half a month recovering from the toxin known as wolf pigeon, and not only had they fully detoxified, but they had also healed from severe injuries caused by sonic weaponry. However, their overall strength had diminished significantly. Pei Xiaobo and the other 13 left the border defense forces to join the city defense forces for continued service. Li Sen had initially had the opportunity to join the city defense forces, but he declined, opting instead to continue serving in the Northwest Military District. He harbored a desire to eradicate the werewolves across from the Doghead Man Cave before his discharge, avenging Luo Tan, Yi Hai, and the others. He kept this wish to himself, merely expressing his intent to serve the nation. Let's go? Since your departure, the food in our company has plummeted. Everyone misses your medicinal cuisine. All right, I shall cook today, ensuring everyone has a hearty meal. Haha, I knew you wouldn't stay idle. The ingredients for your medicinal dishes are already prepared, just awaiting your touch. Sheng Jinmin chuckled as he took Li Sen's hand, leading him to the kitchen of the new barracks. Upon encountering his comrades from the cooking team, there was an unavoidable flurry of lively exchanges before they commenced their culinary tasks. Everyone expressed their relief and gratitude for Li Sen's survival, repeatedly advising him against further recklessness. Li Sen smiled and nodded in agreement, yet within him stirred a fervent desire to enhance his strength. He hoped that the monsters in Defense Zone 22 would not prove too formidable, as he still wished to level up. After dinner, lying in bed and gazing at his new attributes, Li Sen couldn't help but exclaim, Name, Li Sen LV19, 187,512 billion. Age, 19. Profession, First Transition Farmer, 01. First Transition Chef, 02. 9 Transitions Array Master, 09. Strength, 180. Constitution, 180. Spirit, 360. Agility, 180. Health, 18,000. Stamina, 290. Mana, 36,000. Combat power, 180. Talent, 10,000 times proficiency. Mythical for each skill a practitioner completes, they receive 10,000 times the proficiency. Skills, digging, epic, LV5, fertilizing, perfect, LV16. Large pot rice, ordinary, LV8, medicinal cuisine, legendary, LV11, array drawing, legendary, LV23, explosion array, perfect, LV28, array engraving, perfect, LV25, fireball technique, ordinary, LV5, formation arrangement, exquisite, LV2. Spiritual eye identification technique, epic, LV1. Earth dog howling at the moon meditation, perfect, LV1. Barbaric charge, perfect, LV3. Iron shield strike, perfect, LV5. Sweeping across thousands of troops, perfect, LV3. To treat his severe injuries and poisoned state, the military district had summoned numerous medical professionals, both practitioners and ordinary doctors, employing various methods, ultimately achieving success. However, his base attributes had plummeted from 308 to 180 points, a staggering loss of 40% of his attribute points. His combat power had correspondingly decreased by 4 levels. Li Sen had long harbored suspicions that he and Pei Xiaobo's group had been subjected to experimentation by the military district, testing the efficacy of the wolf pigeon antidote. His decline in strength was comparatively minor. Pei Xiaobo, Luo Malfa, and Exine Li Wei, all mages, had seen their power diminish by a staggering 70%. Other soldiers experienced a 60% reduction in combat effectiveness, and one comrade was left with permanent beast-like traits, showing tendencies akin to Western werewolves. In summary, while they managed to detoxify and heal, it came at an immense cost. It was precisely due to the sacrifices made by Li Sen and his companions, along with their prior achievements, that they were afforded the opportunity to serve in the city defense forces for their retirement. It is well known that the city defense forces encounter very few dangers, with a death rate of less than 1%, and it has always been a placement for those retiring from the border defense forces. New recruits typically hail from affluent families with connections, while the offspring of practitioners have the opportunity to join. In contrast, the border defense forces, with a 30% death rate, are a place no one wishes to serve, yet ordinary citizens are compelled to enlist. Lost in thought throughout the night, Li Sen arose promptly at the sound of the bugle the following morning, swiftly donning his uniform to commence a new day of training. He even prepared several medicinal dishes before heading out for training. After the morning exercises, Li Sen and the other recruits gathered in the multimedia classroom of Defense Zone 22. Comrades, 70% of you are ordinary individuals who have failed to awaken your professions. Even among those who have, many possess low potential as dual professionals or life professionals. Today marks a moment many have eagerly anticipated since enlisting. The atmosphere in the multimedia classroom was grave, with all eyes, including Li Sen's, fixed intently on the elderly man in a colonel's uniform standing at the podium. After the arrival of the heavenly Tao, each individual has but one chance to awaken their profession. Success leads to soaring heights, while failure still offers opportunities. ordinary people still have the chance to empower themselves through cultivation. The new recruits nodded vigorously, their eyes alight with anticipation. Outside, an exceptional cultivation technique may require you to sell your life to those powerful factions for a lifetime. However, within the military, every soldier who volunteers can learn a superior grade technique. Now, before you lies a computer where you may select your desired cultivation method. Each of you has but a single opportunity to choose, and once made, the decision is irrevocable, so be sure to deliberate carefully. Yes, all the new recruits, including Li Sen, responded in unison, promptly entering their personal information on their respective computers to select their cultivation techniques. In order to resist the invasion from another world, the Dragon Nation was the first among the 5 great nations of Blue Star to implement universal cultivation. However, ordinary individuals only have access to free, basic grade techniques, which can provide a maximum of 10 points of combat power, essentially tenfold the physical capabilities of an average person. Although superior grade techniques can grant 20 points of combat power, they pose risks of going astray, and thus are not publicly available without certain prerequisites. Mastery of an exceptional grade technique can yield up to 40 points of combat power, but the cost of acquisition is considerable. One must either sign a decades-long mercenary contract to align with a conglomerate or enlist in the military, committing to at least 6 years of service. Ambitious individuals invariably choose military service, serving as a measure to enhance recruitment efficiency for the government and military. Chapter 74 discusses the longevity-enhancing technique, Changchun Gong, and the study of formations. Li Sen, however, harbors little interest in cultivation techniques, as he, being a professional, can enhance his combat power merely by leveling up. As a 9-turn formation master, even without a second turn, each level up can grant him an additional 18 points of combat power, an accomplishment that would be the pinnacle of a lifetime's cultivation of basic grade techniques for many ordinary individuals. Thus, he deemed cultivation unnecessary. Yet, on the surface, he presents himself as a dual-life professional with a growth potential of 0. 1. Failing to cultivate, while possessing formidable strength, would easily raise suspicions. Had it not been for the recent rescue delay, Li Sen was prepared to reveal his secret as a 9-turn formation master. This incident, however, has instilled within him a heightened vigilance towards the entirety of Blue Star. Furthermore, during his treatment at the isolation hospital, members of the Chung group brazenly entered, purportedly under strict confidentiality as it was a military hospital, and attempted to threaten him into divulging his secrets. The reason, of course, stemmed from those 3 blood recovery apple trees. Those apple trees rightfully belonged to the military district and were transplanted after stabilizing the passageways conflict. However, the effects of the blood recovery apples have incited the greed of the Chung group, who seek Li Sen's cultivation formula. In response, Li Sen promptly summoned the hospital director and a lieutenant colonel, providing the military with the formula for flesh and blood flower fertilizer, and arranged for the military to handle transactions, sharing the profits equally. This matter extinguished his aspirations of enjoying the city defense forces and resolved him to continue fighting and leveling up within the border defense forces. The study of cultivation techniques is thus the most critical course for the new recruits. As Li Sen pondered, the screen before him completed its verification and displayed 18 options for cultivation techniques. Among them were 10 martial arts techniques, the most common and least difficult path of cultivation. Next were 5 magical cultivation methods, which require substantial mental fortitude but yield great power, suitable for those with strong mental capabilities. Following that were 2 immortal cultivation techniques, which may sound grand but originate from the demon race. Humans practicing these techniques face a significant risk of losing control or even death, making them a choice only for the exceedingly confident. Lastly, there was 1 fighting spirit cultivation method, which is swift in development, with the ability to endure punishment. One could cultivate up to 40 points of combat power in merely 3 to 5 years. However, the training of fighting spirit severely damages one's physical origin. Historically, no one has lived beyond the age of 60 while practicing it. Hence, unless one has a specific purpose and desires rapid enhancement of strength, few would choose to learn it. After careful consideration, Li Sen chose the Changchun Gong from the immortal cultivation techniques, a balanced and tranquil method focused on longevity and health. He relied on leveling up to enhance his strength. Cultivation was merely a facade. This choice also aligned with his dual-life professions as a farmer and chef. Upon finalizing his selection, a silvery metallic barrier arose around his seat, isolating him from the outside world. Commencing the teaching of Changchun Gong. Soldiers, please pay careful attention. You have only 9 free learning opportunities before your discharge. As the mechanical prompt resonated, the silvery barrier began to display the instructional material for Changchun Gong. An elder with an ethereal demeanor demonstrated and explained, accompanied by a holographic projection illustrating the technique's operational trajectory. This teaching method surpassed the conventional approach of relying on a manual for self-study and comprehension. By the end of the session, Li Sen had grasped Changchun Gong quite thoroughly. I wish to apply for a second learning session. He unhesitatingly utilized his second free learning opportunity with great ease, given his commendable comprehension. As a 9-turn professional with 180 points of combat power, he mastered Changchun Gong in just 2 sessions, and it appeared on his personal attributes panel as a new skill at level 1. Changchun Gong LV1 increases lifespan by 1 year. The effect was straightforward and rather striking, causing Li Sen's eyes to gleam with excitement. He had not anticipated that the skill effect of Changchun Gong would directly extend his lifespan by a year. What about the level 2 effect? Would it increase by 2 years? Would level 3 perhaps yield for additional years? The mere thought was exhilarating. Young man, do control your drool. It is indeed as you envision. However, the cultivation of Changchun Gong is exceptionally challenging to advance. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the words beside him, Li Sen instinctively swallowed, only to find himself choking. Hello, officer. Upon recognizing the individual beside him, he immediately stood at attention and saluted. This was the lieutenant colonel responsible for teaching the techniques. Li Sen, is it? I am aware of you. Your cultivation of the blood recovery apples is commendable. Do well to develop in your capacity as a farmer. You possess great potential. Yes, you may take your leave now. I must conclude the class. Haha, understood. Li Sen smiled sheepishly, saluting once more before departing. The multimedia classroom was now left with him alone. The lieutenant colonel had specifically remained behind to await his departure. Upon exiting the classroom, dusk had fallen, painted in hues of crimson, and he hurried back to the kitchen to begin preparations for dinner. In the ensuing months, Li Sen's training regimen intensified. Aside from foundational physical training, his days were filled with firearms training, cold weapon combat, and professional skill training. Of the 24 hours in a day, he spent 12 hours engaged in various forms of training. The remaining 12 hours included 4 hours dedicated to cooking meals and preparing medicinal dishes. Each day was exceedingly busy yet immensely fulfilling. Genius Li Sen, you truly are a prodigy in formations. Haha, Lieutenant Colonel Liu, you flatter me. No, I am not flattering you. Your ability to comprehend formations so swiftly as a dual-life professional is a talent that many formation masters would find hard to match. Lieutenant Colonel Liu Peiquan clapped Li Sen on the shoulder with admiration, to which Li Sen merely smiled humbly. Following the battle at the Doghead Man Cave, he had openly acknowledged his capability in formations, specifically focusing on training his formation skills in professional skill training. His profession had been verified multiple times through identification techniques. Consistently identified as a dual-life professional, with no third profession as a formation master ever recognized. Hence, Lieutenant Colonel Liu Peiquan's astonishment was well-founded. Yet, not everyone was pleased with the accolades Li Sen received. Lieutenant Colonel Liu, no matter how talented Li Sen may be, he is still merely a dual-life professional. He is unlikely to achieve anything significant. It would be better to allocate more time to guide us. A young officer wearing a second lieutenant's insignia suddenly voiced his discontent. Is that so? This month, I have taught you the wind summoning formation. In your class of 31. As long as any one of you can set up a formation that surpasses Li Sen's, I will refrain from providing individual guidance to him for a considerable time. This will continue until Li Sen proves to be more formidable than you in the same formation. Very well, let the competition commence. I shall participate as well, counting myself among you. The 22nd Defense Zone of the Northwest Military District comprises a brigade's worth of troops, bearing significant defensive pressure. Equipped with 30 formation masters and 1 master of formations at the 4th transition, level 85. The emergence of Li Sen has stirred the tranquility of Colonel Liu Peiquan's subordinates like a catfish in a pond. What pleases Colonel Liu the most is witnessing Li Sen repeatedly challenge his self-proclaimed noble subordinates, spurring them to strive harder. Li Sen is well aware of this. And although he is being exploited, the guidance of a 4th transition formation master allows him to circumvent many obstacles and learn numerous formations, far more swiftly than waiting for his skill level to rise to acquire formation blueprints. The two sides agreed to the contest and proceeded to the playground under Colonel Liu's leadership. On the training ground, Li Sen, bearing a basket, extracted various items from within, arranging the wind summoning formation according to established guidelines. Once the military achievements from the Dog-Headed People's Cavern are tallied, I shall certainly exchange for a spatial ring. While arranging the formation, Li Sen muttered to himself, glancing at his 30 comrades. Each one swiftly retrieved materials from their spatial rings, effortlessly arranging their formations. They could even incorporate personal materials without drawing attention. I'm ready. So am I. At that moment, 2 comrades raised their hands in signal, accompanied by the sound of howling winds. Li Sen, surprisingly unperturbed, paused his actions, waved his hand, and felt the wind in the air. Then, with a dismissive smile, he lowered his head and continued meticulously arranging his formation, unfazed even as the other 30 completed theirs in succession. Li Sen, are you capable or not? If not, just admit defeat. There's no shame in it. Indeed. How can you, a mere civilian, compete with our formation masters using your rudimentary skills? He's just trying to hold on. Let us give him a chance to flounder. It'll make for good conversation later. Ha ha ha. Indeed, conversation material for Li Senator the 30 approached Li Sen, laughing heartily and mocking him, while Colonel Liu Peiquan merely smiled enigmatically. He had discovered Li Sen's talent for formations during their private sessions, which had not been evident in regular circumstances. Hence the disdain from his 30 subordinates. Li Sen simply smiled faintly at them and continued to focus on his arrangement, employing his imprinting skill to continuously channel mana into perfecting the formation. They refrained from using drawing formation or engraving formation skills, both to avoid revealing their true abilities and because it was unnecessary. After another 10 minutes, he exhausted the materials in his basket and, following one last infusion of mana, completed the formation. Wind Summoning Formation LV-19 conjures wind elements within a diameter of 19 kilometers, generating a colossal gale with a wind speed of 19 meters per second. Spirit Eye Alert. Uneven mana input during formation setup, higher at the front, lower at the back. Unlike the swift wind formation, which creates a swift wind in a designated direction over a short distance, the wind summoning formation boasts a vast range, extending to a diameter of 19 kilometers. As for the Spirit Eye reminder, it stemmed from his mastery of the epic skill, Spirit Eye Appraisal, which not only identified more target information, but also provided weakness alerts. This notification allows him to discern enemy vulnerabilities during combat and refine his skills during practice, making it exceptionally practical. Over the past 2 months, Li Sen's formation proficiency has seen remarkable improvement, significantly aided by the Spirit Eye Appraisal. Level 19 Formation. How is that possible? You began learning the wind summoning formation at the same time as us. How could you have set it up to level 19 so quickly? Li Sen, tell the truth. Have you learned the wind summoning formation beforehand? Sensing the tumultuous winds around him, the 30 comrades' expressions shifted, and upon appraising Li Sen's formation, they could not help but exclaim in disbelief, even suspecting he had cheated. Li Sen responded with a cryptic smile and approached the formations set up by his fellow masters, appraising them as he went. Their formations typically ranged from level 3 to 4, with the best barely reaching level 6, making them incomparable to his. The gale summoned by Li Sen's formation surpassed the combined efforts of the 30 upright formation masters. Ah, you truly cannot accept defeat. Colonel Lu Peitsu's mocking laughter rang out, tinged with frustration as he glared at the 30 formation masters. Sir, we simply were taken aback. Realizing they had misspoken upon seeing Colonel Lu's displeased expression, they quickly corrected themselves. Li Sen only had 3 to 4 hours daily to study formations, whereas they dedicated at least 8 hours to the same pursuit, naturally aware of when Li Sen learned the wind summoning formation. Suspecting him of cheating merely indicated their inability to accept defeat. Now what do you have to say? We have nothing to say, we concede. A group of formation masters, at least 10 years older than Li Sen, hung their heads in embarrassment, reluctant to apologize to him. Li Sen merely waved his hand, accepting their concession, deeming an apology unnecessary. Perhaps one day, he would fight alongside these comrades, making it unnecessary to be overly confrontational. Colonel Lu nodded approvingly at Li Sen and then bellowed at the 30 comrades. Come over here. I will conduct a live lesson using Li Sen's formation. Yes. They hurriedly gathered around to listen, while Li Sen returned, attentively absorbing the instruction. Li Sen's arrangement of materials was nearly flawless, yet his pursuit of perfection had led to a certain unnaturalness. When arranging formations, you can do this, and this. The master, a formidable level 85 fourth transition formation master, demonstrated such skill that he made minute adjustments to the wind summoning formation without disrupting its operation, causing Li Sen to feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing the formation might explode and take them all out. However, Colonel Lu truly excelled after his adjustments. The wind summoning formation was elevated to level 30, with the tremendous gale causing soldiers training outside the playground to struggle to maintain their footing. Do you understand? The response was a synchronized shaking of heads, including Li Sen, who could only do the same. Even as he sporadically employed the Spirit Eye Appraisal to observe the changes in the formation, he could only comprehend a fragment of it. You can think of formations as a living entity. The various materials combine to form the body of the formation patterns act as veins and arteries, and the formation spirit and soul control the formation's operation according to specific principles, akin to a living being. After listening to Colonel Lu's extensive theory, Li Sen felt a flicker of understanding. Though it seemed he grasped very little, he sensed a nascent comprehension of formation arrangement. I see you're all a bit bewildered. We shall conclude today's lesson here. Go back and contemplate it thoroughly. With that, Colonel Lu waved his hand lightly, causing the formation Li Sen had set up, now modified by him, to cease its operation, and the gale dissipated swiftly. What kind of skill is this? Li Sen exclaimed, astonished, pointing at the now inert formation. He had never heard of such a method to deactivate another's formation. Even now, in order for Li Sen to deactivate his formation, he must manually sever the intricate lines of the array and cut off its energy supply. Lu Peek's method is nothing short of divine. Truly a nightmare for all array masters. Ahem, this is a skill I comprehended at the 4th transition. It works remarkably well, albeit with a slight drain on my mana. Lu Peke coughed lightly into his fist, smiling as he replied to Li Sen. yet he would not divulge the nature of the skill, likely a trump card of his own. The 30 warriors beside them, witnessing Li Sen's ghostly expression, exchanged knowing, peculiar smiles. It was evident that this lieutenant colonel had employed the same technique to instill fear in them. Li Sen refrained from pressing further, but envy bubbled within him, his eyes nearly turning crimson with desire for such a skill. Reaching level 21 would grant him access to the second transition of array masters. He wondered what skills he might awaken. Chapter 76, Lu Peek's Guidance and Military Merit Calculation. Li Sen had made several requests to enter the underground passage of Defense Zone 22, but each time, he was met with a firm refusal from Company Commander Cheng Jinmin. He even approached Battalion Commander Han Jixing, yet was similarly denied entry into the underground passage. The reasoning was straightforward. He was not a combat specialist, and entering the underground passage posed excessive danger. They genuinely sought to protect Li Sen, unaware that his combat prowess had already far surpassed that of the average level 19 warriors and mages. Moreover, Li Sen harbored no concerns about exposing his identity as an array master. During his treatment at the military hospital, he had undergone numerous examinations, which only revealed his skills as a farmer and chef, along with his learned imprinting skill, yet could not uncover his array master, class, or skills. This saved him a great deal of explanation. However, it also constrained his freedom in combat, as the entire military district seemed intent on nurturing him for a support role. For instance, 1 week after mastering the Wind Call Array, he also learned the Rain Summoning Array. The combination of these two formations resulted in the Wind and Rain Array, which, despite its low combat power and array damage, was an exceptional formation for regulating weather and climate, making it highly suitable for agriculture. This brought to mind the very first words spoken by Colonel Lu Peke to focus on developing his farmer profession. Subsequently, while Li Sen could audit classes on combat-oriented arrays, Colonel Lu Peke exclusively taught him supportive production arrays during his private sessions. For example, the combination of Spirit Gathering, Flowing Water, and Chi Opening formed the array for constructing spiritual fields, while Magic Gathering, Water Gathering, and Soil Gathering were used to establish magical farmland. There were also various arrays designed to lure and exterminate pests, as well as those for adjusting weather and environmental conditions. In essence, any array beneficial to agriculture was imparted to Li Sen, even if Lu Peke himself did not know it. He would procure tutorials for Li Senior. This left Li Sen feeling quite vexed. Equally frustrated was Cheng Jinmin, the company commander, who had made several attempts to persuade Lu Peke to teach Li Sen some arrays suitable for a chef, all of which were rebuffed. Just as their frustration was mounting, an incident occurred that stirred their ire. In a conference room at the brigade headquarters of Defense Zone 22, Li Sen once again faced Commander Deng Xianjuan. Li Sen, the calculation of your military merit has been completed. Really? That's wonderful. How much merit have I accrued? Li Sen's excitement surged at the thought of his military merit being tallied. According to previous estimates by Pei Xiaobo, he could anticipate at least several million merits. Even if he received a smaller share, he was certain of earning hundreds of thousands. Ahem, you owe the military district 1.8 billion merits. What? On what grounds? The military district leadership must have been out of their minds. How could they arrive at such a figure? Why do I owe the military district 1.8 billion merits? Upon hearing Deng Xianjuan's words, Li Sen leaped to his feet, disregarding the fact that Deng was a high-ranking official, and directly questioned him. Haha, young comrade, do calm down. Let me explain. Firstly, the value of the red epic identification technique is precisely 1.8 billion merits. Li Sen was momentarily taken aback. As a member of a disciplined unit, according to standard operational protocols, any items acquired during combat must first be surrendered for the military district to calculate military merit before distributing rewards and spoils. His earlier learning of the Spirit Eye identification technique in the underground passage indeed constituted a breach of discipline. However, he quickly recalled the relevant regulations and retorted, Commander, that was in a critical moment. The military has provisions allowing soldiers to utilize all means to enhance their strength and continue fighting during emergencies. Do you know why you only owe 1.8 billion merits? It's because the other skills you learned, including the perfect level mana restoration skill, can enhance combat power, aligning with the emergency situation provisions, but the Spirit Eye identification technique does not enhance combat power. We are only calculating military merit for this single skill. Li Sen was at a loss for words, suppressing a curse that threatened to escape his lips, his face flushed with indignation. Is the military district truly permitted to calculate merit in such a manner? Commander, this calculation is unreasonable. Identification techniques can reveal and ascertain the enemy's level and weaknesses, thereby indirectly enhancing one's strength. Moreover, Li Sen and his comrades were already pushed to the brink of death. Utilizing every possible means to augment their power is both justified and reasonable. Li Sen found himself at a loss for words, but beside him, Cheng Jinmin quickly pointed out the loopholes in Deng Xianjuan's argument. To his surprise, Deng nodded in agreement. Indeed, you make a valid point. When the military merit calculation results were sent to the military district, I responded in this manner. However, some officials in the military district remain obstinate. Cheng Jinmin pressed on. What was the final outcome? The final outcome is that Li Sen's 3 healing apple trees will be confiscated, with neither an increase nor a deduction in his military merit. Commander, are you trying to intimidate me? Cheng Jinmin rolled his eyes dramatically at Deng Qiangyuan, his tone filled with resentment. This brigadier general seemed to possess a rather morbid sense of humor. Li Sen took a breath, visibly displeased, and fixed his gaze on Deng Qiangyuan, demanding, "Is that it? No rewards at all? Haha, young man, you should be grateful. The Northwest Military District has exerted considerable effort to shield you from repercussions, sparing you from punishment. Do you know how many individuals in all of Longhua possess the epic identification technique? I don't know. In all of Longhua, including you, only 21 individuals possess the epic identification technique. Would you say that is not valuable? Haha, indeed, it is quite rare." Li Sen began to grasp the situation. Some influential figures desired the epic identification technique, but it had been learned by a dual-life profession individual with little intrinsic value, which displeased them. Although Deng Qiangyuan did not explicitly state it, Li Sen could discern the underlying implications. Seeing Li Sen deep in thought, Deng Qiangyuan nodded in satisfaction and continued. The military merits of the others remain unaffected. The merits of the fallen warriors will be converted into compensation or relief policies for their families. This portion of military merit can secure college placements for at least one child from the families of 2 company soldiers. Thank you. Upon hearing that the military merits of his fellow comrades were unaffected, Li Sen let out a sigh of relief. They had eliminated at least 100,000 dog-headed monsters and 2,000 to 3,000 werewolves, which amounted to a substantial figure. Overall, their military merit was at least 6 million. If any deductions were made, it would have been exceedingly frustrating. Unexpectedly, Commander Deng Qiangyuan suddenly bowed solemnly to Li Senator. "I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of the Northwest Military District. I apologize to you. In truth, your military merit, along with that of Pei Xiaoba and the others, has been averaged out by the military district, primarily allocated to compensate those who did not participate in combat, but lost their lives. I am truly sorry." Saying this, Deng Qiangyuan bowed deeply to Li Senior. Li Sen was momentarily taken aback, hastily helping Deng up and offering words of comfort. "It's all right. I am more than happy to assist those fallen comrades." As Deng Qiangyuan straightened up, he looked at Li Sen with appreciation in his eyes and continued to speak. "Moreover, the military ranks of Pei Xiaoba and his companions will be elevated. Yet, you shall remain a private, unable to ascend. Oh, that is of no concern to me. I am indifferent." Upon hearing that his rank would not be promoted, Li Sen did not take it to heart. The hierarchy of military ranks in Longhua is as follows: private, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, sergeant first class, master sergeant fourth class, master sergeant third class, master sergeant second class, master sergeant first class, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, senior colonel, brigadier general, major general, and general. Previously, Pei Xiaoba, the company commander, held the rank of second lieutenant, while commanders of various military districts were merely major generals. Only the theater commanders and the senior officials of the military headquarters in Longdu attained the rank of general. Military ranks are indeed linked to benefits. The higher the rank, the more favorable the perks. However, promotions in Longhua's military are arduous, with most ordinary individuals retiring as sergeants. Li Sen harbored little thought on this matter, simply wishing to serve his 6 years as a conscript before retiring. "Aren't you always yearning for a spatial ring? I will personally gift you one." Thank you, Commander." Li Sen unceremoniously accepted an ancient bronze ring, his heart brimming with delight. "By the way, upon the conclusion of your new recruit training, you will be reassigned from your current company." Just as Deng Qiangyuan was about to depart, he informed Li Sen of another matter. Where to? Chapter 77, 6 months of training, the Wolfman's lethal strike. Where will I be reassigned? That's classified for now. Focus on completing your training. And stop contemplating combat in the underground passages. You are truly ill-suited for battle. All right. Li Sen felt helpless. Why did everyone insist that he was unfit for combat? Little did he know, this was due to Pei Xiaoba and the other soldiers downplaying his capabilities when reporting to the military, causing the higher-ups to not regard him with much importance. As he watched Deng Qiangyuan leave in a flurry, Cheng Jinmin pulled Li Sen aside, offering him a formal salute. "Thank you, Commander. I am also a soldier. Those fallen comrades are my brothers as well. It is an honor to do something for them." Li Sen rolled his eyes at Cheng Jinmin, feeling that they regarded him as a rather selfish individual, although initially displeased. Upon reflecting on the support he and his sister received from the state's generous compensation, which enabled them to complete their education, he felt a twinge of pride in being able to assist others. Nevertheless, he pressed on with a question. "Commander, is it true that high-ranking officials are envious of my ability to learn epic-level skills and want to deduct my 1.8 billion military merits? Indeed, you must train diligently, or you will attract unwanted attention." Without providing further explanation, Cheng Jinmin sent Li Sen off to train, leaving a knot of concern in his heart. Surely, the military of Longhua cannot be so feeble. Thus far, Li Sen had found his experience to be quite positive, with a generally amiable atmosphere towards the soldiers. For instance, although he faced some hostility, the military was exceptionally welcoming towards the families of the soldiers. With no other choice, Li Sen dutifully trained in the new camp. He bore no resentment for being unable to engage in combat or rapidly advance. The training in the barracks consisted solely of the most practical skills for eliminating enemies. Whether it was firearms training or close-quarters combat, the initial phase involved stationary targets, eventually transitioning to combat scenarios with monstrous adversaries in specialized training grounds. Such training far surpassed the outdoor experiences offered in universities. At least, when facing hostile creatures, soldiers would undoubtedly possess an advantage over university graduates. While university students might excel in combat among their peers, they could not rival the soldiers in the art of killing. Moreover, those who graduated from universities and joined the military were also required to undergo a year of military training. While Li Sen was diligently training, the werewolves outside the Doghead Cavern were not idle. Within the cavern's hall, the werewolf elite gathered, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they beheld a purple metal plate on the ground, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. The plate was being infused with magic by 4 werewolf mages in a continuous cycle. Even an elite mage of level 81 could not endure for a minute without being drained of their magical energy. After half a year, the World Passage Reconstruction Scroll finally absorbed enough spatial energy from the underground passage. The primary challenge had been the detestable humans. The formations inscribed in this hall had proven troublesome, consuming over a month to eradicate completely. Humans, you shall soon pay for your cleverness. Indeed, it takes a duke with both courage and cunning to procure the World Passage Reconstruction Scroll. The werewolf General Elfie and Duke Ignis enthusiastically discussed, with the werewolf mages quickly rotating positions beside them. An hour later, a hazy light emanated from the purple metal plate. Now, lift it and aim it at the underground passage. With Ignis's excited shout, werewolf warriors promptly raised the purple metal plate, and all mages and high-ranking werewolves hastily exited the cavern. Silently, the gray light shot towards the underground passage, and a terrifying spatial force began to diffuse. The werewolf who had raised the metal plate was instantly disintegrated, leaving no trace behind. The originally 6-meter-wide tunnel gradually expanded to 8 meters. Simultaneously, the markings left by Li Sen's formation inscription rapidly vanished under the influence of this spatial power. The gray spatial force slowly surged towards the Blue Star Passage. Not good. It is the power of passage reconstruction. Gather in the center quickly. Those who can escape, do so. After half a year of advancing over 2,000 meters into the werewolf territory, the Chang's mercenary group immediately understood the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the gray light and sensing the dense spatial energy, prompting them to retreat. Within the 8-meter radius of the tunnel, both humans and werewolves were minimally affected, merely being immobilized by the spatial power. However, those mercenaries outside the range of the Blue Star Passage, yet not within the 8-meter zone, found themselves moving as if trapped in quicksand, soon becoming sealed within the tunnel by the power of spatial reconstruction. Those quick on their feet might escape, but the slower ones were all trapped. And regardless of their strength, anyone caught by the spatial power faced a dead end. The werewolves, having endured for half a year, launched a lethal strike. The Chang's mercenary group suffered losses of at least 1,000 professionals. The magic crystal cannon is moving in. Now the passage is a straight line, making it perfect for the magic crystal cannon's fire. Ignis ordered with excitement as the werewolf warriors rushed to push a magic crystal cannon into the tunnel. As the person in charge of the Doghead Cavern, Yang Nan was in the original Company 1 barracks, receiving reports from his subordinates. Manager Yang, it has been confirmed that Li Sen is a dual lifestyle professional, not a hidden profession. The formation skills he is learning are likely epic level rather than extraordinary level. Then let us proceed with the previous plan. Instruct the Department of Disruption to mobilize our personnel within the military to expedite Li Sen's discharge. And the Human Resources Department will promptly recruit him into Chang's group. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. The reporting staff hurriedly left to make arrangements, while Yang Nan cast another glance at Li Sen's file. What an intriguing fellow. To have learned 2 epic-level inscription skills is truly an extraordinary stroke of luck. Just as he marveled at this, the door to his office was suddenly flung open. Manager Yang, it's bad. The werewolves utilized the World Passage Reconstruction artifact. We have lost over 3,000 people. What? Damn those werewolves. Quickly reposition the cannon and prepare for battle. The underground passage can be reconstructed? By the time Li Sen learned that the Doghead Cavern had been reconstructed, a month had already passed. Although Chang's group had promptly notified the Northwest Military District. As a mere recruit, no one would inform him. It was only during today's lesson on the reinforcement formations for soil and rock that Lu Peike casually mentioned it. Did you not notice that the passage on Blue Star differs from that of the Null tribe? Li Sen mused, momentarily taken aback before the realization dawned upon him. Indeed, while our human race possesses the ability to reshape passages, it stands to reason that those werewolves are equally capable. However, the losses sustained by the Chung group this time were rather severe. They are formidable, despite battling for half a year without a single casualty. They were decimated by the werewolves, losing over 3,000 lives through a single reshaped passage, among which more than 1,200 were professionals. It is rumored that the manager has been demoted to a mercenary squad leader, dispatched to the front lines to atone for the losses. Yet, these matters are not your concern. Today, I shall teach you a formation known as fossil to iron. Provided the formation is executed flawlessly and sufficient energy is supplied, it can transform ordinary soil into pure iron over an extended period. Pay close attention, especially you, Li Sen prompted by Lu Pei. Li Sen quickly reined in his wandering thoughts, focusing intently on the movements of Colonel Lu as he meticulously arranged the formation, committing every detail to memory. This formation serves not only for immediate production, but also as a defensive mechanism. Once established, it first enhances the soil's hardness and defensive capabilities before gradually producing pure iron. Before long, a day had elapsed, and Li Sen had acquired a preliminary understanding of the formation. Just as he prepared to return home to cook, Lu Pei retained him. Li Sen, your aptitude for formations is indeed commendable, but your primary occupations remain those of a farmer and chef. So it is imperative that you diligently practice your core skills. I prepare medicinal dishes daily, at least 24 servings, along with large pots of food, he explained, not comprehending Lu Pei's implication. Is that so? That is excellent. Keep up the hard work, Lu Pei replied cryptically, dismissing Li Sr. This left Li Sen with an unsettling premonition. Chapter 78, Orders and Doubts. What? I am to be transferred to the military district farm to cultivate crops? The following morning, Li Sen heard Cheng Jimin announce his transfer orders. Why? Although he had mentally prepared himself, he could not resist seeking clarification. Due to the blood-returning apple trees. During your absence of over 6 months, the Northwest Military District has reinforced the cultivation of the blood-returning apple trees you nurtured. At the cost of 2 parent trees, they have produced over 300 seeds. However, these seeds grow exceedingly slowly. Even with your flesh and blood flower fertilizer, their growth remains sluggish. After 6 months, they have only reached about 15 centimeters in height, a far cry from the rapid growth and blossoming you achieved in the Knoll world within a day and night. Thus, the military district has decided to conclude your basic training early and send you to farm. Upon hearing the company commander's explanation, Li Sen was indeed impressed by the military district's skilled farmers, who managed to cultivate seeds from the otherwise sterile blood-returning apple trees. However, he was reluctant to engage in farming. He struggled to voice his protest. But I excel in my culinary profession. Shut it, you scoundrel. Don't take advantage and then play coy. I too wish to spend a few years farming peacefully, retire, and pursue whatever endeavors I desire. If I want to farm, I'll establish a farm. If I want to be a chef, I'll open a restaurant. I have no desire to step onto the battlefield, where my life could be at stake at any moment. Cheng Jinmin slapped Li Sen's shoulder with vigor, causing him to stagger slightly. This was not his first time leading a new recruit squad, but this year had witnessed the highest casualties in several years, leaving him somewhat melancholic and even contemplating retirement. Upon hearing about Li Sen's transfer to the farm, he genuinely felt pleased for him, for no other reason than safety. The military district's farm, while situated in the wilderness, is adjacent to the barracks. It has undergone countless cleanings, and soldiers regularly train nearby, ensuring that any lurking monsters are swiftly dealt with. This is all experience. Li Sen had once heard veterans jokingly claim that sleeping in the fields was safer than in the company commander's dormitory. Cheng Jinmin expressed a hint of envy before adopting a serious tone. Li Sen, your destination is the farm near the 17th Defense Zone, which is not only the safest farm in the military district, but also the largest grain-producing area. Many agricultural experts reside there. You must approach your time there with humility and eagerness to learn, as it will greatly benefit you. Yes, I shall study diligently. Li Sen's transfer orders were indeed urgent. He received notification in the morning and departed immediately, arriving at farm number 17 by afternoon. The armored personnel carrier from the brigade dropped him off before hastily returning. As the defensive battles in Zone 22 had begun to intensify, regretfully, it seemed he would temporarily miss the opportunity to engage in combat. He sighed internally, shouldering his belongings and cradling the vermilion bird as he set forth along the asphalt road toward an expanse of greenery. Flanking the road were rows of loquat trees, which possessed attributes. Soothing loquat, excellent, LV20, increases martial arts internal energy circulation speed by 4 and enhances the true chi circulation speed of cultivation by 2 upon consumption. Can be used in medicine. These were special plants, matured to level 20, indicating they had been cultivated for over 5 years. Though their effects were not particularly noteworthy compared to Li Sen's blood-returning apples. After walking for 300 meters, he finally reached the farm's entrance, marked by the sign Northwest Military District Farm Number 17. Greetings, soldier. I am Li Sen, and here is my transfer order. Beneath a 10-meter-wide sign suspended between 2 massive trees, Li Sen approached 2 armed soldiers. One of them took his order for verification. Please hold on a moment. The soldier instructed. After glancing at the vermilion bird in Li Sen's arms, and then at the transfer order, The soldier turned and scanned the document with a specialized mobile device. Specific information appeared, and after a thorough comparison of Li Sen's details with his appearance, the soldier saluted him. "Comrade Li Sen, please follow me." "Certainly." Li Sen returned the salute and followed the inspecting soldier onto an electric vehicle, which drove deeper into the farm. After another 10 minutes, and about 6 or 7 kilometers, they halted before a barbed wire gate. "Comrade Li Sen, this is the apple cultivation area. I have notified the supervisor, and they will be here shortly to receive you." "Thank you, comrade." After exchanging salutes, the soldier in charge of the gate turned and drove away. It seemed everyone was quite confident in him, harboring no concerns that he might be an enemy or saboteur. Before long, the barbed wire gate swung open from within, revealing 3 individuals. One wore a white lab coat with no visible military insignia, while the other 2 were a first-class sergeant and a second lieutenant. Li Sen promptly stood at attention and saluted. "Greetings, officer. I am Li Sen, here to report for duty." "So, you are the swindler?" Senator Li Sen was taken aback. The middle-aged man in the white lab coat, adorned with elegant black-framed glasses, addressed him directly as a swindler, leaving him momentarily speechless. He was at a loss as to how he had offended this individual. Sensing Li Sen's discomfort, the second lieutenant hastily stepped forward to clarify and diffuse the situation. "Ahem, Comrade Li Sen, this is Professor Wan Lin, an expert in fruit tree cultivation specially hired by our Northwest Military District. He is a level 63, 7th transition farmer." 7th transition? Isn't it required to be above level 121 to achieve that? Upon learning of the professor's 7th transition status, Li Sen could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, his unintentional remark truly offended Professor Wan Lin. "Humph, ignorant swindler. I shall not work alongside such a naive first transition dual career individual. The Northwest Military District may seek more capable talents." Yet, despite his declaration, the professor glared fiercely at Li Sen, making his intentions abundantly clear. He wanted Li Sen to leave. "Did I say something wrong? Isn't there a level restriction for class transitions?" Li Sen was even more bewildered. Was this esteemed professor unwell? "Ahem, Comrade Li Sen, Professor Wan is indeed a 7th transition professional who has completed 4 transitions. As long as his level increases, he can achieve the 5th, 6th, and even 7th transitions. Therefore, it is entirely accurate to refer to Professor Wan as being at the 7th transition." "Oh, is that so? I apologize. After my college entrance examination, I enlisted in the military, thus I am unaware of these matters." Upon hearing this explanation, Li Sen slightly nodded and expressed his apologies to Professor Wan Lin. Unfortunately, the professor was not in a receptive mood and retorted, "Lieutenant Shun, you are an adult. Do you believe it is reasonable for an apple seed to blossom and bear fruit within a day and a night? Huh? Do you think it is plausible for an apple to bloom and mature within 2 hours? This notion is utterly preposterous, and yet you seem to have fallen for it. Investing considerable effort into cultivating the so-called blood apple, is this not a waste of taxpayer money?" However, the efficacy of the blood apple was indeed remarkable. It could restore health, mend physical injuries, and exhibited no resistance to medicinal properties or toxicity, promising to be a boon for the warriors if developed fully. Lieutenant Shun perceived the implications of Professor Wan Lin's words, but still endeavored to provide an explanation for Senator Humph. "I have been here for 6 months, and with my utmost skills, I can only yield a harvest of blood apples every 2 months. Do you still dare to trust this charlatan? I assure you, it is either him or me." With that, Professor Wan Lin pointed at Li Sen and bellowed once more. Li Sen, however, was amused by the outburst. "Dear Professor Wan, may I inquire what the title of the first chapter in the high school textbook A Brief History of Vocational Practitioners is?" Chapter 79, Confronting the Master with Extraordinary Apples. Upon hearing Li Sen's question, Wan Lin momentarily froze, his face turning crimson, and he could not muster a coherent response. Li Sen, with a smile, recited, "The first chapter of A Brief History of Vocational Practitioners. Everything is possible. Section 1. A small warrior holds off millions of enemies. A minor Taoist annihilates a nation." This textbook, A Brief History of Vocational Practitioners, not only serves as a high school curriculum, but also has an expanded version for military personnel, designed for practitioners to study and learn. All 3 individuals present were well aware of its content, and Lieutenant Shun even utilized A Brief History of Vocational Practitioners to educate his subordinates. The first chapter instills in all the greatness of practitioners, showcasing their potential to create infinite possibilities. The small warrior mentioned in the first section is none other than Lu Gengchen, the iron-blooded war god of the Dragon Nation, a 4th-tier warrior practitioner. At level 23, he was trapped in an underground passage, single-handedly guarding it for 3 months, slaying millions of enemies, and ascending 100 levels to become a legendary figure in the Dragon Nation. The minor Taoist refers to Wang Yi, the desperate Taoist, who, when trapped in a low-tier martial world at level 43, sacrificed his life to cast a spell that annihilated a kingdom of 1 million inhabitants. One perished, the other survived. Yet both became legends for slaying millions, immortalized in textbooks for future generations to study and revere. Li Sen cast a smile towards Professor Wanlin, eager to witness an admission of error, but the professor remained obstinately defiant. Those are combat practitioners. They sustain themselves through warfare, and they are exceptions. How dare you? Li Sen, a dual-class practitioner, compare yourself to these legends? You are desecrating the memory of our forebears and the heroes. With that, he grasped Lieutenant Chun and exclaimed, Commander Chinwei, this scoundrel must be expelled from military service. Indeed, let him be discharged. As he spoke, Professor Wanlin's agitation escalated. As if he had conceived a brilliant idea. Professor Wan, that is unnecessary. Comrade Li Sen merely recited a couple of verses from the curriculum. Lieutenant Chinwei observed the professor's bizarre demeanor, sensing that he was deliberately seeking confrontation. Ha ha! Li Sen erupted in laughter, clutching his stomach as if he had heard the most outrageous joke. This only served to infuriate Wanlin further, his eyes reddening and his face flushing. Professor Wan, are you unaware of the content of Section 2 of Chapter 1 in A Brief History of Vocational Practitioners? Or have you conveniently forgotten? With an ashen face, Wanlin struggled to respond. The second section was entitled Legendary Blacksmith, a dedicated lesson recounting the feats of Ouyang Chong, the peerless blacksmith, encouraging vocational practitioners to dare to innovate and achieve what others deem impossible. Ouyang Chong was a marvel, integrating modern mechanical forging techniques to enhance blacksmithing and equipment manufacturing processes, coupled with his unique skills, allowing him to forge thousands of weapons daily, rapidly elevating his level. He stands as the sole 8th-tier practitioner in the entire Dragon Nation and across the Blue Star, who dares to claim that vocational practitioners lack strength. Their true power lies in producing diverse combat and living tools to aid in battle and societal advancement. While it is true that vocational practitioners may not match combat practitioners in direct combat, without the support of vocational practitioners, how would combat practitioners acquire weapons, equipment, and logistical supplies? Without vocational practitioners, combat practitioners could even perish from starvation. As a professor, how could Wanlin possibly be ignorant of the second section's content? As a vocational practitioner, Ouyang Chong was indeed his idol. Thus, when questioned by Li Sen, his discomfort was palpable. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The two officers beside them stifled their laughter, only managing to cough awkwardly. That Li Sen, you see. Professor Wanlin is our Dragon Nation's most renowned expert in apple cultivation, possessing a remarkable talent for fruit tree cultivation, having even awakened a skill for apple cultivation, making him an authority in this field. Yes, I understand, Li Sen responded earnestly, nodding, then innocently countered, whether he is an authority or not, I cannot ascertain. All I know is that this expert harbors animosity towards me, and I have no obligation to appease him. Wanlin was once again incensed by Li Sen's innocent expression, pointing an accusatory finger at him and shouting, I represent the Agricultural Academy of the Dragon Nation in condemning you. Henceforth, you are forbidden from reading any Agricultural Academy literature or documents. Can you genuinely represent the Agricultural Academy of the Dragon Nation? If so, please issue an official notice to inform me. Li Sen firmly believed that this so-called professor was merely a pompous charlatan, lacking genuine ability while exerting pressure on others, possibly even endangering the nation. Such experts were not unfamiliar to Li Sen during his time on Earth. That he had not knocked him out with a brick was solely due to the political education he had received during his 6 months in the military district. Lieutenant Chun, please escort me to see how the blood apples are progressing. Lieutenant Chun Wei glanced at Wanlin, whose face was ashen and glaring furiously at Li Sen, seemingly wanting to confront him but hesitant to act. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and said, Comrade Li Sen, follow me. He too harbored some doubts regarding Professor Wanlin. The two entered the wire gate and proceeded briskly forward. The other first-class sergeant accompanied Professor Wanlin, gently offering words of comfort. I shall make him regret this. Li Sen faintly heard Wanlin's furious outburst, but merely shrugged, continuing to follow Lieutenant Chun Wei. As they walked, Lieutenant Chun Wei suddenly remarked, Comrade Li Sen, take a look at the apple trees nearby. Indeed, they are splendid apples, all imbued with unique attributes. The two strolled through the orchard for half an hour, with Li Sen intermittently utilizing the spirit eye identification technique to assess the various apple trees around him. Feeling a slight sense of astonishment, after traversing nearly 50 acres, he identified 10 distinct varieties of apples, each with unique attributes, all thriving remarkably well. Plants with attributes are collectively referred to as extraordinary plants. Farm 17 boasts 10 types of extraordinary apples, including those for health restoration, energy recovery, healing, hunger satiation, and detoxification. Among them, 2 varieties were developed by Professor Wanlin's mentor, and Wanlin himself inherited much of that elder professor's knowledge, making him the foremost apple cultivation expert in the Dragon Nation. Oh, Li Sen nodded, setting aside his previous disdain for Professor Wanlin. Yet it was impossible for him to offer any words of praise. Chun Weidu turned his gaze towards the composed Li Sen, choosing not to press further, dismissing Li Sen's fervor as the impetuousness of youth, intending to offer guidance at a later time. The duo soon arrived at a small hillock where rows of saplings, barely knee-high, were meticulously planted, Recognizing the young trees as healing apple saplings, Li Sen hastened towards them, casting an identification spell. Healing apple tree, excellent. LV1. Capable of producing healing apples that possess restorative and healing properties. Note: excessive spiritual energy, chaotic magical potency, and surplus nutrients present. Upon reading this information, he couldn't help but grimace. It seemed they had over-fertilized, risking root burns. He turned to Lieutenant Chun. Sir, please arrange for some barren loess or red soil to be transported here. Very well, I shall do so immediately. Wait, this charlatan is deceiving us. Before Chun could respond, the thunderous voice of Professor One echoed nearby. The man had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Lieutenant Chun, I demand you apprehend Li Sen and bring him before a military tribunal. He is jeopardizing a vital national strategic resource. Professor One was adept at laying heavy accusations, regardless of their validity, launching into a tirade. He continued, as is well known, apple trees require deep, well-drained sandy soils rich in organic matter, with a pH level ranging from slightly acidic to neutral. Loess and red soil are notorious for compacting, which hinders root development and impedes drainage. If this charlatan continues, these precious healing apples will surely perish from drought or flood in no time. Indeed, it sounds highly professional and sophisticated, Li Sen thought, yet he remained bewildered. He recalled that the initial cultivation of healing apples occurred in the dog-headed world, characterized by loamy terrain. Later transplants thrived in completely soil-less underground passages. Healing apples have minimal soil requirements. Sir, please trust me. I am the pioneer in cultivating healing apples and possess a deeper understanding of their characteristics than most. Huh. What could you possibly know? You have merely cultivated them for 16 days. You lack the time to truly comprehend their nature. I, on the other hand, have overseen their cultivation for 5 months and am the genuine authority on their needs. Before Chen Weidu could interject, Wan continued to assert his point with unwavering confidence. This man behaves like a persistent fly. Professor Wan was undeniably irksome. Both Li Sen and Chen Weidu frowned simultaneously. Li Sen openly displayed his disdain, while Chen Weidu suppressed his irritation, appearing resigned. Scientific studies indicate that fertilizers rich in organic matter allow apple trees to absorb a broader spectrum of nutrients, enriching the flavor of the apples. Wan continued, furthermore, research from the Academy has revealed that fertilizers infused with spiritual energy can amplify the extraordinary properties of exceptional apples. As Professor Wan elaborated, Li Sen almost found himself doubting his stance, contemplating a bow of apology. Chen Weidu nodded in agreement, while a nearby first sergeant eagerly handed him a bottle of water. Soldiers on duty, drawn in by his voice, gathered around, listening with awe to his lecture. To become a professor, he certainly possessed substantial knowledge. After a lengthy discourse, Professor Wan concluded his oration to enthusiastic applause from the soldiers, even prompting Li Sen to clap a couple of times before regaining his composure and halting his previous activities. If this man were to venture into multi-level marketing, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune. Li Sen, now fully aware, regarded Professor Wan with a new perspective, recognizing the unmistakable traits of a charismatic sales leader in his rhetoric. He patted the shoulder of the somewhat excitable Chen Weidu and reiterated his request. Sir, kindly arrange for 100 pounds each of red and yellow soil to be brought here for experimentation. If successful, we shall implement widespread transformation. If not, we shall follow Professor Wan's cultivation methods. Are you certain this will be effective? Chen Weidu, having been swayed by Wan's grandiloquent discourse, now cast doubt upon Li Senior. Let us test it. I will bear full responsibility for any issues. Very well, I shall have it arranged. Despite his reservations, Chen Weidu remembered that the military district had summoned Li Sen precisely because of his status as the foremost cultivator of healing apples, hoping he would devise a method for hastening their maturation. Meanwhile, Professor Wan continued to instruct the soldiers on apple cultivation, even engaging them in hands-on activities, adjusting soil and fertilizer for the apple trees. Li Sen could only roll his eyes at him, turning his focus back to the saplings to assess their condition. Utilizing the spirit eye identification technique, he gleaned information far clearer than his previous cultivation experience had afforded him. The hill spanned approximately 18 acres. With 240 saplings planted at a generous distance apart, the pathways were devoid of weeds, and a drip irrigation system was in place, complemented by pest control lights. It was evident that the military district was placing great emphasis on the cultivation of healing apples. However, perhaps due to this very diligence, all the apple saplings were suffering from nutrient excess, with some already exhibiting signs of root burn, their leaves beginning to yellow. Without prompt intervention, they would likely perish within a week. Li Sen, have you identified an issue? Chen Weidu, who had been observing closely, inquired as they stood atop the hillock. Indeed, I have discerned an excess of nutrients, and the monster blood used in your blood and flesh fertilizer is problematic, as it contains an overabundance of spiritual energy. Li Sen stated candidly, asserting that he was there to resolve issues, not to engage in idle debate, preferring to deliver conclusions directly rather than elaborate like Professor Wan. Do you have a solution? Yes, we shall soon see. He surveyed the surrounding environment. The sunlight, temperature, and soil conditions were all optimal for apple tree growth, indicating that the farm had indeed put in considerable effort. However, the workforce seemed insufficient for such an extensive orchard after spending a little over half an hour there. He had only encountered about 20 soldiers, likely the equivalent of a single platoon. It wasn't until half an hour later that the requested yellow and red soil was delivered by 2 ordinary soldiers. Junyao, roam around this hillock and consume any insects you encounter. Goo goo, he set his pet, Junyao, free to forage, confident that no one would harm it. After all, he had carried Junyao around the orchard, and the soldiers were likely well aware of its association with him. Grabbing the hoe he had prepared earlier, he resolutely uprooted 3 yellowing apple trees from the summit, using the digging skill to excavate the area, separating the original soil and fertilizer into distinct piles. To this day, Li Sen had yet to discover anything exceptional about his digging skill. It required the same effort to excavate 100 square meters for a chance at earning proficiency points, and his speed was no greater than that of others. He would have to explore this further in due course. After digging 200 square meters and receiving 2 proficiency points, he ceased his work, pouring the red and yellow soil into the 100 square meter area and once again employing the digging skill to blend the 2 types of soil with the original earth evenly. Finally, he took a portion of the fertilizer set aside and mixed it with clean water, achieving a slightly viscous yet still fluid consistency, simulating the state of the dog-headed people's blood before carefully replanting the 3 apple trees. As he toiled, he noticed Wan Lin attempting to approach him to intervene, but was dissuaded by Chun Weidu, who prevented any disruption. Instead, Wan Lin stood with his arms crossed, coldly watching him work with a sneer. Before a sapling barely 10 centimeters tall, Li Sen gradually poured fertilizer from his ladle around the young tree, while a palpable surge of magical energy emanated from him. His fertilization skill had reached level 16, allowing him to channel up to 1,600 points of mana in a single infusion. He dared not rush the process. Instead, he slowly infused the fertilizer with his mana, allowing it to seep gradually. The yellowing leaves began to visibly regain their green hue. Li Sen, cease your actions. Chapter 81. The sapling grows, but not by much. Li Sen, how much mana have you input? How can you channel such an immense amount of mana? Are you trying to scorch this apple sapling? Do you realize it is merely a sapling? Just as Li Sen's healing efforts bore immediate fruit, eliciting an excited smile from Chun Weidu and admiration from the other 2 warriors, Wan Lin leapt forth once more to obstruct him, his voice rising in anger, causing Li Sen's hands to tremble and nearly spill the mana-infused fertilizer onto the leaves. Li Sen raised an eyebrow and shot him a glare, but did not halt his actions. Instead, he fully discharged the 1,600 points of mana at the base of the sapling, splashing the remaining fertilizer directly onto Wan Lin. Are you an idiot? Can't you see I'm using a skill? Do you wish for me to lose control? Bold. You seek your own demise. Wan Lin, caught off guard by Li Sen's audacity to douse him with fertilizer, was unable to evade in time and received a direct hit. What a pity you turned away. Otherwise, it would have been a face full. Am I being bold, or are you the audacious one? As a professor, which university do you hail from? I intend to file a complaint against your institution. I will accuse you of attempted murder. Li Sen, undeterred, decided that since the mask of civility had been torn away, he might as well burn bridges. Any practitioner, be they mage, warrior, or artisan, risks losing control when interrupted during the casting of a skill. In high school, students are taught the importance of avoiding disruptions during spellcasting, particularly for the sake of self-preservation during monster invasions. If Wan Lin, as a professor, claimed ignorance of this fact, Li Sen would ensure he faced expulsion from his teaching position. You're akin to a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize good intentions. I was merely warning you to refrain from inputting excessive mana to avoid scorching the sapling. I was protecting you from potential backlash from the skill. Do you even believe your own words? Li Sen cast him a disdainful glance before turning away, concerned that Wan Lin might genuinely resort to violence. Though they were in a military camp, surrounded by soldiers, Wan Lin was not one of them, but rather a hired professor, and one could never be entirely sure of his intentions. It was uncertain whether his combat power of 180 could rival that of a level 63 farmer. Speaking of the farmer profession, its growth bonuses were quite modest. Even if Wan Lin had advanced to the 4th tier, his combat strength likely hadn't surpassed 100. As for Li Sen taking action, he was still protected by Chun Weidu. Commander Chun, please keep an eye on this esteemed professor and ensure he does not disturb me further. Of course, Li Sen, rest assured. Chun Weidu stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Wan Lin, stating, Professor Wan, Li Sen is the creator of the healing apple. He may possess a deeper understanding of its characteristics than you do. Let us see what this Li Sen can accomplish. Wan Lin was taken aback by how swiftly Li Sen had earned Chun Weidu's trust, even securing his protection. This was somewhat astonishing. Yet, he was somewhat presumptuous. It was evident to any observer that Wan Lin harbored blatant malice towards Li Senator. Meanwhile, Li Sen, aside from offering a few retorts, had not acted inappropriately and was genuinely attending to the ailing leaves of the healing apple sapling. Not only had the yellow leaves regained their verdant hue, but the sapling itself had also visibly grown a bit taller. Chen Weidu monitored Wan Lin closely while instructing a sergeant to fetch a ruler for measuring the sapling. Li Sen, meanwhile, selected a few pieces of fertilizer from the nearby ground, dissolved them in clean water, and began his preparation. The knowledge of blood and flesh flower fertilizer had been imparted to him by the heavenly path, although he possessed only one fertilizer formula. Some rudimentary fertilizer mixing techniques had also been directly instilled in him. For 3 saplings, he meticulously adjusted 3 new fertilizer batches, each utilizing 1,600 points of mana for fertilization. After completing the fertilization of the 3 saplings, an hour had elapsed. He approached Chen Weidu, who was documenting data, and inquired, "How did they fare? How much have they grown?" "One has grown 3 centimeters, and 2 have grown 2 centimeters. All previously yellowing leaves have returned to green." "Li Sen, you truly live up to your reputation as the creator of the healing apple. You are indeed its most knowledgeable caretaker. Only 3 centimeters at most? That seems a bit insufficient." In contrast to the excitement radiating from Chen Weidu and the nearby soldiers, Li Sen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had channeled considerable mana. Yet the growth rate of the apple trees paled in comparison to the mother plant he had cultivated in the Knoll King's territory. "Could it be that I am inadvertently stunting their growth?" Wan Lin, having observed Li Sen's success, could not resist a pointed comment from the sidelines. "Indeed, it's quite possible. We should continue to observe. I want to be returning tonight. I would appreciate it if Commander Chun could assist in transporting my luggage to the dormitory." "Certainly, I will arrange that immediately." Wan Lin was left utterly dumbfounded. He had only intended to mock Li Sen, yet Li Sen took him seriously. If he remained here tonight, Wan Lin would find it impossible to enact any schemes. As Chen Weidu passed by Wan Lin, he contemplated expelling him but could not find a suitable excuse. So he allowed Wan Lin to remain on the small hill for the time being. Nonetheless, he summoned a level 1 sergeant to stay close to Li Sen for protection, wary of any irrational behavior from Wan Lin. Meanwhile, Li Sen prepared a new batch of fertilizer, readying himself for a second round of fertilization. But the Heavenly Path's notification prompted him to halt once more. "Ding, the plant has just been fertilized. It cannot receive additional fertilization in a short period." He had encountered this before in the Knoll King's territory. The plants had yet to digest his mana and the nutrients from the fertilizer. It seemed these apple saplings were of a lower quality than those he had initially planted. With this suspicion in mind, he employed the fertilization skill every 10 minutes, waiting a full 100 minutes after the first application before attempting a second. Measuring the sapling with a ruler, he discovered it had only grown an additional 2 centimeters. An even poorer result than before. How can this be? This shouldn't be happening. Not far behind Li Sen, Wan Lin gazed at the sapling's recent growth. An expression of disbelief etched on his face as he fixated on Li Sen, repeatedly employing his identification skill. Yet no matter how he assessed, Li Sen remained a dual-class, farmer, chef. Moreover, his skill revealed that Li Sen was merely level 19 and still in his first tier. Yet, the effects of Li Sen's fertilization skill far surpassed those of his own awakened skill at the 3rd tier. Name, Wan Lin LV 6358. Age, 56. Profession, 7th tier farmer, 4th transfer, 08. Strength, 174. Constitution, 174. Spirit, 20. Agility, 174. Health, 174. Mana, 200. Stamina, 730. Combat power, 18. Talent, fruit tree cultivation. Skills, omitted. Gazing at his own level 32, fertilization, skill, and the 3 fertilizer formulas behind it, Wan Lin fell into a deep existential crisis. He could not fathom the disparity between himself and Li Senator if Li Sen could see Wan Lin's attributes. He would undoubtedly tell him that the answer was quite simple. It was all about mana. Each time he casts a skill, he expends 1,600 points of mana. Whereas a traditional farmer like Wan Lin can only output a mere 1 or 200 points at most. The disparity in mana output naturally leads to differing effects. When he employs his skills, outsiders can only perceive his continuous mana expenditure without comprehending the magnitude of it. However, he has long since realized that the greater the mana output, the swifter the growth of the apple trees. Li Sen pays no heed to Wan Lin's existential doubts. Instead, he now questions whether the growth environment in Blue Star differs from that of the Dog-Headed Kingdom, pondering if the blood recovery apple can still yield its previous effects. In Chapter 82, the transformation of the small hill reveals that the differences in mana output result in varying skill effects. 3 apple trees selected for experimentation received 6 rounds of fertilization overnight, each time yielding a growth of merely about 2 centimeters. As if that were the utmost limit they could achieve from a single absorption of mana and nutrients. Li Sen, what quality is your fertilization skill? Just as he was deep in thought, Wan Lin, disheveled with a chicken coop hairstyle and panda-like eyes, cautiously approached Li Sen to inquire. By the heavens! With a loud thud, a figure was sent flying. Li Sen, lost in his thoughts, was startled by Wan Lin's ghostly visage and instinctively swatted at him. Had he not realized at the last moment that it was a person and retracted most of his strength, Wanlin's head might have been crushed like a watermelon. Nevertheless, Wanlin was promptly knocked unconscious by Li Sen's slap. Li Sen, that is Professor Wanlin. At that moment, Chen Weidu, who had hastily returned, managed to remind Li Sen just in time. Lu Xin, take Professor Wanlin back to the headquarters for treatment. Understood. The sergeant who had been closely following Wanlin cast a strange glance at Li Sen before scooping up the unconscious Wanlin and sprinting back to the headquarters. Li Sen looked innocently at Chen Weidu and managed to utter, "I swear it was unintentional. Do you believe me?" "I do." Chen Weidu nodded vigorously, genuinely convinced. Upon arriving at the small hill that morning, he too had thought Wanlin was a ghost. The esteemed level 63 professional had managed to turn himself into such a ghastly sight in just one night, further diminishing Wanlin's stature in Chen Weidu's eyes. Not dwelling on the incident with Li Sen, Chen Weidu excitedly produced the soldiers' recorded data on the apple trees that had grown a remarkable 10,000 units. Li Sen, your skills and fertilizers are indeed effective. The growth of these 3 saplings in a single night is comparable to what they achieved in the previous 6 months. This is nothing short of miraculous. Though the growth of the 3 apple trees overnight far surpassed their previous 6-month growth. Chen Weidu only said so to spare the soldiers and experts who had labored diligently before. He was thrilled, yet Li Sen remained unfazed. He took the records from the soldiers, perused them thoroughly, and marked several key positions. Comparing with the knowledge in his mind and his planting experience in the dog-headed kingdom, Li Sen turned to a new page and pinned a transformation plan for the small hill. "Commander Chen, please have someone fetch lust to replace the soil of this hill entirely, or bring the soil here personally. And I will oversee the replacement while you record and adjust the optimal ratios. Next, we need some corpses of canine monsters, or those of dog-headed people and werewolves, for me to experiment with a new fertilizer formula." Understood. Chen Weidu did not waste any time. Taking the paper Li Sen had torn from the notebook and promptly set off to gather the requested items. Such is the nature of the military. If one possesses skill, respect is readily earned. Just as Wanlin had commanded respect before Li Sen's arrival, his eloquence was backed by true competence. "Wait. I need someone to show me the drip irrigation and sprinkler systems. If feasible, I would like to modify those as well." "Certainly. Sun Xiang, come here." Chen Weidu readily agreed to Li Sen's request. Working within the military district proved straightforward, and the efficiency was high. Just that morning, he had issued instructions, and by midday, over 10 electric transport vehicles had delivered lust excavated from 4 different locations. After breakfast, he gathered the available farmer professionals from Farm 17 to begin an extensive overhaul of the small hill. The transformation plan had already been recorded by the sergeant the previous day, and it sufficed to distribute several copies to the farmer professionals. With the comparisons made, Li Sen also discerned the distinction between his digging skill and those of others. His digging skill appeared to possess a unique effect of ignoring terrain. Though his digging speed was not faster than others, it was stable, capable of working through sandy soil, muddy ground, gravel, and even small rocks. This was somewhat exaggerated. He could even consider a career as a miner. Of course, when faced with larger rocks, he could only manually move them aside, as he could not dig through them. Within a mere morning, after the collective efforts of a dozen farmer professionals, the soil of the small hill was entirely transformed. After a brief respite following lunch, Li Sen promptly gathered the farmers again to concoct the blood-flesh-flower fertilizer. From the trials conducted the previous night, he had already approximated the optimal formula. He held nothing back, sharing the recipe for the blood-flesh-flower fertilizer, the precautions for its preparation, and the slight adjustments suitable for the blood recovery apple with his fellow farmer comrades. After all, he had already submitted this formula to the military district and sold it to Chung Group, so he bore no qualms about others knowing it. As for the commercial contract? Both Li Sen and the military district had explicitly stated that the military held the right to utilize this formula freely. Finally, it was time for fertilization. However, among the 48 farmer professionals at Farm 17, only 8 had awakened the fertilization skill. Including him and Professor Wanlin, there were merely 10 in total. Only 4 farmers were assigned to assist Li Sen with fertilization, which constituted the utmost support from the farm. Li Sen, of course, did not complain. As for how much mana to input during fertilization, he simply stated, as much as possible. After more than half a year of study, he was well aware that farmer professionals typically only input a little mana to meet the skill's requirements and did not exert further effort. They would not input to the extreme as he did. This discrepancy immediately became evident. Li Sen, how much mana did you input? Why does it take us 2 rounds of fertilization to make the saplings grow noticeably by a centimeter, while you can achieve at least a centimeter of growth with each input? I input 100 points. That is my maximum. Faced with his comrades' inquiries, he told a harmless fib, though in truth, he had input 800 points of mana. The difference remained stark. Aren't you afraid of scorching the saplings? Wanlin's voice trembled as he approached. Earlier, while they were all fertilizing together, he had been spectating with his arms crossed. Now, he had come over while Li Sen and the others discussed their fertilization insights. Why not give it a try yourself? I believe Professor Wanlin's mana must exceed 100 points as well. Alright, I will try. Not only did Wanlin attempt it, but the other 4 comrades also decided to give it a shot. Inputting 100 points of mana into the fertilization skill indeed resulted in noticeable growth for the saplings. However, they quickly realized that recovering that 100 points of mana would require at least 6 hours, which rendered the effort somewhat unworthy. Li Sen, what is your mana limit? How can you perform the fertilization skill 3 times every hour and a half? One comrade, glancing at his own mana limit of 120 points, could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked this rather personal question. Li Sen replied with utmost seriousness, a secret. Understood, understood. The group of comrades nodded in unison. While a professional's health points could be assessed, even their basic skills and talents could be evaluated, the mana values and special awakened skills remained inscrutable. This is the last card held by professionals, a secret that no one would dare to divulge or inquire about casually. Now, the fertilizer formula has been tested, and we shall proceed to revamp the drip irrigation and sprinkler systems. Li Sen, wishing to avoid discussing matters of magic, deftly shifted the conversation. Chapter 83. Arranging the farming array, the correct method of fertilization. You can also perform array formations? Wanlin gazed in astonishment as Li Sen, with a professional carving knife, inscribed an array within the water reservoir of the drip irrigation system, his surprise markedly subdued. His face still bore the marks of swelling from a recent encounter with Li Sen, and he certainly did not wish to incur another slap. Despite his desire to leverage his academic standing to pressure Li Sen, he was merely a regular serviceman in the military, and his reach was not that extensive. For now, he simply aimed to shadow Li Sen and uncover all his secrets. Who in the entire Northwest Military District is unaware of my prowess as an array genius? Did you not take the time to investigate my background thoroughly? Li Sen, having completed the inscription of the magic gathering array, finally looked up to respond. Surprised, Wanlin rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. This morning, he had mobilized his connections to delve into Li Sen's background. Yet he found much of the information hard to believe. Even if it were true, he was reluctant to accept it. Li Sen merely chuckled in response. Returning to his task of inscribing the array, he contemplated dismissing this bothersome individual, but during lunch, Manhwaedubook had candidly reminded him that Wanlin held significant influence in the academic world, and the Northwest Military District had exerted considerable effort to invite him. It was hoped that Li Sen could maintain a cordial relationship with him, perhaps even gleaning some useful knowledge from the esteemed professor. Noticing Manhwaedubook's evident discomfort, Li Sen recognized the trust placed in him and the almost unqualified compliance with his requests. He decided to grant Manhwaedubook a favor, agreeing only to refrain from acting against Wanlin and not to instigate conflict. As for displaying any goodwill, fine. Let Wanlin demonstrate an ability that would earn my respect before we discuss that. Otherwise, it is a moot point. Ignoring the intermittent questions from behind him, Li Sen focused intently on inscribing the array. The reservoir was not large, measuring 100 square meters at the bottom and only 2 meters in height. Designed to prevent anyone from falling in and being unable to escape. It was hard to believe that even those who had merely begun their training as warriors would be so foolish. Given the small size of the reservoir, he could not inscribe too many arrays and had to be discerning in his combinations. At the base, considering that the healing apple leaned towards being a magical plant, he inscribed a combination of magic gathering array, water gathering array, water element purification array, and acceleration array. The primary focus was to concentrate magical energy. On the 4 walls, he inscribed a combination of magic gathering array, wood gathering array, spirit gathering array, living water array, and acceleration array. This combination aimed to enhance the magical energy while infusing the reservoir with wood elemental magic and spiritual energy, thereby regulating the energy and vitality of the fertilizer within. Indeed, it was fertilizer. Li Sen planned to utilize the drip irrigation system for fertilization. The sprinkler system would handle watering without disrupting the apple tree's water supply. Not neglecting the outer walls of the reservoir, Li Sen also connected the magic gathering array and spirit gathering array with a simple linkage to the acceleration array. Encircling the structure, he wished to inscribe more arrays, but the red brick and cement walls could not accommodate additional inscriptions, leaving him no choice but to cease his efforts. As the sun's rays began to fade, Li Sen directed his comrades to pour the prepared flesh and blood flower fertilizer into the reservoir, subsequently introducing clean water. Every 30 seconds, he employed the spirit eye identification technique to assess the state of the diluted fertilizer. He continued until the fertilizer reached a consistency akin to slurry while maintaining the characteristics of flesh and blood flower fertilizer. Unconcerned by the mess, he plunged his hands into stir, prompting the soldiers nearby to instinctively cover their noses and step back. The fertilizer contained not only the blood and flesh of monsters, but also soil, decomposed plant matter, and even excrement. Li Sen's barehanded mixing action was difficult for them to accept. However, as he stirred, waves of magical energy emanated from him, reassuring them that he was not merely playing around. Open the sluice. Once he felt that the fertilizer could no longer accommodate additional magical energy after channeling 10,000 points, He withdrew his hands and called out to his comrades at a distance. The other soldier responded with an okay gesture and proceeded to open the water valve, allowing the special fertilizer to flow through the pipes. Skill usage successful. You have gained 10,000 points of skill proficiency and 100 points of character experience. Skill usage successful. You have gained 10,000 points of skill proficiency and 100 points of character experience. Skill usage successful. You have gained 10,000 points of skill proficiency and 100 points of character experience. The continuous prompts that only he could hear filled Li Sen with immense joy, a silent smile spreading across his face, prompting envious glances from the farmer comrades awaiting the results. Li Sen, you succeeded too? Indeed, I have also succeeded. Li Sen shared Wan Lin's sentiment with a hint of reflection. Ever since the renowned, peerless blacksmith, Yi Chong de Ren developed a specialized mechanical assembly line production method for rapid upgrades. Various life professions have delved deeply into the intricacies of different professions and skills. The method of fertilizing with drip irrigation was not Li Sen's original invention. Any farmer with the fertilization skill had attempted it. However, few had managed to succeed and gain proficiency and experience. Not only were there technical challenges, but skill-related issues and even luck played a role. A mere fraction of farmers, less than 1 in 100,000, could rapidly gain experience through this method. And it required constant input of magical energy from the farmer, along with numerous other restrictions. Li Sen's ability to do so with such ease was undoubtedly unique. The prompts continued for a total of 240 instances before ceasing, with the next likely not sounding for another 100 minutes. He personally walked to the water valve position, shutting off the fertilizer drip, and turned to thank his comrades. Thank you all for your assistance. Tonight, I will cook medicinal cuisine for everyone. Wonderful. It's been a long time since I've had medicinal cuisine. Li Sen, what ingredients do you need? I can gather them. Our farm grows not only grains and fruits, but also medicinal herbs. Haha, I appreciate it, brother. I will prepare 2 lists for you shortly. I would be grateful for your help. No problem. The kindness of his comrades was heartwarming. He provided the recipes for strengthening medicinal cuisine and goji berry medicinal cuisine to this sergeant-ranked comrade. During the 6-month training period, he had learned and mastered 30 medicinal cuisine recipes and over 50 common dish preparations. However, he primarily focused on these 2 medicinal dishes that came with his profession's awakening. The reason was simple. Although he could prepare non-professional awakening recipes, they did not grant proficiency. This rule was indeed rather frustrating. Nevertheless, both his medicinal cuisine and large pot cooking skills had reached level 20 and were on the verge of reaching level 21, at which point he would acquire new recipes for medicinal cuisine and large pot cooking. After conducting a final inspection of the small hillock, the group departed the planting area and returned to the military camp in the 17th Defense Zone, where soldiers would patrol and extensive monitoring was in place, ensuring no monsters would disrupt their peace. As Li Sen simmered the second pot of strengthening medicinal cuisine, he once again heard the divine prompts. As the duty soldiers assisted him in opening the sluice of the reservoir, following the fertilization, he once more gained proficiency and experience. This is indeed the correct way to utilize the fertilization skill. Tomorrow, I shall request a joint tilling machine from the company commander and test whether the digging skill can be accelerated by machinery. Li Sen's spirits soared as he brewed the medicinal cuisine, even more so than the enthusiastic thumbs up from his comrades during dinner. Chapter 84. The Military District's Training Agreement. A proposal for Li Sen's retirement. Boom, buzz, buzz. The thunderous roar of the combined tiller gradually subsided, and Li Sen dismounted with a countenance filled with disappointment. Haha. Li Sen, it seems your tilling skills cannot be accelerated by machinery, can they? As he stepped down, a teasing voice emerged from beside the tiller. It was Professor Wan Lin again. At the sight of Li Sen's dejected expression, his demeanor transformed, radiating vitality that overshadowed the gloom of the previous day. Isn't it quite normal? Less than 1 in 100,000 farmers possess the ability to enhance their tilling skill through machinery, and this figure is even lower for fertilizing skills. Li Sen rolled his eyes in response, his mind already contemplating the direction of his upcoming planting and skill training. Would you like me to teach you how to accelerate your tilling skill using machinery? Wan Lin approached Li Sen with a seemingly benevolent expression. Though the mockery and schadenfreude in his eyes were unmistakable, he was merely seeking attention, deriding Li Senator. Thank you, Professor Wan. In return, I shall first instruct you on how to effectively use machinery to enhance your fertilizing skill, Li Sen retorted, a hint of disdain in his voice. Upon hearing this, Wan Lin's smile froze. If it were so simple to learn acceleration techniques, they would have been universally mastered by now, and there would be no need for him to offer guidance. Well, the experimental methods for various professions are no longer secrets. Even the military district has specialized literature available. Their conversation was unproductive, so Li Sen returned the tiller and promptly sought out Chen Wei, the commander. Commander, are there any other farmers utilizing the fertilizing skill in our farm's reservoir? No, there are a total of 26 reservoirs available for your use, and I have prepared the appropriate fertilizer formulas suited for this area, Chen Wei replied, handing Li Sen a stack of papers. Upon realizing that Li Sen could expedite the fertilizing skill through the reservoir's drip irrigation system, he immediately requested the corresponding training resources from the 17th Military District, which were granted without hesitation. Just like that, by the end of the morning, all the necessary paperwork was completed. "Thank you, Commander." Li Sen saluted before accepting the documents. Chen Wei then produced 2 additional documents and placed them on the desk. "The military district and the division will strive to provide you with the utmost resources for your training, but they do have a minor request." Naturally, Li Sen nodded, unsurprised. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Aside from one's parents, no one will treat you well without conditions. It is merely a matter of whether the conditions are worth accepting. Sensing the flicker of concern in Li Sen's eyes, Chen Wei smiled and gestured for him to sit on the nearby sofa. "The conditions from the military district are straightforward. You must successfully cultivate and mass-produce the healing apple. The division requests that you leave a copy of the fertilizer formula and planting techniques developed at the 17th farm. Of course, the division will compensate you as well." The terms offered by the military district and the division were exceedingly favorable, and Li Sen had no objections. After listening to Chen Wei's explanation, he picked up a pen and signed the 2 training agreements without hesitation. This arrangement was far superior to working for a large corporation where all research patents belonged to the company. He did not scrutinize the agreements because he trusted the military's credibility. Haha, that's the spirit. However, you should still review the agreements to avoid any future disputes that might tarnish our reputations. Chen Wei pushed the documents back towards Li Sen, encouraging him to examine them. After carefully reviewing both agreements and confirming there were no hidden traps, Li Sen returned them, and this time, Chen Wei accepted them. "Li Sen, please wait here for a moment while I attend to some matters. I will take you to oversee the reservoirs shortly." "All right." As Li Sen examined the fertilizer formulas in Chen Wei's office, Wan Lin was on the phone upstairs, his expression one of subservience. "Yes, Manager Chung. I have confirmed that Li Sen indeed possesses knowledge of formations, and not just a few. His effects are quite remarkable. Find a way to have him discharged from service. The title of full professor at Shanshui University can be arranged through our group, along with an annual research budget of 1 billion. Understood. I will ensure that Li Sen is discharged. Remember, this matter has nothing to do with the Chung group." Yes. Rest assured, Manager Chung, I know what to do. This isn't my first time." With a compliment from the other end of the line, Wan Lin's demeanor shifted from obsequious to serious and conflicted. Discharging Li Sen would not be an easy feat, considering the numerous surveillance measures in place at the 17th farm and the significant importance of the healing apple, which was monitored 24/7. He would need to devise a strategy to induce Li Sen to err. Little did he know that at that very moment, Li Sen had just signed a training agreement with the Northwest Military District. In a field of dragon fruit, Li Sen observed several damaged water pipes, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Cough. There's no helping it. The Northwest is relatively arid, making the sprinkler system crucial. Moreover, there are 3 comrades capable of using machinery to accelerate the watering skill, and they typically maintain the sprinkler system, leaving the drip irrigation system in disrepair. Chen Wei awkwardly tapped one of the rusted pipes, causing a cascade of rust to fall. "Commander, does the farm have funds?" "No funds. Truly, there are no funds. These devices can still be repaired, but we genuinely lack the resources to purchase new equipment." The moment Li Sen mentioned money, Chen Wei's voice rose several octaves, and he regarded him with suspicion, embodying the essence of a miser. "Commander, only 12 of the 26 reservoirs are operational and immediately usable. The other 14 require repairs. Many of the pipes are in this state." With a gentle press of his foot, Li Sen crushed a segment of pipe as if it were dry wood. Hee. Chen Wei offered an awkward chuckle, kicking the broken pipe aside. Yet, he resolutely refused to mention finances. The military truly lacked funds, and any available money would be prioritized for the procurement of weapons and equipment for personnel. Additionally, a significant financial burden stemmed from annual or even monthly compensation expenditures, which constituted a substantial sum. "Commander, what if I personally fund the repairs of the drip irrigation system? Once the crops I irrigate yield economic benefits, the farm can reimburse me. Would that be acceptable? Is that so? I would need to seek approval from higher-ups. And how much money do you actually have? Repairing 14 drip irrigation systems could cost several million." I will invest 1 billion to install a drip irrigation system for the entire farm," Li Sen proclaimed grandly, displaying an air of extravagance. "Wow, you're quite the tycoon, aren't you? I will apply for this immediately. The division will certainly have no objections." Chen Wei did not inquire about the source of Li Sen's funds, as it was not his concern. In truth, Li Sen's financial origins were entirely legitimate. Previously, during their venture in the Goblin Tunnels, the 27 of them had acquired a plethora of equipment, items, skill books, and job transfer certificates. The military district had profited significantly from the sale of these items, and after some persuasion from Pei Xiaoba and others, Li Sen received a staggering sum of 3 billion, from which he donated 2 billion to the military's family compensation fund. Soldiers risk their lives, and thus monetary rewards are essential alongside military honors. Though the sale of spoils can be quite complicated and time-consuming, Li Sen had only received this some 2 months prior. With funds secured, the necessary drip irrigation systems were swiftly approved by both the division and the military district. Chapter 85. A hypocrite, unaware of his own embarrassment. Good news, good news. Li Sen, engrossed in selecting drip irrigation suppliers on his computer, was startled by Wan Lin's exuberant voice, causing him to minimize the computer screen. However, this individual's good news might not necessarily bode well for Li Senator comrades. I bring you exhilarating news. After relentless efforts on my part, I have successfully secured a funding allocation of 1 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars from the military district to overhaul the drip irrigation system at Farm 17. Li Sen turned his gaze in astonishment, while the other soldiers resting in the office looked at Wan Lin with delight, some even rising to their feet. Professor Wan, is this truly the case? Indeed, it's absolutely certain. The farm is preparing for a bidding conference to select a supplier for the drip irrigation equipment, and they have invited me to serve as a judge. As he spoke, Wan Lin lifted his head proudly. Professor Wan is truly remarkable. It's thanks to Professor Wan that we can finally address the half-failed drip irrigation system. The farm was reluctant to repair it, but now, it will certainly ease the burden. Yes, while the sprinkler system can irrigate, the drip irrigation system is far more efficient in conserving water and effort. Moreover, the drip system can also be used for fertilization. What a good person Professor Wan is. The soldiers in the office gathered around Wan Lin, showering him with compliments. Only Li Sen quietly took out his phone to send 2 messages, and after silently reviewing the replies, he discreetly closed his computer and left the room. Less than a minute after his departure, Wan Lin received a message. Hearing the notification, he retrieved his phone and, upon seeing the sender, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Haha, look, the military district has messaged me. They must be urging me to attend the evaluation conference. Then we shan't delay Professor Wan any longer. Please, go ahead. Upon hearing Wan Lin's boastful words, the soldiers kindly parted to create a path. Haha, very well. I shall take my leave, Wan Lin said, clicking on the message to discover the military district's notification regarding the conference. However, as he opened the message, the smile on his face froze. After deliberation by the military district, the supplier for the drip irrigation system has been determined. There will be no evaluation conference. This is a formal notification. The terse and official wording conveyed a clear message to Wan Lin. You need not come. We no longer require your services. He chuckled awkwardly, hastily exiting the office, eager to understand what had transpired. Just 2 hours earlier, Chun Wei had approached him, seeking his assistance to evaluate several suppliers' products. How could a decision have been reached in such a short span? Was this a ruse? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to storm into the headquarters to question the division commander. Commander Wang, what does this mean? Oh, the military district deemed it unnecessary to hold an evaluation conference, considering it a waste of time and energy, and simply chose a supplier at random. Wan Lin remained dissatisfied with this explanation. Then why did you notify me to prepare for the evaluation of the irrigation equipment? Once the equipment is procured, you will still require Professor Wan to assess it. Commander Wang understood the significance of Wan Lin's reputation and felt it unwise to offend him, especially since he had personally invited him. He chose his words carefully. I must report this to the military district. It is unacceptable to purchase equipment without a proper assessment, Wan Lin declared, attempting to leave, but Commander Wang quickly intervened. Professor Wan, this is the military. We prioritize efficiency and do not engage in trivialities. Should any of these suppliers attempt to deceive us, the consequences could be dire. Wan Lin paused, yet still struggled to believe it. The discipline of the Dragon Kingdom's military is unparalleled across Blue Star. Surely they would not resort to coercive purchasing practices. Resolute, he pulled out his phone and contacted an acquaintance in the military supply department, speaking directly in front of Commander Wang. Old Wang, I hear you're procuring a batch of drip irrigation equipment. Has a decision been made? What? The Sankesha brand. They are merely a small company. Commander Deng approved this? They offered a very favorable price. Let me tell you, Old Wang, the quality of drip irrigation equipment is paramount. I advise you to procure the Chengshi Group's Hammer brand. Their quality is exceptional. Oh, the order process has already commenced? You can no longer influence the decision? Wan Lin wished to accuse Commander Deng of favoritism, but he held his tongue, aware of the presence of a lieutenant and Commander Wang. If he dared to voice such accusations, he might face repercussions. Commander Wang's expression shifted, his gaze toward Wan Lin now tinged with disdain rather than respect. He recognized that beneath Wan Lin's facade of righteousness lay a desire to promote his own product. However, the current drip irrigation equipment at Farm 17 was already of the Hammer brand, not even 3 to 5 years old, and half of it was malfunctioning, certainly a cause for concern. After Wan Lin ended the call, he was politely shown to the door. Wan Lin took a roundabout route back to the farm, still maintaining the pretense of having attended the so-called evaluation conference. Comrades, following my assessment, the military district has decided to select the Sankeshu brand equipment. New devices will soon arrive at the farm. The soldiers present exchanged bemused glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of amusement and incredulity as they observed his performance, akin to watching a hairless monkey put on a show. Less than half an hour after Wan Lin departed the farm office, the military district received reports of his audacious claims, prompting them to clarify the allocation of the 1 billion funding. An internal communication channel announced that Li Sen, in support of the construction of Farm 17, had voluntarily provided a loan of 10 billion, interest-free, to improve the farm's irrigation system. Meanwhile, Wan Lin continued to boast, revealing his true character to all the soldiers at the farm. Strangely, none of the soldiers pulled out their phones to show him the announcement. Instead, they stifled their laughter, watching Wan Lin's antics unfold. What a mischievous situation. Haha, well done. I love it. When Sergeant Sun Xiang relayed Wan Lin's clownish behavior to Li Sen, who was doubled over in laughter, it was clear that this exposure of Wan Lin's character was far more satisfying than a mere slap in the face. It seemed a more effective way to diminish his influence. Hey, Commander Sun, such entertaining happenings are worth sharing with other military districts. After all, everyone spends their days training or fighting. A bit of amusement can lighten the mood. I agree. It's quite enjoyable. Sun Xiang and Li Sen exchanged smiles, turning to grab their phones. Chong, let me share something amusing with you. Li Sen felt a sense of relief. Tarnishing Wan Lin's reputation was far more gratifying than any act of vengeance. As for Wan Lin seeking trouble with Li Sen, had he not approached Li Sen with malice from the very beginning? He was merely a so-called expert, incapable of disrupting Li Sen's progress. While awaiting the arrival of the new drip irrigation equipment, he commenced a simple renovation and engraving of the existing 26 water storage tanks, as well as planning the locations for 34 new tanks. He enlisted the help of professional architects from the farm to begin construction. His goal was to integrate the entire 300-hectare farm into an upgraded skill experience pool. Chapter 86. The initial renovation of the drip irrigation system is completed. It has been upgraded to level 20. The quality of this drip irrigation equipment is commendable, and I am quite satisfied. I hope for future collaboration opportunities. By the artificial river at the farm, Li Sen, having tested the quality of all the main components of the drip irrigation equipment, nodded in approval. His initial choice of the Sankeshu brand stemmed simply from there being a manufacturer from his hometown, Inan City. To his surprise, the quality of the equipment produced by this small to medium-sized company exceeded that of the Hammer brand currently in use at the farm by over 50%. Even if slightly pricier, it was undoubtedly worth the investment. Dear esteemed colleague, it brings me great joy to know that you are satisfied. Our company, Sankeshu, adheres to the principle that quality is synonymous with life, and we are unwavering in our commitment to ensuring the quality of every product. All forthcoming products will be delivered with both quality and quantity assured, with no delays impacting the operations of the farm. Wahi, the general manager of Sankeshu, personally oversaw the delivery of the first batch of goods to the Northwest. He initially presumed that a business of this magnitude, valued at 1 billion, would warrant the attention of a senior officer, if not a brigade commander. To his surprise, it was Private Li Sen who was appointed as the responsible party. Nevertheless, he diligently collaborated with Li Sen to inspect the goods, exhibiting no signs of negligence. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he faltered in his speech. Li Sen grasped a section of a water pipe, exerting force until the 5-centimeter wide pipe was transformed into a solid iron rod. He then discarded the pipe, stating, "The quality of this water pipe is somewhat lacking. Let us procure a superior version, and we are willing to pay extra." Very well. I will immediately instruct our company to acquire pipes of a higher standard. Gua He, being a blacksmith by trade, understood the immense strength required to achieve such a feat, knowing it necessitated at least 20 points of combat power. Seeing Li Sen, who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, possess such strength and be responsible for such a significant farm, he realized Li Sen was no ordinary individual. He never considered that Li Sen was simply an average person. His capability to oversee this procurement was indicative of his extraordinary abilities. The reason Li Sen squeezed the water pipe was simply due to the fact that the current pipes in use were exceedingly brittle. In the 12 operational drip irrigation systems, there had been 10 instances of pipe ruptures within 3 days. The infusion of blood-flesh-flower fertilizer, having a certain level of corrosiveness, rendered ordinary pipes quite vulnerable. Thus, he proposed the solution of paying more for upgraded pipes, as he still possessed a personal fortune of 2.3 billion. This expenditure would be repaid once the farm yielded its produce. He felt no remorse in this regard. Sankeshu placed great significance on this substantial order, which was raised to 1.2 billion Dragon Country currency. The following day, a dedicated team flew in a high-priced aircraft, bringing various types of pipes for Li Sen to select, anxious that a moment of displeasure from him might jeopardize this lucrative deal. Their attentiveness not only satisfied Li Sen, but also pleased Chen Weidu, who oversaw the farm, and the leaders of the military division. The entire sum of 1.2 billion was paid up front, with a single stipulation: the swift delivery of all equipment and assurance of quality. The military does not engage in coercive buying. Yet no one dares to play tricks on the military unless they wish to relinquish their existence in the Dragon Country. Within just 5 days, 16 sets of equipment were delivered to the farm by a mercenary group hired by Sankeshu, and, with the collaborative efforts of their personnel and the farm soldiers, installation was completed in a mere 3 days. The efficiency was commendable. It was somewhat regrettable that the fertilization skill was only effective within a radius of 1,900 meters from the water reservoir. Beyond this range, proficiency and experience could not be accrued. In an orchard of jujube trees, Li Sen watched as the fertilizer dripped continuously and consulted his attributes panel to confirm the usage range of the fertilization skill. This was within his expectations, albeit he found the distance somewhat unsatisfactory. The three comrades utilizing the spray irrigation system on the farm had skill ranges extending 7 to 8 kilometers, with the closest being only 4 to 500 meters. Were the skills to be employed without limitations, farmers would undoubtedly experience the swiftest progression in leveling. The orchards could no longer satisfy his leveling needs. The next step was to integrate the drip irrigation system into the fields, particularly the rice paddies. Li Sen stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, which caught Manhwaedu's attention, his eyes lighting up. Li Sen, can your skill also be effective on rice? Oh, where did you come from, Captain? Li Sen, deep in contemplation, was startled. Enough with the small talk. If your skill can benefit the fields, I will take the initiative to apply for funding to construct a more expansive drip irrigation system. Really, I will test it immediately. Hearing Manhwaedu's words, Li Sen felt a surge of excitement. Irrigation for fruit trees was a matter of individual drip systems, whereas for rice, wheat, and other cereal crops, it would involve extensive irrigation, thereby accelerating his experience gain. Wait, Li Sen, have you resolved the issue of skill-burning seedlings? Soon, it should be today. Li Sen replied confidently, pulling Manhwaedu toward the roadside electric vehicle. Skill successfully used. You gain 10,000 points of skill proficiency and 100 points of character experience. Congratulations, you gained 100 experience. After arduous battles, your level has increased, and you are now level 20. Having been at the 17th farm for half a month, Li Sen, through the accelerated use of technology in conjunction with his fertilization skill, finally elevated his level to 20. Name, Li Sen LV20, 35,100 billion. Age, 19. Profession, First Order Farmer, 01. First Order Chef, 02. Ninth Order Array Mage, 9. Strength, 198. Constitution, 198. Spirit, 396. Agility, 198. Health, 19800. Stamina, 300. Mana, 39600. Combat Power, 196. Talent, Tenfold Proficiency Mythical. Skills, Digging LV11. Fertilization LV30. Large Pot Cooking LV14. Medicinal Cuisine LV13. Array Drawing LV25. Explosive Array LV28. Inscription LV27. Fireball Technique LV5. Formation LV4. Mystic Eye Identification Technique LV5. Earth Dog Howl Moon Meditation LV3. Changchun Skill LV1. Fortunately, the basic attributes increased by 18 points, and the spirit by 36 points, without the anticipated reduction post-healing. Thus, my strength can continue to grow rapidly. Observing the new attributes, Li Sen greatly exhaled, relieved that the worst-case scenario he had anticipated did not manifest. With the initial completion of the drip irrigation system, the acceleration of the fertilization skill could achieve 30,000 successful uses every 100 minutes, equating to 300 million points of skill proficiency and 3 million points of character experience per hour. As all 26 drip irrigation systems became operational, the success rate reached 80,000 every 100 minutes. This could be viewed as an investment in experience. Worth it. However, all fruit trees, tall trees, and shrubs at the 17th farm had already been connected to the drip irrigation system. The next phase involved non-woody crops. If today, the fertilization skill could successfully upgrade to level 31 and yield an appropriate fertilizer formula. The previous fertilizer formulas, once enhanced by his mana, exhibited potent effects. The apple trees, which had taken half a year to grow just over 10 centimeters, had now surged an impressive meter in height after merely half a month of consistent irrigation. Li Sen estimated that they would bloom in approximately 3 months, albeit this was due to his tempered care, which had slowed the growth rate. Nevertheless, under the influence of such potent fertilization, crops like rice, wheat, and even corn could quickly suffer root damage, leading to rapid plant death. It was indeed a case of gains and losses. Perfection is a rarity in life, let alone in a skill, even if the quality of this skill is deemed perfect. Contemplating this, Li Sen's gaze fixated upon the 10,000 points of skill proficiency in the fertilization skill. Chapter 87. A new fertilizer formula, quite expensive. Skill successfully used. You gain 10,000 points of skill proficiency and 100 points of character experience. Congratulations, your fertilization skill level has risen to 31. And you have obtained a new fertilizer formula, Purple Few Fertilizer. As anticipated, upon arriving at the rice paddy area, Li Sen's skill upgraded shortly thereafter. However, upon witnessing the trillion-level upgrade proficiency requirement, a sense of despair washed over him. The difficulty of leveling this skill was exceedingly daunting. Setting aside his despair regarding skill upgrades, he turned his attention to the new fertilizer formula, Purple Few Fertilizer, a blend of purple fuff grass leaves and mineral materials fermented to create a fertilizer suitable for cereal plants. Indeed, fertilizer is an essential formulation for irrigating cereal crops such as rice and wheat. However, he had never heard of Zafuko before. Commander, are you familiar with Zafuko? Yes, it is a type of grass in the beastly world, regarded as high-quality fodder. Most herbivorous beasts consume it. Why? Are you considering cultivating Zafuko? I recently obtained a new fertilizer formula that requires Zafuko. Li Sen did not conceal this. With the military district's assistance, he could procure the necessary items more swiftly. If it is for fertilizer preparation, it can be purchased directly, as the Southwest Military District cultivates it in abundance, priced at approximately 1 longwa coin per kilogram. 1 longwa coin? That is quite reasonable. Commander, I will draft a formula. I kindly ask the headquarters to assist me in procurement. If the cost is excessive, I can cover it. Nonsense. You are also cultivating crops for the farm. The farm can handle this expense. Chun Wei-du interrupted Li Sen, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Li Sen had previously submitted his level 21 awakening formula to the farm, enhancing the fertilization of fruit trees and facilitating exchanges for valuable items with other units. Naturally, he fully supported Li Sen's endeavor to create new fertilizer. However, upon reviewing the newly drafted fertilizer formula, he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are you serious? This fertilizer formulation actually requires copper and gold. While the quantities are not large, it's somewhat inappropriate for irrigating crops. Indeed, this fertilizer formula is rather extravagant. The cost amounts to at least 20 longwa coins per kilogram. Perhaps we should scale back our purchases. Let us procure 10,000 kilograms of materials. Upon completing the formula, Li Sen recognized the issue. Premium fertilizer necessitates premium materials, which inevitably incurs high costs. Alright, the farm will cover 200,000, and we will assess the results once the fertilizer is produced before deciding on further production. Chun Wei-du did not refuse Li Sen's proposal, promptly approving it. Then he shifted the conversation slightly, with a hint of a wry smile. By the way, Li Sen, you should ideally remove those drip irrigation devices from the shrubs and miscellaneous trees, as their growth has begun to impede the healthy development of the fruit trees. Alright. I will resolve this as soon as possible. Li Sen awkwardly scratched his head. Previously, in pursuit of greater experience, he had indiscriminately applied the drip irrigation fertilizer, watering not just the shrubs, but also the weeds. His blood and flesh flower fertilizer acted as a herbicide against the weeds, burning the roots with a single application, and causing total desiccation with just 2. In the fruit tree area of Farm 17, he had completed a year's worth of weeding in merely half a month, which proved quite beneficial. However, the shrubs had begun to proliferate wildly, adversely affecting the growth of the fruit trees. After bidding farewell to Chun Wei-du, Li Sen enlisted the help of farmers and ordinary soldiers within the farm to commence the removal of the shrubs. Have you heard? Professor Wan Lin's mentor, Academician Chung Chun from the Longwo Academy of Agricultural Sciences, is coming here for an inspection and guidance. Amidst the fruit grove, Li Sen and the soldiers, while toiling to uproot the shrubs, engaged in casual conversation. Really? Academician Chung is an expert in fruit tree cultivation. His guidance is a tremendous boon for us. Do you think he is here at Wan Lin's behest to reclaim some face? Perhaps, but does it even matter? We do not doubt Wan Lin's expertise in apple cultivation. But his character, tut. When the topic of Professor Wan Lin arose, the group could not help but chuckle. Some wished for Li Sen to share his thoughts, but he merely laughed. He brought this upon himself. He deserves it. Let us hasten to remove these shrubs. I'll prepare medicinal dishes to reward everyone tonight. Sounds good. As one of the parties involved, Li Sen preferred not to dwell on the subject, and the others refrained from further discussion, redirecting the conversation to the topic of striving for a second or third child during the upcoming holiday. The group of rugged men spoke rather candidly. This left the innocent Li Sen blushing, unable to escape their lewd banter, even as he attempted to steer the conversation back to Wan Lin. Nevertheless, despite their incessant ribaldry, the men displayed remarkable vigor, and in one afternoon, 30 individuals uprooted over 10,000 shrubs. One could say they were venting their surplus energy. By the evening, when work concluded, Li Sen only transported the uprooted shrubs with his comrades. The drip irrigation system remained operational as he wished to continue earning experience. The following day, he inevitably faced some reprimand from Chun Wei-du. Ultimately, however, he did not require Li Sen to shut down the drip irrigation system. He merely instructed Li Sen to focus on clearing the shrubs, understanding Li Sen's desire to level up. Yet, this was a farm, and production remained the primary responsibility. Anything unsuitable for cultivation must be eradicated. After 2 days of effort, over 40,000 shrubs were cleared, leaving only 30,000 assorted fruit trees, still benefiting from the drip irrigation system. Meanwhile, the skill proficiency Li Sen earned every 100 minutes plummeted from over 800 million to 300 million, more than halving. Gazing at the barren orchard floor, an epiphany struck Li Sen, and he hurried to find Chun Wei-du. Commander, I have a foolproof method for weed removal. Hold on. You aren't suggesting we inundate the farm, are you? Upon hearing Li Sen mention weed removal, Manhwaedit immediately grasped his intention and hastily dissuaded him. Commander, do you think so little of me? I noticed the wheat has already begun to be harvested. Once the harvesting is complete, if I apply my blood and flesh flower fertilizer, it will not only eliminate the weeds, but also enrich the soil. To this, Manhwaedit rolled his eyes and inquired, do you know that farmers possess a skill called weed removal? Yes, but my method is far more efficient. Stop. You are aware that using skills requires proficiency and experience, right? Those weeds in the fields are others' experience resources. Can you bear to destroy them completely? Li Sen found himself at a loss for words. His previous notion was indeed somewhat selfish. The 4 fundamental skills of the farming profession include digging, watering, fertilizing, and weeding. Every farmer, upon promotion, acquires 2 of these skills, and one of the foundational skills of 50 farmers is weeding. If he eradicated all the weeds, it would essentially sever others' paths to leveling up. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he proposed, Commander, how about I dilute the fertilizer? Apply it just once to scorch the roots of the weeds, ensuring they merely turn yellow without dying, and then let others handle the weeding? What do you think? Chapter 88, 50 Trillion Skill Proficiency. Turns out leveling up can be this simple. With a whoosh, a watering truck sprayed liquid, as Li Sen operated the nozzle while channeling mana. A light pink liquid cascaded down, showering the recently harvested wheat fields, adding a vibrant hue to the yellow-green expanse. Listening to the continuous notifications of gaining 10,000 skill proficiency and 100 experience points, Li Sen could not help but grin widely. He hadn't expected this method to be effective. The diluted fertilizer, with a touch of mana before spraying, counted as a successful skill application when it landed on both the weeds and the wheat roots. Had he known his farmer's skill fertilizing could yield proficiency this rapidly, he would have bypassed military service entirely, finding a patch of forest or grassland to fertilize daily, and his levels would have skyrocketed. An acre of wheat typically houses around 450,000 plants. With regular maintenance by farmers, only about 50,000 weeds remained by harvest time, totaling at least 500,000 plants. A single spray from this nozzle would yield 5 billion skill proficiency and 500 million character experience. What a delightful surprise. Spraying across 1,000 acres of wheat fields, he directly acquired 52 trillion skill proficiency and 520 billion character experience, elevating his fertilizing skill to level 33. In truth, the upgrade process is remarkably straightforward. After finishing the last plot, Li Sen leaned against the watering truck, marveling at the simplicity. Upgrade? Why haven't you upgraded yet? You're still at level 20? Came the inquiry from his comrade, Yi Jiaming, beside him. Oh, I heard that by filling the experience pool to its capacity, even a first-tier professional can break through to the second tier. I want to give it a try, he replied, concealing his true intention of stashing experience until after the formation of the mage class before leveling up. Professionals can opt to delay leveling at pivotal transition levels like 21, 41, and 61, choosing instead to upgrade post-transition. Such a strategy allows them to gain double the attribute points upon leveling up after their transition, leading most professionals in safe zones to embrace this method of stalling levels. That's merely a legend. In the 100-year history of Dragon Country, there have been fewer than 100 such instances, and who has to say those individuals weren't originally second-tier professionals, merely utilized for sensationalism? Yi Jiaming cautioned. One must always harbor dreams, lest one be no different from a salted fish, Li Sen replied lightly, fully aware that it was but a legend, merely an excuse in his mind. Don't entertain such fanciful thoughts. Focus on leveling up your skills. Leave a path for me. A third-tier farmer, he continued humorously. My watering skill is measured per acre, whereas you, a fertilizer specialist, have yours measured by each plant. How can that possibly be fair? It's merely luck, Yi Jiaming retorted. Moreover, you are a third-tier farmer while I am merely a first-tier dual-class professional. I cannot compete with you. Li Sen chuckled foolishly, scratching his head in a show of humility. He was acutely aware that his rapid ascent through fertilization would undoubtedly incite envy among many. Naturally, his discovery of the blood and flesh flower fertilizer formula would soon spread, leading many farmer professionals to pursue rapid advancement as well. Consequently, his formula would surely sell like hotcakes. After all, not every fertilizer can be applied via water. For instance, the high calcium and potassium fertilizer he awakened at level 21 was purely a granular chemical fertilizer, unable to be applied using the fertilization skill as it does not dissolve in water. Of course, even with the blood and flesh flower fertilizer formula, other farmer professionals would not be able to use it directly to enhance their proficiency. Non-professionals cannot gain proficiency or experience from formulas awakened by themselves. Li Sen's formula serves primarily as a reference, guiding other farmers to modify their own formulas in line with his to achieve the desired irrigation effect. Li Sen, you can come down now. The materials for your new fertilizer formula are all gathered. Go ahead and mix them, Manhwaedit's voice called from below the watering truck, tinged with anticipation. Originally, the materials were expected to cost 200,000, but they ended up costing a staggering 470,000 at the farm. Partly due to the high price of the materials, and partly because of the hefty shipping fees. He was eager to see what kind of fertilizer could be concocted from 47 dragon coins per kilogram. Already here? Li Sen exclaimed, promptly jumping down from the truck, which stood over 4 meters high. Ah, what a stroke of luck. I can't compete with that. Yi Jiaming sighed as he watched Li Sen jog towards the electric vehicle. Then opened his attributes panel. Name, Yi Jiaming LV 857. Age, 28. Profession, 3rd tier farmer, 3rd tier, 04. Strength, 36, 2,511. Constitution, 36. Spirit, 50, 2,525. Agility, 36. Health, 360. Mana, 360. Stamina, 950. Combat power, 36. Talent, water spirit affinity. Skills, omitted. As a military soldier, he had signed a 10-year service agreement, learning a perfected martial technique. And his strength surpassed that of the average individual. Furthermore, due to specialized military training, his level increased at a much faster rate than others. He was already at level 85, while the renowned Professor Wan Lin was only at level 63. Such disparities explain why many self-proclaimed talented professionals in civilian roles aspire to join the military. Military resources and training can accelerate leveling tremendously. As he observed Li Sen's retreating figure, Yi Jiaming climbed into the driver's seat of the watering truck and proceeded to fetch water for irrigation, eager to level up himself. On the road back to the farm's office building, Li Sen encountered Professor Wan Lin once more after a fortnight. The professor was dismounting from a combine harvester, appearing quite rushed. During this period, he had been utilizing the farm's machinery daily for land clearing, sowing, and harvesting, eagerly engaging in tasks that would grant him proficiency. While it may have seemed industrious, his true motivation was his personal experience gain. Li Sen, you've reached level 20, impressive. Unlike me, still at level 64, Wan Lin remarked. Huh. I'm a dual-class professional, so my leveling experience is 100 times yours, and I'm only 19 this year, Li Sen quipped, leaving Wan Lin momentarily speechless. Indeed. A 19-year-old dual-class professional at level 20, juxtaposed with a 56-year-old man at level 64. What right did he have to boast? As Wan Lin pondered this, Li Sen swiftly pulled Chen Wei-du into the office building, bustling to gather a plethora of items before driving off to the farm's biogas pool. The purple lotus fertilizer required fermentation, something Chen Wei-du was already aware of. When Li Sen was fertilizing the wheat fields, he had previously cleared a small biogas pool. The 10 tons of fertilizer, including the dry materials of the purple lotus, weighed only 4 tons. Water needed to be added for fermentation. The reason both Chen Wei-du and Li Sen were so eager was that the purple lotus fertilizer was a liquid fertilizer, potentially becoming another fertilizer that could expedite skills when used with drip irrigation systems. After adding the water, Li Sen plunged his hand into the biogas pool and began to channel his mana. However, as he did so, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, wow, this purple lotus fertilizer can absorb so much mana, and the fermentation time is quite lengthy. How long will it take? Chen Wei-du inquired curiously, noting that Li Sen's previous 2 fertilizer formulas did not require fermentation, needing only mixing. This new fertilizer seemed exceptional. It takes between 7 to 15 days. Depending on how much mana I input, Li Sen replied. 15 days? That is not too long. Normal biogas liquid fermentation typically requires a month. This is relatively quick. Chen Wei-du reassured Li Sen before adding, if you have the funds, why not invest a bit more in constructing a new biogas fermentation pool? How much would that be? Li Sen asked. Not too expensive, around 300,000. It involves pressure and heating equipment, with slight modifications needed, Chen Wei-du explained. All right, I'll transfer the money to the farm shortly. Having tasted the sweetness of rapid leveling, Li Sen viewed the 300,000 as a trivial matter. Trading money for experience, especially when it promised long-term returns, was something he felt no remorse over. He had just lamented the ease of upgrading, yet upon reflection, he recognized the challenges involved. Had he not been trapped in the dog-headed man cave, underground passage, and utilized the blood of dog-headed men to cultivate the health regeneration apple, he might never have awakened the blood and flesh flower fertilizer formula, losing the foundation for skill acceleration through machinery. Had he not slain over 100,000 dog-headed men in the underground passage, acquiring a plethora of equipment and items, he would never have obtained the 1 billion needed for the drip irrigation system upgrades, making acceleration difficult to achieve. And without support from the military district, he would not have had the opportunity to irrigate the 1,000-acre wheat field, making it challenging to amass 52 trillion in skill proficiency. Each sip and each bite. The cycle of cause and effect is truly intricate. Reflecting on this, he added, Squad leader, how many biogas pools does the farm have? And what would it cost to renovate them all? Chen Wei-du's eyes lit up at the question, and he provided a figure. There are 90 units, and the complete transformation will only cost 20 million. After all, with our substantial order placed, those manufacturers must provide us with discounts. Oh, Commander Lian, So you were waiting here? Are you hoping to feast on a grand banquet? Hee hee. With Li Sen exposing his inner thoughts, Manhwaedit felt a tinge of embarrassment on his face. He had inquired about Li Sen from comrades in the 22nd Defense Zone and the military district, knowing that Li Sen had recently received a hefty sum of 3 billion for equipment, leading him to contemplate asking Li Sen to contribute some funds to upgrade the farm's facilities. However, he also understood that that money was earned at the cost of Li Sen's life, and offering it was merely a gesture of goodwill. Withholding it would be entirely justified. He could only cautiously guide the conversation towards the upgrades Li Sen needed. For instance, he dared not mention the irrigation systems and harvesting equipment. A flicker of resentment arose within Li Sen. His previous offer of 1.2 billion was intended as a means to exchange funds for experience. A clear opportunity for substantial experience gain rather than a mere investment. The potential efficacy of the Zifu fertilizer was still uncertain. Yet Manhwaedit was already setting his sights on it. Was he perhaps being a bit too hasty? Nevertheless, Li Sen could empathize with Manhwaedit's perspective. As the largest farm in the Northwest military region, the 17th farm bore a heavy responsibility for grain production, with various machinery often operating beyond capacity and deteriorating rapidly. The military district lacked sufficient funds for maintenance, leaving them to seek additional income. After a moment of silence, Manhwaedit spoke again. Let us transfer the 20 million to the farm's public account in the office. This amount will still follow the previous agreement. Once the farm turns a profit, it will prioritize repaying me. All right, that is settled. Manhwaedit looked at Li Sen in surprise, expecting a reprimand followed by Li Sen walking away, but he was pleasantly surprised by Li Sen's agreeable demeanor. He then assured, if your Zifu fertilizer can also facilitate the mechanical irrigation for skill upgrades, the farm will fully support your advancement. If that is not feasible, I can connect you with several other farms that will allow you to use their drip irrigation systems for upgrades. Excellent. It's a deal. With this assurance, Li Sen felt reassured that his investment would not go to waste. At the very least, it could pave the way for a new reservoir of experience. With their agreement in place, the two men drove back to the farm's office building, completing the transfer, coordinating with the engineering team, and confirming the arrangements, all within the span of an hour. Such is the efficiency with which military personnel operate. Once the matters were settled, Li Sen returned to the orchard area. The drip irrigation system not only required timely replenishment of blood and flesh flower fertilizer, but also needed Li Sen to input mana promptly. Otherwise, over time, the mana would dissipate, rendering the skill ineffective. Each reservoir required 3,000 points of mana, sustaining irrigation for 30 hours, which was quite economical. With the Earth Dog Howl Moon meditation method, combined with the heating skill from the Turkey King Junyao, Li Sen could effortlessly replenish 3,200 points of mana each hour, easily covering this expenditure. As he entered the orchard area, he couldn't help but inhale deeply, the myriad floral fragrances flooding his senses. Achoo, achoo, the flowers were simply too fragrant. Indeed, under the nourishment of the blood and flesh flower fertilizer, nearly all the fruits in the orchard had blossomed. The only ones that hadn't were already bearing fruit. The efficacy of the blood and flesh flower fertilizer was astonishing. Wait, even the blood recovery apple has flowered? Upon returning to the small hill where the blood recovery apples were planted, Li Sen exclaimed in surprise. For the past 3 days, he had been fertilizing the 1,000 acres of wheat fields, only returning to the orchard to input mana into the reservoirs, neglecting to check on the apple trees until today. The flowers had bloomed that morning, albeit in modest numbers. After counting, he found that out of 240 apple trees, only a little over 200 flowers had bloomed, suggesting the final yield might be fewer than 500 apples. The ordinary soldier on duty heard Li Sen's astonished voice and stepped out from the woods to explain with a hint of regret in his tone. Don't worry. This is the first flowering, and it's expected that not many fruits will set. I estimate that by the end, the mature apples 1T exceed 100. In contrast to the soldier's lament, Li Sen took it in stride. Really? That few? The soldier's disappointment was palpable. Oh, that's still a fair number. Just calculate how long these blood recovery apples have been planted and how quickly they grow, and you won't feel it so little. Slap. The soldier slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, I really forgot that these blood recovery apples were planted less than 6 months ago, and the rapid growth period was only 18 days. For them to reach this stage and flower is truly impressive. It's normal not to bear fruit yet. Exactly. Please continue your duty. I'll check on other fruit tree areas. Go ahead, Li Sen. I'll take good care of these apple trees. The soldier waved Li Sen off with a sense of relief. Yet, there was something slightly amiss in his words. Not dwelling on it, Li Sen turned and descended the small hill to conduct further inspections. The entire orchard boasted 9 major categories of fruit trees, with hundreds of varieties, totaling 281 trees. The most abundant were loquats, encompassing 30 varieties, which served 6 major functions: blood recovery, healing, energy restoration, spirit rejuvenation, detoxification, and disease treatment. These loquats, which should have been in the final stages of harvest by this time, had begun to flower again, causing the bees in the entire orchard to buzz busily. It was not only the loquats, citrus, lychee, longan, green olives, red dates, apples, and other fruit trees that typically woo and tea bloom in the sweltering heat of August were also in flower. Li Sen was quite pleased with his masterpiece. After a round of inspection, he found the farm's beekeeper, Ku Weifu, in the loquat grove. Brother Ku, you've been with the farm for a long time. How does the number of flowers this time compare to spring? About the same, and I've observed that the quality of these flowers is identical to that of spring. However, the farm's bee population is insufficient. I am currently requesting approval from the headquarters to procure more bees. That's wonderful. I was worried that these fruit trees would bloom without bearing fruit. They want to go fruitless, but a reduction in yield is inevitable. You need to decrease the irrigation frequency to avoid hastening the end of the flowering period. Oh, I need to reduce the irrigation frequency as well. The initially elated Li Sen found himself conflicted.